Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 193, Chapter 192, The Eldar Hunter Order. Slough Dha activated the personal psychic teleportation device built into his warp spider aspect armor, and in an instant, vanished from where he stood. The explosive shells from the honor guard members hit nothing but air. The two sharpshooters didn't bother searching in vain. Nareth had already sent the honor guard detailed information, dozens of transmissions, about each aspect's traits, armaments, origins, and footage of his battles along the way. The Shadows of Order absorbed this knowledge quickly in combat. They were now humanity's foremost experts on the warriors of the various Eldar aspects. The sharpshooters knew that the warp spiders, unlike most aspects from the side of Kine, originated from tiny but fiercely aggressive spiders within the Infinity Circuit. Warp spiders could make short-range jumps, vanishing without a trace and reappearing an instant later, striking unexpectedly. They were the bravest of all aspect warriors, traversing She Who Thirsts realm unprotected while the great enemy's hunger clawed at their very souls. After a short-range jump, they would instantly reappear and launch surprise assaults on their foes. The sharpshooters immediately fell back into formation with 5 honor guard members armed with power swords. After several exchanges, they had learned how to counter such tactics without Nareth's direct intervention. But as they retreated to a certain spot, they suddenly realized the red-armored warrior, whose breastplate bore the symbol of the autarch, wasn't targeting them at all. His prey was the Primarch himself. He flashed into existence behind Nareth, raising a sword blazing with dazzling light, and brought it down toward his back. Through the psychic link, the honor guard instantly sent a warning. Before the thought had even finished forming, they saw their Gene-Father move as if he had foreseen the strike, sidestepping without turning his head, and thrusting his sword backward into the autarch's abdomen. Nareth wasn't relying on foresight. His eyes flickered with light and shadow, the autarch's short-range, high-speed jumps were laid bare to him, crystal clear within his warp insight. The charged blade tore through Slough Dha's warp spider aspect armor, leaving his abdomen bloodied. With a thought, Slough Dha leapt into the sea of souls. The piercing death screams of his kin rang in his ears. His body trembled slightly, he could feel the presence of the great enemy. The Eldar called her She Who Thirsts. A psychic warding array of his design flared in iridescent light, erecting a mental barrier in the warp. Terrifying screams battered at the barrier like soul tides. He knew his time was short. Donning the war mask, he mastered his rage, suppressing the fear welling from instinct. In this battle trance, thought and movement came swifter. His ritual unfolded faster than usual, spreading into the material realm and finding his psychic anchor. He jumped back into reality, yet before his feet even touched the ground, he sensed a blue force field. He leapt back into the warp, thinking in disbelief. How is this possible? How can he pinpoint my location? The first time he countered my ambush, perhaps that was just combat instinct. The second time, he struck preemptively, he knew exactly where I'd reappear, Bitterly, Slough Dha realized the truth, his chosen loadout for assassinating a Primarch was wrong. He had avoided facing the Primarch head-on by selecting the warp spider aspect armor. His battle plan had been to wear down the Primarch's patience with countless flicker attacks, forcing Nareth to reveal an opening. But he was wrong, the spider's tricks were useless here. Though he had walked all 6 aspect paths and had better options, he had chosen the wrong one. Banishing doubt with practiced control of the war mask, he let fury sharpen his mind. He was a warrior, he would find a way to win. Slough Dha leapt back into reality and instantly saw a black afterimage rushing him. He parried the charged blade. His eyes narrowed, his instinct noticed the tiniest detail. At the moment of clash, his own sword had inflicted a faint, almost imperceptible rune scratch on the power sword. A mortal's senses could never detect such minute damage, but as Kine's incarnation in this realm, he knew every weapon, including the Monkey's, intimately. He instantly shifted into howling banshee mode, letting out a piercing scream. Lion's mane sprouted from the helm's crown, and the banshee rune on his brow pulsed. Amplified by the helm's psychic projectors, the shriek became a mental shockwave aimed at Nareth's mind. Nareth knew the banshee's origin, from Morai Heg, the crone goddess who coveted all the wisdom in his blood. Only Kila Mensha Kine could harm her. So she had her daughter scream into the war god's ears, tormenting him until he severed his lover's fingers, granting her the wisdom within his blood. Thus, the howling banshees were among the most feared warriors, descended from those who once tortured Kine himself. Though the craft worlds had no gender bias, the Banshee Shrine was unusual in admitting almost exclusively women. In myth, the Banshees were the crone's daughters, but rare males could walk that path. Slough Dha was such an exceptional case. The shriek reverberated through Nareth's skull, but he passed beyond the first layer of the Thelema states of mind and stepped directly into the second. His bodily energy instantly transmuted into psychic force, sealing the scream away. In Banshee mode, the Autarch became a whirlwind of close combat speed. Primarch and Autarch clashed in blinding melee, the shadows of order could only glimpse afterimages. They saw only silver-white and deep blue arcs left in the air, and the dazzling sparks of steel on steel. Slough Dha drew on every shred of power, agility, and skill from every path he had mastered, yet the Primarch parried them all, carving sword wounds into him. His body bloodied, his speed at its limit, Slough Dha could no longer sustain the frenzy. But he had succeeded, the Primarch's power sword was now webbed with cracks from repeated impacts against the sword of Vol. With a sound like shattering glass, Slough Dha smiled. Raising a dragon fusion gun, he unleashed Kyne's destruction, forcing back the honor guard. Pouring his last strength into the Banshee, he screamed again, sidestepped a power fist, and lunged at Nareth. When the blade was but an arm's length away, he saw the ring on the Primarch's middle finger flare with a light of blue laced with searing white. In the next instant, Nareth's form dissolved into streams of flame, and Slough Dha's strike hit nothing. Alarmed, he twisted desperately to evade the 6 flame streams clawing toward him. 2 missed, but he wheeled back mid-flight, searing his arm. The other 4 merged into a great flaming sword that severed his limb. Before pain could register, his right arm was ash, and the sword of Vol lay in Nareth's grasp. Shocked, Slough Dha stared. This strange, flame-formed attack was swifter and more elusive than any pyromancer he had ever seen, Eldar or otherwise. Asterisk the intel from our agents, even the cult's divinations, showed no sign he could control flame at will. If the fire came from that ring, how could it make him into fire itself, asterisk? He had felt it, Nareth's body was pure flame. Confusion faded into the crushing weight of failure, the sword of Vol lost, he could no longer threaten the Primarch. Nareth's right hand gripped the sword as the blood-red chain on his little finger replenished his drained spirit. He had used the ring, forging a tentative link with it, its primary function was clear, to unleash fire. He identified it as a beyonder item of the Red Priest path, Sequence 4, Iron-Blooded Knight, based on the fire's hue and its ability to transform him into flame. With one swing, Nareth cut off Slough Dha's remaining arm, then deactivated the runes on his power fist and knocked the Autarch unconscious. Scanning the battlefield, he saw only 131 honor guard left alive. Sorrow flickered in his gaze. This is the greatest loss my legion has suffered since my return. Yet he knew the sacrifice had meaning. From this day forth, we established the Eldar Hunter Order. You are its first members. Take this knowledge and experience back to your chapters, share it with your battle brothers. When his spirit was fully replenished, he cast Judgment Imprisonment, encasing Slough Dha in amber-like fluid. Bring the fallen back to the flagship for burial. Take the Eldar corpses for dissection, the Order members will participate to deepen our understanding. Gather all other spoils of war as well. A standard days later, Nareth ordered Wilshire and a squad to remain behind and rebuild order in Arlenes, then commanded the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty to depart. As the battleship made for the Wheel of Fire, Nareth brought Slough Dha into the 3rd layer of the Kingdom of Disorder. There, he looked at the Black Wolf lying on the ground, motionless and dejected. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 194, Chapter 193, The Gravedigger. The 3rd layer of space in the Kingdom of Disorder. Outside the Silver Spiral Tower, the Black Wolf, after countless cycles of nightmare reincarnation, had completely abandoned the thought of escape. It had been waiting for the black-armored giant to appear, but he never came. The Black Wolf could no longer tell how much time had passed. It could sense that time flowed here, but not like the outside world, there was no distinction between light and dark. The place it was trapped in was shaped by some strange rule, forced into an endlessly repeating scene. It was like the dreamscapes it itself once created, an independent space where a day was impossible to define. Dazed and half asleep, the Black Wolf didn't know how long it had been until footsteps sounded in its ears. At first, it suspected it was still in the nightmare, until the black-armored giant came to its side. Only then did it weakly turn its head. The Black Wolf's pupils contracted. It saw a scene completely different from before. The black-armored giant appeared before it, holding aloft something that looked like amber. The Black Wolf sprang up instantly, torn between dread and expectation. It hoped the nightmare was ending, yet feared it was only another illusion. It stammered, I sincerely want to be your pet. Good. Nareth spoke. He hadn't sensed the wolf's sincerity, but rather felt the invisible threads binding it to him. He and the Black Wolf had already formed the first link. Nareth's lips curled faintly. He told the wolf, hungry, aren't you? I brought you food. Compared to those humans under the dome, this one's dream is richer, more layered, a far tastier meal. The Black Wolf's heart churned at his words. It nearly drooled like the bestial wolves, but managed to restrain its instincts. It was once the eight-legged black wolf, worshipped by millions. It was no mere beast. It was a myth. The black wolf fought to maintain its dignity, to not appear as a ravenous animal. I am willing to serve my master. Nareth nodded slightly. He infused spirit into his power gauntlet, releasing the restraints that bound Slough Dha. The autarch awoke slowly, still disoriented. Before he could comprehend where he was, Nareth and the black wolf vanished from sight. Slough Dha suddenly found himself standing in a whirl of swirling colors. From the void, an evil claw reached for him. It was the wicked hand of Slaanesh. When the black wolf dragged Slough Dha into the dream, it discovered that crafting nightmares to instill fear in its food was not easy. Just forming the claw consumed a huge amount of strength. To construct a complete likeness of the prey was impossible. If not for the prey's own shaken spirit, the dream might already have been broken. This food is delicious. Its fear is so much more varied than that of humans. For the first time, I realize, fear comes in so many flavors. The fear of prey before its predator, the fear of mortals before gods. The black wolf devoured greedily, chewing the prey like tender steak and fresh vegetables. Its hunger faded quickly. Nareth observed the wolf's trembling body gradually calm. It had successfully dragged Slough Dha into its dream. The Primarch acted. His consciousness extended, spreading towards Slough Dha. Within the nightmare, Slough Dha's defenses were wide open. Nareth's awareness seeped effortlessly into his mind. As the Primarch began excavating Slough Dha's psychic treasures on Necromunda, Adams received word from Leandro a massive necropolis had been found in the fourth hive. Adams, suspecting that the necropolis of the Iron Lords might hold mechanical creations, spoils belonging to the Tech Marines, contacted Rozicki. Together, they traveled to the fourth hive, where, deep in the foul underhive, they met Leandro. The rapidly rising Hemer family was now seen by many Necromundans as a ruling house. Leandro himself had become the most powerful man on Necromunda. For someone of his rank to personally descend into the filthy underhive was unthinkable. Yet the governor came himself. He knew well that the Shadow of Order was Necromunda's true master. Leandro bowed before Adams. My lord, I had meant to send my men to retrieve everything from the tomb and offer it to you. But once inside, they were attacked by the walking dead. The losses were heavy. Realizing the Death Lord might not understand local traditions, Leandro explained. My lord, Necromunda has always had a culture of the dead. When food shipments failed to arrive on time, starving workers even resorted to cannibalism. They formed a shamanistic sect called the Corpse Grinders, worshipping a being known as the Lord of Flesh. He sighed, tapping on his data slate to display a recording. This funerary culture was brought here by the first colonists more than 5,000 years ago. In that age, nobles were buried with their servants and slaves. That practice has long since died out. This tomb must be at least 4,000 years old. On the images, Adams saw tattered, pale-skinned corpses staggering forward. These tomb servants, for some reason, became walking corpses. Fearless of death, bullets, and lost fire could not stop them. Even torn apart, they dragged their bodies forward. My men suffered terrible casualties. I dared not use flammers or similar weapons, for they might destroy what lies within the tomb. Surely, my lord, that is not what you would want. At this, the gravedigger's eyes gleamed. It was the first time he had encountered the walking dead, and immediately, he was intrigued. You did well. Adams gazed toward the necropolis. Its entrance was a round gate with 8 metal spider legs splayed open, revealing the deep darkness within. In his mind, he reconstructed the door's original form, a metal disc with retracted spider legs, exactly like the sigil of the Arrhenius continuity. With Lyman's ear, the Shadow of Order distinguished the shuffling steps of corpses inside and the dry rustle of spiders crawling. He turned to Rozicki, who was studying the surrounding structures. The Gene Father granted me a gift. To those corpses, I will seem one of their own. I will enter alone to scout. The Forge Lord lowered his gaze, then nodded. I have been developing a short-range teleport device, based on Mars armor teleport research combined with the Arrhenius continuity portal technology. I've tested it 52 times, all successful. Once activated, it can target teleport within 10 kilometers. 5 hours later, Rozicki commanded Tech Marines and servitors to erect 3 adamantium pillars at the necropolis gate, installing the teleport device. Adams removed his power armor, replacing it with an experimental teleport harness fitted to his body. Without the suppression of its life support systems, the gravedigger's chill aura spread unchecked, soaking the thin metal armor in icy dread. The gravedigger strode into the main tomb. The stench of rot and death engulfed him. He felt nothing. In his darkened gaze, the tomb was perfectly clear. Before him shuffled a band of corpses. Their eyes were unfocused as they staggered down the passage, colliding with walls and each other. The gravedigger entered their midst, weaving through them, even bumping into some. Not a single corpse struck at him. Back when he had been the corpse collector, his body temperature was already low but not yet corpse cold. Now, ascended as the gravedigger, his flesh was ice itself. Among the dead, he was indistinguishable. He pressed onward. The passage widened until it opened into a circular burial plaza. From pits in the ground, corpses crawled out. Others stumbled and fell into the void. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 195, Chapter 194, Eye of Death. Adam's gyrings padded alongside him. Its orange fur made it look warm, but its body was colder than even a gravedigger, more like a dead cat. Adams noticed that the decaying graveyard wasn't dark. Following the faint glow, he saw stone pillars carved with reliefs of spiders and shambling corpses. His pitch-black pupils narrowed. He saw that each stone pillar was inlaid with several glass-like discs of varying size and number. The light that illuminated the graveyard came from these discs, each one glowing with a different intensity. In the areas touched by the glow, no undead dared to approach. Rusted weapons and shattered bones littered the ground. Adams stepped closer to the nearest pillar and noticed runes etched into it. He glanced at the corpses on the ground and quickly deduced their purpose. The masters of the graveyard did not want to be disturbed. The runes were alarm devices. Touching the pillars would stir noise, summoning hordes of undead. The gravedigger wisely kept his hands away. He studied the blue disc carefully. Its surface was etched with dense, spider-like markings, forming intricate patterns. Data crystals. Adams knew that data crystals could store vast amounts of memory, orders of magnitude greater than standard data slates. They emitted light while storing knowledge, the brightness corresponding to the volume of data held. The Arrhenius continuity controlled the Hato star system, the primary source of such crystals. Because of that, all their most important data had always been preserved in this form. Adams looked around. Thousands of pillars supported the graveyard, each set with anywhere from a dozen to several dozen data crystals. This is an enormous treasure. If the Forge Lord saw this, his eyes would surely light up. Moving deeper, Adams discovered a row of stone chambers. One of them had its gate ajar, so he approached. At the threshold lay scattered weapon parts. Adams crouched, inspecting them. A flash of astonishment crossed his eyes as he thought to himself. Could these be atomic disintegration weapons? During the last battle, the Arrhenius continuity soldiers never wielded anything this powerful. He stood and entered the chamber. Inside, broken weapon racks lined the floor, though 5 still held firearms. He strode forward and picked up one of the metal weapons. It really is an atomic disintegration weapon, and preserved in working condition. Safe to use. Artifacts from the dark age of technology. Few remain even in Legion arsenals today. Weapon in hand, Adams left the chamber and pressed on. After a few dozen steps, he found spiderwebs clinging to the ground, walls, and stone chambers. The gravedigger immediately thought of giant spiders, but quickly realized this was different. Through his spirit sight, he saw faint green glimmers clinging to the webs, infused with death itself. Peering into the distance, his eye of death pierced the veils of silk. Behind them, rotten spiders loomed, their compound eyes flickering blue and red. Lowering his gaze, Adams saw at the graveyard center a massive spider statue, with an entrance to some structure below it. The scouting was done. Adams turned back and retraced his steps to the entrance. Rozicki noticed the weapon in Adams' hand and hurried over. After inspecting it briefly, he spoke, "Atomic disintegration weapon, fully intact, safe for use." "There are more inside," said the Death Lord curtly, then explained the situation to the Forge Lord. "The outer pillars of the graveyard hold data crystals. The inner stone chambers contain relics of the dark age of technology. Beneath the central spider statue lies a passage into the nobles' tombs." The archaeologist's eyes shone. "This is a major discovery. We must bring everything back." The Death Lord and Forge Lord immediately began discussing how to cleanse the site. Rozicki said, "We cannot use bolters. The blasts might shatter the crystals." The gravedigger added, "Nor chains words, the roar would draw the undead." For standard hours later, the gravedigger led 144 corpse collectors into the tomb. They wore no power armor. They advanced in silence, faces grim. With their spirit vision, they saw clearly through decaying flesh to the undead lurking within. In unison, they raised their swords. Power sword flashed down, crackling with disruptive energy fields, shattering undead skulls into fragments. Adams lifted the atomic disintegration weapon and pulled the trigger. A beam struck an undead. In the blink of an eye, the stinking corpse dissolved into atoms, gone without a trace. The gravedigger led the corpse collectors sector by sector, purging the tomb. After each zone was cleansed, the Death Lord gestured orders for one corpse collector to remain behind. The Forge Lord and his tech marines then entered, while Rozicki collected the brightest crystals, his men gathering the rest. The corpse collectors confirmed the undead were fully destroyed, then handed the bodies to Legion servitors. Those servitors, clad in protective suits and gas masks, dragged the corpses out and burned them in furnaces erected at the tomb's gates. Leandro Hemer did not leave. He stood tall at the entrance, awaiting his chance to serve the Death Lord. He first saw the bodies being hauled out. The shadows of order, using only power swords, clear the tides of undead this quickly. Truly efficient, far beyond what my hunters could ever achieve. Then he watched as hundreds upon thousands of data crystals were carried out, hulking automata hauling them away. His eyes widened, shining. Every crystal preserved knowledge lost for millennia, each one worth more than a hive city. The recovery of the crystals lasted 5 entire work cycles. When Adams once more stood before a stone chamber, he could feel it clearly. He had gained sharper control over the power his gene father bestowed upon him. As the sealed chambers were opened one after another, the Forge Lord beheld creations of the dark age of technology. 44 Shadows of Order were equipped with atomic disintegration weapons, with 5 more handed over to the Tech Marines for research. Archaeotech pistols, once the sidearms of Imperial officers and Astartes commanders, were issued to every corpse collector and Tech Marine. 16 Savant received portable X-ray viewers, projecting 3D models of sealed stone chambers hidden behind solid walls. Even the Forge Lord, who had studied on Mars itself, was stunned by how many relics of the dark age of technology this graveyard contained. Rozicki's excitement grew. How many priceless relics might lie in the central tomb? To reach them, they would have to destroy the massive rotting spiders. While the Forge Lord's heart raced with discovery, the Gravedigger had already begun his hunt. He signaled the corpse collectors to hold position, then advanced alone toward the nearest decayed spider. The bloated creature, 50 meters tall, oozed reeking pus. Each drop burned holes into the stone floor. Adam's black eyes glowed green. He stepped into the realm of spirit and death, perceiving from a higher layer of existence. His gaze pierced the rotting flesh, revealing a green node within, a fist-sized, gray-green crystal. Just as Father taught, the warp insight. Its ability is similar when opened. I have not yet mastered it like Sanchez. My range is limited, but within it, my vision is stronger. He squeezed the trigger. The beam struck the gray-green crystal. In an instant, it was gone. The massive rotting spider collapsed into sludge, dissolving on the ground. The Gravedigger went on to kill 3 more of the towering spiders. Their giant eyes never even glimpsed their killer before death claimed them. At last, they reached the plaza at the center. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 196, Chapter 195, The Archaeologist. Rozicki raised a hand, signaling everyone to halt. He walked up to the base of the massive spider statue, gently running his fingers across the inscriptions and patterns carved into the stone. From the data crystals of the Iron Lords, he had learned the language of the Arrhenius. The archaeologist found that while the script on the pedestal differed slightly from Arrhenius tongue, it belonged to the same linguistic family. Immediately, he and 16 savants began the work of deciphering. First, we'll use glyph and symbol analysis to compare letter evolution, then calculate distribution patterns of the symbols, he instructed. The savants spread out, each reading and memorizing the phrases in their assigned section. They then regrouped, cross-matching letters, aligning ancient Arrhenius tongue with its modern form. The C on the pedestal matched the modern. The savants further tabulated high-frequency letter clusters and terminal symbols, determining how often each letter appeared in certain positions, thereby inferring their grammatical roles. The Shadows of Order first identified articles and pronouns, then moved on to verbs and nouns. At last, the savants cracked the words, unraveling the meaning of the sentences. The results were compiled and handed to the archaeologist. After arranging them, he grasped the full sense of the inscription. Rozicki relayed the summary over the Vox Comms channel. The Arrhenius continuity revered spiders, viewing them as incarnations of death. They called them death spiders and raised statues in their honor. Beneath lie 8 tomb chambers, storing the corpses of Iron Lords and technobility, believing the death spider would guard them. Finally, the archaeologist voiced his conclusion, grounded in his knowledge of ruins. At the center of the underground tombs, there must be an altar. Only through the altar can the death spider's protection, its blessing, be placed upon the dead. Would the tombs have guardians? Someone asked. Since receiving the Gene Father's gift of strength, Adams had grown fascinated by funerary cultures. On his campaigns, he had collected countless books and relics. He knew the dead despised disturbance. Core tombs should have guardians. The archaeologist nodded slightly, acknowledging the gravedigger's reasoning. On the pedestal, I found not only spiders, but also canine forms. The inscription names them Death's watchdogs. Native to Necromunda, mechanical hounds about a meter long, half-machine beasts. I suspect we'll meet some kind of special hound inside the tomb, perhaps an even stronger construct. The gravedigger nodded calmly. Then we go to the tombs. From his nearly toneless voice, the archaeologist still caught a faint trace of interest. The shadows of order advanced toward the underground crypts. At the gates, Rosicky suddenly called. Stop. The Forge Lord's deep eyes scanned the massive doors. Raising his left arm, he activated the multifunction scanner mounted on it. Seconds later, the scan confirmed his visual judgment. The alloy gate is composed of multiple metals, an artifact of ancient technology. The tech marines at his side, unlike those of other legions, had not painted their power armor red to mark allegiance to Mars. The shadows of order kept their armor black, only the pauldrons painted in Mars crimson. One tech marine, his augmetic eye glowing, scanned and exclaimed. The alloy door and the tomb are seamless. If we use thermal charges to blast it open, the entrance could collapse. Not only that, the Forge Lord added. He lowered his left arm and raised his right. From his gauntlet sprouted dense mechanical probes, tapping across the alloy like feelers. The tactile probe measured a surface roughness of 0.52 microns. The thermal probe reported a negative temperature coefficient of resistance, minus 4.1% per degree. 10 seconds later, the Forge Lord consolidated the data. The alloy gate uses a special ancient tech design. Its negative thermistor array links directly to the entire tomb complex. The frozen tomb is effectively a munitions cache. Any violent breach would collapse the whole necropolis. Adams sucked in a breath. The tomb's masters were more ruthless than he imagined, willing to be buried alongside any intruders who disturbed their rest. Rosicky, can you open the gate? The Forge Lord didn't answer immediately. His probes tapped rhythmically, tick, tick. 12 seconds later, he replied. Yes. Servo arms unfolded from his back, mechanical claws extending probes. Each strike of the claw was accompanied by the tapping of multiple probes. The arms moved at blistering speed, sparking as they worked. 30 minutes later, the arms retracted, sparks still crackling from overworked parts. With a thunderous groan, the alloy gate slowly opened. Rosicky led the way inside, shadows of order close behind. They passed 2 corridors before the ground trembled. Out from the shadows came dozens of mechanical hounds, each nearly 2 meters long. Normal necromundan hounds were only 1 meter. These were monstrous. Some rushed on the ground, others scuttled across walls and ceilings with metal claws. Their eyes flared red as they lunged at the Astartes. A dozen mechanical hounds surged at Rosicky at once. But Rosicky was no longer just a tech priest. With the superhuman physique of an Astartes and further augmentations after becoming an archaeologist, he was formidable. He drew his power axe and swung it upward in a cleaving arc, slicing a hound apart. The shadows of order wove their axes like threshers, shredding a dozen more hounds. Though unarmored, Adams had undergone both the corpse collector and gravedigger enhancements. His body was stronger than ever, his movements sharper. He slung his atomic disintegration rifle, drawing a power sword instead. The gravedigger blurred through the battlefield, dodging the hound's eye lasers, striking with precise stabs. The disruption field tore apart alloy bodies, scattering pieces across the tomb floor. The shadows of order pushed forward, reaching another chamber. Under covering fire, the Forge Lord set his servo arms to work on the next gate. With another crash, it opened, revealing burial treasures, data crystals and bizarre mechanical constructs. Leaving 2 tech marines and 4 corpse collectors to handle the corpses, the orders pressed on. Through 4 more corridors, they reached the heart of the necropolis. The moment they beheld the altar, every shadow narrowed his eyes. The altar was built entirely of data crystals, each one brighter, more dazzling than any they had seen before. Even the Astartes had to squint against the brilliance. A data altar. A treasure, the Forge Lord whispered in awe, leading his tech marines toward the relic of the dark age of technology. Meanwhile, the gravedigger led the corpse collector in purging the hounds and opening the other 7 tombs. Once all 8 tombs were uncovered, Adams felt a starburst within himself. He had fully absorbed the gravedigger's power. As the archaeologists sifted through the knowledge stored in the altar, the fleet of their Primarch arrived at the rendezvous, joining the 2nd and 7th chapters. Before giving the attack order, Nareth's mind drifted to a vision he had plucked from Slough Dha's psychic thoughts. In that vision, the seer of a craft world stood before Slough Dha. Slough Dha, fate has revealed to me, the Lord of the Monkey will gift the Dionysian spear to Nareth. If Nareth gains that cursed artifact, it will hinder our great design. He must die. Nareth's gaze deepened. Should I slow down, let the Wolf King take the victory? The thought flickered, then he dismissed it. No. The Emperor never said the Dionysian spear or Fang Keep would be given to whichever Primarch fought in the Wheel of Fire. That was only my own inference. Nor did he say the spear would go to the one who took the Orc Warbus's head, it could be another. If he chooses me, then win or lose, the spear will be mine. Resolved, Nareth steeled himself. Only by striving for victory could he claim Malkador's gift. The Primarch gave the order, execute the plan. Attack. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 197, Chapter 196, The Wheel of Fire, First Flames of War. In the early days of the Imperium's Great Crusade, the three central figures of the War Council, the Emperor, Malcador, and Horus, all fixed their attention on the conflict in the Wheel of Fire system. The King of Ostroya and the Wolf King of Fenris extended their hunt from Fenris into the Void, each choosing a side to favor. Fresh intelligence raised the number of orcs from the hundreds of millions to billions. This meant that the war in the Wheel of Fire was the largest-scale conflict the Imperium had faced since the start of the Great Crusade. The Shadows of Order had made the first move, but Nareth was delayed at Arlenes, caught in the rebellion orchestrated by planetary governor Francesc Solar. The Wolf King's furious advance allowed the 6th Legion to catch up with the 11th Legion. In the third-to-last week of Terra's calendar year 819.M30, 2 chapters of the Shadow of Order and the Space Wolves simultaneously tore back into real space through the Mandeville Point. The 6th Legion's Gloriana-class battleship had not yet been completed, so Leman Russ temporarily established his council aboard his Legion's former flagship. The bridge was dimmer than that of most ships, more like a wolf's den. Russ's piercing blue eyes locked onto the hololithic display. Within seconds, he grasped the entire flow of battle. Though months had passed since his return to the Imperium, Russ still carried the crude, uncultured image many in high command associated with him. Only a handful saw through the facade. The Wolf King's ability to learn was extraordinary. In just 5 days, he had mastered High Gothic. After brief tutelage under the Emperor, Horus, and Malcador, Russ was judged capable of commanding a legion in war on his own. The Wheel of Fire would be his trial by fire. He watched the hololith. First 25 blazing light points appeared, then 130 more, then 256 after that. Russ instantly realized the orc fleet numbered well over 1,000 battleships. His fangs bared in a sharp grin as he growled. I knew it. Intelligence is dung. On a battlefield where I contend with Nareth, how could the enemy ever be so few? His booming words immediately infected the bridge, lifting the wild spirits of wolves and officers alike. Enoch glanced at Russ's wolf helm, a masterpiece crafted by the Allfather's personal artificer, a symbol of Legion honor. It was also the Wolf King's wager, his father's gift, and his trust. Russ believed he would claim victory. Clenching his fist, the Wolf Lord swore. I will never lose to Sanchez. The Wolf King's blade is meant only for the wolves. He spoke in Fenrisian, not raising his voice, yet his words carried across the bridge, rough and thunderous in that Fenrisian way. The good news is, we aren't shackled by Nareth as pups this time. We can run free. Then he barked the order, let Nareth and the Imperium see the speed of the pack. Attack! Attack! Enoch howled, and across the fleet of the Space Wolves, engines roared to full power. Each battleship bore a snarling wolf's head upon its prow, their hulls wrapped in flickering void shields. The escort craft, eager for the hunt, surged ahead first. 25 capital ships slowly swung their prows about, lumbering after. The gray ship spread into an assault formation, radiating outward from the flagship like a sphere of destruction. Hundreds of glittering motes blazed beneath the crimson glow of the system's sun, the fleet accelerating to attack speed. The flagship's bridge darkened further, sharp alarms shrieking. Rasavin scanned the vid screens as the weapon crews reported ready, fire plans finalized. Turn 3 degrees upward, Russ ordered. Kill it. The flagship plowed through wreckage, its lances vomiting crystalline beams of death that speared into the orc vessel's hideous hull. Broadside batteries unleashed torrents of laser fire, raking across green-hide ships. The bridge shuddered as servitors collapsed, sparking from torn cabling. The wolves' ships took punishment, but inflicted far worse in return. That was the wolves' way of war in space. It always had been. The Shadow of Order, however, fought differently. Reforming into a fleet-wide battle line was slow and difficult, especially for Astartes cruisers the size of cities. With the Primarch's authority, Diana Pauline commanded this, the Imperium's largest void war to date. Through her command console, she relayed orders to hundreds of sector commanders. They tracked the positions of all surrounding ships in real time, feeding trillions of sensor readings into cogitators, ensuring vessels never strayed into each other's paths. Thousands of junior officers made snap decisions, engines roaring to perfect frequencies without error. The 11th Legion's hundreds of thousands of thralls and crew scrambled to energize conduits, charge weapons, and prepare for war. The black battleships of the 11th moved as one, precise and deliberate, each step of the plan unfolding. The mighty thorn of Shadows of Sovereignty drew the attention of countless orc battleships. The green-skin flotilla swarmed it like blood-crazed sharks. Grots danced wildly over their crude cannon decks, blasting away at the Sovereignty. Each discharge flung some squealing grot tumbling dozens of meters, smashing onto the deck in a daze. The unluckiest were shredded by exploding barrels or engulfed by fire. Missiles, shells, torpedoes, all slammed against the Sovereignty's armored hide. But its colossal void shields absorbed the storm. Then its prow erupted in cataclysmic fury, light lances and torpedoes ripping apart the void, blossoms of light illuminating the stars. Its macro batteries hammered orc hulls stitched together with scrap and rust. On the Sovereignty's bridge, the flagship captain fixed her eyes on the displays. From the feedback, Diana judged that the Greenskins' force field generators produced shields rivaling Imperial void defenses. She frowned in puzzlement. Lightning crackled, toxic smoke belched, yet somehow the barrier held strong. Her curiosity lasted only a heartbeat. She seized the Vox and gave the order. Ether cannons, fire. The Sovereignty, the Void Hunter, and 11 more capital ships unleashed shimmering ether beams. They punched through orc capital ship shields, the second volley detonating their hulls. Explosions cascaded, shockwaves tearing through the void, and the Sovereignty's torment eased. The second chapter arrived at the void node, intercepting the reckless orc charge toward the flagship. The seventh chapter advanced in formation, with the Void Hunter as the spear point, plunging into the breach the Sovereignty had carved. Under Diana's command, the 11th Legion's fleet moved as one organism. The Sovereignty feigned weakness, baiting the enemy into overextension. The orc assault against it was blunted by the second chapter. The 7th swung down like a scythe, cleaving into the exposed flank of the Greenskins. The battle for the Wheel of Fire system unfolded just as Nareth had planned. But as ship time ticked into 8:20 the system suddenly erupted with a gravitational tide. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 198, Chapter 197, The Attack Moon. On the first day of the 820th year of the 30th millennium, Nareth sat upon the Black Throne. Even without consciously seeking out information from his surroundings, the Primarch's superhuman perception gathered the conversations of the officers around him. The words of the Master of Vox caught his attention. Communications operator, this is the 5th time in your shift you have failed to report on schedule. The average delay is 3.2 seconds. Nareth's ears twitched slightly as the voice fed through his comms. My lord, apologies. Communications Relay A-185 and Backup Relay B-274 both experienced anomalies simultaneously. Confirm the cause of the anomaly. Repair it immediately. Nareth soon realized that during a single duty cycle, the communications network had suffered 13 separate disruptions. Though each time interference had been cleared, the root cause could not be identified. The irregularities touched the Primarch's sharpened instincts, and he immediately gave the order. Command all receiving ships to activate their auger arrays in full. Sweep the area of the detection grid. Fleet-wide, bring augers to maximum output. Power up all active and passive data arrays. Each vessel's total energy output over time was fixed, and a commander normally allocated energy between weapons, void shields, and drives according to combat conditions. Against orcs, priority would usually be given to firepower and defenses. But the will of a Primarch was absolute. Nareth's command spread through the fleet. Scan data streamed rapidly into his aide's hands. Arsena, a student of ratiocination with prodigious memory and deductive power, spotted the pattern at once. My lord, gravitational readings across this system are showing abnormal fluctuations, amplitude increased by approximately 24.1%. This is causing intermittent disruptions to communications channels. Navigators and astropaths both report strange lights in the warp. No tangible interference yet, but it is notable. Nareth compared these subtle abnormalities with the knowledge stored in his memory. An attack moon. He knew an attack moon was not truly a planet nor an independent void ship. It was, in fact, the tunnel terminus and signal beacon of the Orcs' Waak. Gates. Through these monstrosities, the Greenskins could teleport across the galaxy, bypassing conventional warp travel. He remembered, during the War of the Beast, the Mechanicum had named this Orc translation technology subspace corridors. The Orcs did not rely on warp drives. Instead, they crossed the hyperdimension between material space and the immaterium, moving faster than light through a subspace corridor. Unlike most Orc technology, unstable and prone to catastrophic failure, their subspace corridors were peculiarly stable. Safer even than Imperial warp travel, though it could not instantly teleport, it required transit time. An attack moon would approach its target world by sliding through subspace in a way that defied physics. Its arrival brought gravitational tides that wrecked a planet's gravity well, sparking geological cataclysms and distortions. The Wheel of Fire's orcs are vast in number, they may indeed have mastered building an attack moon. I have no memory of this, perhaps Leman Russ ordered its reactor destroyed. To the Wolf King, all Xenos technology is anathema. If Void War turns against them, the orcs might call an attack moon for reinforcement. Once convinced of the threat, Nareth acted. All ships, break away at once. Do not approach any planet or moon. He paused, then added to the Master of Vox. Send word to Leman Russ, warn him to keep his forces away from the inner worlds of the Wheel of Fire system. The black battleships of his 11th Legion immediately obeyed, altering their attack vectors to avoid celestial bodies. The grey ships of the 6th Legion did not relent, they pressed the hunt. The 6th Legion flagship. Enoch frowned at the hololithic display before him. Are the shadows of order cowed by the orcs' counterattack? Their formation shifts, abandoning a position of advantage. The Wolf King scowled. He remembered Sanchez's fearlessness in his palace and shook his head. Impossible. Nareth's whelps do not lack for courage. Nor have their losses been severe. Russ had to admit, Nareth's casualties were far fewer than his own, yet he had reaped greater victories. Send to Nareth. Ask his reason. Before the Master of Vox could transmit, a communique arrived from the 11th Legion. The Master of Vox, pale, hurried to relay it to the Wolf King and his Jarls. Enoch exploded, what? Keep away from the planets of the Wheel of Fire. Our mission is to cleanse the greenskins. If we cannot approach the worlds, then we may as well turn tail and run. Russ bared his fangs, blue eyes cold with disdain. Witchcraft nonsense. He almost turned to ask his Sons of Storm for counsel, only to recall they were still undergoing surgery. Though contemptuous of sorcery, the Wolf King knew Nareth always had cause. He growled. Issue the order. Beside the Wheel of Fire 4th planet, a new moon rose suddenly. With it came 1,000 orc battleships. A gravity bubble appeared without warning. The whole moon shook. Everything in that world, rock, air, and water, was transformed. The planet detonated like a bomb. Tons of debris blasted skyward in a storm like snowfall. The ground split. Water vaporized into steam. The ocean swelled, birthing waves tens of meters tall, smashing mountain ridges to rubble. Stone, mud, and spray hammered terrified orcs as they ran. 2 were crushed flat by boulders. The moon's back, the greenskins bellowed in terror. They remembered all too well, the last time the moon rose, another gravity bubble had torn their world apart. Hundreds of orcs had become blood mist, erased in explosions and shock waves. In the void, the Wheel of Fire reeled as tidal forces spread. For 6th Legion capital ships and 26 escorts, just beginning to withdraw under Russ's orders, were dragged helplessly toward the newborn moon, sucked into its maw. The space wolves struck back in fury, lashing the rising orb with lances, torpedoes, and lasers. Aboard the throne of Shadow's sovereignty, Nareth gazed upon the newborn moon. Smaller than I expected, only 1/5 the size of Luna. Ah. Newly built, then. It has not yet devoured a world. He knew attack moon required time to consume planets. The orcs would first seize a world, build gravity linkage facilities upon it, then tune them to match the moon's systems. Once activated, those facilities would begin tearing the world apart, feeding mountains and mantle plates upward until the planet became part of the attack moon's mass. From the size of the orb and the debris orbiting it, Nareth knew it had never completed a full planetary feast. His deep gaze fixed upon the surface, there, etched into mountains of metal, was a vast, warped orc totem. Round in form, edged with ripples, a twisted crescent grinning at its heart. The Bad Moon's clan. So, they built this attack moon. Fitting. The Baron of Corruption potion requires Bad Moon's teeth. Even as he thought this, the moon's surface writhed. Mountain-sized flails uncoiled like serpents and lashed toward the grey ships. Where the flails struck, armor crumpled like paper. Gravity ripples radiated outward, hull keels snapped in rings, molten fractures glowing glass bright. In an instant, 30 space wolf ships were torn apart by gravitational whips. Nareth's thoughts were calm, resolute. The battle moon's primary weapon, gravity lashes. My chance has come. The Primarch gave his order without hesitation, board the moon. Launch the assault. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 199, Chapter 198, Boarding the Attack Moon. Nareth knew that the attack moon's gravity lashes needed to recharge between every attack. During this recharge interval, the attack moon's defensive shield would also be inactive. Light lances and other ranged weapons could not destroy the attack moon during its brief recharge window. The only viable strategy against the attack moon was to exploit the shield downtime and weapon recharge gap, launching a close-quarters boarding assault. Once aboard, there were 2 options. The first was to destroy its reactor, detonating the entire attack moon with no risk of it being reclaimed. The second was to disable its internal corridors, severing its reinforcement channels, isolating it, and then clearing the greenskins off. Nareth chose the second option. A war engine as advanced as this Xeno construct would certainly have buyers willing to pay a steep price. He intended to handle it the same way he had with the frail battleship cruiser, finding partners and developing it jointly. Through cooperative development, he could share in the results while avoiding the need to permanently garrison the attack moon. Although the 11th Legion's fleet commanders didn't fully understand, they obeyed their Primarch's orders and charged toward the attack moon. The Orc fleet escorting the attack moon immediately turned toward the black ships. On the 6th Legion's flagship, Leman Russ clenched his fists as he gazed through the viewport at the torn-apart ships. The moon had reduced his sons to dust in the void. The Wolf King turned back toward the bridge with long, purposeful strides. He saw the 11th Legion's ship surging at full speed toward the attack moon. Enoch's eyes betrayed his grief. Those were brothers who had fought alongside him. Forcing himself into the commander's role, he studied the holo displays. The shadows of order have launched their attack on that accursed moon. Once they commit themselves, their courage is awe-inspiring. They had been maneuvering defensively before, yet now they're plunging straight into the Greenskin fleet's center. The Wolf Lord saw more and more black ships being destroyed on their approach to the attack moon. According to Rashiel's estimates, if the 11th Legion truly meant to get close to that monstrosity, they would pay dearly. The losses would exceed all the ships the Greenskins had destroyed over the past weeks combined. Nareth must have discovered something. Perhaps another of his sorceress tricks. To secure the victory of his hunt, Leman Russ had gathered intelligence on Nareth. He knew Nareth's sons had never yet clashed with the Orcs on such a scale. His knowledge of the attack moon must have come through psychic foresight. How should we respond? Enoch looked to his Wolf King and asked. Nareth warned us before. Though he walks a mistaken path, he is still. Leman Russ had intended to say brother, but recalling Nareth's attitude toward him, he instead said. A Primarch. Order the Legion fleet to attack the Orc ships, Russ commanded, his voice low and heavy. All ships, initiate Wolfpack raids. Tear into the flanks of the Greenskin fleet. Do not, under any circumstances, strike the dense central cluster. I do not know that moon's true condition, nor can I predict Nareth's moves. If our Wolfpack fleet enters the center, it may disrupt the shadows of Order's tactical maneuvers. The Grey ships, obeying their Primarch, unleashed their fury on the Orc fleet, avenging the swallowed brethren. Aboard the throne of shadow of sovereignty, Nareth watched as allied icons vanished from the holomap. A flicker of grief passed through his eyes, then he cast it away. He knew the surest way to minimize losses was to disable the corridors quickly. He had to cripple them in the very first wave. The Primarch gave his orders: cease broadside fire. Divert maximum power to the auger matrix. Scan the moon. Confirm all corridor locations. Drop pods and stormbirds, prepare for launch. After the commands were relayed, his equerry reported. My lord, the astropath has purged the interference. Starchant communications are restored. The 11th chapter has completed its warp transit and will soon arrive at its real space anchor. The 5th chapter is projected to arrive in 34 shipboard hours. Nareth's mind raced through countless scenarios of the coming occupation before he issued further commands. When the 11th arrives, they will pursue the Orc fleet in concert with system ships. When the 5th arrives, they will form a perimeter around the moon. Keep the Space Wolves away. The memory of the Space Wolves' conduct at the Craftworld's edge and other campaigns surfaced in Nareth's mind. The Wild Wolves always sought to destroy, to reduce everything to ruin. The cost had already been great, he would not see this prize annihilated. Arsena swiftly carried out the Primarch's orders. After consulting the chief Auspex officer, he reported. My lord, scans of the attack moon reveal 41 corridors across its surface. He worked the control staff. The holo display of the Wheel of Fire system shrank into a corner, replaced at the center by a scan of the attack moon. Surrounding display screens switched to corridor data feeds. The Primarch's eyes swept across them, the data flooding into his mind. After only a few seconds, he raised a hand and circled the corridor with the highest energy reading. This corridor, he said, then swiftly selected 4 more nearby, and these are the targets of myself and the Honor Guard. The 2nd and 7th chapters will handle the others. The orders were relayed to the 2 chapter masters. Nareth cast a glance at the holomap, where the Gloriana-class battleship rammed aside Orcish ships in its path. Void shield reports flashed warning runes, flickering between yellow and green. The Primarch rose and said to his captain. Diana, the Void battle is yours. As you command, my lord. Nareth strode to the embarkation deck. Black drop pods stood in rows on their launch racks, his Honor Guard was already assembled. The fallen shadows of order had been replaced with warriors from the 2nd and 7th. Excluding the Wilshire squad, there were now 583 warriors. Those who had survived the Battle of Arlenes wore a medal upon their chests, crafted by the Tech Marines, a black arrow piercing a yellow heart. The Primarch entered his custom-built pod. At the same moment, the Honor Guard and 2nd and 7th assault squads boarded theirs. When all were secured, the pod doors closed like armored pedals, turning them into seed pods ready to fall. Klaxons blared. The launch rack's coils charged. On the Stormbird deck, Arsena heard the shrill whine and smelled ozone filling the air. The coils reached full power, sudden shifts in pressure signaled that the deck's void shields had dropped. The drop pods' machine spirits howled with eagerness for battle. Then, the pods fired like bullets, shockwaves rattling the embarkation deck. Wrapped in blue flame, they screamed down toward the attack moon. On its surface, the orc saw the blazing light streak from the sky. They howled with excitement. One towering orc, larger and stronger than the rest, bellowed. "Oya gits. Stuff's rainin' from the sky. Whack. Legz movin', grabs ready, wez takin, de lot." Hundreds of grot and snotlings ran after him, eager to snatch at the wreckage. Boom. The pods slammed into the moon, shockwaves flinging the greedy orcs aside. The hatches burst open. Black-armored warriors strode out. Nareth stepped forth, raising his left arm, blasting an orc with a bolter round. Even as he fired, his gaze swept the battlefield, locating the highest energy fluctuations. At 5 o'clock, 2.7 kilometers, he told his honor guard. "Nice sagen, loot you wearin', Humi. Dat sword's gonna look real good in me hand, after I rip it off ya." The striped orc knobs leered greedily at Nareth's ornate plate, more splendid than his own boss's armor, and charged. Nareth met him head-on. The sword of Vol sang as it cut, the massive iron club split like butter. The orc knob's head flew from his shoulders. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 200, Chapter 199, Gorkanaut. Nareth led the honor guard forward, gathering up scattered members along the way. Hundreds, then thousands of orcs surged toward them, but their crazed charge did nothing to slow the honor guard's advance. The Primarch found his aid and most of the honor guard, driving straight toward the corridor. It wasn't until they were about a kilometer from their destination that real trouble appeared. The mech boys' bosses who had built the portal came stomping out ahead, leading mobs of Burna boys. "Fair Gorkin Mork, let's smash to Humi's ta bits." One mech boy's boss bellowed as he was first onto the field. The Burna boys roared like maniacs in reply, then unleashed their roaring flammers. Arsena, his breathing mask gleaming, strode forward and swept his staff outward. An invisible barrier field shimmered into place, halting the torrent of fire. Nareth's voice thundered out, louder than the crackle of the inferno. "Flanks. Hit their fuel tanks." The honor guard on the wings raised their bolters and fired at the iron tanks strapped to the orcs' backs. Diamond-tipped bolts punched through the metal shells. The explosions triggered chain reactions of promethium. Boom. 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 Orc hides and crude armor were torn apart, the pyromaniacs blown into sprays of gore and fire. One mech boys let out a scream before his tools and body alike were swallowed in black smoke. The guard advanced another 100 meters before dozens more mech boys appeared ahead, this time backed by tens of thousands of Burna boys. "Fire up to choppas, LADZ. We smeltin', good." The Burna boys yanked levers and switched their weapons into searing torch mode. The largest mech boy roared, his blood boiling, a core of rage swelling inside his chest. He raised his massive gun and fired a dozen shots skyward. The chatter of gunfire cut through the air as he bellowed, "1 dead black tins. 1.0 fungus beer. Daka daka daka." The Burna boys' eyes blazed green fire. Whack. Torched a black tinz. An ocean of flame erupted, sweeping toward the honor guard. The silver-haired psyker raised both hands high, pouring his full will into holding up the field. Sweat broke instantly across his forehead as the orc flame smashed into his barrier. He felt it, more flame, hotter flame, changed flame. Within moments, cracks opened in the shimmering wall. Arsena's hand trembled. Crack. The fire burst through, engulfing an honor guard Astartes in his black power armor. The warrior was turned to charred ruin in an instant. The shadows of order, bound together by their brotherhood, felt his agony and burned with wrath. They hurled themselves forward faster than before. Bolter fire slammed into the orc flame streams, detonations rolling across the battlefield. Nareth slid the sword of Vol back, stooped, and snatched up a piece of orc armor. With a flex of his hand, the Primarch crushed the hard plating into fragments, shards, strips, spheres. "Here's a gift for you." The briber infused the shards with psychic force and hurled them high. The iron pieces arced over the inferno and dropped into the orc ranks. Guided by his inhuman aim, each shard struck home, shattering masks and slamming into snarling green faces. Dozens of Burna boys howled, then snapped. In their madness, every orc around them suddenly looked like the enemy. With bellowing rage, they swung their flammers at their own mobs. Caught off guard, the Burna boys tore into each other, spewing fire wildly. Hundreds died in their own infernos. The orc line, held together by the mech boys, collapsed into chaos. Nareth nodded in satisfaction. The briber's charm made it almost impossible for those struck to feel enmity toward him, sometimes even turning them against their own. Against orcs, it's devastating. With no enemies, they always find one among themselves. Nareth kept hurling shards, and every toss spawned new whirlwinds of fire. Orcs by the thousands turned the battlefield into a burning slaughterhouse. The Primarch's chain glowed red around his finger, refilling the psychic energy he'd spent. Arsena bent low, thrusting both arms outward, and shoved with all his will. The firestorm itself heaved forward, rolling over the orcs. The honor guard split in two wings, sweeping around the inferno toward the portal. That was when Nareth saw it. Before the portal stood a towering yellow war machine, its front daubed with a crude red beast head. A Gorkanaut. Nareth recognized it instantly, a walking idol of Gork himself, every orc's dream made metal. The Gorkanaut raised its arm and opened fire. The shadows of order dropped down far from the Primarch, heading for their marked objectives. Meanwhile, Nareth's squad had drawn every mech boys in the area. The other two teams slipped through to the corridor. The Gorkanaut's Deathstorm Megashuta spun up, its 6 barrels vomiting a hail of shells. One honor guard was torn apart instantly. The apothecary threw himself onto the fallen, his duty absolute. Together they rolled away as the torrent chewed the earth into craters. The honor guards returned fire, bolter shells chewing chunks from the massive walker's hide. Inside the cockpit, the orc howled in fury at every strike. He triggered rocket racks on the Gorkanaut's back, sending missiles screaming into the guards' ranks. Boom. The squad scattered. The Gorkanaut's right arm barked, Twin Big Shoulda spat another storm of shells. Another guard fell. The orc boss laughed, stomping toward the body, chest flamer belching hellfire. But a black shadow slammed into the machine with hurricane force. The orc boss reeled inside, glimpsing a giant far taller than the black tins. With a snarl, he triggered the massive claw of Gork, the roaring power claw crashing down toward Nareth. The Primarch's power fist flared gold. Fist met claw. The impact thundered like an earthquake. The Gorkanaut staggered back, gouging deep trenches in the ground. The orc howled, for the first time since Gork had chosen him, he was losing in strength. The claw was shattered, shards raining to the dirt. Rage and the echo of Gork's own roar filled the cockpit. The Gorkanaut's chest belched fire. But Nareth rolled aside, landing light as air. He invoked the Otsburg via first form and drove the sword of Vol straight for the cockpit. The claw blocked, but the sword struck the crack. The weapon exploded with power, tearing the claw apart. The second form followed, a reverse thrust of blinding blue-white light. The blade punched through the machine's chest, through the orc inside. The towering Gorkanaut collapsed in ruin. The honor guard stared in awe, their eyes filled with reverence for their gene-father who had felled a god machine in moments. The tech marines rushed to the corridor, studying its mechanisms. Nareth, noticing the orc teeth glowing faintly with spiritual resonance, drew a chains word and hacked 2 out. He left a squad to hold the portal, using the Gorkanaut's wreck as cover against any orcs that emerged. Then he pressed the assault on the other portals. The honor guard, with the 2nd and 7th chapters, launched brutal boarding actions, crippling the orc attack moon. Out in the void, the 11th chapter arrived to scour the orc fleet. For the first time in true battle, Pell commanded his ship, and hurled it into the slaughter of greenskin battleships. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 201, Chapter 200, Must the Wolf Beg from a Better Hunter? On the Sword of Vostroya, the first battleship produced by the Vostroyan shipyards, Pell cautiously stood upon the bridge. In every field of training he had taken first place, including the many courses involving voidcraft. After completing the voidship training required of every Shadow of Order candidate, he was recognized as possessing the qualities of a voidship commander. Thereafter, Pell and the other candidates began advanced training in voidship command. Ballistics of the Void, fleet tactics, formation command, simulated fleet battles. As the top student in every subject, Pell naturally became the only recruit entrusted with the captaincy of a battleship. Recruits whose overall evaluations reached the excellent standard became frigate captains or part of a battleship's command crew. Those rated merely qualified were given smaller escort ships. Pell braced himself as the bridge deck tilted sharply beneath him. The Sword of Vostroya's power was diverted to void shields and weapons. During emergency maneuvers, a battleship had to rely partly on its own mass and gravity. Port side, 11 degrees, Pell commanded with fervor. Take it out. All screens flickered with runes, friend or foe signals filling the void, while the molten husks of ruined starships lit the darkness with fire. A Cobra-class destroyer flashed past, and Astartes Legion's smallest independent warship. Its failing engines vented blue-white fire, sparking like fireworks as it scraped past the massive battleship's hull. Accelerate. Pell's voice dropped, his black eyes gleaming. His transhuman brain simultaneously mapped attack vectors and evasive maneuvers. The recoil from lance fire shook the deck. On the screens, forward scans vanished beneath a searing yellow glare. The fleeing orc ship loomed ahead, even larger than the Sword of Vostroya. Prismatic ether fire lashed its shields, crackling until the barrier collapsed. Orc fighter bombers closing starboard. Portside void shield 5 has failed. Lances at 95% charge. Data streamed through Pel's mind, flowing seamlessly into the tactical flood. The sword of Ostroya, under his command, swept through the void. The prey could not escape. Target locked, the gunnery master roared. Fire. 2 blazing beams speared through the enemy's roaring engines. The unstable balance of their drive shattered. The Orc ship began to tear itself apart. The Orc fleet broke en route. As the 6th and 11th Legion pressed the pursuit, the flagship of the Space Wolves approached the attack moon. On its bridge, Enoch looked through the viewport at the black ships in perfect formation. The shadows of Order's 5 battleships held the key orbital nodes. Frigates and destroyers spread out in escort screens, while lighter craft swarmed. The 11th Legion controlled the attack moon's perimeter. No vessel could pass their blockade. The Wolf Lord slammed his fists against the console, roaring. What do they mean by this? Anger glinted in Leman Russ's golden eyes. His voice was ice. Hold course. Maintain speed. Send word to Nareth's whelps, clear my path. I will go to the accursed moon. Tell them the blood of the wolves was spilled there. Encrypted messages flashed back and forth. The shadows of Order warned the wolves not to approach. Yet the wolves stalked nearer, step by step. On the attack moon's surface, after seizing the 3rd gate, Nareth received an urgent report from his astropath. He paused a moment, recalling the words Russ would one day speak to Magnus during the burning of Prospero. Tell him, the shadows of Order found this attack moon. It is mine to dispose of. And ask him this, must the wolf beg from a better hunter? Moments later, the wolves' flagship crossed into lance range. On its bridge, the astropath relayed Nareth's words, trembling beneath Russ's murderous gaze. Enoch's fury erupted, his fist smashed the screen from its mount, sending it crashing into a servitor. The servitor collapsed, its abdomen split open, sparks crackling from ruined systems. The bridge fell silent. Only the hum of instruments broke the stillness. All eyes turned to the Wolf King, awaiting his judgment. By the law of Fenris, the prey belongs to the hunter who brings it down, Russ growled. The pack does not steal another's kill. Relief spread among the Legion. Russ stepped beside the Wolf Lord, clapping a hand upon his shoulder. Enoch, vent your wrath on the greenskins. Prove yourself in battle against his whelp. The Wolf Lord slammed his fist against his armor with a resounding crack. Father, I will win. Russ withdrew his hand, gaze returning to the void. His other hand clenched into a fist. I will take the Orc Warbus's head. I will win the hunt. And I will crush Nareth's damned pride. The 6H Legion's flagship was the first to strike, targeting the 5th planet under Orc control. Upon entering orbit, Enoch ordered immediate bombardment of the Orcs' defenses. As expected, Nareth soon received confirmation that Russ had halted, followed shortly by news of the wolves' assault upon the Greenskin world. Having just seized the 4th gate, the Primarch asked his attendant. What of the 2nd and 7th chapters? Arsena checked his data slate before answering. Lord, 15 standard minutes ago, Lord James reported the 2nd chapter secured 6 corridors, with 3 already deactivated by the Tech Marines. 17 standard minutes ago, Lord Sanchez reported the 7th chapter had taken 9 corridor, with 4 shut down. Nareth considered briefly, then issued his commands. Order the 5th and 6th chapters to divert 2/3 of their strength to the attack moon. Take the remaining corridor, relieve the 7th chapter. The 7th is to re-embark and strike the Orc world. He would not underestimate the Wolf King. He could already picture Enoch pouring his fury upon the Orcs. Have the Astropath send word to the 3rd and 9th chapters, half their strength is to redeploy to the Wheel of Fire. The attack moon's discovery demanded a reshaping of plans and deployments. Before transferring it to the buyers, a permanent garrison must be established. Originally Nareth had intended, after victory at Katakan, to rotate other chapters here to gain experience against the Orcs. Now, he accelerated the plan. He noted the moon's properties onto his data slate, its structure, subspace drives, gravitic lash weapons, barbaric shield fields. He handed the slate to his attendant. Collate the Tech Marines' data with this and send it aboard the transports to Necromunda. Deliver it to the Forge Lord. Rosicky will seek among the Mechanicum those factions who covet such a prize. At once, Lord. Sanchez, upon receiving the Primarch's order, dared not delay. He knew well the name of Enoch, an opponent not to be underestimated. He would defend the Legion's honor. He would defeat the Wolf Lord. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 202, Chapter 201, Wheel of Fire, the Pyromaniac. On the 5th planet of the Wheel of Fire system, gray battleships gathered in high orbit. Torpedoes rained down like a storm onto the remaining orbital gun arrays and missile platforms. The Orcs' defense system was utterly outmatched, struggling to hold on beneath the howling bombardment of the Space Wolves. Tens of thousands of weapons joined the assault, energy beams, kinetic slugs, and heavy bombardment shells lanced into the greenskin defenses. Within just 2 ship days, the 6th Legion's fleet had shattered most of the orbital fortifications. Enormous wreckage fell like a meteor shower, burning irregular fragments piercing through the clouds, lighting up the Orc fortress below. One massive chunk, as large as a cruiser, streaked across the fortress in 14 blazing seconds before slamming into the ground, gouging a blackened canyon and shaking the earth. The greenskins squealed with excitement, stampeding toward the wreck. But beams of light speared down from above, vaporizing the Orcs as they spilled greedily from their walls. Hypersonic shells struck the fortress with a thunderous chain of sonic booms. On the 5th day of orbital bombardment, after confirming the Orcs' anti-air defenses had been all but annihilated, Enoch finally issued the landing order. Iron-gray stormbirds blotted out the sky, their knife-like hulls painted at the prow with the twin wolf sigil. At the very front of the formation, inside the lead Stormbird, the Wolf Lord watched the greenskins scrambling to swivel their crude, misshapen cannons. Missiles. Several were launched at once. Other Stormbirds followed, firing warheads to obliterate the guns surrounding the landing zone. With the guns suppressed, landing struts crashed open. The Stormbirds slammed into the earth. The moment they touched down, assault ramps fell with a thunderous crash, and out leapt Enoch in grey armor. The Wolf Lord wore the pelt of a Fenrisian beast he had slain in the hunt, 2 great fangs jutting down beneath his helm. Enoch threw back his head and roared, his hull drowning out the Orc's bellows. Firing his bolt pistol as he ran, he hurled himself into the fray without hesitation. I must claim the kill in this hunt. But his rival, Sanchez, did not rush. Instead, he studied the flowing data on the hololithic display. The shifting glyphs and sigils burned into his mind. He muttered in a deep voice. Breeding large numbers of squigs. Father's archives mentioned this, the Snakebite clan. Beside him, Skesny nodded. According to Father's records, clans encode genetic traits into the Orc genome itself, long-developed adaptations and modes of war. The ones entrenched on Planet 7 are certainly Snakebites. Only they would raise squigs in such numbers. Noticing the scans of crude totems and tribal banners, Giorgino tapped several images. It is confirmed. Snakebites. The Reaper Lord's black eyes glimmered. Then we can shape our tactics around their nature. Cersney recalled the Primarch's notes. Snakebites favor tradition over technology. They ride squig beasts, launching savage frontal charges. Giorgino added, they loathe machinery. They often drift into feral subcultures, becoming beast snaga orcs. And beast snaga orcs hunt the largest, toughest prey. To them, worthy trophies are not only monsters, but super heavy tanks, and even titans. The pyromaniac's eyes lit with flame. Perfect. I'll give them a fire to chase. With his battle plan laid, Sanchez unleashed the 7th chapter's assault on the 7th planet of the Wheel of Fire. On the planet's surface, Snakebite warboss Skilluga raised his head. Countless black aircraft streaked down through the clouds. Skilluga was larger, stronger than most of his kin. He wore raw pelts, smeared himself with mud and crude paint, hung teeth and claws from beasts he had slain. He bared fangs at the weird boy before him. Oi, Macrog. It's huntin' time. Go find me the biggest, meanest one what needs crumpin'. Right you are, boss. I'll sniff out the biggest one. The weird boy clutched a staff of skulls and femurs. Green energy surged from him, his massive feet stomping left and right as power coursed. Howling with glee, he raised his arms as crackling power blazed in his eyes. After a dozen seconds, the glow dimmed. He pointed. Dear they are, boss. Big black wagons. Green mist coiled in Skilluga's mind. His mechanical claw opened and snapped shut like a serpent. The bosses sent me huntin'. We'll smash the humies. Whack. The beast snaga orcs roared back, weapons high. Skilluga climbed onto his squig. The boys followed suit, spurring their beasts to a thunderous charge. Hundreds of squigs thundered across the plains, shaking the ground. By sundown, they finally saw it. A black vehicle, larger than any Skilluga had ever imagined. A mountain of iron, a fortress on tracks. Beside it, black jet bikes spat fire, riders in dark armor speeding away. Humies bigger than normal, but still small compared to him. The Humies is always weak. Smash it. With a roar, Skilluga led the charge. The snakebites swarmed, dismounting and hammering their weapons against the black giant. From afar, Sanchez glanced back from his jet bike. The orcs ignored him, as expected, charging straight into the trap. The black wagon was no tank at all, but a decoy, a shell as large as 36 Malkador heavy tanks combined, hastily built by servitors. Once Prometheum was loaded inside and the Hulk lowered by transport craft, the stage was set for the Pyromaniac's play. Sanchez's Thunderwolf was restless, its mate was heavy with cubs, so today he rode a jet bike. Twisting the throttle, he circled back toward the cannon of the black wagon. Entering his psychic range, he raised both hands. Flame and light coalesced, forming the blazing spear. With a thrust, he hurled it forward, fireballs streaming behind. He turned hard, bike screaming as he sped away. Behind him, the spear arced into the false cannon, burying into barrels of fuel. A heartbeat later. Boom. 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 The black wagon tore apart in chained explosions, consuming the snake bites. Most orcs were incinerated outright. The hardiest, those whose bodies had been tempered by endless battles, staggered screaming from the inferno. The pyromaniac felt as though stars exploded in his veins, his whole body aflame. Heat washed over him, sweat soaking his undersuit even through power armor. Scatter. None escape. His shadows of order split wide, jet bikes forming a ring, bolters spitting into squigs and orcs. Detonations rippled as shots ignited more fuel, tearing bodies apart. But then, a titanic roar shook the flames. Through the firestorm, a charred giant emerged, taller than the riders of the order. The war boss raised his cleaver high and brought it down in one brutal swing. Cleave. A shadow of order and his jet bike split clean in two. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 203, Chapter 202, Wall of Fire. Sanchez immediately noticed the hulking, soot-black figure. The information issued by the Primarch flashed through his mind. A war boss. The pyromaniac leapt off his jet bike at once. His right hand rose, condensing ball after ball of fire. With a flick, the fireballs streaked toward. Boom. 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 The pelts Skilurga had worn were already incinerated to ash during the Promethean blast. Now each fireball exploded against his body, tearing flesh apart chunk by chunk. Sanchez's eyes turned deep and dark. He raised his bolt pistol in his left hand and fired at the war boss. Through his warp insight, he locked onto the orc's weak points. Each explosive round inflicted real damage, even against the brute's thick hide. Skilurga roared in fury. His body grew heavier and heavier, his charge slowing with every step. Then a piercing cry rang in his ears. Boss. He recognized the weird boy voice. Suddenly, power surged inside him, accompanied by the echo of a crude, divine presence. Whack. The war boss lunged forward with sudden speed, barreling toward Sanchez. The orc psyker burst from the flames, having cast Get Up and Fight on his boss. He then turned on the black-armored giant, bellowing like thunder. Crackling green energy streaked towards Skilurga. The pyromaniac stomped down hard with his right foot, channeling his spirit. A wall of fire erupted. Two serpents of flame coiled forth, one for the war boss, one for the psyker. A ring of blazing fire rose around the pyromaniac, and when the psyker's green energy slammed into it, the impact burst in a series of explosions. Sparks crackled, then the wall devoured the green firehole. Macrog barely had time to register that his charred husk had been neutralized before the fire serpents were upon him. He rolled desperately, evading one serpent. The other lashed Skilurga full in the chest. But the war boss ignored the pain. His eyes saw only the black-armored foe. He slammed into the fire wall, heedless of the searing pain, raising his cleaver for a killing blow. Sanchez was faster. He jammed his bolt pistol beneath the warboss's jaw and pulled the trigger again and again. Boom boom boom. Bang bang bang. Skilurga's head exploded into pulp, his massive frame collapsing lifelessly. Macrog scrambled up from his evasive rolls, only to freeze in shock. His boss was dead. Nah. No Zoggin way. The boss was the whack-eyest boss there ever was in here world. Ain't no one beat 'cept dat warlord. Terrified, Macrog cast one last glance at the black-armored giant, then turned and ran. The pyromaniac's gaze followed the fleeing psyker. He drew deeper on his spirit, summoning a swarm of flaming ravens. The more orcs he burned, the stronger his mastery over fire became. The ravens multiplied. He imbued each bird with a sliver of his essence. When they left his body, Sanchez discovered his control had sharpened as well. He could now adjust their flight paths, ensuring every flaming raven tracked its quarry. Macrog felt the scorching presence at his back. Heavy footfalls haunted his ears. He dodged left, then right, but could never shake pursuit. Boom. A flaming raven struck him, then another, and another. As Sanchez's flame ravens tore the psyker apart, he felt fire flow surging within himself like rivers of molten light. Elsewhere, other shadows of order wiped out dozens more snakebite orcs. Clean the battlefield, Sanchez commanded. At once, the shadows began collecting gear and relics their gene-father might deem valuable. Flamethrower squads incinerated orc corpses. From the Primarch's instructions, every warrior of the 11th Legion knew, orcs reeked of fungal stench, and spread by spores. Leave the bodies, and more would come, stronger than before. The cleaner the purge, the easier the future. Sanchez linked his vox comms to the Void Hunter. Cessisny, Giorgino, the ambush tactics worked against the snakebites. Relay the order, the chapter is to execute the same strategy. Exterminate the greenskins. The Reaper Lord then led his forces directly into the snakebite camp. The resistance of whip boys and runt herds was crushed swiftly. Securing the camp, Sanchez found cages packed with squigs, smaller than the monstrous mounts they had slain earlier, but still far larger than common breeds. The Shadows of Order also uncovered venomous serpents, spiders, and other toxic beasts. The Reaper Lord recalled from the Primarchs' briefings, snakebites trained by letting snakes bite them, hardening their flesh and gaining resistance to toxins. More than curiosities, these could interest the Primarch as war spoils. Sanchez compiled an inventory and forwarded it to the Primarch's aid. After seizing the attack moon, Arsena rejoined the Nareth aboard the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty. Nareth sat upon the Black Throne, receiving the casualty reports. My lord, the Legion lost 41 ships in the Void battle. 86% were destroyed while boarding the attack moon, under fire from thousands of Orc ships. Losses, 2 capital ships, 13 escorts, 27 destroyers. Nareth showed little concern. The 11th Legion already had the capacity to build most common battleship types. Vostroya's shipyards were operational, able to produce capital ships. Triton's homeworld industry was forming, soon to surpass Vostroya's. Most crucially, Cypher Mundi was expanding rapidly, with the potential to rival even Mars itself. What mattered most now were personnel losses. In the Void War, 1,892 Shadows of Order were killed. Crew and thralls exceeded 230,000. In the storming of the Battle Moon, 1,009 were slain, 17 Honor Guard, 516 from the 2nd, 292 from the 7th, and 184 from the 5th and 11th who joined late. Nareth's mind raced. Total losses so far, 2,901 legionaries. Sorrow filled his eyes. The Fire Wheel is a grand campaign. Losses were inevitable. The Space Wolves waged war for 5 years and lost a third of their strength. With their numbers and reinforcements, by year 824 their size should have reached around 69,000. Thus, the Fire Wheel must have cost the Wolves around 23,000 lives, at minimum, not less than 20,000. He considered how the Imperium had yet to face an Orc attack moon. Likely, in the original Fire Wheel, half the Wolves' dead fell to it. And considering their tactics, their headlong charge was paradoxically the way to minimize losses. By that measure, our toll is acceptable. Through reason, Nareth steeled himself to bear the Legion's heaviest losses. As he pondered, Arsena continued. My lord, the Reaper Lord reports that on the 7th planet, the snakebites were broken by feigned retreat. Only 4 casualties. Excellent, Nareth said, delighted. Publish this to all levels of command. Remind them, exploit the Orc weaknesses in my dossiers. Strike precisely. The Arsena took note and gave the next update. My lord, the Death Lord reports Necromunda is now stable. Nareth fell silent. Sanchez's lure tactics may not solve the larger, craftier snakebite hordes, but they'll suffice for Planet 7. The prophecy die will soon be recharged. The conquest of Katakan must be prepared. At last he gave the order. Deploy half the 4th and 8th chapters here. Ready the landing craft. I will go to the 7th planet myself, to inspect the spoils. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 204, Chapter 203, The Beast Tamer assists the Gyrinx in becoming an Beyonder creature. A black landing craft entered orbit around Wheel of Fire 7th planet. Through the viewing port, the Primarch saw plumes of fire erupting skyward. He knew, those were the flames set by the 7th chapter's hunts. Moments later, the landing craft descended. Nareth disembarked, accompanied by Sanchez, and stepped into the camp of the Snakebite tribe. He did not first visit the Squiggoth, already known to be material for the Provoker path, but instead went straight to the Snakebite clan's serpent pit. In front of him lay a massive pit, filled with thousands of venomous snakes writhing together, tongues flicking, hissing wetly, venomous spittle splashing into the air. Opening his spiritual sight, Nareth gazed into the pit, where countless glimmers of spiritual light shimmered among the serpents. Not every snake carries spiritual light, likely only those that have bitten snakebite orcs count as potion materials. But in this pit alone, hundreds qualify. These could serve as main ingredients for Sequence 7 of the Moon Pathway, the Vampire. And there are thousands of such pits across the planet's surface, each with at least 100 snakes. Without doubt, Vampire is the Sequence 7 path I can cultivate in the greatest numbers. As he pondered, an image flashed in his mind, an apothecary leaping across the battlefield on the moon, dragging the Shadow of Order to safety. He knew that was the apothecary's duty, they often risked themselves to save brothers in battle. They would even use their own backs to block bullets, which explained why, unlike other Astartes, their power armor was most often damaged in the rear. The Sequence 9 Apothecary, which reduces rejection of implants and boosts medicinal efficacy, flows naturally into Sequence 7 Vampire with its regenerative powers. This makes the moon the most fitting path for my Astartes apothecaries. The vampire's optimal nourishment is not human blood but blood rich in spirituality. My stockpile is plentiful. Kraken blood alone could sustain 100 vampires for a century. And their aversion to sunlight. For Astartes clad in power armor, that weakness is meaningless. Closing his spirit sight, Nareth turned to the Reaper Lord beside him. Katakan is a dangerous world, but also a treasure trove. The Beast Tamer could thrive there. Better yet if promoted to vampire. I wonder if Michael can digest the Beast Tamer path before the 7th chapter departs. The Beast Tamer descended from the landing craft, followed by 134 Thunderwolves. By natural reproduction, there should not have been so many. Together with other apothecaries, he had concocted various potions to boost progesterone and other hormones, accelerating the wolves' breeding. They varied in size, the largest no bigger than a horse. None were yet fully grown, they were the offspring born under the Primarch's orders, with the Beast Tamer using his beyond ability taming to coax their reproduction. Chief Apothecary Michael advanced. Using the auger arrays to scan, he locked onto a region with the lowest life signal density. By the array's statistical analysis, there were fewer than 100 orcs there. Among the grey-furred wolf pack ran an orange-furred gyrinx, frolicking alongside them as they circled around the Beast Tamer. After a few hundred meters, the Shadow of Order felt the ground shake. His cheeks tightened, facial muscles contracting. A staccato chirping call rang out. The tamed thunderwolves instinctively grouped into packs of 3, forming wolf squads. The central wolf advanced, the other 2 lagging half a body behind to its sides. Each bowed low, preparing to strike. 35 snakebite boys charged forward atop squiggoths, followed by dozens of Gretchen with rifles. From Nareth, Michael knew the snakebites despised advanced technology, relegating ranged weapons to Gretchen. Unlike in other clans, these Gretchen bore the finest guns. The Shadow of Order raised his left arm and fired a bolter volley at the Gretchen. The Thunderwolves lunged at the squiggoths. Each central wolf issued a taunting howl. The squiggoths roared in rage, jaws snapping. But the provoking wolf always leapt back, while its companions surged forward to bite. Orcs swung weapons to fend one wolf, but the other always struck true, sinking fangs into green legs or tearing chunks from squiggoth flesh. Caught in these repeated assaults, the mounted snakebite riders were soon dragged down and shredded. The Beast Tamer, through animal senses, linked his spirit with the wolves, sharing their perceptions. A strange melting sensation rippled through him, not as strong as when he first tamed the Thunderwolves, but distinct nonetheless. Suddenly, he saw a massive blade slash toward him. Pain exploded, not in his body, but through the shared senses, striking his mind directly. The Beast Tamer drew his power sword. His fury surged, and the gyrinx's black eyes blazed with fire. The feline raised its paw and struck hard. Cracks spidered through the orc's cleaver. Unaware of the curse unraveling his weapon, the orc bellowed and charged the black-armored warrior. The power sword met the cleaver, its disruption field crackling. The orc's eyes bulged as his blade shattered piece by piece. Michael's follow-up strike cut him down. With the Wolfpack trial complete, the Beast Tamer hailed the landing craft, which ferried him to the Reaper Lord's newly seized encampment. When he beheld the Primarch, Michael spoke. "My lord, I have completed your task. The Thunderwolves can now breed in void environments. I've also developed drugs to slightly boost their fertility." "Well done," Nareth nodded with satisfaction. "Distribute the stabilized wolves to the warriors of the 7th chapter, with priority for the court members." The Reaper Lord immediately selected his men and summoned them to receive their wolves from the Beast Tamer. Once Nareth had transferred all potion materials into the Kingdom of Disorder, he sought out the Beast Tamer again. "Come with me." He led Michael to a temporary camp. "First, build rapport with it." He placed his gyrinx into Michael's arms. Sensing a predator's aura, the cat's fur stood on end. Through their psychic link, Nareth soothed the terrified feline. Gradually, its golden ginger coat settled, and it accepted the Beast Tamer's touch. The Primarch returned to his private tent, entered the Kingdom of Disorder, and had the Jokeros brew the monster potion using a Jorgal spawn and the butterflies. He considered his powers and relics carefully. The Hand of Order to strike and restrain. The Sword of Vol for sheer lethality. The Crimson Chain to enhance regeneration. The Ring to unleash devastating fire magic. The Black Wolf Companion to drag foes into dreams. The Mask, likely tied to necromancy, which could one day let him field an army alone. The Dice of Prophecy, useful for divination but not combat. As a Primarch, his defense and senses were already immense, he was a true, all-rounder warrior. At this stage, the greatest factor in battle outcomes was fortune itself. Thus, he resolved to cultivate the gyrinx along the Wheel of Fortune path to transcendence. Carrying the silvery monster potion, he returned to Michael's camp. He grabbed the gyrinx again, forced the elixir into its mouth, and handed it back to the beast tamer. Use your spirit, Nareth instructed, stroke its body, ease its pain. He knew ordinary beasts without intellect would almost always die or mutate into monsters after ingesting a potion. Only if they endured could they awaken as beyonder beings. The beast tamer could aid them through this threshold. The gyrinx had a spark of wit, but only barely. The Primarch's eyes shimmered as his psychic link with the cat deepened until they nearly merged. Faint whispers echoed in his mind. Countless chaotic images flickered past, seemingly drawn at random from infinity. Ascending into his first layer mindscape, below the illusion born of the potion, he used the psychic tether to guide the gyrinx into meditation, containing its new power. Michael obeyed, channeling spirit into his hands, stroking the writhing cat. Suddenly, Nareth's eyes narrowed. A vision struck him. The Emperor handing him the Dionysian spear. Nareth, this is a mighty artifact. The image and voice vanished. The Primarch's temples throbbed. The cat's fur was soaked with sweat. Michael's spirit was nearly drained, but within, a crimson star shattered to pieces. He knew then, he had become a true beast tamer. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daoisjinsu. Chapter 205, Chapter 204, Monster John. Through observation of Michael's aura and questioning, Nareth confirmed that he had fully digested the beast tamer potion, then moved into the kingdom of disorder. The auxiliary ingredients for the vampire potion were the blood of spiritual creatures, 500 milliliters of Fenris ice worm blood, 600 milliliters of giant spirit spider blood. One by one, the Jokeros followed instructions, pouring more than a dozen kinds of spiritual creature blood into the cauldron, and finally placing a venomous snake from the Snakebite clan inside. Nareth watched Michael tilt back his head and drink the potion. He clearly saw that Michael's previously chiseled, marble-like face became softer. His high, sharp nose now had a refined curve. His lips, once a harsh straight line, now arched slightly, even without a smile. The changes were subtle, but they gave his face a gentler look. Compared to helping beasts ascend into beyonder creatures, Michael's own advancement was much smoother. After drinking the vampire potion, he entered meditation. 3 minutes of ship standard time later, he had stabilized the dissipating power. The most immediate effect after advancing to vampire was heightened smell. He could even detect the strange fungal odor outside the tent, on the ground. Clenching his fist, Michael felt his body surging with power, yet also lighter. But along with the strengthening, came discomfort. The lumen lamp hanging in the tent shed light on him, and he felt an instinctive aversion. His brows furrowed, the muscles in his neck tightening. Put your helmet on, the Primarch said, sharply attuned to Michael's unease. From today forward, during councils and such occasions, you needn't remove it. Thank you for your understanding, Father. The vampire put his helmet on, and once the light was blocked, he felt much better. For the coming period, you have 3 main tasks. Soon, you and your men will depart for a death world covered in forests. That place will become the recruitment ground for the 7th Legion. It is a world rich with species. Beyond your duties as apothecary, you must domesticate creatures and seek potion materials. The chief apothecary accepted his command, his voice now more magnetic than before. I will not fail your expectations. Nareth nodded slightly and went on. First, select more followers to join the royal court. Training of apothecaries must be accelerated. Second, 2 of the Jokeros aboard the Throne of Shadow Sovereignty are pregnant. You and the other apothecaries must prepare potions to ensure they deliver safely. Michael acknowledged, and Nareth continued. Lastly, cultivate the Wraith Bone parasite. The Tech Marine's research into Wraith Bones has been slow. Join the project, and explore whether potions can resolve the problem. After assigning the tasks, Nareth added, as a vampire, the most suitable food for you now is the blood of spiritual creatures. The Throne of Shadow Sovereignty stores Kraken blood and others. Carry supplies with you, so you don't risk frenzy from hunger. Michael hadn't expected his Gene Father to concern himself with his diet. Gratefully, he said. Your care, Father, I will never forget. After Michael left, Nareth lifted the gyrinx for inspection. Unlike Michael, who had visibly changed after advancing to Sequence 7 Vampire, the gyrinx who had ascended to Sequence 9 Monster showed no outward change. The only difference was its distracted spirit, its pitch-black eyes had lost focus. Through psychic link, Nareth sensed the whispers it occasionally heard, and the fleeting visions crossing its sight. It truly is more of a monster now. Remaining in this state long-term, its mind won't fare well. I wonder if it can even master intercom anymore. No, I should stop calling it it. He deserves a name. Since the gyrinx now had wisdom, keeping him nameless would be disrespectful. Nareth knew that once the monster advanced to Sequence 8 robot, it gained terrifying computational ability, and intelligence to match. From now on, he would have to relate to it differently. Nostradamus? No, that one specialized in prophetic verses and astrological fate lines. The Wheel of Fortune pathway, the monster, closer to instinct. John D., skilled in angelic communication and mapping time-space destiny threads, fits better. With that thought, Nareth lifted the gyrinx in his left hand and said aloud, "From now on, your name is John." The gyrinx murmured, struggling in Vostroyan. John. His voice was coarse, the vocal cords strained from speaking for the first time after ascension. But as if a switch had been flipped, his Vostroyan grew smoother and more fluent. "Green, towering beings, your enemy is a mighty orc." Through their psychic link, Nareth saw flashes of what the gyrinx beheld, an orc encased in armor wreathed in yellow fire. The vision suddenly shattered. As a monster, John could only glimpse such images at random, unlike diviners who could actively foresee. Only upon reaching Sequence 8 machine would he gain divination and counter-divination abilities. The orc warlord, Crow. While pondering, Nareth shared the first level of Thelema methods with John, transmitting them in fragments. Pulses of thought flared in John's mind. Each time his brain was overwhelmed, the pulses paused, then resumed once his discomfort subsided. When he finished transmitting, Nareth told him in Vostroyan. "Practice as I taught you. Master Thelema's inner calm. When whispers and visions trouble you, awaken your true will, and you'll feel much better." "Yes, Master," John replied. He took a while to grasp his meaning, but eventually understood. The Primarch watched as John settled into a relaxed crouch, his eyes deep, entering meditation. Suddenly, Nareth was struck. He sensed John's perception detaching from flesh, elevated to a higher state, and linked to him by a faint, invisible thread. He had never before perceived such a thread, but the monster's overwhelming intuition revealed it. Among all Sequence 9s, the monster had the strongest intuition, even greater than the Sleepless of the Darkness pathway. Even the mystery prior with the eyes of mystery prying would not see more, only observe the details of spirit bodies, etheric bodies, and minds. Through John's intuition, the Primarch felt faint motes of psychic energy flowing to him via that thread. So, that's why gyrinx seek psychic bonds, they draw mental food from their masters. Perhaps, it's this invisible tether that makes them ever more like their masters. Over the next several days, Nareth visited the snakebite encampments, hauling potion materials back into the disorderly kingdom. At the same time, he began teaching his honor guard the war mask technique suited for Shadow of Order Astartes. By dragging Slough Dha into a dream, the Primarch had unearthed the technique from a warrior's soul. He spent time modifying the Eldar method, developing a version for his own sons. The Shadows of Order, with their sharper senses, closer to the Eldar's perception, were naturally suited. 16 standard days later, 2 honor guard members had begun to master the war mask. They were Wilshire, finally freed once Arlenes was stabilized. Pell, the most outstanding of the first wave of Vostroyan recruits, whose performance in void combat had just earned him a place in the honor guard. After 16 standard days, the honor guard and 3 chapters concluded their brief rest. Nareth ordered the 5th chapter to hold the attack moon. Meanwhile, he led the 2nd and 11th chapters in an assault on the second planet of the Wheel of Fire. It was a greenskin industrial base world. Its fall would cripple orc war-making capacity. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 206, Chapter 205, War Mask. The Throne of Shadow's Sovereignty, Throne of the Monarch. Arsena manipulated the control staff, projecting a holographic image of the second planet of the Wheel of Fire system. Scan results show this planet is rich in mineral deposits. Its structures still retain some characteristics of human architecture. The greenskins have taken mankind's hive cities and factories, turning the world into a fortress planet, covered in strongholds and forges. Nareth sat upon the Black Throne, listening to his aide's report. There's also a massive orbital structure around this world, Arsena continued. Scans indicate it was once a human-built starport. The greenskins now ship their weapons up there and then trade them off-world. Turning to the assembled court, Arsena laid out his reasoning. According to the information you provided, my lord, the orcs maintain a crude trade system. They use teeth as currency. The Bad Moon's clan, whose teeth grow faster than any others, are thus the wealthiest of all clans. Based on the glyphs we observed on the attack moon, I judge that the warlord of this orc empire may well hail from the Bad Moons. He shifted the focus back to the second planet. Augur Array's scans reveal 5 massive fortresses, all of them once human hive cities. The largest lies directly beneath the orbital starport. Expanding the holomap, he said, adjusting the staff, the other 4 fortresses form a ring around it, linked by a circular causeway. The ring road was probably built upon human foundations, crude, but 152 kilometers wide. By calculating the frequency of traffic, we conclude it functions much like our own high-speed transit arteries. The student of ratiocination laid out his deductions before the court. Inside the Grand Hall, 1,542 honor guards sat in formation, 703 from the 7th chapter, and 154 apothecaries. Nareth, recognizing the scale of the coming campaign, had expanded the honor guard accordingly, with extra emphasis on the 7th chapter and the apothecaries, who would soon deploy to Katakan. Wilshire, once seated at the back, now occupied a forward row, beside Pel Koscielny. On the display, Wilshire watched the fortresses, countless crude cannons, jagged barrels like spears pointed skyward, belching black smoke. The green-skinned defenses are formidable. This will be a hard fight. As he thought, the Primarch spoke. Tell me your thoughts. How do we wage this war? James, chapter master of the 2nd chapter, answered first, his tone shaped by past battles against the attack moon and in void combat. Father, we should strip away the outer defenses, then move on the fortresses themselves. Nareth said nothing. Diana Pauline, attending in her spectator role, judged silently. True to James's cautious style. Then Merson, lord of the 11th chapter, spoke up. Father, I suggest striking the orbital starport first, drawing the orcs to its defense. When they come, we strike them down. The spectator assessed again. Bolder than James, more predatory in his gaze. Nareth listened, then turned to the honor guard behind them. Wilshire. What is your view? Under the scrutiny of the Primarch, the chapter master, and all present, Wilshire did not falter. Father, the void of the Wheel of Fire is ours. The starport has lost much of its strategic value. As bait, it is weak. But the ring road linking the 5 fortresses, that is the true lifeline. Whichever warboss holds it commands unmatched mobility and the power to move armies across the planet. Nareth nodded, satisfied. He had not been mistaken about Wilshire. Good. The spectator felt the weight of that single word. The warmth in his tone, the gleam in his eye, clear approval. She felt her chest melt. Wilshire's heart soared at his father's recognition. Then Nareth's gaze shifted to Pel. And you, Pel? Pel smiled confidently. Father, Wilshire is right, but his plan can be improved. I studied the data you provided. The orcs thrive on infighting. On this world, are a clan of the most greedy kind, the Death Skulls. He stepped forward to the screen, pointing out orc glyphs, a blue horn skull, hanging from many warriors. The Death Skulls will scavenge anything. If an opportunity arises, they'll even loot from their fellow orcs. That starport, it is a treasure trove to them. Irresistible. If we seize it and crash it into the surface, scattering wreckage between the central fortress and the 4 others. The Death Skull's scavies will descend in droves, fighting one another to claim the debris. Their greed will consume them. Nareth considered carefully. Pel's grasp of orc psychology, of their crude order and self-destruction, outstripped the chapter lords and even Wilshire. Yes, he is well suited. A lawyer. A perfect fit for the Black Emperor's pathway. The spectator caught the flicker in Nareth's eyes, recognition of something more. A kinship. She trembled, as if stars inside her cracked apart. Nareth gave his order. Pel. You will lead 500 honor guard to seize the starport. Then crash its remains upon the planet, between the fortresses. When the orcs are at each other's throats, we strike all 4 simultaneously. James and Merson, you will lead the 2nd and 11th chapters. I myself will lead 500 honor guard against the largest fortress. Wilshire, you take the smallest. Pel will reinforce once the orbital battle is won. The court dispersed, Pel swiftly handpicking his 500 warriors. Stormbirds screamed into the void, missile trails blazing as they slammed into the orc starport. Explosions tore open a steel causeway. Stormbirds swooped down, disgorging honor guard into the breach. 5 abreast, bolters raised, they advanced in perfect cross-cover formation. Greenskins charged in packs, roaring. Explosive bolts ripped them apart, flesh and bone shattering. The guard swept through a quarter of the ring before a thunderous tread shook the corridor. A hulking figure emerged, encased in a patchwork of scrap iron plates, daubed in blue paint. The Death Skull's superstition, blue for luck, to ward off harm, was well known. None were surprised to see him clad so. Bolter fire thundered, explosions rattled the tunnel, steel fragments raining down. Yet through the smoke the giant surged forward, alive, axe raised. He swung, cleaving one shadow of order in half, momentum carrying the blade toward another. Pel roared, fury blazing. He donned the war mask. Rage surged through him, but his mind remained clear, detached, as if guiding his own body from afar. He raised his power sword, channeling years of discipline into a single strike, the 7th form of the Otsburg Via. Time seemed to freeze. The blade flashed down, charged with lethal force. It sheared through the orcish brute, splitting him clean in 2. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 207, Chapter 206, Wilshire's Pre-Battle Speech. After Pell seized the starport, dozens of tugboats immediately sped toward it. Void lock clamps locked tightly onto stress points calculated by the tech marines, and the tugs followed their planned vectors, chains stretched taut. The massive starport was wrenched apart by pulling forces from 4 different directions. The tugboats plunged into the black atmosphere of the second planet, outside the range of Orc anti-air fire, and released their clamps. 4 mountain-sized chunks of wreckage plummeted toward the surface. The mech boys pulled stolen human telescopes over their heads and stared wide-eyed. Through the blinding glow of re-entry they glimpsed steel components within. One Death Skull mech boy leapt up and shouted to the grot scavengers. "Stuff's fallin'. The sky's droppin' stuff. Gork and Mork sent it Tommy. Follow me, you runts. Don't let the greedy gets nick it, only I deserve it." The scavenger grots howled in excitement, scrambling after him toward the falling junk mountains. The wreckage broke apart further during descent, raining fragments across the orcs below. Shards of every size slammed into unlucky Death Skulls, but not a single orc ran. For them, falling scrap was treasure worth dying for. Different bosses, even mech boys serving the same boss, turned on one another mercilessly. The clashes escalated quickly. Within days, 5 war bosses had personally joined the brawl with their mobs. More and more tribes surged into the frenzy, reveling in the great scrap. Nareth did not attack immediately. He monitored the life sign densities in the conflict zone. Only on the 25th day of the melee did he give the order, attack as planned. The fleet opened orbital bombardment around the battlefield, targeting orc flak sites. While fire rained down, Wilshire stood on the embarkation deck, addressing the assembled honor guard. "Since the day I joined the Legion, I have heard the whispers," he began, his voice a low growl that cut through the silence. "The name we murmur in the dark. The title we bear like a shroud. I ask you now. What are we called?" "The Shadow of Order." 500 voices erupted, a single, thunderous wave of sound that hammered against the steel decks. Wilshire's face was unmoved, unsatisfied, he demanded more. "What are we?" he roared, his voice tearing through the echo of their cry. "The Shadow of Order," they bellowed again, a deafening roar. "Yes," he conceded, the word a whip crack. "But we are more than a shadow. A shadow is a phantom. A memory. We are the living blade. We are the honor guard." Cheers erupted, raw and powerful, but Wilshire silenced them with a slashing gesture. "Never, in all the annals of our glory, have you borne the weight you bear today. Never again will you fight as you fight now. Not as soldiers, not as warriors, but as avengers. No duty is greater. No glory is truer. We are the honor guard of the monarch. And today, we will carve our legend not in stone, but into the flesh of every greenskin we slay. Will you stand with me?" The cheer that answered a shockwave that shook the very air. "Will you stand with me?" he shouted again, his voice breaking with the force of his fury. A furious, wordless roar answered him, the sound of 500 souls igniting. "Sons of the monarch," he cried, his voice climbing to a fever pitch. "We are the sons of Lord Nareth. His will is our steel. His wrath is our fire. And these beasts, these orcs, they dare to seize our cities. They dare to profane our worlds. 1,000 times, no. The final dawn is upon them. Not a sunrise, but a sunset, the last they will ever see. We will grind their bodies to dust. We will scatter their ashes to the void." Wilshire slammed his fist onto a rune. With a crackle of raw energy, his thunder hammer erupted to life. Blue light glowed across his sharp features, his black hair streaming in the electric wind. "Look upon me," he commanded. "See your fury reflected in my eyes. We are the Shadow of Order. We are the honor guard. Now say it. Shout it. Scream it until your voices are torn from your throats. Loud enough for these vermin to hear." The response was a wall of pure, undiluted wrath. "We are the Shadow of Order. We are the honor guard." Their fervor rose like a storm, feeding one another's rage until they were aflame with zeal. Wilshire felt it, their fanaticism for Legion and Primarch alike, and he roared in satisfaction. "For the Shadow of Order. For the honor guard. For the monarch." They echoed him, a tsunami of sound. "For the Shadow of Order. For the honor guard. For the monarch." Louder, he shrieked, his voice surpassing its limits. "They cannot hear you, brothers. For the monarch." The final cry was not a word, but a promise of extinction, a sonic boom of absolute violence that shook the heavens. "For the monarch." Wilshire cut the rune, his final shout booming. "Cleanse the greenskin filth. Onward to victory." He flung out his arm, and the honor guard surged into the drop pods in a frenzy. Nareth observed it all. His senses told him even those honor guard not directly addressed by Wilshire were swept up, their blood afire, dozens even joining in the chant. He thought silently. Wilshire is a natural preacher. Perfectly aligned with the sun pathway, he has the qualities of a bard, a light suppliant, perhaps even a solar high priest. Shame I still lack the main ingredient for the bard potion, the golden sunflower. Who knows when I'll find one? With a wave of his hand, the honor guard filed into their pods. Black capsules screamed downward, slamming into the orc hordes. Wilshire was the first shadow of order to set foot on the second planet. He roared. For the monarch. The honor guard erupted after him, their cry echoing his. They advanced in perfect rhythm, step, fire, reload, mowing greenskins like wheat before the scythe. But then came the bellow. A massive orc boss charged, his left eye blazing red, body tattooed blue, mechanical grafts entwined across his back and right arm. Whack, he roared, and the horde roared with him. Bolters thundered. Orcs fell in heaps. The war boss was torn and bleeding, but still he came, swinging a crimson choppa at Wilshire. Wilshire donned the war mask, drew strength from fury, and swung his hammer. The impact was titanic. The war boss hurled him aside, sending his bolt pistol flying. The brute smashed into the guard, his choppa splitting helmets and skulls, scattering warriors like ragdolls. Wilshire staggered up. He knew he must kill this orc now, or the honor guard's faith would falter. He charged, black eyes locked on the towering beast. Father taught us, every foe has a weakness. 2 strides away, his eyes went wholly black, whites consumed. He saw it, beneath the cybernetics on the orc's right flank, a hand-sized wound. He dodged aside, swung his hammer with both arms. The crackling field tore open the wound, the orc crashing down. Wilshire hammered his skull again and again until it burst. Panting, he muttered. Just now, did I use Father's gift of warp insight? If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 208, Chapter 207, The Killicans. On the second planet of the Wheel of Fire system, Nareth made a combat drop straight into the largest battlefield. The moment he leapt out of the drop pod, he saw 2 war bosses of the Death Skull clan fix their eyes on him. The smaller one, about the size of a Primarch, carried a blue mechanical backpack and wielded a twin-linked daka. The larger orc was a mech boss, a towering green brute with a hammer and wrench mounted in a cross on an upright iron pole jutting from his back, spinning like a windmill. He also carried pliers and other tools slung behind him. In his hands he held a custom-built twin-linked megadaka, connected by cables and gauges to an ammo box on his back, decorated with teeth trophies. Behind the mechboy boss, about 100 meters back, 25 walking machines stomped forward on piston-driven legs. Kansas Nareth recognized them instantly. Unlike dreadnoughts, these weren't piloted by orcs, but by grots. These grots had undergone crude and brutal surgeries, permanently fused into the machines. Unlike the reluctant interment of Astartes into sarcophagi, grots, at the bottom of orc society, fought, murdered, and schemed savagely for the honor of being crammed into these tin cans. From the 2 Death Skull bosses' eyes, Nareth could see their greed. Their gaze clung to his black armor and the power fist sheathing his left hand. Whack! Both roared and charged, firing their daka in wild excitement. The mech boss's twin-linked gun shook violently as it spat a storm of fire, sparks bursting everywhere. The mobs of orcs behind him looked on in jealous awe. The storm of bullets slammed into Nareth's black armor, only to ricochet off the iron-hued scale plates. The orcs froze, dumbfounded. How could the black-armored runt's armor not be shredded? Nareth strode forward, stooping to grab a metal plate from the ground. He crushed it easily. The briber's arm swung, hurling shards with superhuman force. The fragments arced high over the boss's heads before plunging down, stabbing into green flesh. Bribe charm. A dozen orcs' eyes turned red. They raised their guns, and opened fire on their own kin. The Death Skull orcs fell into chaos, their scavenger instinct for wreckage ignited. They turned on each other with savage abandon. Nareth thought to himself. The bribe charm has a stronger effect on Death Skulls than on any other clan. Drawing his power sword, he barked orders to his honor guard. Priority, kill the mech boys. They understood instantly. They'd studied the dossiers Nareth had given them. Death Skulls relied on vast numbers of scavenger grots, all directed by mech boys. In Death Skull society, mech boys held high status. They scavenged wreckage, cobbled it into weapons, kept the ramshackle arsenal running. Eliminate them, and the whole warband's effectiveness plummeted. The honor guard raised bolters and unleashed a brutal salvo. Boom boom boom. Mech boys were torn apart in explosions of gore. Their deaths only sent the scavenger grots into greater frenzy, attacking allies and enemies alike over scraps of wreckage. Amid the chaos, Nareth dashed forward at speed, closing on the 2 bosses. The mech boy boss turned and ran, shouting. Cans. 19 kilocans rushed in, their long-barreled shuttas roaring. Daka daka daka. A storm of rounds engulfed the battlefield. 2 honor guard were cut down, their visors shattered. The smaller war boss didn't run. Roaring, he leveled his twin-linked Daka. My gun'll punch through your armor. He heard the mad howls of Gork and Mork, green mist flooding his mind. The bullets he fired sparked against the black armor, this time, gouging chunks of the iron-scaled plating away. Nareth's rage surged. The war mask clamped down, channeling his fury into strength. His speed doubled, tripled. In a blink, he was upon the war boss. The sword vol flared blue-white, cutting the orc into pieces. Nareth's stride didn't falter, he charged the Kansas. He leapt, severing one in a single stroke. Landing, 3 more surrounded him, buzzing saws and clanking claws tearing in. The mech-boy boss paused mid-flight. Seeing the black-armored giant surrounded, he stopped fleeing and charged back. Nareth twisted, his wrist snapping into an impossible angle. The sword vol lashed out in a savage reverse cut, an Otspervia, 9th form strike. The blade sheared through all 3 cans at once. The mech-boy boss froze, wide-eyed. That impossible swordplay, the shrimp had slaughtered them in an instant. He turned to flee again, muttering to himself. All me best stuff got nicked by Soriano. But when I build bigger, better Daka and more whack, I'll kill ya, and take all your shinies from his elf. He jumped into a truck, kicking the driver out, and gunned it in panic. But looking back, he saw every can had fallen. The black-armored giant hefted a chunk of wreckage, and hurled it. Boom. The truck exploded, tumbling through the air. The mech-boy boss crawled free, only to find Nareth standing over him. One thrust ended it. The Primarch tore the glowing wrench, hammer, and pliers from the mech boss's back, alchemical materials shining with eldritch light. The battle raged for 13 solar days. Death Skulls died as much to infighting as to the Shadow of Order. When the 11th Legion servitors cleansed the surface with flammers, Nareth received a message from the Master of Vox. The 9th chapter had arrived. The 3rd would follow in 2 days. He ordered his honor guard and the 2 chapters to continue the purge. Then he returned to the throne of Shadow's sovereignty. In his office, he received a report from Thomas. Nareth drummed his fingers on the chair. The 11th Legion has established the post of librarian, but not a full organization. I will form a librarius to oversee all Legion psychers. I want you to relinquish your command of the chapter and become chief librarian. Do you accept? Thomas did not hesitate. Father, I accept. He knew this was no mere position. The librarius would become vital. Unlike a chapter master, the chief librarian would oversee the whole Legion psychers and stand closest to the Primarch. Slipping seamlessly into the new role, Thomas asked. Father, how should the librarius be structured? Like the tech marines and apothecaries, they answer to you but also support every chapter. Nareth recalled how future chapters organized their librarians. He outlined it. 3 ranks beneath you. From lowest to highest, lexiconum, codiceer, and epistolary. Lexiconum, new psychers. They draft combat reports, submitting them for review. Codicers evaluate these reports, finalize them, and provide strategic insight. Epistolaries serve as senior battlefield communicators, able to project thought through the immaterium across shorter ranges, coordinating combat. They are distinct from the Legion's astropaths, who handle interstellar messages. Epistolaries direct tactical war psionic communication. Thomas bowed. Father, I will carry out your will. And beyond psychers, I will also assign select members of the court who lack commands to serve within the librarius. The new chief librarian pondered the deeper meaning in his father's words. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 209, Chapter 208, the threefold invocation pointing to Nareth. Thomas thought for a moment before asking. Father, do you mean that members of the court who receive the gift from you should call themselves psychers when they use their abilities? Correct. Nareth considered the future, there would inevitably be joint operations with other legions. Inevitably, some extraordinary beings would be forced by circumstance to use their powers openly. Aside from warriors, sleepless, and sailors, whose gifts could be passed off as physical ability, many sequences displayed abilities that were far too distinct. A psycher's varied powers were the best cover for an extraordinary being. And if they had a librarius background, then anyone trying to uncover the truth of psychers would have an even harder time. Every psycher, from the most common Shadow of Order up to a commander, went through a convoluted path, from their legion into the honor guard, then into the librarius, back into the legion, then leaving the librarius, and finally ascending to commander. Their identity shifted multiple times. Outsiders, not being part of multiple internal legion structures, could not trace such trajectories, making psychers difficult to investigate and their secrets even harder to discover. I understand, replied the chief librarian. Nareth continued, Cesny will replace you as Lord Commander of the 9th chapter. From among his captains, Nareth chose Cesny, one of his earliest followers and fully capable of fulfilling the requirements of a lord. The 9th chapter will remain under your command temporarily, until the 7th chapter finishes its campaign on the 7th planet. Since the duel between Sanchez and Enoch had not yet ended, Nareth could not yet reassign captains and Tyrant Pathway Beyonder from the 7th chapter. Losing key commanders too soon would certainly harm its performance. The 9th chapter will garrison the attack moon, relieving the 5th chapter. He turned toward his aide, tasked with recording his commands. The 2nd and 11th chapters will withdraw from the 2nd planet to rest and refit. The 5th chapter will replace them and continue the sweeps. When the 3rd chapter arrives, they will serve as the main assault force against the Orc fortress, with the 5th chapter in support. From the Dark Lord's reports, Nareth knew that Mordian culture was already being integrated into the 3rd chapter. It was being reshaped. For this reason, Bukeo Arshavin had not come in person. Instead, he sent Captain Michaeli of the 2nd Company and Captain Jagors of the 3rd Company, leading half the Shadows of Order. Following Nareth's directive, Bukeo was also raising auxilia forces from Mordian elite troops. The 3rd chapter and these auxiliaries trained together in Mordia, emphasizing urban warfare, then expanding into ship combat and orbital operations. The 5 fortresses of the 2nd planet in the Wheel of Flame would serve as the proving ground for the reformed 3rd chapter. After issuing these orders, Nareth turned to the mystery prior. What have you gained in the languages and rites of the occult? Father, besides the linguistic materials I already forwarded to your aid, I have been researching primitive faiths across different worlds. One deity in particular is called the Fire God. His followers invoke him with words such as these. The seeker's eyes grew deep as he intoned. Great Fire God, you are the master of the volcano, you are the Crimson King who rules the flames. Nareth leaned back in his throne, committing each step of the ritual to memory. After the prior finished recounting the rites he had collected, Nareth closed his eyes and began analyzing ritual magic. The Black Emperor pathway had not granted him this ability. While he remembered fragments of ritual knowledge, he dared not experiment lightly. The warp teemed with fleeting demigods and lesser deities. Even he knew only a handful, like Vashtar. To err in invocation could attract something altogether unknown. To ensure success, Nareth gathered myths and rites from Terra and from Xeno cultures. Arsena, on his orders, was also collecting myths, especially the Fenrisian tomb prayers, which held striking value. After long study, Nareth refined the process, stripping away the useless, shaping a coherent structure. The Seeker's recitation confirmed his own insight. Yes, it is as I remembered. A ritual can be broken into 3 parts. First, a sacrifice to please or draw the attention of the being. Second, an incantation describing the entity invoked. Third, the request itself, the substance of the plea. Each part must be expressed through structured, symbolic language. His mind raced. The symbols could come from the Black Emperor. The language could be Dunnic, steeped in mystery. The critical piece was the invocation itself. It must point clearly to me, to Nareth, to the kingdom of disorder. For now, he could not hear prayers himself. To receive them across the galaxy, even through the warp, he needed the Sefirot. How best to phrase it? Threefold structure. First line, Black Emperor of the Shadows of Order. He analyzed carefully. The Black Emperor is the Shadow of Order, and I have already named the 11th Legion the Shadows of Order. Though I did not call myself Emperor, a monarch is its synonym. By using monarch instead of emperor, I keep within the logic of shadow. Thus the phrase can point both to the Black Emperor and to me in reality. He set the first line, then shaped the second. Mysterious sovereign of the kingdom of disorder. That anchors it in the dissolution, for Sephiroth is the core of ritual prayer. The third would complete the triad. It must link to the authority of the kingdom of disorder. Order is covered already, this last should emphasize law. King of light and shadow, who holds the rules. The judge sets rules, light. The Black Emperor twists them, shadow. Having defined the invocation, Nareth opened his eyes and looked at the seeker and the student of logic. I want you to assist me in a ritual. Until now, you have been unable to wield the powers I gave you. You could not work ritual magic because you had no one to pray to. At this, his aide glanced at him with anticipation. Thomas hesitated. The Primarch's words smacked of faith, contradicting imperial truth. It clashed with all his training. But then he remembered the heart slayer of the crystal mirage. He knew it was real. And his own powers, could the imperial truth explain how drinking a potion had turned him into a mystery prior? His doubt hardened into resolve. His Gene Father's words were law. Sensing this shift, Nareth continued. Now I will tell you the object of your prayers. Father, to whom shall we pray? Asked the prior, more adept than the student of ratiocination in ritual craft. You will know. But first, a technique. Nareth spoke mind to mind, sending a pulse of thought. Ritual magic requires an undisturbed spiritual environment. We must create it ourselves. The method: enter meditation, gather your spirit, then guide it outward with a medium to shape the surroundings. He lifted a crystal box from the desk and opened it, revealing a black dagger. To him, it was a small knife. To a mortal, it would have been a short sword. He circled the desk and held it out. This ritual dagger is forged from the paired numbered black metal. Arsena peered closer, recognizing the markings, 11 and 33, etched in white upon the matte black alloy, mined from a high-gravity world. The technique is simple, Nareth said. Hold the ritual dagger, and in Dunnik chant. I sanctify you, O blade of the ritual. I purify you, that you may serve me within the rite. In the name of the Black Emperor, you are sanctified. Speaking the words himself, Nareth's voice was short and commanding. When he finished, he pressed the blade's tip outward and began circling the desk. With each step, the seeker and the student felt invisible power surge from the dagger. Spirit fused with air, forming a sealed wall. By the time Nareth had completed the circle, the desk was isolated from the outside. The spiritual environment is now constructed, he said. Breaking it is even easier. He stabbed outward with the dagger, and the invisible wall shattered instantly. Then he opened 2 more boxes, each holding a dagger, one long, nearly the size of his own, the other sized for mortal hands. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daoisjinsu. Chapter 210, Chapter 209, The Ritual Process. The mystery prior and the student of ratiocination stepped up to the table, picked up the ritual daggers, and moved to either side. They mimicked Nareth's earlier actions and spoke in Dunnik. I sanctify you, O blade of the ritual. I purify you, that you may serve me within the rite. In the name of the Black Emperor, you are sanctified. Then they circled the chamber once, completing the arrangement of the spiritual environment. Nareth opened his spirit vision and saw that the space they constructed was already cut off from the outside world. You've done it. Both of their pathways were adept at ritual magic, this was no challenge for them. The crucial step came next, whether the ritual design Nareth had created would indeed point toward him, and whether he could respond. I based this on countless sacrificial procedures. The ritual structure shouldn't be flawed. Besides, I am a Primarch, far beyond an ordinary sequence 7. The briber is nearly fully digested, and in the kingdom of disorder, I already hold certain authority. His eyes glinted as he considered the consequences of failure. The Black Emperor's prestige must not falter. If this doesn't succeed, I'll simply let them take the blame. They've only just learned of the Black Emperor, they aren't yet devout. That's a plausible explanation. As the two pierced the spiritual barrier with their daggers, Nareth sent them a mental pulse. You will prepare an altar, wrought of obsidian. Place 11 candles upon it, arranged in this manner. In Thomas and Arsena's minds, images surfaced. To their left, candles were inverted on metal holders. Farther left, the candelabrum set at a 33-degree angle to the vertical axis. The prior and the student frowned slightly. This was unlike any ritual they knew. Ordinary rites, even the primitive Fenrisians, followed certain patterns, mystical, yes, but structured. What Nareth revealed seemed chaotic. Then another pulse followed. I have already prepared the candles for you. They had been refined from the timber of Twin Peak Mountain. Divide the circle into 12 equal parts. Place the candles in the 11 positions surrounding where you now stand. From your left hand onward, place the following items in order: an iron balance, my compiled iron laws of monarchs. As they beheld the 11 ritual items, the two psychers instantly realized their purpose: to draw the attention of the one being invoked, to compel his gaze. Usually, offerings served this role, like the heartsayers of the Crystal Mirage, whose worshippers sacrificed beating human hearts. Here, though, among the objects they noticed the central cauldron, engraved with a holy sigil all too familiar. It adorned the chest plates of every shadow of order, and could be found on legion warships, vehicles, and fortresses. It was the sigil their Primarch had brought to them. Thomas and Arsena exchanged a glance. Thomas, father is a believer in the Black Emperor. Arsena, Lord Nareth believes in no one. He is the Black Emperor. Thomas, that could be true. The power he grants us, even the Wolf King cannot match it, nor even mighty Horus. Arsena, the monarch, no, the emperor. He keeps silent because the time is not yet right. To proclaim it now would be a direct violation of the imperial truth. Thomas, then we simply follow father's will. Thomas hesitated no longer. He would never bow to another, but to his gene-sire, he could devote his soul. Nareth watched their silent exchange, then imparted the most critical portion of the incantation. With the ritual daggers, inscribe a spiritual boundary upon the altar, and recite in Dunnik these words. Black Emperor of the Shadows of Order. Mysterious Sovereign of the Kingdom of Disorder. Monarch of Light and Shadow, who governs the holds the rules. The The two psychers shared another look, trying to grasp the meaning. Thomas, isn't Shadows of Order the new name Father gave our legion? Arsena, ruler of laws. Perhaps he uses his mastery of laws to grant us these powers. Thomas, but why, Kingdom of Disorder? Is it linked to the decorations on the flagship, or to the Primarch's palace? Arsena, even the fortresses he designed for the legion follow that motif. Nareth did not linger. He sent them the closing words. I beseech thy gaze. I beseech thy favor. And the specific petitions shall follow this form, I beseech thee. And then state the desire. Finally, end thus. O balance, foundation of the kingdom of disorder, grant strength to my invocation. O iron laws of monarchs, basis of the kingdom of disorder, grant strength to my invocation. The final invocations called upon the 11 ritual items, apart from the sigil, as conduits of power. Thomas, ever the prior, grasped most of it. He spoke with fervor. Father, I shall begin at once to pray too. He caught himself, nearly said you, but remembering the Primarch's silence, changed his words. To the Black Emperor. Arsena bowed, my lord, I shall fulfill your command without delay. As he turned to leave, the communicator in his ear chimed. Arsena reported, my lord, one of the two Jokero has successfully given birth. I know. Nareth immediately carried the newborn into the third layer of the Kingdom of Disorder, settling it there before heading to the chamber where Slough Dha and the Black Wolf waited. Slough Dha lay sprawled, mask torn away, hair disheveled, eyes glassy with exhaustion. Sensing a presence, the Eldar Warseer knew only Nareth could approach. His dull gaze sharpened with hatred. Monkey, Slough Dha snarled, you won't be smug for long. You will die. Nareth sneered. You can't even manage to kill yourself, yet still find strength to curse me. The Black Wolf padded up, for sleek, eyes bright. The nightmare predator of Eldar, he had recovered fully. Shall we continue? The wolf asked expectantly. Begin. Slough Dha shivered. Monkey, if you dare, kill me now, otherwise. His words broke off as his eyes slammed shut, dragged into a dream. He stood within an Eldar craft world. Shadows of Order stormed through, bolt guns roaring, tearing kin apart by the hundreds. Every moment, more Eldar were shredded into gore. Deja vu struck Slough Dha. Had he lived this nightmare countless times? He looked up as the shadows reached him, a chain's word shrieking as it cleaved a guardian in two. Bathed in blood, fury boiled in him. Donning the war mask, he turned rage into power. All Monkeys must die. He leapt, only to be struck by an overwhelming force. Nareth. Terror seized him as the Primarch tore through his psychic defenses. Moments later, Nareth withdrew from the mindscape. I found no method of how Slough Dha revived John Grammaticus into an perpetual. But I did uncover the rune circles the Cabal agents used to contact each other. He thought a moment, then his eyes lit up. Even if the Cabal learns of Slough Dha's failure, they cannot divine what happens in the Kingdom of Disorder. They won't know I hold their means of communication. I can send an agent, pose as one of Slough Dha's operatives, and infiltrate the Cabal from within. Since they already target me, better to strike first and eliminate this threat. The Cabal was ancient, millennia old. And I could harvest countless secrets, and many alchemical ingredients. He resolved to move against them. Nareth then turned to the Black Wolf, seeing the black tether binding them. The link between us is now stable. Placing his hand upon the wolf's back, he drew him back into the waking world. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 211, Chapter 210, The Transformation of Mordian. In the Primarch's palace, John, who had been lying flat on the ground, suddenly sprang up and locked eyes with the Black Wolf. The monster trembled all over, instinct warning him that the Black Wolf was dangerous. The Black Wolf, long accustomed to dwelling within the Kingdom of Disorder, suddenly found himself back in the material world, aboard the void ship. The sensation was almost dreamlike. As he lingered in confusion, a flare of hostility pricked his senses. The Black Wolf glanced at the Gyrinx and immediately recognized him as Nareth's pet. No, that's not right. He's Nareth's pet. I am too. No. I'm not the same as him. The Black Wolf paced 2 steps around Nareth, head held high in pride, and declared. From now on, you listen to me. Sigh. He exhaled in a strangely human manner. You don't understand what I'm saying, and you can't reply. That's just how it is with us. John watched the Black Wolf warily, struggling to suppress the terror his hypersensitivity stirred within him. I can understand you perfectly, John said at last. But I came before you. The Black Wolf froze, eyes widening in surprise as he stared at the Gyrinx. Several seconds passed before he muttered. You two are. He didn't know what word to use. In his long existence he had encountered others like himself, strange beings that skirted the boundaries of myth and reality. Each meeting had ended the same way, cautious probing, followed by a mutual decision to avoid one another. After a long, measuring gaze at the Gyrinx, the Black Wolf finally said, "No. You're still not the same as me." Nareth observed it all, John's fear, the wolf's arrogance, and the corner of his lips tugged upward. He extended a massive hand and patted the wolf's thick fur. "Do you have a name?" "I." The Black Wolf lifted his head proudly. "In the past, my followers called me the Wolf God." Wolf God. The thought instantly conjured Horus's image in Nareth's mind. His smile deepened. "I know another bald fellow they call Wolf God. You'll need a new name." Thinking of the wolf's penchant for dragging people into nightmares, Nareth spoke. "Freddy. Your name is Freddy." "Freddy." The wolf repeated, his tone shadowed and deep. Nareth paid no further attention to the dominant struggle between Freddy and John. The outcome was already certain. Freddy was an incomplete mythical entity, far beyond ordinary Beyonder creatures, but still lacking wholeness. The next day, Nareth was in his office handling administrative affairs when his aide entered. "My lord, the third chapter has arrived. Second Captain Michaeli and Third Captain Jagors request an audience." "Send them in." Moments later, two black-armored warriors entered, each bearing their chapter's insignia, a deep, dark crescent moon painted on their right pauldrons. They bowed low. "Father." "There's no need for formality." Nareth's gaze fell on what they carried. In Michaeli's hands was a crystal encasing a disc-shaped flower. It looked like a sun in bloom, its golden petals curling outward in rippling waves. The flower glowed faintly with spiritual light. Golden-edged sunflower. With this, the ingredients for the bard's potion are complete. Sensing his interest, Mikhailovsky spoke. "Father, this is the golden-edged sunflower. Mordian is half eternal night, half eternal day. Neither side is suited for life, yet on the daylit face this flower blooms. It is extraordinary. How fascinating. That is the strangeness of life itself." Nareth smiled faintly. "How many have you brought?" "We have gathered 1,023 blossoms, along with other rare items already delivered to your vault." "Excellent." Nareth nodded with satisfaction. He had already decided that the second chapter, under Wilshire, would specialize in developing Beyonder beings along the sun pathway. Their purifying powers were the most fitting weapon against chaos. From the honor guard, he had already chosen 154 candidates. For now, the sunflowers would suffice. "How fares the third chapter?" he asked. Michaeli, having earned his father's approval, yielded the report to his comrade. Jagor stepped forward. "Father, the chapter has secured full control of Mordian." The Dark Lord observed that Mordian's suicide rate far exceeded the imperial average, due to two natural factors. First, the eternal darkness. Second, the planet's lack of rotation suppresses the Coriolis effect, which prevents the formation of strong winds. The atmosphere is thus heavy, stifling, and dark. Those who did not kill themselves lived joyless lives, grim and fearless of death. Lord Bukeo has decreed that Mordian's bravery must be preserved, but their suicidal urge must be excised. Nareth nodded slightly. He knew that aside from Nostromo, Mordian was infamous for its suicide rates. After the day of the Emperor's long life, Nostromo would be destroyed, leaving Mordian as the world with the highest suicide rate in the Imperium. It was hardly an achievement worth boasting about. That Bukeo could change this tendency was a blessing. The bright, multicolored uniforms of the Mordian forces were themselves a rebellion against the suffocating darkness. "Very well. How is the progress?" "My lord, there was another factor in their despair. Billions of Mordians lived cramped upon land no larger than 1/10 of Terra's surface. Scarce resources were controlled by the Tetrarch, leaving the masses in perpetual want, crushed by military oppression. After their return to the Imperium, little changed. The Tetrarch merely became regent governors, rationing what little remained. Naturally, discontent festered. The Mordian forces, when not deployed, served mainly as instruments of tyranny. But, my lord, with supplies delivered from Symphony of the Sea, Mordians have tasted joy unknown to them before. Now they sincerely praise the new order, and sing your and Lord Bukeo's names. Statistically, the suicide rate has dropped from 1.44 per thousand to 0.052 per hundred. Good, Nareth said with a nod. And the chapter? The Auxilia. Mordian's population produces excellent soldiers. Of the candidates, 18,453 passed the initial selection and are now undergoing training. Auxilia, 7,913 passed selection and have been organized into 3 regiments, which we have brought here to the Wheel of Fire system. Nareth, hearing this, decided to formalize their title. The Mordian Auxilia shall henceforth be known as the Mordian Iron Guard. Father, the name suits them well. Nareth was satisfied with the report. He believed Bukeo would reshape Mordian, preserving its strengths and weaving its essence into the third chapter. Strategic map. Arsena raised the control rod, projecting the Wheel of Fire system, highlighting the second planet. The 5 orc fortresses on the second world will be your trial by fire. Father, we will not fail you, both captains swore. After they departed, Nareth summoned members of the honor guard. Those who had passed his tests would now be elevated as beyonder beings. He met with each of the new court members in turn. 2 days later, his final audience was with Wilshire. Wilshire drank the golden elixir, and under the Primarch's guidance, steadied the power spilling from within him. Looking at his bard, Nareth said, "Use the power I've given you. Inspire the other shadows of order." In Nareth's mind, Wilshire was best suited for the role of priest. But since Lorgar Aurelian had not yet returned, no such office existed within the legions. He had no intention of being the first to institute it. Better to follow the tide of history. Overflowing with confidence, Wilshire bowed. "Father, I will not disappoint you." At the very moment Wilshire rejoined the second chapter, the third completed its landings. Heavy transports crushed ruined bunkers under their weight, disgorging siege-modified armored vehicles. Landing craft descended slowly, and from them marched ranks of shadows of order and Mordian Iron Guard, setting foot upon the soil of the second planet. As stormbirds and bombers unleashed their fury upon the orc fortresses, Michaeli studied the Xenos' defensive positions. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 212, Chapter 211, The Mordian Iron Guard. Jagors raised his right hand and tapped the hololithic display with his gauntlet. He zoomed in on a bizarre structure and spoke to Michaeli at his side. It's hard to see any trace of a human hive city in this orc fortress. The spire towers were torn down and used as raw material for these crude greenskin monstrosities. The towers weren't slender like Imperial Gothic architecture, tapering elegantly toward the sky. Instead, they hunched together like jagged spikes, assembled from scavenged junk, sheets of iron, gears, chimneys, and broken machinery welded into chaos. Michaeli laughed. They're towers of a sort. Father's archives call them Whack towers. They're like generators, they amplify the Whack energy of the orcs, making them stronger, their Daka faster, their guns more brutal. Even if I can't fully understand the science behind it yet, once we breach the fortress, these must be destroyed first. Jagors turned toward his friend. Sounds like you already have a whole invasion plan worked out. Exactly, Michaeli replied with confidence. We'll spread our forces and attack the fortress from 4 sides simultaneously. Since the southern sector has the fewest Whack towers, that will be our entry point. Once we punch through, the orcs will swarm south, opening gaps for the other flanks to advance. He shut down the display and issued his orders. My second company will spearhead the southern assault. Your third company will strike from the north. We'll request the 5th chapter to attack from the west and east. The Primarch had granted the 3rd chapter command of the campaign against the second planet. Lord Carlo of the 5th chapter fell in with Michaeli's plan. Michaeli left the command tent and climbed into his Vostroyan pattern Rhino command vehicle. This Rhino variant, based on the Deimos pattern, was longer, wider, and taller, designed to carry Shadow of Order troops with jump packs. Around him, the Shadows were already in position within their armored transports. Since the 3rd chapter had entrenched itself on Mordian under Bukeo's reforms, its greatest change was complete mechanization. The Vostroyan factories churned out vehicles by the thousand, in accordance with STC templates, powering the chapter's transformation. At the head rolled the Malkador defenders of the Mordian Iron Guard's 1st Regiment, followed by Vostroyan Rhinos, with the 1st and 2nd Company siege dreadnoughts lumbering in the rear, 52 of them. Veterans of countless wars, interred after the bloody disobedience of Inzamir, had been brought here to fight at Michaeli's side. As soon as the orc fortress came into augury range, shells streaked down, trailing black smoke, hammering the black tanks below. Boom. 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 Most rounds fell wide, detonating in plumes of dirt. A few lucky hits slammed into Malkador defenders, leaving their armor scorched but intact. The Defender was the strangest and most effective Malkador variant, a true mobile fortress, designed to smash entrenched defenses. Through fire and thunder the Iron Guard surged forward, undaunted. The defenders rolled on, ice-cold juggernauts, unstoppable until close range. From the walls above, Death Skull mechboys shrieked as they saw the black line of Imperial armor surge forward like a tide. One, with a necklace of teeth, leapt up and shouted. Too tough. Smashed a little black kits one by one. Dozens of orc cannons swung, belching fire. One ramshackle gun detonated in its own breach, hurling smoke and scraps skyward, blowing apart a dozen grots and carving a gap in the wall. Boom. 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 Some rounds struck home. A defender was gutted, 4 of its 8 crew dying instantly. The survivors staggered out screaming, cloaked in fire. But the Iron Guard did not falter. The next defender simply smashed through the wreckage and pressed on. 3 defenders fell in flames, but the black iron tide rolled forward unbroken. When the walls fell within range, 50 siege cannons fired in perfect unison. Unlike the orcs' chaotic barrages, every shell struck true, shattering masonry, collapsing entire spans of the wall until a breach yawned dozens of meters wide. The Iron Guard surged forward like sharks scenting blood. The first defenders forced into the breach. 5 heavy bolters howled, spewing fire in every direction, cutting swathes of orcs apart as they roared inside. Tens of thousands of green skins fired back, torrents of bullets shrieking into the black holes. One defender staggered onward like a burning furnace, crew frantically firing, reloading, and dying inside. Even as gunners fell, others took their place. One defender advanced nearly 100 meters alone before finally being brought down, its death tally over 1,000 orcs. One by one, the defenders died blazing, their wrecks burning within the breach. But more came. Behind them surged the black tide of tanks. The Mordian Iron Guard punched through. From the Vostroyan rhinos spilled 1,000 shadows of Order warriors, jump packs flaring, vaulting onto the walls, slaughtering Death Skull mech boys with clinical precision, tearing out every gun emplacement. By the 3rd hour of battle, the southern wall buckled under relentless assault. Inside, the Waak towers roared to life, vomiting green psychic haze into the air. The orcs screamed as one. Waak. Thousands surged from the walls, their guns roaring with unnatural strength, their shells tearing into the Malkador's steel hulls. The tide of green crashed against the black flood of iron. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 213, Chapter 212, The Siege Dreadnoughts. Inside the Orcs' fortress, a surging green tide stalled the advance of the 1st Regiment of the Mordian Iron Guard. With every passing moment, every single Malkador defender tank killed dozens of greenskins. But there were simply too many. Even though countless orcs were cut down in the melee, their numbers inside the fortress still exceeded hundreds of millions. Michaeli noticed the Iron Guard bogging down and deployed his trump card. The siege dreadnoughts strode forward with thunderous steps, crushing rubble beneath their feet as they advanced. From their right arms, inferno cannons spewed torrents of burning promethium. As the weapons swept side to side, streams of fire consumed the charging greenskins. Numbers meant nothing before annihilation. Orcs turned to ash under the blazing flood. Bullets and shells rained down like hail against the black-armored giants. Their thick dreadnought plating was pitted with craters, banners torn into tatters. Caked in dust, the siege dreadnoughts marched on, unstoppable. No orc could slow them. They stormed toward the looming Waak towers. Their left arms bore assault drills, whirring as they tore into steel. Built-in heavy flammers roared, spitting fire. One by one, Waak towers were set alight. Within seconds, the patchwork iron structures collapsed into slag. As the towers fell, the psychic, green fog, inside the orcs' minds ebbed like a receding tide. The 11th Legion's advantage grew. Shadows of Order moved with armored columns, sweeping through the city in a net, cleansing the greenskins. Michaeli, a midnight poet, advanced while reciting verse. The eternal night of Mordian. The realm where the sun has fallen. Darkness spun into a cocoon. On the chaotic battlefield, his recital seemed entirely out of place. But wherever his voice carried, orcs faltered, their eyes heavy, their thoughts clouded. Then, with bolt pistol in hand, Michaeli calmly executed them. He cut a bloody path toward the fortress center, when suddenly a hulking orc boss charged out, wielding a grotesque weapon. The crude chains word it carried resembled the Shadow's own, but was studded with spikes and dangling chains, thrashing wildly as it swung. The green skin crashed into an Astartes. With a snap of his arm, the orc's chains whipped out like serpents, ensnaring the warrior's limbs. The boss roared with laughter as the weapon's motor screamed, sawing through power armor and the Astartes within, cleaving both in half. The giant corpse fell with a heavy thud. Michaeli lunged at the greenskin war boss, power sword carving down with the Otsburg via 7th form. The orc swung back, their weapons clashing. The impact numbed Michaeli's arm. Startled, he realized for the first time since becoming a Shadow of Order that his strength was being overmatched. Veins bulged at his temple as he strained to keep hold of his sword. The orc boss, enraged by the deadlock, bellowed as the green psychic haze filled his mind, voices of Gork and Mork howled in his ears. He stomped forward, shaking the ground. With unnatural precision, the orc's chains lashed toward Michaeli's arms and legs. He parried furiously, slashing them aside, but his mind reeled. This wasn't crude brawling, the orc's movements transcended mere swordsmanship. Michaeli's voice rose in verse. The eternal night of Mordian. The world around him dimmed into silence. The orc's weapon slowed, caught in the grip of his words. The midnight poet struck, sword cutting straight toward the warlord's chest. But just as the blade neared, the orc roared with raw fury. Whack! The surrounding orcs echoed the cry, the Warbus's mind snapping back into focus. He swung, weapon screaming as it met the power sword head-on. Michaeli's eyes widened, the beast had broken free of his verse. He started to withdraw, seeking a new opening, when suddenly his eyes went jet black, pupils drowned in darkness. Instead of retreat, he pressed forward, unleashing the Otspurt via 23rd form. His blade slipped past the orc's weapon and cut deep into its chest. The disruptor field crackled and tore the creature apart. As the corpse fell, Michaeli whispered, "I have mastered the warp insight inherited from the Gene Father." With the boss slain, he pressed the attack, cutting down more greenskins while still issuing orders across command channels. "Michaeli, my third company has breached the orc line and is purging the fortress from the north." "Well done, Jagors." Almost immediately, Carlo's voice followed. "Michaeli, the fifth chapter has broken through from the east and west. The greenskins are collapsing." The joint assaults of the third and fifth chapters raged for 23 standard days before the fortress was finally scoured clean. Flames swept through every corner of it. When the first phase of the campaign ended, the largest orc fortress seized, the second company captain reported to the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty. Nareth's aide relayed the message to him. "My lord, the second company and fifth chapter have cleansed the largest greenskin fortress on the second planet. The second company lost 142 Shadows of Order, 23 Vostroyan pattern rhinos, and 5 siege dreadnoughts. The Mordian Iron Guard lost 980 men and 120 Malkador defenders." Nareth nodded, then asked, "And the fifth chapter?" "They lost 534 Shadows, 21 Malkador heavy tanks, and 11 dreadnoughts. The third company, tasked with the main assault, took fewer losses while reaping greater gains. Bukeo's reforms have proven highly effective." Nareth spoke with satisfaction, before inquiring further. "When will the fourth and eighth chapter arrive?" Though victorious, the 11th Legion had bled heavily, especially the fifth chapter, losing more than half a company. "My lord, the fourth chapter will arrive in 5 ship days. The eighth will follow in 12. Additionally, the Knights of Vextrix will arrive in 15. Leaning back in his chair, Nareth gave his orders. "Assign the fifth chapter to purge the captured fortress and hunt scattered orc tribes. They will rest and recover." He had no desire to grind down a single Copa to ruin. Rotating the Legion through hardship was his design. The remaining 4 fortresses are weaker, their numbers thinner. When the 4 and 8 arrive, they will join with the second and third companies to attack the northeastern and southeastern orc bastions. The adjutant recorded each order, then continued his report. "The chief apothecary and tech marines have completed preliminary studies of the Voidweavers and Wraithbone parasites. They've built 5 prototype hover tanks using Voidweaver wreckage. They lack Wraithbone cores and require no psychers to pilot. While weaker than the Xenos craft, Michael's bred parasites proved effective, they can consume orc corpses and other test matter." Nareth smiled inwardly. His earlier decision had been correct. Michael was indeed vital for parasite research. "Send 4 prototypes to the third company for field trials." "Understood." "Lastly, my lord, Thomas and I have sealed off 2 lower decks aboard ship. We are raising altars there. I will complete the ritual today, as you instructed. Thomas will return in 3 days to complete his own." Nareth nodded, thinking. "Today, I will finally know if my ritual design truly works." Arsena left and descended by lift to the sealed decks. As one of the most powerful men under the Primarch aboard the flagship, his command was absolute. The entire deck was shut down for him. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 214, Chapter 213, The Ritual. After bathing, Arsena took the elevator and descended to deck K-11. The lower decks of the Throne of Shadow A Sovereignty were unlike those of most void ships, where common crew struggled in filth and poverty. They were not spotless, but deck K-11 was an exception. Its floor was paved with marble, its air clear, faintly perfumed with incense. Clad in a black robe, Arsena walked forward until his gaze fell upon the obsidian altar at the deck's center. The altar measured precisely 11.11 meters in diameter and 3.3 meters in height. Via the student of ratiocination potion he had learned of such symbolic numbers hidden in binary stones and Primarch-ordered constructions. Thus, he deliberately employed them in the altar's design. Ascending its 33 steps, Arsena reached the top. The ritual items were already arranged, yet he carefully inspected each one. To his left stood a black iron balance scale, to his right, the iron laws of monarchs. Everything was in its proper place. He approached the candelabrum, holding his palm over the wicks, rubbing until sparks of spirituality lit the candles. One by one he ignited 11 candles, some upright, some inverted. Then he drew from his robe a ritual dagger. Raising it high, he spoke in the occult tongue that bore his family's name. "I consecrate you, ritual blade. I purify you, that you may serve me in this rite." In the name of the Black Emperor, you are sanctified. Spiritual force flared from the dagger's tip. Arsena began circling the altar, invisible power spilling outward. When the circuit was complete, the reasoning apprentice opened his spirit sight. He saw a wall of spirituality rise around him, excluding all impurity. He inhaled deeply and sank into the Thelema meditation that Nareth had recently taught him. His body, mind, and soul grew still. Kneeling upon a black onyx cushion, he began reciting the invocation in Dunnick. Black Emperor of the Shadows of Order. Mysterious Sovereign of the Kingdom of Disorder. Monarch of Light and Shadow, who governs and holds the rules. I beseech thy gaze. I beseech thy favor. I beseech thee, grant me the mystery of flame, that I may wield greater power. O balance, foundation of the kingdom of disorder, grant strength to my invocation. O iron laws of monarchs, basis of the kingdom of disorder, grant strength to my invocation. From Nareth's dossiers, Arsena knew that flame was a potent weapon against orcs, destroying not only their bodies but their spores. The Frail flame rites had yielded him little, but once Nareth had explained the principles of ritual magic, Arsena had resolved to seek the mystery of fire. No sooner had he finished the prayer than a wind stirred inside the sealed barrier. On a void ship's closed deck, this was impossible, unnatural. At that very moment in the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty palace, Nareth paused over his duties. Faint murmurs reached his ears, irritating, unbidden. Whispers echoed in his skull, his temples throbbed until the sound abruptly ceased. The annoyance faded. Arsena is performing ritual magic. With a thought, Nareth entered the kingdom of disorder. In its shadowed expanse he saw a sphere of pure white light, pulsing faintly, expanding and contracting in rhythm. Extending his spirituality toward it, visions flooded his mind, distorted images, overlapping voices. Black Emperor of the Shadows of Order. Mysterious Sovereign of the Kingdom of Disorder. I beseech thee, grant me the mystery of flame, that I may wield greater power. O balance, foundation of the kingdom of disorder, grant strength to my invocation. O iron laws of monarchs, basis of the kingdom of disorder, grant strength to my invocation. It was Arsena's voice, echoing endlessly. For a heartbeat, irritation gnawed at him, but Nareth ascended instantly into the first layer of Thelema mind state, regaining calm. He beheld the vision more clearly, Arsena, silver-haired, robed in black, kneeling before flickering candles, bowing reverently as he repeated the invocation. Joy flickered in Nareth's eyes. His experimental ritual formula had worked, it pointed precisely to the kingdom of disorder, to himself. Success. He then focused on Arsena's plea, the mystery of flame. The Freo data crystals on Firecraft had already been given to Arsena. Nareth himself had never pursued the matter deeply. To maintain the Black Emperor's majesty, I must grant him something. He recalled fragments from Slough Dha's Path of the Fire Dragon, a warrior tradition that venerated flame as the embodiment of Cain's bloodlust and destruction. From his stolen memories he had learned the method of drawing the Fire Dragon rune. Those who walked the path carved these runes upon staves and blades, without psychic power they meant nothing. But when outlined in psychic flame, the rune granted fire's strength. It was true the rune originated from shrines of Cain. Would passing it on endanger Arsena? Nareth pondered. Cain, unlike the laughing god Segarak, who escaped, and unlike Isha, taken by Nurgle, had been shattered, his soul devoured by Slaanesh. Moreover, the Fire Dragon tradition was founded later by Fugan, disciple of a sermon, and its link to Cain was tenuous. Safe enough. Resolute, he traced the rune in thought and pressed the method into the white light. On deck K-11, black mist rose within Arsena's mind. A vague shadow stood deep within, and from the darkness a fiery rune blossomed. The method of its carving imprinted itself into his consciousness. Arsena's silver eyes widened. As an ether master, he knew the feel of psychic transmissions, and this was not it. No warp, no thought speech, no psychic medium. It had pierced his defenses and inscribed the knowledge directly. I prayed to the Black Emperor, and was answered. The Black Emperor is indeed a godlike being. If Lord Nareth is the Black Emperor, then his granting power to his chosen children makes perfect sense. He gathered his thoughts, bowed deeply, and said in dun neck, "Thank you, my lord, for your gift." After kneeling a while longer, he rose and used the ritual dagger to tear open the invisible barrier. Emerging from deck K-11, he instructed his confidant and captain of the enforcers. "Seal off deck K-11. No one is to enter." He knew well the Imperium's current enforcement of imperial truth forbade worship of the Black Emperor. None could be allowed to know, for Lord Nareth's sake. If Lord Nareth truly is the Black Emperor, perhaps this is why he never declares it openly. Within the kingdom of disorder, Nareth severed the link, thoughtful. What will Thomas pray for? The seeker of secrets is likely to ask for occult knowledge. Even if I cannot fulfill it, I have the dice of prophecy charged and ready. I could use it to divine Katakan, as planned. Another idea sparked. If prayer can reach me, perhaps this allows real-time interstellar communication. Astropathic communication was slow, often garbled, vulnerable to warp storms. This method might allow him to commune instantly with his inner circle, Howard Find and others, or secretly with hidden assets like Tierney the trickster and Maria Kornikova the assassin. And if sacrifice can also be made this way, my treasure hunters could deliver their finds to me at once. His thoughts raced through possibilities before he returned to the waking world. 2 days later, he received reports. Sanchez had cleansed the orcs of 7th Plant, securing victory over Enoch's challenge. Chapter 215, Chapter 214, The Wolf Helm of Russ. Nareth did not believe the Wolf King would go back on his word, so he gave Sanchez an order. Let him go to the 6th Legion's flagship and collect his prize. After that, have him meet me aboard the throne of Shadow Sovereignty. 5 hours later, the other duelist, Enoch, received word that Sanchez had completed the cleansing of the 7th planet. As the Wolf Lord tended to his chain axe, his hand slipped, the blade bit into his right index finger. Drops of blood spattered the ground, drawing the stares of the wolves at his feet. After a few seconds Enoch came back to himself. He snatched up a canister of med spray and pressed it to the wound. Rising to his feet, he addressed the pack. Move out. Until the last green skin is dead, we do not stop. 4 hours later, 6th Legion flagship. A black stormbird, its hull painted with 7 crimson arrows, descended onto the embarkation deck. Before the engines had even cooled, 11 provoker disembarked. Their very presence made the welcoming space wolves bristle. Just seeing these outsiders made them restless, hands strained to their weapons. Even the thunderwolves at their side, creatures usually most dear to them, now seemed loathsome. The veteran wolves forced down the growl rising in their throats. They were not the routs anymore. They were the Legion's finest, Wolfguard, the Wolf King's chosen. When Sanchez himself stepped off the Stormbird, clad in black armor, their eyes fixed on him. They ignored the 1-meter-long feline creature at his left, and instead measured the great Thunderwolf at his right. Some among the 6th had tamed Thunderwolves, but none so massive as this one, save for the pair bonded to Russ, Frecky, and Jerry. Bareheaded, wearing a beast mask over his mouth, one Wolfguard glared at Sanchez. Follow me. Lead the way, Sanchez replied calmly, feeling their smoldering anger but betraying no concern. He had expected this. He followed the fur-clad warriors through the narrow corridor toward the Wolf Hall. Ivory tusks lined the passage. The Wolf Guard gathered in small groups, loud as drunken brawlers. Their armor bore unique decorations, but all shared the same red howling wolf sigil on the left pauldron, the new mark of the 6th Legion. Entering the hall, Sanchez felt the heat from fire pits, smelled the animal fat burning in the flames, and saw soot layered on the ceiling. Everything here was familiar, like an echo of the wolf dens of Fenris. The Wolf King has stamped his image on both his legion and his ships. The provoker followed their lord, every step watched by the wolves around them, anger barely restrained. The power within the provoker stirred, digesting further. The Wolf Guard led Sanchez to where the Wolf King awaited. My lord, the guard shouted. I have brought him. As the incendiary drew closer to Russ, he felt it, more than before. It was like stepping into a storm. Shadows deepened, pressure weighed on his senses, and unseen dangers lurked. Around the Wolf King, the world seemed more primal, as if one walked into humanity's distant past, when firebrands held back the beasts of the cave, and every stone had a name. Sanchez met Lehman Russ's eyes, cold as a frozen lake. Seconds dragged like centuries. Then the Wolf King smiled suddenly. The hunt welcomes you. You are a fine hunter. Enoch's defeat does not stain his honor. At those words, Sanchez felt the mood shift, the wolves no longer seethed as before. Bring him a chair. And mead. A chair was dragged out, and Sanchez sat. A bronze drinking horn was pressed into his hand. Drink, hunter. Under Russ's urging, Sanchez took a swallow. As expected, the mead burned his lips, his throat, his gut, like a fire lit inside him. He stifled a cough, and at Russ's insistence drank several more gulps. Only then did the Wolf King turn and take up a helm from the rack beside him. Sanchez rose. Russ placed the wolf helm of Russ into his hands. It is yours now. The Allfather's own artificer crafted it for me. Through the slits of beast masks, Sanchez caught the jealous glares of the Wolf Guard. You have won again, Russ said. But you will not win forever. My sons will reclaim both sword and helm from you. Sanchez felt the sharp gleam of their eyes, predatory, hungry. He accepted the wolf helm. The moment he touched it, he felt the power within. The Emperor's personal artificer, this helm is no common item. Already he longed for the next hunt. I look forward to our next contest, he said calmly, and set the helm upon his head. At once the Wolf Guard averted their eyes. With the helm of Russ upon him, Sanchez inspired not hatred, but fear. The provoker looked upon their lord and saw him greater than ever, his presence towering. When Sanchez left the 6th Legion flagship, elsewhere, on the Medicae deck, Jorin had just completed a neural implant for taste monitoring. He grabbed a horn of mead, gulped it down, savoring it with the new organ in his throat. As he reached for a second horn, his ears twitched. Damn it. Sanchez again. First he took the Wolf King's sword, now even the Allfather's gift. Another growled. I saw his guard. They're as loathsome as he is. I'd love nothing more than to smash them down and grind their vile faces into the dirt. With that, his fist slammed into a keg, bursting it. Jorin's eyes sharpened. He strode toward the surgery. Impossible, muttered the bearded apothecary. You only underwent one augmentation yesterday. You must wait until your body adapts before another. Too slow. I won't wait. I am a man of Fenris, Russ's sworn brother. I am Jorin. I will not fall. He swung his fist, voice booming with defiance. Meanwhile, Thomas, having finished his handover with the new 9th chapter Lord Cersney, departed the attack moon with his librarians. With 52 psychers he reached the librarium aboard the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty. To the lone astropath, he said, take them around. Learn the lay of it. Then he retired to his own chambers. He filled a bath, poured in amber oils he had mixed himself, gold mint, aurantium, and more. The prior had learned from many faiths that before a ritual, priests always washed, cleansing body and quieting mind. A sign of reverence to the divine. His immense form sank into the specially made tub. After 11 minutes, he rose, dried himself, donned a black robe instead of armor, and hurried to the lift. Descending, Thomas arrived at subdeck K-33. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 216, Chapter 215, The Mystery Prior Suffer from the Corruption of Slaanesh. Thomas climbed 11 steps and mounted the altar. After inspecting the ritual implements, he dripped a single drop of consecrated oil onto each candle, then lit them with spiritual flame. With a ritual knife, Thomas carved out a closed spiritual domain, knelt upon a slab of black onyx, and began chanting the Dunnik incantations. Black Emperor of the Shadows of Order. Mysterious Sovereign of the Kingdom of Disorder. Monarch of Light and Shadow, who governs and holds the rules. The prior used his eyes of mystery prying, perceiving the environment. Within the spiritual barrier, invisible waves of power stirred. As the head archivist, he immediately recognized this energy did not come from the warp. It was of another source, the same alien resonance as the whispers he had heard within the crystal mirage. Shock flashed through the prior's gaze, nearly breaking his concentration. He forced his mind to steady and continued. I beseech thy gaze. I beseech thy favor. I beseech thee, to tell me the origins of the Heartslayer, worshipped by the natives of the crystal mirage. O balance, foundation of the kingdom of disorder, grant strength to my invocation. O iron laws of monarchs, basis of the kingdom of disorder, grant strength to my invocation. The prior had encountered dozens of faiths across the expedition, but only in the crystal mirage did he meet a god that was undeniably real. And from that brief contact, he felt with instinctive dread that the Heartslayer had already noticed him. To anticipate his enemy, Thomas needed knowledge. In his office, Nareth suddenly heard faint whispers in his ear. They lasted a dozen seconds, then faded. Thomas is performing a ritual. Nareth closed his documents, shifted his focus, and entered the kingdom of disorder. There, on the side of shadow, a pulsing orb of violet light flickered before him. It expanded and contracted like a heartbeat, ceaselessly. Unfolding his psychic perception, Nareth extended toward it. Instantly, distorted images and overlapping, phantom voices surged into his mind. Black Emperor of the Shadow of Order. Tell me of the Heartslayer, god of the crystal mirage natives. Nareth's eyes narrowed. I know this answer, this is the perfect chance to prepare the divination for Katakan. He resolved to grant Thomas not only the truth of the Heartslayer, but also the knowledge of Slaanesh and its greater demon, the Keeper of Secrets. For the Imperium, save a handful like the Emperor, knowledge of the warp was almost non-existent. Imperial truth denied the warp's gods, and even Horus mocked Leman Russ for believing in a heaven. But Thomas, the librarian, and mystery prior was bound to face chaos often. He needed the truth. Nareth pressed selective knowledge into the violet sphere. On the lower decks, Thomas's mind suddenly filled with roiling black mist. From within that gloom, a blurred figure loomed. The instant his eyes of mystery prying perceived it, instinct slammed it shut. Terror racked his body, he dared not look upon the Black Emperor again. Instead, he received the torrent of information. Even his Astartes forged mind reeled under the deluge. It shattered everything he had been taught since youth, overturning imperial truth itself. Within his soul, stars burst one after another. The four chaos gods, the Immaterium truly has gods. Slaanesh, the Eldar call their nemesis she who thirsts. The Keeper of Secrets, a greater demon who knows the most intimate desires of mortals, twisting them into irresistible whispers and promises. Then, among the flood, Thomas found the answer he sought. The Heartslayer is a keeper of secrets. She who thirsts has set her gaze upon the craft world Isle Cave. The Heartslayer was summoned as one of many demons to break its defenses. Only the psychic key of its warlocks can open its webway gates, which are guarded by mighty wards. As the revelation completed, the last of his soul stars collapsed into ash. Thomas was reborn, he had truly become the prior. With reverence, he spoke in dun Nick. I thank my lord for his gift. But at once, his inner sea roared. More violently than ever before, a storm of war pressure surged, then vanished. Instead, he was submerged in intoxicating, hallucinatory perfume, whispers coiling around his thoughts. His eyes, once black, clouded with violet mist. Countless illusions filled his mind. Treasures, pleasures, delights beyond mortal comprehension, he refused them all. But whispers of forbidden knowledge, these pierced him directly. I can tell you of the true emperor, how he forged the Primarchs and you, the Astartes. I can tell you the secret of the Voynich manuscript. The prior's thoughts reeled, hungry for knowledge. But memory of the Black Emperor's warning struck him like thunder. This was Slaanesh. This was corruption. He clenched his mind into an iron bastion, resisting the infection. Within the kingdom of disorder, Nareth sensed the violet corruption seeping into Thomas's black mist. His heart jolted. Slaanesh's taint, already. Without hesitation, he snapped back to the material world, extending his consciousness to Thomas's mind door. Thomas was drowning, struggling desperately, unable to resist. Link with me, Nareth commanded. Like a man grasping at salvation, Thomas opened his soul. The link formed, and Nareth immediately flooded him with the first layer of Thelema, his mental bulwark. Together, they repelled most of the demonic hallucinations. But still Thomas's defenses buckled. Nareth sprinted through the decks, his thoughts racing. Even as a psychic, a prior, gifted with heightened perception, Thomas is more vulnerable to warp incursion. And becoming a true mystery prior magnified that risk, right when I told him of Slaanesh. He understood now. The apotheosis into mystery prior had flung Thomas wide open to chaos's whispers. Nareth forced his pace faster. If not for the link, I'd have had to drag him into the kingdom of disorder itself. He broke through elevator doors, startled enforcers scattering before him. But then, through the link, he felt Thomas awaken the true will. A wall of resolve rose within the librarian. Stand down, Nareth told the enforcers coolly. There is no danger. Thomas gasped as the illusions faded. The whispers died away. And then, new knowledge surged into him, the second layer of Thelema. The Primarch severed the link, leaving Thomas to step back from the first layer. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the prior steadied himself. He bowed with a ritual knife in hand. Father, you have labored for me. It is nothing, Nareth replied, and projected a thought into his mind. Master the second layer quickly, and pass the first to the other librarians. For the prior's path, scholar, then warlock, carried far greater risk of madness than most. Again, Nareth impressed upon him. If you cannot resist, then pray to the Black Emperor. Thomas had a stable link now. He would be heard. Nareth, however, frowned inwardly. But could I summon him into the kingdom without revealing its nature? That must remain secret, perhaps future strata will grant such power. With that thought, he returned to his office and once more into the kingdom of disorder, where the prophecy dice awaited to chart the path to Katakan. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 217, Chapter 216, The Investiture Ceremony. Throne of Shadow's Sovereignty, Primarch's office, Nareth listened to Sanchez's briefing. Father, Lord Russ did not give me trouble. I have received my hunting prize, the wolf helm of Russ. As Sanchez spoke, he shifted the helmet slung on his left arm to his chest, then held it with both hands and presented it before the Primarch. Nareth opened his spirit vision and glanced at it. The wolf helm carried no spiritual radiance. After gazing at it for a moment, he said approvingly. A fine helm. You have defended the Legion's honor and earned your reward. Russ's wolf cubs will surely come after you again. You may accept their challenges at your discretion. His tone hardened. But make certain they put up a stake. A hunting contest without worthy prizes. Let them play that among themselves. I understand. In fact, I am already looking forward to the next hunt, Sanchez replied with a smile. Nareth asked further, how is the 7th chapter? Father, before the campaign on the 7th planet, the 7th chapter numbered 6,954. Before the Battle of the Wheel of Fire, the 11th Legion had about 85,000 warriors, but the 12 chapters varied in size. Once the Primarch designated Mordian and Katakan as the recruitment worlds for the 3rd and 7th chapters, new intake for those two units ceased. The third chapter had been cut off first, leaving it the smallest with fewer than 4,000 warriors. Once Mordian recruits joined, its numbers would rise again. The 7th chapter only stopped recruitment after departing Fenris, so its numbers were higher. The 1st and 11th chapters, drawing recruits from Bostroia, were the first to reach 11,000 apiece. Nareth had divided the 11th Legion's development into 2 phases. First, each chapter would form 11 companies of 1,000 warriors each. Then in the second phase, each company would continue to expand. The 1st and 2nd chapters had already completed the first phase and entered the second. In the Wheel of Fire campaign, the 7th chapter lost 1,483. In the Battle of the Attack Moon, 512. On the 7th planet, 971. As Sanchez spoke, his smile faded, grief spilling through. Nareth's eyes too brimmed with sorrow. He, Sanchez, and Arsene, who was recording nearby, fell silent for over 10 seconds before Sanchez continued. Among the fallen, 74 veterans were interred into dreadnought sarcophagi and will continue to fight for you. Of the 5,471 remaining, 923 have already gone to the 9th chapter. These 900 were Tyrant Pathways Beyonders, following Cessisny to aid the Storm Lord in consolidating command. Nareth nodded, then pushed a data crystal across the desk to Sanchez. He had used the Dice of Prophecy to divine Katakan's star chart, and input what he already knew into it. This is the chart to the Katakan system. Its primary world is a death world, in some ways, even more dangerous than Fenris. Those who survive its death hunts are excellent hunters. Katakan shall be the future recruitment world of the 7th chapter. Once Sanchez had picked up the data crystal, Nareth added. Your chapter's mission in the Wheel of Fire is finished. After the investiture, you depart for Katakan. The Tech Marines have already designed and forged a medal commemorating the Wheel of Fire campaign. Tomorrow, aboard the flagship, I will confer it upon the 7th chapter. Sanchez bowed slightly. Thank you, Father. This is the honor you have earned. Nareth steered the subject back to Katakan. Michael will go with you. He will aid in training the recruits and study Katakan's flora and fauna. Though regretful he could not follow the Gene Father in war, Sanchez was still buoyed. To secure a chapter's own recruitment world, and one suited to his tactical thinking, was no small prize. Father, I will carry out your will. I will make Katakan part of the 7th chapter. Nareth nodded, and with a mental pulse transmitted the ceremony's details into Sanchez's mind. Then he told him. Establish an altar aboard Void Hunter. Once you reach Katakan, perform the rite and report to me. He had decided to let Sanchez serve as an experiment, to see whether he could receive messages across star systems. After Sanchez departed, Arsena reported. My lord, the Forge Lord has sent an astropathic message. Many powers are showing interest in the attack moon. Mars, the Forge World Mazoa, the Forge World Greya. Besides these, exploratory fleets of the Mechanicum have also reached out to Michael. Among them is the Muggos Lien Ramles. At the name, Nareth's attention sharpened. He remembered, Lien Ramles had discovered the STC of the Ramles-class starfort. These colossal fortresses rivaled small moons. In void-scale comparison, a Gloriana-class battleship seemed no more than a frigate against one. Over the next 10,000 years, more than 1,200 Ramles-class forts would be constructed, serving both as cores of system defenses and as repair, command, and resupply hubs for expeditionary fleets. Many Astartes chapters would one day possess them. The Death Guards watch Fortress Ariok. The Firehawks Monastery Fortress Raptorus Rex. Drawing his mind back, Nareth asked. What are they offering? The astropathic relay cannot convey details. The Forge Lord reports his Necromunda research has borne fruit. He has departed and will brief you personally. Nareth nodded, thinking privately. If cross-system prayer succeeds, then I can attempt sacrifices as well. In such cases, Michael could simply sacrifice a data slate or crystal to me, and I would receive the information quickly, and in full. The next day, the Shadows of Order warriors of the 7th chapter stood in formation upon the embarkation deck of Throne of Shadows Sovereignty. Nareth moved among them, pinning medals to their armor one by one. The medal, called the Wheel of Fire 7th Medallion, came in 2 grades. Any warrior who slew more than 10 orcs in battle was eligible. Every warrior of the 7th had killed more than 10 greenskins, thus every man received the honor. The Tyrant Pathway Beyonders who had transferred to the 9th chapter also returned to take part, maintaining their bond to their old brothers. The medal bore the image of 7 red arrows piercing a green serpent, the serpent representing the Snakebite clan. All recipients would also form the nucleus of the newly founded Orc Hunters Lodge. For each warrior decorated, Nareth would clap his son's shoulder and recite his deed. Klaus, with Chain's word you slew 12 greenskins. Your skill is worthy of admiration. Klaus straightened, pride blazing on his face. The most elite earned the higher grade of the medal. Its emblem, flames consuming a green serpent. Only those who had slain more than 1,000 orcs could bear it. Affixed it to the new first company captain, the provoker Thibaut, and said with praise. You slew 10,724 greenskins. Your record inspires awe. Within the 7th chapter, only Sanchez, and the 2 who had transferred, Cessisny and Giorgino, exceeded his tally. Father, I will uphold your will and slay the enemy without cease. At last, Nareth placed the medal upon Sanchez himself. I await your good news. Father, I will not fail your expectations. With the ceremony complete, the 7th chapter's fleet made for the Mandeville Point. At the same time, Nareth sent a newborn space ape into the 3rd layer of the Kingdom of Disorder. Another, newly bonded to him, he brought back into real space. Arsena, he ordered, give the word, prepare a frigate, with only the essential crew. An hour later, he boarded it with the Jokeros. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 218, Chapter 217, Beast Cleavers. Frigate San Rio Grande. With a thought, Nareth gestured toward the steel and other materials that the chapter serfs had hauled in. Use them to weave a force field emitters around this ship. Do not alter the vessel's original structure. Nareth remembered how, in the future, the Calician conclave Ordo Malleus had pressed the Jokero into service, building force field emitters to resist demonic incursions. He decided to test it on this frigate. If a Jokero force field could overlap with the Geller field, then warp travel would become far safer. The Jokero sprang into action. It ran to a handcart, rummaged through a pile of components, and in moments had fashioned a steel lattice like a woven basket, filled with the raw materials. Take him outside the hull, Nareth ordered the engineer. The tech priest's mask flickered with light as he stared for several seconds before looking away. His augmetic eyes, even with their tracking relays, could scarcely follow the orange-furred creature's movements. A rasping synth voice ground from the Vox grill, by your command. Even he was curious to see what a mute ape could possibly achieve. The engineer escorted the void ape to the lift, sending a drone to follow. On the hull's outer plating, the ape clambered nimbly and began to move its long, deft fingers in a blur. The engineer's mechadendrites whipped in agitation, his voice breaking with fury, blasphemy. On Mars, he had helped forge vessels for the Omnisia himself. Each shipyard ritual began with chimes and hymns, the holy schemata laid out before a single plate was riveted. But this? To him, the ape's motions looked like nothing but animal play, sacrilege against the machine god. His fingers twitched toward the gun controls, ready to annihilate the beast, yet he stopped, remembering the creature had been brought by a Primarch. Then a stream of data scrolled across his visor, uplinked from the drone's sensors. The ape is not playing. Its modifications are effective. Impossible / illogical / inconceivable. Through his warp vision, Nareth followed the Jokero's work. His gaze pierced the ship's plating and saw it, with every flick of ape's fingers, an unseen barrier spread across the hull like a second skin. So the Jokero force field emitters can be constructed. Whether it clashes with the Geller field, and how effective it is, remains to be tested. If they do not interfere, an extra layer of protection is no bad thing. Provide it with materials, Nareth instructed the serfs. The moment it stops, notify me. The bond he had forged with the ape ensured it would no longer flee by instinct. Before departing, he gave it one more command. When the force field emitters are complete, return inside. Make no further modifications to the ship. For he knew too well the Jokero's other instinct, to build. Left unchecked, it might transform the entire frigate into one of its own clan's polygonal open-frame starships. The next day, the 4th chapter arrived in the Wheel of Fire system. After confirming through observation and aura reading that Adams had fully digested the Gravedigger potion, Nareth elevated him to Sequence 7, Spirit Medium. He then dispatched the 4th and 8th chapters against the Orc fortress on the 2nd planet. Commanders Mikhaili and Jagors, after consultation, decided to commit 5 experimental hover tanks to the southeastern front. 9 companies of the 8th launched assaults from the north, west, and east to draw off the Orcs. Then the 3rd company struck. Jagors noted the fortress walls barely topped 10 meters. He sent forward the Vostroyan pattern rhinos. Hundreds of jump troops of the Shadows of Order ignited their packs, streaking like meteors onto the battlements. Their mission was clear: silence the Orc guns. Watching through the command vehicle's canopy, Jagor saw the fire teams disable the artillery and gave the order. Experimental squad, deploy. Far behind, inside a black, gear-painted APC, a tech priest answered crisply. Understood. Surrounded by glowing screens, he relayed, deploy. 5 hover tanks roared skyward, skimming to the walls. Pilots shoved their control levers. Beneath each tank, a spherical reactor spun, stirring a vat of silver-white fluid. Within the fluid, beige parasites, finger-sized, multiplied explosively. The mixture was piped through brass conduits into waiting shells. Twin cannons spat a storm of bullets into the orc ranks. The hulking greenskins laughed. Oi. You call dem puny spitballs weapons? Har har. Me squig farts louder dan dat. Bah. Dat ain't hatin, just a scratch. Feels like a grot given me a cuddle. They did not notice the dozen rice grain parasites gnawing into their flesh. Belly swelling, the creatures burst with wet pops. Tiny larval threads wriggled deeper, consuming tissue and spreading at terrible speed. Seconds later, the orcs howled in panic, clawing at their own skin. Dem runts bullets. What da zog? What is this? One brute stared in horror as his body split from within. His voice failed. His vision dimmed. In moments, their bodies dissolved from the inside out, spores devoured alongside the flesh. In the command car, Jagorz's eyes went wide. Orcs were melting from the walls, erased in minutes. He switched comms to Mikhailovsky. These new tanks are magnificent. The orcs don't burn, they vanish. Even their spores are gone. Mikhaili chuckled, then I must see this with my own eyes. Jagorz cut the link and bellowed, advance. The Vostroyan rhinos thundered forward, rams shattering the weakened wall. Rubble poured down as the breach opened and the armored column stormed through. Hover tanks drifted overhead, saturating the greenskins with fire. An hour later, their ammunition vats drained, the experimental tanks withdrew. Tech sergeants compiled the sensor data, inscribed it into crystal, and transmitted to the Shadow of Dominion. 13 hours after their deployment, Nareth received the report. My lord, Arsena presented, Tech Priest and Third Company's Jagorz confirm, the hover tanks performed beyond expectations. Parasites consumed orc bodies entirely, no spores survived. Nareth examined the images, nodded in satisfaction, and asked, their endurance? The Eldar's Voidweavers breed parasites eternally within Wraithbone. Ours rely on the Chief Apothecary's solution, fixed daily output. Calculations suggest capacity for 94 tanks in sustained action. Nareth considered, then spoke, for now, they are a scalpel, not a hammer. Just so, my lord. Jagorz concurs, 10 tanks in a sector can secure dominance within 3 kilometers. Then they shall be named Beast Cleaver hover tanks. Begin mass production. Assign them to the 3rd chapter. Order continued refinement. With apothecaries still aboard, 14 newly advanced beast tamers, 35 apothecaries, the Legion's resources sufficed. One by one, the beast cleavers entered service, a dagger thrust into orc defenses. Mikhaili and Jagorz hurled them at the strongest bastions, smashing node after node. Progress at the 2 fortress worlds surged. And then, the Night House Vextrix arrived in the Wheel of Fire system. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 219, Chapter 218, The Bard. After regrouping, the 2nd and 11th chapters once again marched into battle. The 2 chapters, alongside the House Vextrix Knights, launched assaults on the orcs' fortresses to the northwest and southwest. Captain Wilshire stood before his warriors and gave a speech. Those listening were not only his own squad but 10 others as well. Though they were equals, the other captains instinctively gathered behind him, not only because he was a knight of the court, but because he inspired confidence. Wilshire's voice boomed through an amplifier, something he had asked a tech sergeant to fashion for him, so that his speeches and his song could carry their full force. Do you know me? His roar rose above even the rumble of engines. Yes. The answer came as one. I am Wilshire. Cheers rang out in reply, but that was not enough. Today is our day of glory. By the command of our monarch, we will purge the greenskins. Will you stand with me? We will. Over 100 shadows of order bellowed their assent, following close behind him. Beside them, the engines roared and then quieted as the green-painted night suits of the House Vextrix strode off the landing deck. Ward Citra sat within the cockpit of the Glorious Victory, torrents of data streaming into his neural plugs. Runes scrolled across his retina as he peered through the night's augur arrays at the battlefield beyond. He was one with the Glorious Victory, sharing in its hunger for battle. For the first time in millennia, they had left Daxos to take part in war among the stars once more. Knight King Campbell Vextrix commanded the attack on the southwestern fortress, while Ward, the strongest knight after the king himself, took charge of the northwestern front. 19 knights followed the Glorious Victory, among them Bowen Delicia's Shield of Daxos and Alvarez de Go's Sacred Mars. Ward opened the Vox comms, his stern voice rumbling across the net. Power up your engines. The Glorious Victory was first to stir, smoke and incense venting from its exhausts, hydraulic muscles tensing, gears grinding into motion. 20 knights advanced swiftly toward the orc fortress. When the walls came into view, Ward's voice thundered over the link. Knights of Daxos, Scions of Vextrix, Delicia, Citra. Today we obey the command of the monarch Nareth. We are the flame of cleansing. For the monarch and for Daxos. All 20 knights raised their ion shields as one. On the southern wall of the fortress, the glorious Victory's Avenger Gatling cannon screamed, spewing a torrent of shells. Walls crumbled, and the orcs behind them were torn into gore. To the left, Sacred Mars, and to the right, Shield of Daxos advanced to the wall's corners. Their thermal cannons flared, targeting data, flooding their pilots' minds, the ground quaking underfoot. Blinding blasts shattered the bastions, corners collapsed in fire. Orc runes winked out in droves as buildings fell. Other knights spun up their autocannons, sweeping the parapets. Green flesh burst and splattered in the storm of fire. The orcs' guns roared back, shells slamming into the oncoming knights. Raise shields. Ward commanded. Ion shields locked into place. Explosions burst against their glowing barriers, ricocheting away. The glorious Victory charged, slamming its armored fist into the wall. Stone cracked and thundered down. Another punch, driving into the Gatling blasted breach. Crash. The wall gave way, and the knights stormed through. Orcs surged forward with bellows, only to be smashed apart by the glorious Victory's gauntlet fists. At the corners, Bowen and Alvarez swung their chainswards, shrieking blades biting into stone. More walls collapsed, and their knights crashed through. The Knights of Daxos had breached the orc fortress. At the southeastern angle, Wilshire opened his mouth and sang. Amplified, his chant swept across the battlefield. 109 shadows of order looked to the back of the bard. The song wrapped around them, into their very bodies. They felt courage fill their hearts. They felt stronger, faster. The bard surged forward, singing still. The shadows followed. Their steps grew lighter, swifter. It was not frenzy alone, their speed truly had increased. They vaulted the breach, their black armor flashing, weapons lashing out in a storm of slaughter. They were whirlwinds amid the green tide, cutting without mercy. The bard led them, his own body empowered by the song. Wilshire swung his thunder hammer, the blue field of its disintegration arc flashing like lightning, tearing orcs into scraps. Inside the glorious Victory, warning runes flared across Ward's vision. A section of his augurs screamed with frantic signals. He almost unleashed his heavy guns, until the markers shifted green, tagged as allies. He blinked, focused. The blurred hololith cleared, and towering figures emerged from the orc horde. Black-armored Astartes. Shadows of order. 100 of them, racing ahead of the knights, faster even than the titanic war machines. Their kill count rivaled the knights themselves. Ward remembered, time and again, the elite of Daxos had been outmatched by the shadows. The voice of the Throne of Iron growled through his neural links, and Ward roared into the comms. For Daxos, charge. Servos howled. Iron feet thundered. With every sweep of his gauntlets, Ward pulped scores of orcs. But the true prize lay deeper, the orc war boss. Honor demanded the knights claim its head for Daxos. The glorious Victory smashed through bunkers, the augur updating until at last the war boss appeared. 3 meters tall, swinging a cleaver 2 meters long. Wilshire had seen him too. His quarry, his tribute to his gene father. The bard sang louder than the roar of battle. Power surged within him. In an instant, he leapt past the glorious Victory to stand before the hulking brute. The orc raised its cleaver. And Wilshire's hammer rose from below, its disintegration field tearing through ribs and flesh. Ward arrived 2 steps too late, just in time to see the war boss shredded. He wrenched the knight to the side in frustration, servos sparked, armor groaned. Behind him, Wilshire's expression was calm. He whispered to himself as if in quiet revelation. I too have awakened the gift of warp insight. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 220, Chapter 219, Choosing the Buyers for the Attack Moon. In the final month of 820, the 11 Legion finished cleansing the 2nd planet. The 6th Legion had also completed its purge of the 5th planet, though Leman Russ's campaign against the 6th, begun later that year, was still ongoing. Time moved on, and as the new year arrived, Nareth was preparing to launch a fresh offensive when he received an astropathic transmission from the Emperor. 821.M30, the Primarch of the 2 Legion, Hannibal, had returned to the Imperium. The Emperor's orders were clear. Once Hannibal's welcome ceremony on Terra concluded, he was to be placed under Nareth's tutelage. Hearing Arsina's report, Nareth thought to himself. The Emperor had once entrusted the 2 Legion to my command. For me to guide Hannibal now is only natural. But Hannibal, will he prove to be the Silent Lamb? Or a warlord in the mold of Carthage's Hannibal Barca? Recalling the odd states of Suarez and Erlang, he mused further. Perhaps both. As Nareth pondered, his silver-haired aide spoke again. My lord, the Forge Lord has arrived. Let him in. Moments later, Rosicky entered the Primarch's office. Father. After saluting, the Forge Lord began his briefing. Myself and Adams have excavated a dark age of technology site, from which we obtained a vast number of data crystals. So far, the Tech Marines have decrypted 1,390 of them. The most crucial discovery, we now possess the knowledge to build, operate, and maintain teleportation gates once used by the Arrhenius continuity. At this, Nareth's interest sharpened immediately. The 11 Legion was still expanding, its holdings ever wider and scattered across the galaxy. Though the 63 conquered systems around Vostroya formed a coherent cluster, others, like Cypher Mundi and Mordian, remained isolated keystones. There were also 6 systems near Necromunda at the galactic core, Tanith in the western at the Segmentum Pacificus, Katakan in the Ultima Segmentum soon to be claimed, and Posel as a future objective. In such a patchwork realm, a network of teleportation gates would be invaluable. Moreover, Arrhenius technology, capable of functioning even during the Old Knight's warp storms, could prove decisive in ages to come, such as during the Horus Heresy. How does their gate technology compare to warp travel? Nareth asked. Rozicki produced a bright blue crystal and slotted it into the office hololith. Arrhenius teleportation and Imperial warp translation are both faster-than-light methods, but they rely on utterly different principles. A point of light flickered above the projector. In humanity's distant past, it was believed no matter could surpass light. But physicists soon discovered particles that always did, tachyons. A curious property of tachyons is that they travel backward through time. Arrhenius technology is founded on the study and manipulation of these particles. Nareth frowned slightly. Such manipulation, he knew, demanded immense energy. Rozicki's mechadendrites extended to tap at the console, altering the display into comparative data sets. Once we mastered gate activation, I ordered trials. Ships of equal class departed Necromunda for 5 neighboring systems, some via warp, some via gate, 25 journeys in total. 19 have concluded so far. On average, gates are about a week faster. Nareth nodded, already a statistically sound conclusion. But construction requires vast resources, and each jump consumes enormous energy, hence the continuity always built their gates near stars. And unlike warp travel, gates are fixed point, one gate leads only to its designated partner. Warp allows mid-voyage redirection, albeit at great risk. Nareth was unsurprised. Warp translation was still the more flexible and resource-efficient tool for Imperial expansion. Teleportation would never replace it entirely, else the Emperor would never have needed his Webway project. But as a unique network for the 11 Legion, the gates were priceless. Your work is of great merit, a major discovery, Nareth said. At those words, Rozicki felt something within him flare like a starburst. His soul grew livelier. He knew at once, he had ascended, becoming a true archaeologist. Star map. At a signal from the aide, the hololith switched to a galactic map. Gates are too costly for mass deployment, but critical nodes warrant them. Vostroya. Mordian. Cypher Mundi. Triken. Vigilus. Necromunda. Tanith. Build the first 7 there. He pushed a data slate across the desk. The Arbites discovered a Fortress-class Void Shield template at Vigilus. The slate holds the backup. While constructing the gates, install these Fortress Shields over major hive cities, with Tech Marines assigned for maintenance. Rozicki bowed. By you will. He continued. Beyond the crystals, atoms, and I also recovered disintegration weapons and Archaeotech pistols. Research is underway. Progress on the pistols, we can now produce searing beams powered by a planet's radiation belt. Nareth already knew fragments of this from atoms, but Rozicki's detail was welcome. Produce prototypes. Let mid-tier commanders choose to test them. Now, what have the factions offered for the attack moon? Rozicki's encyclopedic mind recalled instantly, and he began listing. Mars's Fabricator General offers you a Gloriana-class battleship, and will commit a Titan of the Legio Adoris to campaign alongside us. That's all. Nareth asked dryly. The offer was far less than he'd expected. Mars is factionalized. Some dispute the very study of Zeno's tactics. Others claim, under the Treaty of Olympus, all such technology belongs solely to the Mechanicum. They say you should hand the attack moon over entirely. Nareth's lip curled. The oil priests never lacked arrogance. He knew their schisms well. By the heresy, they'd even turned civil war. A Gloriana class. Hardly tempting. A despoiler class, perhaps. Mazoa Forge World offers alliance and supply lines. Greya offers the same, plus the Legio Astraman to fight with us. Of all the bids, Greya's intrigued him most. The so-called Crown of Miracles, Greya's vast factory complex, the Greyan Crown could move under its own power. With colossal fusion drives, it could lift free of its planet, reach a Manderville point, and sail the warp. That could prove decisive in prolonged campaigns where supply is scarce. The 11 Legion would gain both a southern galactic ally and a mobile supply base. He was satisfied, but pressed further. What of the Explorator Magi? They only began large-scale expeditions after the Treaty of Olympus secured them navigators and astropaths. They promise to share future discoveries, but as yet, none are significant. And the Muggos, Lien Ramels. Has he found a standard template construct? No, Rosicky replied. So Ramels had not yet uncovered the famed STC for a starfort, named after him in honor. Nareth made his decision. Grea's offer pleases me most, but I have an additional demand. I want shared access to their research results. I will send 5 tech marines to collaborate with them. Rosicky instantly grasped the plan. Just as with the Frail battlecruiser, his Gene son would pursue joint development. I will deliver your terms to Grea's fabricator. Nareth, through subtle questioning and reading his aura, confirmed Rosicky had successfully digested the archaeologist potion. He dismissed him to send the message, then returned to the Nation of Disorder to brew the appraiser potion, using the cybernetic eye of the Iron Lord recovered on Necromunda. Thus, Rosicky advanced to Sequence 7. The next day, Nareth received word, the Jokeros had finished refitting the escort frigate. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 221, Chapter 220, The Primarch of the Second Legion. Nareth boarded the escort frigate with Rosicky and Arsena. He instructed the Forge Lord, run diagnostics on the frigate and confirm whether the Geller field can coexist with the Jokero force field. Light flickered in Nareth's eyes as he gazed outward. Through his warp sight, he perceived an invisible barrier surrounding the vessel. The Jokero force field, a tangible energy shield. Moments later, the Geller field activated. The Geller field doesn't project a barrier to block the warp. Instead, it creates a bubble in real spacetime, one consistent with physical laws, enveloping the ship. It is a bubble generated by psychers sealed deep within the vessel, stabilizing real space around it against the shifting tides of the warp. Thus, demons that cannot normally exist in reality are repelled beyond its bounds. After careful scrutiny, Nareth reached his conclusion: the tangible Jokero force field could indeed coexist with the non-physical Geller field. An energy shield like this ought to consume immense power. Yet the old one's hybrid of technology and psychic craft is peculiar, its draw is small, not even requiring Fortress-class reactor output. 29 minutes later, the Forge Lord completed his inspection and reported back to the Nareth. Father, I have confirmed it, the Geller field and Jokero force field can coexist. The Jokero force field is a special barrier of energy. It cannot resist physical attacks, but it does repel the erosion of the warp. Its power consumption is modest, but constant while active. I believe we should develop a mechanism to switch it on and off at need. Nareth nodded. Keeping it active constantly would be wasteful, especially since he could control only 2 Jokero to replenish it. Conservation was vital. Lead the Tech Marines. Develop a control system for the force field. By you will. Nareth deployed 1 Jokero to the 4th chapter's flagship, then summoned another, recently bound through the Kingdom of Disorder, to begin constructing Jokero force fields there. Returning to the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty, the Primarch resolved to launch a new offensive. He addressed Arsena. Begin the next campaign. The 2nd, 8th, and 9th chapters will strike at the 8th planet. The 4th and 11th chapters will assault the 4th planet. The 5th will relieve the 9th, garrisoning the attack moon. The 3rd returns to Mordian to recuperate. Dispatch half the strength of the 1st, 6th, 10th, and 12th chapters here, to the Wheel of Fire. The 11th Legion's 8 chapters had already bled against the orcs, gaining hard-won experience. Now it was time for the other 4 to be tempered as well. After arranging Legion matters, Nareth and his honor guard descended to the 4th planet. 2 lunar cycles later, he received word, the Primarch of the 2nd Legion had concluded the grand ceremonies on Terra and had arrived at the Wheel of Fire. Nareth returned to the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty to receive him. At the obsidian dining table sat Hannibal. Across from Nareth, he wore no armor, only a tailored brown suit like some Vostroyan noble. Golden hair neatly combed to one side, lips curved in a sculpted smile, yet predatory light lurked in his eyes. Nareth turned to his own meal, coral red claws of steamed spider crabs. As the chef cracked the shell, a briny sweet fragrance rose. The Primarch tasted the ivory flesh, it slipped down his throat, tender sweetness lingering. Salt and pepper mantis shrimp, fried till their shells bloomed into lacework, crisp, brittle, red-tinged. The chef peeled one open, and Nareth savored the sweet meat, where umami clashed with the sting of peppered salt. Enjoying the fruits of the symphony of the sea, Nareth's gaze returned to Hannibal. The 2nd Primarch elegantly lifted a rib steak of iron-scaled kraken with his fork. Charcoal flames kissed the bone-in cut, fat burst into golden sparks. Myoglobin dripped as amber juices along marbled striations. Snowflake fat melted into liquid gold, crisp crust sheathing tender fibers, each bite succulent. Delicious. Hannibal declared, smiling broadly. His voice rang in perfectly modulated high Gothic. I've eaten finer cuts still. One day, I shall host you to taste them. That smile was charming, aristocratic, too polished. Only Terran noble spoke High Gothic so flawlessly. Yet something about him was off. What kind of cuts does he mean? Is it truly fit for men to eat? Nareth narrowed his eyes slightly, his glance sliding left, toward Suarez and Erlang. Their cheekbones jutted more grotesquely, brows and skull plates thickened, muscles at the temples calcified. His gaze shifted right, toward Medis, unaltered, still a mere mortal. His pupils shone gray, neck and wrists mottled with ashen blotches. Suarez and Erlang have clearly been feeding on Xeno's flesh. And Medis. Emperor knows what he consumed to be marked so visibly. A trace of nausea coiled in Nareth's gut. He abandoned the kraken steaks, returning to the clean taste of sea cradle shellfish. Hannibal and his sons ignored all else, devouring only kraken meat. Afterwards, Hannibal dabbed his lips with a white handkerchief, folding it neatly, creases unchanged. He fixed Nareth with shining eyes. Nareth, my brother. Father and Malkador sent me to you, to learn, to grasp the secrets of war. When do we begin? Leaning back, the 11th Primarch studied him. That feigned urgency, what does it mask? He recalled the Wolf King's hunting grin. Similar, yet different. Less wild. More hungry. His eyes hardened. He probed. Hannibal, you seem impatient. The 2nd Primarch rose. Indeed. I have long heard of the greenskins. I would see them myself, at once. Suarez, Erlang, and Medis stood too, green light flickering in their eyes. Nareth stood as well. Then let us depart. In the Primarch's palace, while attendants fastened his warplate, Nareth asked Joffrey. These faceless ones you've traveled beside, have you noticed anything amiss? Joffrey hesitated. Father. Meeting his sire's gaze, he continued. I cannot be sure. But I believe the faceless have done something with the orc corpses. After battles, they are always strangely eager, always seeking conversation with me, or others, at those times. He paused, then confessed. I have tried to uncover their secret, but no chance yet presented itself. I understand. Nareth nodded. You have fulfilled your duty. Moments later, he handed Joffrey a vial of Arbiter's potion, instructing him in the path of the Beyonder, before striding for the embarkation deck. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 222, Chapter 221, Hannibal's Culinary Lesson. The black storm bird descended onto the 4th planet. Nareth and Hannibal stepped down the embarkation ramp. Nareth noticed Hannibal's nose twitch. The smell of meat mixed with fungus. Watching Hannibal's expression, as though he had caught the scent of a fine dish, Nareth said. Your sense of smell is sharp. Hannibal's charming smile took on a shadow of melancholy. Lecter is a world of scarcity. Mads and I were never full as children. So, you understand, the hungry are always sensitive to food. His tone darkened. Lecter had too few alien beasts, compared to it, the Wheel of Fire was paradise. Nareth gave a slight nod and turned to Arsena Dunn. The holoscan. Arsena raised his left arm and activated the projector built into it, displaying the planetary scan in front of the 2 Primarchs. Lord Hannibal, the 4th planet is the closest of the 8 worlds to its sun. Because of gravity and other factors, its volcanism is extremely active. The eruptions enrich the soil and bring ores to the surface. Human colonists built their domains around these volcanoes, just outside the eruption zones. After the orcs seized the world, they built their strongholds atop those same human settlements. Hannibal studied the shimmering projection, covered with countless points of light. The silver-haired Arsena highlighted 16 of them. The orcs' large strongholds number 16, each surrounded by many smaller ones. Nareth, silent until now, finally spoke. Given the situation, my cleansing plan has 2 phases. Phase 1, seize the large fortresses, then withdraw. During the journey from Terra aboard the Wheel of Fire, Hannibal had listened to Suarez and Erlang describe the orcs' nature. Though their battles had been small, they had given him some understanding. He quickly grasped Nareth's intent. Once we withdraw, the orcs from nearby outposts will swarm into the fortresses. Their infighting will consume them. Exactly, Nareth said approvingly. Once they fought and bled, we strike the survivors. What he didn't add was that this tactic only suited worlds like this one, with many tribes, but not in the billions. For orcs grow stronger through battle. The war boss who emerges from such struggles can become vastly more powerful, his horde surging into a great whack. That was seen, in the future, on Octarius. Thus Nareth planned to strike as soon as each fortress produced a victor, never allowing one war boss to unify the planet. Confident he could contain any threat, he embraced the tactic. In the past 2 months, Nareth continued, my legion has already cleansed 3 fortresses, 1, 4, and 11. Hannibal noted that those 3 were marked in green on the projection, the remaining 13 in red. In the second phase, my legion will take fortresses 3, 13, and 14. The second legion will strike fortress 2. According to the augur matrix, it is the second largest orc bastion. Good, Hannibal replied with his dazzling smile, quick and certain. He understood. Nareth considered his return to the Imperium still fresh, his legion still adapting. He gave Hannibal only one target, but the greatest, to honor his dignity. The two Primarchs spoke further, Nareth both teaching Imperial lore and studying his brother. At last, with the second legion's landing ships fully deployed, the two parted. Hannibal boarded a stormbird to his army. When it descended, the Faceless erupted in thunderous cheers. Suarez and Erlang had already assembled all captains and lieutenants. Hannibal strode before them. His gaze swept across his sons. Each carried a forged steel blade. Hannibal smiled in satisfaction. You have all equipped yourselves with the bear hunting knives I required. The first principle of the hunt is timing. Against powerful prey, striking too soon is unwise, their resistance is strong. We must attack with speed and fury, weakening them first. Only then begins the true feast. He watched his sons think deeply, and smiled. Form up. I will teach you, hand to hand, what real hunting means. Tell every Faceless, those who excel will be rewarded with dishes cooked by my personal chefs. Suarez and Erlang felt their throats water. Compared to their crude rations, their Gene-Father's cuisine was divine. The second legion assembled. Hannibal gave the order to advance, leading from the front. He raised his bolter and fired, explosive shells tearing orcs apart. The Faceless followed his lead, their own bolters spitting death. Minutes later Hannibal keyed the vox. Remember, the proper time to feast is when half the prey is dead. This is Lecter's wisdom, honed over 1,000 years. When half are dead, the worst tasting are gone. What remains are the choicest cuts. Now, draw your bare knives. He slung his bolter and drew his curved blade. On Lecter's forested mountains, such knives had long been the hunter's tools against bears, balanced, deadly, leaving the hunter steady and unshaken. Scanning his sons, Hannibal saw every blade drawn. The first step is choosing your target, proper proportions, firm, elastic flesh. He rattled off 68 criteria, rapid fire, in just 2 minutes, matching each to the orcs' bodies. To pick the best prey in an instant is a trial. To avoid clashing with your brothers, to strike in harmony, that too is a trial. But if you would be true gastronomes of the hunt, you must master it. He had already chosen his quarry, not the biggest, not the strongest, but the one that best fit his philosophy. Now comes the crucial step, Hannibal said over the vox. This is the test of the knife. We must not spoil the essence of the meal. End the prey swiftly, this is our respect for the food. And for taste, meat spoiled by fear turns sour. He licked his lips, dodged a crude orc club, and swept his knife. A head spun away. The stench of an orc's armpits was vile, but Suarez and Erlang had told him that only beheading truly killed them without ruining the meat. He strode onward. One orc could not sate him. His stomach growled with hunger. He needed more. 5 heads later, he paused. Around him, Suarez and the other officers had learned quickly, each selecting a worthy meal. Even by Hannibal's exacting standards, they were fine choices. They used bare knives only, never chain swords or power blades that would spoil the flesh. They struck swiftly, sparing the meat the taint of terror. Hannibal opened a private channel to his chef corps. 260 chefs, mostly from Lecter, others recruited from Terra, served him, with 20 always active, the rest rotated after gene surgery. Prepare the feast. 20 chefs, with 1,000 apprentices, set to work. Washing, carving, slicing. The smell of fungus-laced meat filled the camp. Golden steaks gleamed in the sun. Hannibal pointed to the most outstanding sons. Suarez. Erlang. He named over 300 in all. You will share my chef's dishes. The rest, eat what the apprentices prepare. The legion's thralls set folding tables, covered with spotless white cloth. Hannibal washed his hands, wiped them on a white towel, and sat. A napkin was tied at his neck. Hands clasped, head bowed, he intoned. Before tasting, we give communion. Thanks to the Emperor, for giving me an appetite. Thanks to the orcs, for becoming my food. The Faceless echoed their father in prayer. Hannibal smiled, took up knife and fork. Now, let us feast. 26 minutes later, Suarez and Erlang dabbed their lips with white cloths. They sat smiling, eyes meeting, each reading the same thought in the other. We have been too crude, too wasteful. We must be like our Gene-Father, refined, true connoisseurs. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DawisJinzu. Chapter 223, Chapter 222, The Vipers of Katakan. While the Second Legion was hunting delicacies on the 4th planet of the Wheel of Fire, the 7th chapter of the 11th Legion arrived at the Catachan system in the Segmentum Ultima. Sanchez ordered the fleet to conduct a full-scale augur array sweep of Catachan. The Auspex officer, clutching a data slate, reported to the Reaper Lord. My lord, scans indicate that 90.47% of Catachan's surface is covered in dense jungle. It is a death world. Sanchez gazed at the hololithic projection, an emerald sphere like a flawless jewel. The densest life signals appear here, 7 in total, the officer said, highlighting pale spots across the green globe. They correspond to plains terrain, likely settlements of the natives. How is Catachan's defense? Sanchez asked. My lord, no orbital defense platforms. No ground defense signals either. The Reaper Lord nodded slightly, then turned to his chief apothecary, Michael. The archives of Father note the Catachans can be brought into compliance. I will lead my honor guard to their settlement and speak with their leaders. Michael inclined his head. It is a sound course. Thus, Sanchez, his honor guard, and a Lexicanum boarded a Stormbird and descended toward the strongest life sign cluster. Through the viewing port, Sanchez saw the endless jungle rushing beneath them, an ocean of green stretching to the horizon. The canopy was a solid carpet, mist rising from the sea of leaves. Ancient trees clawed skyward, branches interlocked like a fortress wall. His gaze grew sharp, he could feel it. The forest itself seemed to hunger. When the Stormbird reached the landing site, he confirmed no defensive emplacements below and ordered. Land. The honor guard deployed. At his flank, Masuda Mystery Prior activated his Eye of Mystery Prying, surveying their surroundings. This area has been cleared by fire, he observed, but vines and lichens grow everywhere. The toxins in these plants corrode stone, and the vines collapse structures. Sanchez nodded. Father's records spoke true, the flora destroys settlements, and the fauna hunts in packs, striking human dwellings. The world itself may be a greater foe than its people. Soon, the natives appeared, tall, broad, muscled like predators. They wore little more than camouflaged vests, their bronze skin painted with natural dyes. Most bore wooden spears, some clutched crude firearms. Sanchez felt the danger radiating from them. Hunters, every one, no less deadly than the warriors of Jorin. Father was right, he murmured. They are born hunters. Then to his Lexicanum, speak with them. The Psyker adjusted the translator, cycling through tongues until the 17th aligned with the natives' language. People of Catachan, we are not your enemies. We come from Terra, the cradle of mankind. We are your kin. The message repeated until the tribesmen slowed, listening. Sanchez removed his wolf-faced helm and stepped forward. As the broadcast says, we are your brethren. I am of the Shadows of Order, sent by Primarch Nareth to find our lost kindred. At last, a tattooed giant came forth. Shadows of Order, he boomed, we are indeed mankind's kin. Waging war across the galaxy cannot be harsher than surviving this world. We proudly answer your call. I, Lucas, pledge loyalty to Primarch Nareth. Sanchez removed a gauntlet and extended his hand. Lucas didn't understand what he said but guessed what he meant from his movements. He held a gun in one hand and stretched out his fist at the black-clad warrior. Sanchez understood, clenched his right hand, and bumped into Lucas, forearm to forearm. The Reaper Lord and his warriors followed Lucas back to his tribe. There Sanchez saw that every man, woman, and child bore arms, even children staggered under the weight of knives or pistols. Truly, as Father said, an army in flesh. Even the young are dangerous. Lucas announced loudly to his people, they are our kin, the Shadows of Order. I have sworn fealty to their lord. Prepare food and treat our compatriots. After listening to Masud's translation, Sanchez called the track with a communicator. Send food and drinks. From orbit, delicacies were delivered, iron-scaled kraken steaks, seafood from Symphony of the Sea. The Catachans brought their own fare, steamed swamp duck, cobra stew, and great skewers of black-backed vipers. Lucas marveled at kraken meat, shocked to hear the beasts grew kilometers long. The Catachans opened their mouths wide and swallowed delicious seafood. The Shadows of Order did not touch the food made of various poisonous snakes, only ate Catachan teals, at least these strange ducks with sharp teeth looked more palatable. After eating more than a dozen kraken cutlets in a row, Lucas found that the black-clad warriors had not touched the poisonous snake. Lucas noticed and urged Sanchez, Lord, the snakes are our true delicacy. Understanding the value of custom, Sanchez smiled. Eat, brothers. Even if your stomachs and livers fail, the apothecary's serums will cleanse the venom. Reluctantly, they tasted. Masud, after 12 black-backed vipers, felt his superhuman body waver, fever, chills, cold sweat. He discreetly injected a vial of antidote before regaining composure. Catachan's poisonous snake is indeed dangerous, even Astarte's superhuman body can be poisoned. Every Astartes at the feast required at least one serum injection before the night ended. Yet the Catachans were satisfied. After winning the support of the Catechans, Sanchez returned to pray to the Black Emperor. With Catecan secured, the 7th chapter of the Shadows of Order began full deployment across the Death World. The chief apothecary led expeditions deep into the lethal jungle. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 224, Chapter 223, The Catecan Brainleaf. Void Hunter, Chapter Master's Quarters. Sanchez crossed his office, removed his black armor in the private armory, passed through the meditation chamber, and entered the innermost bathroom opposite his bedroom. He dripped 11 drops of ritual oil, taken from Thomas, into the bath and submerged his whole body in the water. After 33 ticks of the wall clock, he rose, dried himself with a towel, and donned a black robe. Sanchez stepped into the meditation chamber and approached the altar. The altar dominated the room, 11 meters in diameter, 3.3 meters tall, occupying most of the space. Ascending it, he lit candles and used a ritual dagger to inscribe spiritual wards along the walls. Then he knelt upon a black onyx cushion and began chanting in Dunnick. Black Emperor of the Shadows of Order. Mysterious Sovereign of the Kingdom of Disorder. Monarch of Light and Shadow, who governs and holds the rules. I beseech thy gaze. I beseech thy favor. I beseech thee. I have arrived in the Catecan system, persuaded the native tribes, and they now offer their loyalty to Lord Nareth. O balance, foundation of the kingdom of disorder, grant strength to my invocation. O iron laws of monarchs, basis of the kingdom of disorder, grant strength to my invocation. No sooner had Sanchez finished than the altar stirred with unseen force. He bowed his head and continued chanting, and at that same moment, in the Wheel of Fire system, on the 4th planet, a nearly inaudible murmur brushed Nareth's ear. If not for his razor-sharp senses, it would have been lost beneath the thunder of bolter fire. The Primarch's bolter roared in his hands, the hand of order, even as his thoughts flickered. A prayer? But far weaker than Arsena's or Thomas's when they prayed. Is it because of distance? 34 minutes later, after the fortress battle ended, Nareth withdrew from his warriors and stepped into the formless side of the Kingdom of Disorder. There, he noticed something new, a small red orb pulsing with light. He extended his spirit into it. The moment he touched it, distorted visions surged in his mind, along with overlapping, broken words. Black Emperor of the Shadow of Order. Kingdom of Disorder. I beseech thee. I have arrived in the Catecan system, they offer loyalty. O iron laws of monarchs, grant strength into my invocation. Sanchez's voice flickered in and out, Dunnick words fragmented. Nareth's eyes deepened. His thoughts spun. Catecan is far from Wheel of Fire. The prayer consumed vast power in the transmission. It resembles astropathic communication, fragmented, incomplete, but almost real-time. Normally, prayer needs no sacrifice. But without a proper altar and offering, Sanchez's message wouldn't even have arrived. He frowned, then pondered further. If my authority grows again, I should be able to achieve cross-system communication, real-time and clear. At the earliest, when I digest the Briber's potion. At the latest, once I ascend to Baron of Corruption. Satisfied with the experiment, Nareth whispered. I have heard. He infused the words into the red orb. Catecan system, Void Hunter. Sanchez kept reciting. He had heard nothing in return, yet he persisted, voice steady. Then black mist surged in his eyes, and within it a vague figure stood. Have heard. Shock struck him, but also puzzlement. The revelation was fractured. Did I fail to hear the Black Emperor's full message because my devotion is lacking? Is the Black Emperor the same great being as the Father? His mind wandered. After more bowing, he rose and headed planetside. Chief Apothecary Michael had already led a beast tamer, 5 apothecaries, and 3 hunters into the deep jungle. The Primarch's dossier warned them, power armor draws the notice of Catecan's predators. So they wore only green shirts, shorts, and packs, at the cost of reduced toxin resistance. Every so often they injected antidotes to stave off the jungle's poisons. Their formation was loose, each warrior hundreds of meters apart, to avoid attracting aggressive flora and fauna. Yet still, vine tendrils whipped out like serpents, striking at them. The warriors' charged blades flashed, shredding the attacks. 3 hunters flanked and covered the rear, Mikkel led the vanguard. The vampire, his heightened senses honed by apothecary work, smelled every creature. To him, every blood scent was unique, even among his own brothers. His superhuman mind catalogued each trace. Slipping lightly through the undergrowth, he avoided the diffuse yellow-green light filtering through the canopy. A twitch at his nose, he locked onto prey, 6 kilometers ahead. Its blood volume dwarfed all nearby beasts. A pond compared to puddles. Michael recalled the Primarch's briefings. He already suspected what it was. A Catecan devil. The Beastmaster confirmed it, eager to tame it. Even among Catecan's horrors, the Catecan devil was feared, yet to tame one would be a boon in the jungle. The vampire wove through growth, avoiding the blood traces of other beasts, when something drifted down from above. Michael looked up, a bird-like creature descending toward his head, woven from plant tendrils. No blood within it. Plant, not beast. His mind raced. He matched it to the father's dossier. Brain leaf. Hidden in jungle canopies, it latched its tendrils to spines and skulls, enslaving its hosts. That it moved and hunted was no surprise. On Katakan, every plant was a predator. Vine struck. Brain leaf enslaved. And the brain leaf, the father named it as a priority target. From his pack, Mikkel drew a black iron rod. He pressed a stud, a net burst forth, wrapping the brain leaf. The apothecary's alchemical fluid seeped into it, paralyzing it. Michael caught the immobilized plant and hooked it to his backpack, specially fitted for trophies. Suddenly, on the left flank, a hunter rolled backward, just in time. A massive tendril burst from the ground, coiling around his arm. He hacked through it with his charged blade, then turned toward the splitting earth and gaping maw. A dizzy spell hit him. He nearly collapsed, driving his sword into the soil to stay upright. Poisoned. He tore away the tendril, jammed an antidote into his arm, and cleared his head. Then he split the gaping maw with his blade. The attacker shriveled, fading back into the ground. Shaken, he thought. I carry the father's senses, I am a hunter, trained to perceive all, yet I did not detect it. A miral catcher. The father's briefing came back. Flat plants clinging to the soil, their roots tuned to vibrations. They lie dormant, invisible. When prey approaches, they erupt with devastating force. The hunter recalled his father's words. A hunter must know the land, use the land. He finally understood. To hunt on Katakan, I must know its beasts and flora, or I will be the hunted. And in that realization, his spirit surged, his control over his inner power grew keener. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 225, Chapter 224, The Katakan Devil. Michael used his spirit vision to observe the hunter. Once he confirmed the toxins in his body were neutralized, he ordered the squad to move forward. The shadows of order grew increasingly cautious, scanning their surroundings with sharpened focus, ready at any moment to counter an ambush. He sensed the heavy humidity in the air, it was as if they were trudging through thick sludge. The ground was soft, their boots sometimes sinking, making every step far more laborious than usual. They advanced to the droning hum of insects, each movement slow, deliberate, every step carefully measured and controlled. They did their best not to disturb the vegetation, to avoid even the faintest sound. In silence they marched, in silence they learned the Katakan way of moving. As the jungle began to thin, the vampire raised his palm downwards, signaling them to slow even further. Though they were already nearly noiseless, they had to be even more discreet. The shadows of order crept forward in crouched stances, and then they saw them, hulking behemoths the size of trains, shaped like multi-limbed scorpions. The shadows compared these scorpion-like giants to the information given by their gene father, Katakan devils. The vampire's senses were sharper, he smelled 4 more of the same blood sent from nearby, along with 37 smaller creatures. He knew Katakan devils lived in nests, formed by several adults and dozens of young. Michael drew his Archaeotech pistol and loaded yellow, capsule-like rounds into the chamber. The weapon hailed from Necromunda, a relic of the dark age of technology, capable of firing any kind of ammunition. He raised it, aiming at the Katakan devil's head. Bang. The round struck true. The shell burst, and yellow reagent spread rapidly. The devil roared in fury, whipping its massive head. Several towering trees were snapped clean in half. The shadows of order broke into swift, silent motion, moving the devil way. The devil's bulk made it slow, and the shadows easily dodged its sweeping head. They knew they had to avoid its scythe-like claws and venomous scorpion tail. Even with power armor, those weapons could tear them to shreds, and right now, they had no such protection. The giant beast turned, leveling whole swathes of forest as tree trunks and branches shattered in all directions. Michael fired twice more into its head. Its movement slowed, staggering drunkenly, growing heavier and clumsier. But then, from the left, the right, and ahead, tremors rumbled through the ground, more giants were coming. The vampire knew he had little time. He unfurled the wings of darkness. From his back rose thick black mist, coalescing into a phantom pair of bat wings. His speed surged. He bounded forward and took to the air. Like lightning, he reached the devil's head. From his satchel, he hurled an amber vial that shattered across its skull. Mist billowed, enveloping him and the beast's head. The devil roared again, weaker this time, its cry laced with fatigue. It fought to lift its head, claws slashing wildly. The vampire's wings beat hard, carrying him out of reach of the desperate strikes. Michael's spirit coalesced into a whip, lashing against the beast. As a beast tamer, he dodged, chanted, and struck, using his taming to make the monster submit. The apothecary's amber concoction empowered his spiritual lash, making it almost tangible, thrashing again and again against the devil's head. The vampire's wings faded, and he landed atop the devil's skull. It bucked violently to throw him off, but his reflexes were far beyond human. His feet tapped lightly, never losing balance. Its resistance waned until, finally, when the beast tamer pressed his hand to its forehead, the struggle ceased. Michael invoked animal sense, sending his spirit flowing into the devil. At his will, the colossal body sank down. "Climb on," he ordered. The shadows scrambled onto the train-sized creature. Feeling its resistance, Michael pushed his spirit harder. The devil yielded, letting the shadows climb. At his command, its segmented legs moved, carrying them forward out of the forest. From atop the devil's head, Michael glanced back. More devils, both large and small, were closing in. He drew a red vial from his pack, loaded it, and fired. The round struck a tree 3 kilometers away, releasing a red mist. The devils smelled it, pungent, intoxicating. Frenzied, they charged toward it. On the way, they tore at each other, giants splitting smaller kin in half, scorpion tails skewering the rest. With the swarm lured away, Michael urged his new beast to advance. It bulldozed through countless trees, until 3 kilometers later, the beast tamer brought it to a halt. He looked ahead. 4 kilometers out, sprawled across the ground, lay a cluster of frog-like creatures of varying size. Michael frowned deeply. From the father's data, the greater catachan barking toad and its lesser kin are the most toxic and dangerous creature known in the galaxy. They appear harmless, but when startled, they unleash an explosion of toxins. Everything within a kilometer dies and liquefies, including the toad itself. The toxin is so virulent that respirators, power armor, even sealed suits cannot protect against it. He knew if that swarm self-detonated, every shadow of order but himself would be reduced to sludge. The beast tamer raised his hand. "Stay still." Man and devil alike froze like statues, staring at the toads. The barking toads croaked, unmoving. Michael's mind raced, calculating alternate routes. Moments later, he abandoned the thought. Detours would take them too far, and the devil's sheer bulk would surely provoke the toads. They waited 2 long hours before the toads finally grew bored, croaking and hopping away. Only then did the beast tamer drive the devil forward, out of the jungle. When the tribesmen in camp saw the beast, they were stunned. Weapons raised, they prepared to attack, until the shadows emerged from the flank. One spoke in broken, halting catachan. "It is our pet." The locals were dumbfounded. They had slain devils with great effort, but never had they heard of anyone taming one. Lucas rushed forward, weapon in hand, then froze as he saw Michael atop the devil's head. Word spread like wildfire through the tribes. The shadows of order had tamed a catachan devil. From then on, every catachan's gaze upon them changed. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 226, Chapter 225, The Dangerous Yet Bountiful Catachan. Chief Apothecary Michael met with Reaper Lord Sanchez. After their discussions, they decided to continue exploring the jungle, using it as a place to temper the shadows of order. They divided the jungle into 3 zones, setting different standards for the squads assigned to each. Within 50 kilometers of the catachan tribes, the chances of encountering threats like the catachan barking toad were relatively low. 40 squads, numbered 23 through 62, were deployed to this outer zone. Each of these squads was built around hunters as the core. After the Wheel of Fire campaign, where they suffered heavy losses and 900 warriors were reassigned to the 4th chapter, the 7th chapter still retained 1,472 members of the Black Duke's court. Despite the cost of that campaign, the 7th remained the chapter with the greatest number of court members, having followed Nareth in campaign after campaign. Each squad exploring the jungle outskirts was composed of 30 hunters, 1 apothecary, 50 shadows of order, and 20 catachan warriors. The Reaper Lord wished the shadows and the catachans to learn from one another. The middle zone of the jungle was assigned to 20 squads, numbered 3 through 22. Each consisted of 10 provokers, 1 beastmaster, 20 shadows of order, and 10 catachan elites. Only 2 squads entered the central zone, led personally by Michael and Sanchez, numbered 1 and 2. Meanwhile, the shadows of order were stationed in the tribes. Some oversaw the recruitment of new legion aspirants, gathering eligible children for trials. Others focused on raising auxiliaries from adult tribesmen, forming the catachan auxilia army. After the meeting, Michael did not immediately depart. Instead, he gathered the beast tamers beside their new pet, a catachan devil. Clad in black hooded robes, masks concealing his face, and black scarves around the neck, the vampires spoke. "I will inscribe rune harnesses upon the catachan devil's back. During the process, I will instruct you. In 1 month, I expect each of you to present a tamed beast. This is your trial. Before we begin, remember this: choosing the right creature is everything. First, never attempt to tame a barking toad. Even if you drug them with concoctions to dull their senses, they are too unstable. At any moment, they might explode, triggered by your brothers or your servants. At the same time, the hunters set off with their squads. The moment the apothecaries entered the jungle, they felt as if they had stepped into a paradise both perilous and overflowing with treasure. In Squad 54, during the 4th hour after entering the forest, they encountered a pack of mineral catchers. After dealing with the tendrils that suddenly lashed out from beneath the soil, the apothecary examined a severed appendage with a scanning probe. Moments later, he exclaimed with delight. The paralytic venom in these creatures is 13.64 times stronger than the anesthetics currently used by the Legion. But before his excitement could subside, 4 massive leaves snapped shut, coiling tightly around him. A jaw-like frond covered his face, another squeezed his throat, while 2 wrapped around his torso. The shadows of order leapt into action. A nearby hunter surged forward. His energized blade flashed, severing the connection between predator and prey. Another stroke killed the carnivorous plant outright. Then he knelt beside the apothecary, tugging at the leaf trap. To his shock, even severed from the host and mostly dissolved by disruption fields, the remnants clung unyieldingly to the apothecary's body. A Katakan squad leader stepped forward. In halting Vostroyan, he said, "We call these plants catchers. They're leaves." Then, running out of vocabulary, he switched to Katakan dialect. They actively seek prey, clamping their jaw-shaped fronds around anything nearby. Switching back to Vostroyan, he finished, "You must act quickly, or he will suffocate." The hunter sergeant arrived, piecing together the meaning. Fluent enough in the local tongue, thanks to his gift for languages and the Primarchs' briefings, he confirmed it against the reports. Yes, this matched the Katakan mineral catcher. "Rescue him immediately," he ordered. Drawing his combat knife, he carefully cut away the leaves, slowing when working near the face and throat. After 2 long minutes, the apothecary was freed. His face and neck were bloodied, his torso shredded to the ribcage. But his Laraman's organ had already triggered, clotting his wounds and sealing them with scar tissue. The Katakans stared, wide-eyed, as the shadow's injuries closed before their eyes. Barely conscious, the apothecary fumbled in his pack, drew out a vial, and injected it into his shoulder. "Take me, back." To the Medicae deck, he rasped, each word like tearing flesh. "The both of you, carry him," the sergeant commanded. With the apothecary wounded, he abandoned the mission, ordering a retreat. For 3 kilometers, the apothecary staggered under the effects of stimulants before collapsing. 2 hunters carried him the rest of the way to the Void Hunter, delivering him to the Medicae deck. After a full day of intense treatment, he awoke, bearing permanent scars. His face and neck were etched with ridges like the iron scales of an iron kraken. The next day, all squad sergeant received the report. They understood then, even shadows of order, with their keen senses, could never lower their guard in Katakan's jungles. Every beast, every plant sought any chance to devour humans. And yet, the apothecaries realized, the same jungle teemed with potential alchemical resources. 1 month later, Michael stood in the newly built camp, inspecting each beast tamer's tamed creature. He saw shambling Metamorphos from volcanic regions, able to fight a Katakan devil to a standstill. He saw massive dark bats lurking in the upper canopies near the equator, swooping down to devour prey. He saw swamp mambas with wings, and the infamous Katakan black viper. After reviewing them all, Michael nodded with approval. "Good. Each of you has succeeded in taming a beast. You are now true beast tamers. But to become great beast tamers, you must go further. Your next task is to make the Thunderwolves adapt to Katakan's climate. This will be a challenge. They hail from icy Fenris, now you must make them endure this sweltering, steaming world." As he spoke, he noticed shadows and Katakans hacking at vines around the camp. "Endless, no matter how many we burn, they return each night, as if they have a will, seeking to strangle our camp." Lost in thought, Michael turned and walked toward the conference hall. Moments later, the meeting began. Sergeant Thibault spoke first. "My lord, in 1 month we have lost 274 men." Grief colored his tone, but he steadied himself and continued. "On the first day, 34 dead. Second day, 27. By the last day, only 4. In short, as the shadows adapted to Katakan, casualties sharply declined. 54 have been interred in dreadnoughts, continuing their service." Sorrow shadowed Reaper Lord's gaze as he gave his order. "Lessons must be learned. Every sergeant is to drill this into their men." Next, a hunter officer, tasked with forming the auxiliaries, rose to report. "If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daoisjinsu. Chapter 227, Chapter 226, Katakan, Cradle of Hunters. My lord, Lord Michael, the Katakans, whether men or woman, are excellent soldiers. In sheer individual quality, even the best of them are not inferior to the finest of the solar auxilia. From what I've gathered, half of all catechans don't survive infancy, and of those who do, half won't live to adulthood. That is why every single one who reaches adulthood is already a hardened warrior, said the hunter with admiration. But the catechans still require training. They must learn Vostroyan to coordinate with allies. They also need drilling in tactics and formations, so that on the grand fields of war, their strength can be used more effectively. The Reaper Lord asked, "What, then, do you consider the defining traits of a catechan?" The hunter thought for several seconds before answering. This death world has forged them into something complex, a mix of raw recklessness, swagger, unending vigilance, and a near-paranoid caution. They excel at rapid movement, close-range firefights, infiltration, and sniping. They are masters of booby traps and ambushes. The best among them possess a keenness of perception nearly equal to the Shadows of Order initiates, lacking only in sensitivity to the warp. They are expert observers and ambushers. The Reaper Lord nodded slightly. That matches my own observations. Catechans are natural-born hunters, skilled at reading their environment and using traps. As our Gene Father once said, catechan breeds hunters by nature. It is the perfect recruitment world for our chapter. He sighed, then turned to the hunter in charge of recruitment. How goes the conscription? My lord, there are about 150,000 boys of fighting age on catechan. Every one of them is a fine prospect, fit to meet the requirements. Seeing the Reaper Lord's pleased expression, the chief apothecary interjected with a reminder, "Sanchez, you cannot draft them all into the Legion. Doing so may swell our numbers in the short term, but it would cripple the next generation, leaving the world depopulated in time." The Reaper Lord acknowledged the truth in this. "I understand." He turned back to the recruitment officer. "Choose only the best of the best. Each neophyte must be 1 in 100. Then, to the officer in charge of auxilia conscription, he added, "Auxilia troops must sire children before they leave catechan to serve." Both hunters answered in unison, "As you command, my lord." The Reaper Lord turned to the chief apothecary with another question. "This death world numbers only about 5 million. For a legion's recruitment world, that is far too few. Can its population be made to grow steadily?" The apothecary answered at once, "Yes. Our father anticipated this. On a death world, medicine is the scarcest resource. I have already provided vast quantities of medical supplies. Our apothecaries are also studying the native flora, creating antidotes to neutralize the local venoms." He smiled with confidence. "Sanchez, the population of your chapter's recruitment world will indeed grow." While the 7th chapter established itself on catechan, the 5 worlds of the Trican system completed their first phase of development. On Trican 3, Harvest Priestess Marlena rode a shuttle across the skies, gazing down at the land below. Warm sunlight bathed fertile black floodplains, with rivers winding like brushstrokes across the landscape. Endless rice paddies rippled in the wind, the heavy heads of grain swaying like waves. Water was pumped from the Tavere River, scattering as mist from great irrigation systems, so that rainbows arced constantly in the air. A newly promoted healer, recently returned from the Wheel of Fire system, peered down at Farm CS-68 below. What a bountiful, beautiful world. It looks like a painting that could never be marred. Kyrie's homeworld, the Symphony of the Sea, had paid an environmental price for its vast farming and aquaculture. But Trican was different. Despite rapid growth, no scars marred its environment. Marlena nodded slightly, inhaling deeply. The aroma of beets and cabbage from Farm CT-26 drifted even into the shuttle. Her lips parted in quiet admiration. Even if the Eldari are Xenos, one must admit, they have a unique mastery in reshaping worlds. She stroked the blue data crystal in her hand, a prize from the Vigilus system. It held the extracted knowledge of an Eldar Dire Avenger Exarch, tortured by the Arbiter Lord. The crystal contained insights into environmental engineering, which Nareth had entrusted to her via Kyrie. Marlena's eyes gleamed. To wield psyker power as the Eldari do, to reshape a world, and to carve out farmland on catechan, where the plants themselves have will and hunger, what a challenge. A fascinating one. Kyrie, gazing at the fruit-laden orchards of Farm CG-38 below, spoke with concern. "My lady, are you truly entrusting me with responsibility for all food production in these 5 systems, and oversight of industry's impact on the environment?" The Trican system had become the Legion's chief supply base. The 11th Legion now controlled 68 star systems across the segmentum obscurus, most of which could not feed themselves. If Trican faltered, famine and unrest would spread. Kyrie doubted her ability to bear such a burden. Marlena looked at her encouragingly. "Kyrie, you have been at my side long enough. With Lord Nareth's blessing, you are already a true planter. You are my most carefully trained disciple, capable of bearing this duty. I have laid the foundations. All you need do is continue the path." Her brown eyes fixed on Farm MY-58, where shepherds drove their flocks. "And besides, Lord Nareth has ordered me to catechan." A shadow of longing passed across her face as she thought of the world's living vines and man-eating flowers. Harvesting those mutant plants would greatly increase my power. You are the one I trust, Kyrie. Trican can only be entrusted to you. Marlena's confidence gave Kyrie courage, and she resolved to accept the appointment. My lady, with your trust, I will devote myself fully. I won't let you down. Marlena gave a slight nod and said to Kyrie. To become a true doctor, you need practice. I've already spoken with the Legion's apothecaries. They will gladly welcome you as a doctor, treating candidates who failed their augmentations. Although the transformations of the warriors from Vostroya and Symphony of the Sea who followed Nareth had already been completed, the apothecary facilities on Trican's homeworld still remained. It was the 11th Legion's third largest transformation base. The other two major transformation sites were the Primarch's flagship Throne of Shadow's Sovereignty and the Void Hunter, where the chief apothecary resided. The Legion's fortress, still under construction, had only just brought some of its modification facilities online, currently serving only Vostroyan recruits. To surpass the three great augmentation bases would still take time. As they spoke, the vessel flew over the vast YM-81 farm, stretching for kilometers, with corn stalks hissing in the wind. My lady, thank you for your guidance. I will become a worthy doctor and serve the Legion. 3 days later, Marlena boarded a void ship bound for Katakan. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawisjinzu. Chapter 228, Chapter 227, The Trican Star System. As Marlena made her way toward the Katakan system, in the Wheel of Fire system, 4th planet, Outpost 1. Just as Nareth was about to storm the outpost, a vision suddenly flashed through his mind. It came from Monster John. He saw an orc, taller than most by several Gretchen stacked high, his legs encased in hydraulic rigs. The beast rode atop a bizarre truck. Instead of conventional weapons, the vehicle was fitted with a strange catapult connected to the hydraulics. With a sharp hiss and a shrill screech, the orc launched himself into the air, feet first, as if to kick his prey to death. The vision vanished. Nareth thought deeply, interpreting what John foresaw. A war boss who reveled in stomping foes with his feet, planning an ambush. Most war bosses sought out mechs to build them lightning claws or massive suits of armor. But there were always those orcs with their own unique ideas, so long as it felt whack. Enough, they'd carve their own path. As these thoughts flickered, Nareth charged into the greenskin camp. His power fist fitted with a blotter, thundered as he fired and struck, while his senses stayed alert. The roar of engines cut through the chaos. A hulking figure launched skyward. War boss Taylor the Crippler burst from his rig, hurling himself at Nareth feet first. Ever since he'd spent most of his fortune having a mech build this roaring contraption, he had shattered the legs of hundreds of rival war bosses. The snap of breaking bones always drew the approving laughter of Gork and Mork in his mind. The sheer force of the launch brought him before Nareth in a heartbeat. The Crippler grinned wide, tusks glinting, his maw stretched open. Whack. Already in his head, he heard phantom cracks of snapping bones. But that illusion was destroyed by cold reality. He froze, stunned, as the black-armored warrior swung his blade. Blue-white light flared dazzlingly. Crackling psychic energy shredded his legs, annihilating the hydraulics that encased them. For the first time, the Crippler understood the agony of all those bosses he had crippled. Roaring, he swung his massive choppa with his right arm. Nareth slipped aside and drove Sword of Vol into the warboss's skull. The death of the battle-proven champion of countless orc brawls sent the rival mobs into chaos. When the ground war ended, Arsena stepped up beside Nareth. My lord, the Forge Lord has received word, the Grayan Crown is expected to arrive in 5 solar days. Nareth returned to the Throne of Shadow's Sovereignty, leaving Mop up to the 4th and 11th chapter, and to Hannibal and his 2nd Legion. Hannibal's warriors struck like starved predators, tearing into the orcs relentlessly. Satisfied, Nareth entrusted more outposts to the 2nd Legion, then withdrew to negotiate with his attendants and the Forge Master aboard his flagship. The Forge Lord soon reported. Father, the Jokero Force Field Emitter has been successfully developed. I've studied the sacred template for Fortress-class void shields. I now command the techniques to build shields vast enough to cover entire hive cities. Nareth nodded and told Rozicki. Once negotiations with Greya are concluded, depart at once. Install portals across 7 star systems and erect Fortress-class void shields in their hive cities. By your will. Then Arsena, silver-haired, presented a data slate. My lord, the Trican system's shipyards have now surpassed Vostroya's. They can produce 1 standardized capital ship per year. Trican 2 through V each have mining bases and forges already established. They can manufacture everything from loss guns to armored vehicles. The attendant read further. Trican Prime hosts 15 major forges. Beyond the standard, the standout feature is the Televar tribe's workshops. The Televar have built 10 vast forges on the Prime world and 23 smaller ones across the other 4. They've brought many Dark Age technologies. Their craftsmen once crafted for the Custodes, and now they pledge their craft to the 11th Legion. Nareth inclined his head. Excellent. Have them first equip the court's priests. Then work down through the Legion by rank. The attendant noted this, then continued. Trican Prime also boasts great herds of dinosaurs bred by the Exodites. They can serve as meat stock, or be trained as mounts. Establish ranches breed them, Nareth ordered. Arsena recorded, then continued. Trican 2 holds 11 large and 20 small forges. Its rich iron and limestone veins make it perfect for plasteel. Thus, most factories refine materials for power armor and auxiliary troop gear. The Mk2 Crusade armor used ceramite plasteel composite plating. Plasteel, born of the Dark Age, was a synthetic hybrid, as workable as plastic, yet with tensile strength to rival steel alloys. It had become the Imperium's most widely used forging material. Trican 3 hosts 10 large and 18 small forges. There, a Exodite crystal mine was uncovered. These psionic cultivation crystals are under study by Legion tech marines and scholars. Combined with our current Eldar tech, projections suggest marked improvements to Ranger pattern loss rifles. Nareth nodded, intrigued. The crystals differed from those of the Crystal Mirage, making research more difficult. Twice his forces had faced Eldar, yet no Bonezingers or Path of the Artisan have been captured, meaning that warriors' knowledge of their weapons remained limited. Tychon 4 experiences frequent volcanic activity and is the world with the fewest foundries in the system, with only 5 large and 11 small forges. But for that very reason, the factories built there can harness geothermal energy, drastically reducing the energy consumption of smelting and forging. Additionally, across the surface of Tychon 4 grows a type of root nodule plant that thrives along near-surface lava flows, living off the ambient thermal radiation. Arsena explained while manipulating a data slate, projecting a hololithic image. This plant anchors deeply into the ground, and when pulled out recklessly, it emits a piercing scream. It has been named Mandrake by the apothecaries. It has remarkable properties in resisting warp-borne psychic erosion, alleviating the tinnitus and headaches of void ship crews. It also produces reproductive spore mists that spread across the surface. Nareth gave a slight nod. In his memory, another world bore a plant with similar traits and effects, also named Mandrake by its discoverers. So it's no coincidence they share the name. Both scream when uprooted, and thus they were called Mandrake. If this is the same Mandrake I recall, the Navigator houses once purchased it in bulk, it should be useful to psychers as well. After pondering briefly, Nareth concluded that this Mandrake could likely be refined into ritual oils, and so he spoke. Send some samples of the Mandrake separately to the savants and the apothecaries for further study. The attendant recorded the Primarch's order and continued his report. Tychon V currently has 8 large foundries and 12 small ones, with 1 additional large forge and 3 small forges still under construction. We have also discovered a type of black crystalline material there. It can be woven into ornate fabrics which, when worn in twilight or darkness, emit a soft inner glow that nearly mesmerizes observers. The Exodites of Tychon V use this crystalline material to weave silk-like garments, carrying a distinct Xenos aesthetic. Preliminary assessments suggest that their beauty and effect would be especially prized by nobles and highborn ladies. Nareth smiled and nodded, remarking. The Tychon system truly is a land of treasures. The Eldar's craft and their skill at reshaping the world never fail to impress. 5 solar days later, the Grayan Crown arrived in the Wheel of Fire system. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 229, Chapter 228, Signing the Pact with Greya. When the Grayan Crown arrived in the star system, Greya's fabricator Locum, designate Digos, 12, led his delegation aboard the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty. Considering that the two sides would be long-term allies, Nareth extended the fabricator Locum the highest courtesy. The Throne of Shadow's sovereignty thundered 11 gun salutes. This was the 11th Legion's greatest honor to a guest. Nareth himself, together with the Forge Lord Rozicki, stood at the landing platform in welcome. As Digos, 12 descended the gangway, Nareth noted that only the upper half of his face still retained any trace of human flesh. The lower half of his face was covered by a respirator. A mech implant, its surface plated with black chromium, jutted from his left temple. That implant bore half the heraldry of Greya, the Holy Cog and the Rising Sun. The Cog, universal symbol of the cult mechanicum. The Dawn, a unique emblem of Greya, heralding the coming of a new age. Digos 12's mechadendrites arrived, one bearing the scepter of the Omnisia. Formagos followed close behind him, and 12 tech priests came last, each cradling a thurible of incense. All bore Greya's crest, the lower portion marked with the world's monogram. From the Voxim array mounted upon his chest came a synthesized voice. Primarch of the Shadows of Order / Monarch of Ostroia / Discoverer of the Twin Night Worlds of Daxos / Nareth / this unit / Fabricator Locum of Greya / Digos 12 / extends greeting. Welcome, Fabricator Locum Digos 12 of Greya. Digos 12 turned his gaze upon the Forge Lord. Rozicki Sesk. It is satisfactory to meet you. Welcome, Fabricator Locum, Rozicki replied. After formal salutations between the Primarch, the Forge Lord, and their retainers, and the Fabricator Locum, Muggos, and Tech Priests of Greya, both parties entered the Primarch's audience hall and sat opposite one another. Nareth fixed his eyes on Digos 12. Fabricator Locum, we have reached preliminary agreement regarding the attack moon. That is a good beginning. Today, I hope we can settle the framework of our pact. Thereafter, my Forge Lord will discuss the details with Greya. Digos 12's mechadendrites twitched. Primarch / Nareth / proposal is logical / efficient / this unit acknowledges / agrees. Nareth inclined his head, signaling the Forge Lord to speak. Rozicki raised a data slate and read aloud. First, regarding the attack moon. Its ownership is vested in Greya. Our side will dispatch 5 tech marines to cooperate with yours in research. All discoveries must be shared with us. Digos 12 paused a moment before replying. This unit acknowledges / previously agreed. Rozicki continued. Second, Greya will supply the 11th Legion and its auxiliaries. As Greya lies within the Segmentum Tempestus, this region will serve as the primary supply zone. Supplies include, but are not limited to, void ship construction and refit, distribution of all Greya pattern arms and equipment, the Manticore rocket launcher, Trojan support vehicle, Rapier laser destroyer, Vengeance grenade launcher, bolt weapons, and other materials stated here. Of Greya's war machines, the most renowned was the Manticore. Its production rate was surpassed only by Styges 8. As for another variant, the Greya pattern Hellhound, the Imperium had yet to design the Chimera APC, let alone its derivatives. Thus, the pact encompassed every weapon Greya could forge, including those yet to be conceived. Production of Greya pattern Manticore rocket launcher shall commence immediately upon ratification. Your tech priests will assist 11th Legion worlds to master production, enabling local manufacture. Digos 12 fell silent for a second, then. This unit agrees. Greya will provision the Shadows of Order. Third, the Greyan Crown itself must, when necessary, deploy to the war zone as mobile supply base. Digos 12 immediately countered. The Greyan Crown's fusion drives permit warp transit / consumption vast / warp crossing perilous / cannot redeploy arbitrarily. This time Nareth spoke directly. Fabricator Locum, I will not summon the Crown lightly. Only when no supply is obtainable from nearby sectors will I call upon it. The Forge Lord will discuss the specifics with you. After 15 seconds of stillness, the Vox emitted. This unit agrees / details to be negotiated. Rozicki pressed on. Fourth, military support. We request that half the Legio Astramen accompany the Shadows of Order in battle. If required, the full Legio must be deployed. After 5 seconds thought, Digos 12 replied. Greya possesses a homeworld / and the Greyan Crown / 2 strategic anchors to defend / the Legio Astramen will commit 1/3 its strength. Greya's Scutarii / never retreat / they will march beside the 11th Legion. Rozicki frowned faintly and turned toward Nareth. The Primarch tapped the table, reflecting. It is necessary for Greya to retain strength. I recall the Greyan Crown, while crossing the warp, was nearly destroyed by fleets of industrial harvesters, later ambushed by orcs and chaos alike. The Scutarii's iron resolve is legendary. Once convinced their data predictions are sound, their cold logic drives them to any sacrifice. Their minds hardwired into absolute calculation, even enemy psychers cannot breach that wall of reason. Moreover, there are forge worlds not yet discovered by the Imperium, but known to me. Through augury, I can reveal their locations and forge new alliances. He finally said. I agree. The Legio Astramen and the Scutarii are welcome to fight alongside the Shadows of Order. The Forge Lord shall negotiate the finer terms with you. Arena joined the delegation, assisting the Forge Lord. After 11 days of talks, the treaty's details were settled. On signing day, the chapter master of the 6th, 10th, and 12th chapters, the librarian, and 6 other captains including Adams and Thierry Vieira, attended. Facing them stood Greya's 4 Muggos. The Forge Lord proclaimed. From this day, the Shadows of Order and Forge World Greya are bound as allies, never to forsake one another. He repeated the oath in binary cant. Nareth and Digos 12 stepped to the great table. Nareth inscribed his name upon the lower right corner of the parchment scroll, 5.2 meters wide. The fabricator locum seizing a quill with a mechadendrite, wrote his own. Both then sealed their names upon the data slate with electronic sigils. Afterward, Nareth, curious about the Grayan Crown, made his request. I wish to visit the Grayan Crown. From the Vox came. We welcome // Primarch / to our domain. Nareth, Rozicki, and Arsina boarded a stormbird bound for the crown. The Grayan Crown glittered like a gem in the heavens of the Wheel of Fire, its carbon fiber highways stretched in a vast web. A titanic fusion of nuclear hives and colossal superconducting conduits, it loomed like a beast of steel. The Scitarii patrolled its arteries, while endless servitors hauled supplies. Escorted by Digos, 12, Nareth approached an observation viewport. Eagerly, the fabricator locum issued binary commands. The crown's Crozen shunt thrusters locked onto the attack moon's stationary orbit. It clung to the moon like a steel tick. Subroutines activated. Hundreds of new combat servitors rolled off the assembly lines every minute, joining the Scitarii in fortifying the attack moon. The fleet descended to its surface, Muggos and tech priests disembarking. Among them were 5 black-armored cognitors. Once Nareth had witnessed the crown securing the attack moon, he returned aboard the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty. By the year's end, the 11th Legion had purged the 4th and 8th planet. Meanwhile, the Space Wolves cleansed THR 3rd and 6th planet. So far, the 11th Legion has purified a total of 4 planets, and the 6th Legion has purified 3 planets. In 822.m30, the 11th, 2nd, and 6th Legions launched their assault upon the primary world of the Wheel of Fire. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 230, Chapter 229, The Wheel of Fire's Final Battle, Legio Astraman. On the bridge of the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty, Nareth scanned the flood of information flowing across the vid screens. The augur arrays revealed that the Wheel of Fire's primary world bore 2 continents. The southern landmass was smaller, surrounded by ocean, the northern one was nearly 5 times its size. The calm beat in Arsina's ear chimed. He pressed it and listened to the report, frowning. The Primarch's equerry raised his control staff, bringing up a hololithic projection, and reported to his lord. My lord, we have received a transmission from Lord Lehman Russ. He has chosen to make planetfall on the western coast of the northern continent. He did not await your reply, he has already ordered his fleet to begin orbital bombardment to prepare the landing zone. Nareth gave a faint nod. He was not surprised, the wolves did not enjoy waiting. He turned, his gaze sweeping Hannibal at his side, and Suarez and Erlang standing just behind. His perception, sharp as a blade, noticed their abdomens had grown fuller. No ordinary mortal would ever detect such subtle changes, but in comparing them now to how they had appeared a year earlier, Nareth discerned it at once. Hannibal, the cleansing of the southern continent shall fall to the 2nd Legion. What say you? Were it Russ, or any other prideful Primarch, they might have bristled at being assigned the smaller war zone. But Hannibal merely smiled, graceful and faintly pleased. No objection, brother. With that, Hannibal swiftly departed with Suarez and Erlang, hurrying back to his flagship to begin the hunt. Nareth then turned to the commander of the Legio Astraman. Alexis, how many Titans does your legion field? Alexis wore a crimson uniform coat studded with dark green rivets. Upon his epaulet was adorned the sigil of Greya, denoting his senior command. He bowed slightly, right hand pressed to his chest. Lord Nareth, the Legio Astraman currently fields 104 engines of war. Nareth's eyes flickered. That was far fewer than the 156 he recalled of the Legion at its height. He knew most Titan legions could muster only a few dozen engines at best. Only frontline legios like Atraman could bring more than 100 into the field. Among those he remembered, the Legio Vulcanum of Styges VIII had once exceeded 300 Titans, a number so vast it alarmed even the Mechanicum itself. Under Horus' urging, that legion was later broken apart into the Dark Fire and the Lord of Ruins. The Legio Mortis had numbered close to 200 before the heresy. Legio Astraman had reached 156 engines before the Great Crusade's height, Nareth recalled. He glanced at the Forge Lord Rozicki, who gave the faintest nod, confirming the figure. Nareth's memories of Greya's history filled his mind. Mechanicum colonists had established the Forge world, and over centuries expanded their dominion to more than 20 star systems during the Age of Strife. From this vast resource base, Greya had forged a mighty Titan legion and fortified its orbit with impregnable defenses. When the Emperor rewarded them with further rights of conquest, Greya had not yet formed the belt of iron of Forge worlds, Nareth remembered, nor had they yet encountered the infamous Legio Krytos. A gain and a loss, both, the current number of 104 Titans aligned with his calculations. Alexis continued. By the treaty, 35 of these engines shall fight alongside the 11th Legion. 17 warlords, 9 reavers, and 9 warhounds. Nareth nodded with satisfaction. The Greyans had not attempted to fill their quota with warhounds alone. This matched the standard distribution of the Legio Astraman. Though truthfully, they've not dispatched a full third of their strength. I recall Greya holding at least 3 Emperor-class Titans of the Imperator class. But such engines rarely stir for anything less than a crusade of apocalypse. Still, this proves Greya is a trustworthy ally. Nareth replied, I am satisfied. He pointed to the hololith, tapping lightly at the projection. The eastern coast of the northern continent holds 12 fortress complexes. This one, marked T, is the strongest. The 8th chapter and Greya's forces shall take it together. Alexis did not answer immediately. He studied the feed, every cannon emplacement and wall length noted and measured by the implants within his skull. After 18 seconds, he spoke with certainty. Lord Nareth, the Omnisia's engines and the Schizrii shall suffice to breach this fortress. Nareth smiled faintly. Typical of the Greyans, they observe carefully, judge rationally, and once their logic confirms a path, they never waver. Even unto death, they will not turn aside. I trust your assessment, Alexis. But remember, the Wheel of Fire is only our beginning. Greater wars await us, where unity will matter more than numbers. Understood, my lord, Alexis replied firmly. I shall fight beside the Night Lord and purge this Xeno's stronghold. By Nareth's decree, Thierry Vieira was invested with the title of Night Lord, joining the Dawn Knights of Sequence 6 and the Silver Knights of Sequence 3 in name and honor. Nareth gave orders to the other 9 chapters as well. All but the 3rd and 7th would commit forces to the Wheel of Fire's final battle. Alexis, while Nareth spoke, already sorted tactical data through his implants. On his way to the landing bays, he transmitted orders to the Coge, instructing his moderatus to prepare for descent. Once aboard the Coge, he went straight to the Titan hangars. Crew, ground teams, and deck workers were already in frantic motion. Massive cranes groaned as they lowered colossal shells and missiles into racks. Munition haulers laden with vortex warheads roared past. Gunners calibrated weapon systems with precision and haste. Adjusting his brass-buttoned coat, Alexis approached the towering foot of the warlord Titan Lagos. Crew saluted as he passed, he acknowledged them with a curt nod, climbing the armored stairs into the Colossus leg. He strode swiftly through narrow iron halls he knew as intimately as his own flesh. Every bolt, every rivet was etched in memory. He could have found his way blind. At the guarded portal, 2 Greyan soldiers in crimson breastplates and green mail stood watch, skull-faced masks over their visors, shock pistols and batons at their sides. Moderati to mid-deck, Alexis intoned. The scanner accepted his palm print. A green rune glowed, the door was opened. He climbed the steel mesh stairs to the command deck, sliding his authorization card into the reader. Chimes rang as he entered the lofty command sanctum. Command bridge, Princeps Alexis present. The floor rippled like quicksilver, raising him upward until he reached the throne of command. Seated, he ordered. Magi Domini, link me to the manifold. 2 red-robed tech priests affixed signal conductive gauntlets to his hands. Electrodes pressed to his skin, reading his vitals. A cranial circlet descended, preparing the cortical interface. Ignition sequence, activate the cortex interface. Fine silver filaments extended from the circlet, burrowing alongside his optic nerves and latching to his cortex. At once, a torrent of data surged into his mind, weapon status, plasma reactor reserves, telemetry streams. Alexis felt the might of Lagos stir within him, his consciousness fusing with the Titan's machine spirit. A vision of Nareth's towering form flashed through his mind. Alexis whispered to himself. To wear the mantle of kingship, it is glorious. Alexis immediately issued an order, prepare for drop assault. As the Legio Astraman readied, the battleships of the 3 Space Marine legions commenced orbital fire. Lances and shells rained down upon the Orc world below. When the bombardment ceased, the 3 Primarchs descended together onto the Wheel of Fire's surface. The Space Wolves landed on the northern continent's western coast. Lehman Russ charged from his Stormbird, Freki and Jerry bounding at his side, Enoch and Jorin following close behind. The Wolf King's eyes blazed with blue fire as he surged forward, outpacing his sons. Jorin swung his power axe in fury, venting frustration upon the greenskins. Enoch, chain axe roaring, drowned his shame in their blood. Above them, the Coge discharged the Titan drop pods. Heat shielding flared white-hot as retro-thrusters fought the planet's pull. Inertial dampeners groaned under strain. Hatches burst open. Yellow-green armored Titans strode forth in ranks, their screens glowing blue-green in the shadows of war. Within his warlord Lagos, Alexis saw the manifold flare alive, the plasma reactor's power was his own heartbeat, the weapons his will. Stabilizers green. Weapons loaded. Reactors primed. And before him surged the green tide of the Orcs, every monstrous form illuminated by Lagos Auspex arrays. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu Chapter 231, Chapter 230, The Wheel of Fire's Final Battle, The Glittering Orc War Boss. Alex delivered his order with clipped precision. Moderati, unleash the wrath of the Omnicia. Fire. The twin Gatling burst cannons roared to life, spinning and spewing streams of massive shells. A storm of death swept through the orcs. In an instant, hundreds of greenskins were torn apart into shreds. The Warlord-class Titans' dual echolocators locked onto the ground tremors and engine noise. The radar scanner quickly marked every orc truck on the tactical display. Destroy them. At Alexis's command, the 4 Apocalypse missile launchers on the Titan's shoulders roared simultaneously. The missiles streaked away in trails of blazing light, striking locked-on heat signatures. Boom. 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 One after another, orc vehicles erupted into fireballs, their wrecks hurled through the air before crashing back down. Other Titans descended from the landing craft and joined the barrage. Storms of death and whirlwinds of fire swept the greenskin horde, turning them to ash in towering pillars of flame. The Warlord-class Titans marched forward in perfect formation, each step a precise 20 meters. Thierry stepped out of his drop pod, feeling the searing air roar past as he watched the Titans advance with unstoppable might. Clad in black helms, black armor, and flowing red robes, the Scitarii marched in disciplined ranks between the Titan lines. They raised arc rifles, unleashing blue-white beams against the orcs. Bolts of lightning split the sky, exploding in thunderclaps. The greenskins struck by the arc staggered back as their hearts spasmed, collapsing lifeless. The Legio Astraman and the Scitarii fought in seamless coordination, striking the orcs with ruthless efficiency. Thierry praised them to Captains Buceo and Gregors at his side, efficient, coordinated, precise. Truly, Father was wise to ally with Gria. First Captain Robin stood apart, watching the others converse lightly. Lord. He said heavily in his native Vostroyan, then added, we came here to fight. We cannot simply stand idle while our allies bleed. His words carried complaint but stopped short of challenging his commander's authority. Though bitter that he had not risen to chapter master like some of his former brothers, Robin knew even the strongest of the old reapers, Cezak, had fallen to Thierry. He himself could not hope to match him. Patience. Wait for the chance to prove myself. Father said, seek the right moment. Thierry's dark eyes turned on him, bottomless. You're eager. Yes, Robin replied. Surely my lord doesn't want the orc war boss killed by allied titans, does he? Thierry laughed. Indeed not. Attack. The 8th chapter of the Shadows of Order, orange longswords painted on their pauldrons, marched forward in step to meet the greenskins. When they reached the orc fortress, 35 titans were already hammering it from 4 directions. A Mars Alpha pattern warlord titan spun its Ariok titan power claw on its left arm, pounding the fortress wall with a relentless barrage. The explosions thundered like rolling storms, shaking the wall until cracks spread like spiderwebs. Thierry's sharp eyes caught the fractures widening. Follow me. He led his guard straight at the breach. 30 meters out, the crack split apart, then the wall collapsed with a thunderous crash. Thierry charged in first, his orange-furred gyrinx bounding beside him. He swung his power sword, the crackling blue blade slashing out. 3 onrushing orcs had their throats cut in a single stroke, their skulls shredded by the disruptor field. Robin saw Thierry push into the breach and instantly shouted, after me. He led the first company in behind the guard. Inside, Thierry was swarmed by brightly painted orcs, their armor and weapons daubed in garish colors. The Night Lord bellowed, lance formation. His guard instantly formed up around him like the point of a spear. The warriors, faster and sharper than any Shadows of Order, drilled into the horde. With flawless mastery of the Otsburgvaya, they cut the greenskins down. Thierry was the greatest of the 11th Legion beneath the Primarch himself. The 8th chapter were the most skilled in Otsburgvaya, and his guard the best of them all. Their strength overwhelmed the orcs, their skill eclipsed the gaudy Goths and bad moons bedecked in gold trinkets. Robin, entering behind, saw Thierry carve through the orcs like an arena champion again, his mind flashing back to the day Thierry felled Cezak. The first Titan to breach was the Lagos. Alexis directed his Titan to systematically strip the fortress of guns before pushing inside. Through his detectors, Alexis mapped the battlefield. To his astonishment, the Night Lord and his guard were butchering greenskins nearly as swiftly as the god machines themselves. Then, a spectral image fed through the sensors. An orc taller than 5 grots stacked high. Behind him blazed a glittering golden boss banner, shining like a star. He wore innate mega armor thicker than any orc's, like a crude, squat knight suit. Whack! The orc war boss bellowed, charging Thierry, raising his massive choppa. Unlike the crude blades of lesser orcs, his glittered with golden light, a huge, gleaming cleaver. Thierry invoked the 6th technique of Otsburgvaya, twisting his arm to meet the blow, power sword braced. The impact drove his feet deep into the earth, his body straining, forced back step by step. But Thierry did not yield. He countered with a flurry of slashes. His strikes were faster than the orcs, the crackling blade cutting glowing gouges into the ornate armor. Soon, the warlord's gilded plates were scarred and rent, and he roared in fury. Gorkin Mork, he howled, green energy crackling in his mind. Whack! A surge of psychic force blasted through his choppa, hurling Thierry aside. Robin's eyes narrowed, he saw the weak points in the warlord's broken armor. If I can slay the orc war boss, I'll win greater glory than Thierry in this campaign. It will be the first of many victories. Father will see, I should be the true chapter master. He darted forward. The war boss raised his gleaming choppa to strike Thierry again, when Robin lunged in. The war boss grinned cruelly and swung. The golden blade cleaved Robin clean in half. Thierry rose, grim-eyed, resolve hardening. I will kill this orc war boss. His pupils expanded, black swallowing his eyes. He charged, invoking the 23rd Technique of Otsberg via, the art of overcoming strength with weakness. His power sword stabbed into the warboss's neck armor, driving through into his skull. Thierry whispered, I have awakened the warp insight. He glanced at the bisected corpse of Robin and shook his head. Robin is dead. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 232, Chapter 231, The Wheel of Fire's Final Battle, The Lavish Bad Moon Orc Warlord. 2 months after the campaign on Wheel of Fire Prime began, the second chapter, having cleansed Fortress B, did not rest. They immediately launched an assault on the orc fortress designated as Fortress C. The Knights of House Vextrix fought alongside the second chapter. Once the Vextrix Knights breached the orc fortress, James strode forward clad in the heavy, ancient Mark I Thunder pattern power armor. Such suits were increasingly rare within the Legion. Its black surface came less from paint than from the gleam of polished adamantine. Its plates were covered in battle litanies and chapter inscriptions, many no longer officially recognized by the Shadow of Order. Etched in platinum along his towering helm's cheek guards was a wolf sigil, a remembrance of his days as a reaper under Lord Horus himself. Though James had risen to the rank of Lord in the Black Duke's court, he was still but a knight. He longed to earn greater trust from his Gene-father, and saw the Wheel of Fire Crusade as the best chance to prove himself. From the very beginning, the second chapter had been heavily committed, suffering the greatest losses in void warfare and in the battles for the Orc Attack Moon. But to James, that was not enough. He yearned for more trust. Slaying the Orc warlord and offering the kill to the father was the proof he sought. On other fronts, no warlord had yet appeared. James had a growing intuition that the enemy warlord was here. So when the Vextrix Knights smashed through the walls, he gave the order at once. Charge! Wilshire's commanding, resonant voice rang out. Our honor is forged in the fire of righteous slaughter. I am Wilshire, of the Shadow of Order, and today, we face the Greenskin Horde. Let their crude weapons shatter against our armor. Let their war cries be drowned in bolter fire. We will carve our legend into every brute we fell, until the stars themselves echo our wrath. Brothers, stand with me, and let the orcs learn what true fury is. By merit, he had been promoted to lieutenant 4 months earlier. When the captain of the 4th Company fell in battle against the orcs a month ago, Wilshire became the company captain. Beyond Vostroya and Symphony of the Sea veterans who had followed the Primarch before his return, Wilshire was the fastest and youngest in the entire history of the 11th Legion to become sergeant, lieutenant, and company captain under the Legion's normal system of hierarchy. The whole second chapter's court knew the Gene-father valued him above most captains, and even above some chapter master. The only one who could barely keep pace was Pel Koselny of the 11th chapter, who had only just been promoted to lieutenant 5 days ago. The Bard would also, during the chapter's rests, share the lessons he had received from their Primarch when serving as his honor guard, not just with his own warriors, but with every member of the chapter. Thelema Mind State, the War Mask, Warp Insight. This gave him prestige far beyond even Captain Emmerich of the 1st Company, making him the true second in authority of the chapter. The Bard's conviction not only inspired the 4th Company but also spread across many other companies. The warriors answered his call with instinctive cries. Head held high, Wilshire raised his voice in song. Amplified through his helm's vox, it filled his 921 warriors of the 4th Company with the strength of the Shadow of Order. They felt as though bathed in sunlight, and surged with him up the walls. His voice rose ever higher as he swung his power hammer. The massive weapon smashed orc skulls apart, each kill releasing a surge of gathered energy. At every impact, the force field growled, energy pulses cracking against crude orc flesh and iron. The orc's brute strength could not stand against the power Wilshire drew from his song. He unleashed kinetic force in bursts, obliterating the profane aliens. He and his company stormed toward the smoking orc artillery atop the battlements. Each swing of his hammer killed a boy or crushed several grots outright. Irresistible, Wilshire reached an orc cannon, brought his hammer down on a mech boy, and turned his head into pulp. Another swing smashed the cannon itself, the disruptive field reducing it to shards and wreckage. The 4th company destroyed 7 orc guns in succession, breaking open a gap in the fortress's fire. The 3rd and 5th company seized the moment to scale the walls. Wilshire turned his gaze inward, toward the chapter master's battlefield. There, he saw the chapter's 52 dreadnoughts locked in combat with nearly 3 times as many massive steel monstrosities. The orcs' machines spewed deafening noise, their long-barreled Daka cannons vomiting dense fire that sparked and shattered against the black armor of the Legion's dreadnoughts. With crab-like claws of powered iron, they tried to seize the larger, stronger, more agile black sarcophagi, then rip them apart with screeching chainsaws. Wilshire's sharp eyes noted the glyphs upon their hulls, marks of the Death Skulls clan, not the surrounding bad moons. At once, he recalled the Primarch's briefing. The Deathkull's big mech on the 2nd planet commands fewer mechs than he should. The only force with the influence and wealth to buy them up must be the Wheel of Fire's orc warlord. He also recognized them from the Gene Father's dossiers, orc Death Dreads. Death Dreads resemble our dreadnoughts. Their pilots are bound forever to the machines through crude augmetics. The chosen orcs are cut open, their spines and brains filled with tubes, probes, sockets, and bizarre devices. It takes both mechs and pain boys to complete such advanced work. Unlike Killicans, they are piloted by orcs themselves. They are weaker than our dreadnoughts, but stronger than Kansas. Each Death Dread costs 100 teeth, a price high enough to keep an orc drunk on fungus beer for 100 nights. Wilshire felt the warlord's extravagance keenly, 15,000 teeth's worth of Death Dreads in this one battle. And lavish though they were, they proved dangerous, swarming the chapter's dreadnoughts with sheer numbers. In less than an hour, 8 dreadnoughts had been lost. Yet the orcs had paid 4 times as dearly. Leaping down from the wall, Wilshire thought. The warlord must be slain quickly. Without his will, those bound within the Death Dreads will go mad and fight alone. James shared the same thought. His eyes had already locked on the fluttering boss banner among the Death Dreads. From the Primarch's notes, he knew every orc boss had his banner, the bigger and louder, the more trophies hung upon it, the greater the boss's power. This one was massive, hung with fangs, skulls, and dozens of grisly ornaments. James rallied his guard and charged straight into the melee of dreadnoughts, cutting a path toward the banner. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 233, Chapter 232, The Wheel of Fire's Final Battle, the Orc Warlord's Gargant. The Orc Warlord Soriano's personal Gargant, Flame, bore the Bad Moon's favored colors of Flashgit's yellow and black. Atop the great boss banner behind him, a snarling moon on a field of fire served as a totem. 3 fresh trophies dangled from it, 3 severed heads of the Shadow of Order. His black and gold mega armor and weapons were daubed with garish patterns, Bad Moon glyphs, great black hands. The flame also glittered with more trinkets than any other orc war machine. It stood 5 meters tall, and with the towering banner at its back, more than 10 meters. As a result, James locked onto the warlord's position without doubt. He led his command squad in a charge toward the streaming banner. A roaring Death Dread raised its iron foot, kicked down a Shadow of Order warrior, and crushed him beneath its tread in the orc's favored way. Its hook claws pierced through power armor. The command squad felt their battle brother die, but grief had no place here, nor time to turn aside against the Death Dread. They raised their bolters and fired a disciplined volley. The shot struck true, riddling the machine until its limbs flew apart, and it staggered back, only to be smashed to ruin by an enraged dreadnought's power fist. One by one, the command squad fell, but at last they pressed close to the orc warlord. They fired bolters into the flame. Diamond-tipped rounds cracked against its plating, only to ricochet away. Soriano turned, tusked grin twisting into a snarl, and bellowed. Wag. Around him, the Death Dread's pilots felt a green fog rise in their minds. They howled in unison, WAGHH. In Soriano's skull, the green storm thickened. The roars of Gork and Mork thundered in his ears. He lifted his right arm, leveling his prized long-range ion cannon, and fired on the black-armored Gits. A lance of incandescent energy stabbed forth, striking a guard to James's left rear. Matter boiled in a nuclear sphere, blazing like the firewheel's sun itself. The blast consumed the Shadow of Order. His black armor melted at once, yet in the searing tide, he loosed one last bolt round in defiance. Each plasma shot Soriano fired claimed another guard. Unlike most orcs' haphazard marksmanship, his was deadly precise. Every beam struck a moving target. By the time James reached him, 13 of his command squad had been slain. James raised his shield against the crashing blow of a power claw. The impact drove him back a step with sheer force. The warlord's might shocked him, yet he had expected no less. He faced one who ruled over billions of greenskins. With the 23rd form of the Otsberg Via technique, he swung his thunder hammer in a full, committed strike, aiming for the only opening he saw. Based on the flame's weapon mountings, he predicted a clash would expose its flank. Unlike other power weapons, the thunder hammer's field did not burn constantly. Its destruction came in the instant of impact. The hammer slammed into the Gargant's left side. A thunderous crack of blue force erupted, splitting armor in a fist-sized crater. The flame reeled. Soriano felt his beloved Gargant, costing 60,000 bad moon teeth, wounded. His heart twisted with pain. He opened his jaws wide, showing 11 fangs, and roared the loudest bellow of his life. Wag. The cry drowned even the screech of saws and the roar of bolters. His claw hammered down again, shattering James's shield. James's eyes were steady. In that moment, he entered the warrior's trance. His mind remained cool, yet he channeled his slain brother's fury into strength. For the first time, he mastered the state of the war mask. With all his might, he swung his thunder hammer into the Gargant's bloated gut. The blue field screamed, tearing through the black and gold plating, ripping open a great wound across Soriano's abdomen. Soriano could not recall the last time he had been injured. Shock and rage overtook him. His claw struck down, rending the Markai thunder armor, cleaving James in half. Then he raised the claw again, lashing at the other gits. But the pain in his belly burned deep. His armor gaped, leaving him exposed. The warlord snarled in disgust. He seized a great shard of blackened armor from James's corpse, slapped it against his wound, and pressed it down. Yet the wind still whistled through the gaps. Too tiny. His gaze fell on the larger prey, the dreadnoughts. He charged the nearest. The warriors entombed within, grieving and enraged, turned. His assault cannon whirled, hurling shells into the Gargant's black and gold hull. Several rounds tore into Soriano's exposed wound. One diamond-tipped shell punched into the tear left by the thunder hammer, exploding inside, ripping out chunks of green flesh. A devastating blow to any lesser orc. But not to a warlord. Soriano roared. The flame seized the dreadnought, tore off its arm, the chainsaw fist clattering to the ground, buzzing as it carved a gash in the dirt. He ripped open the sarcophagus, slaying the warrior within. Then, pounding and crushing the wreckage, he forced a steel plate into shape, clamped it over his belly, and hammered it into place. The armor held, but the gold filigree was gone. Now it was plain, ugly black. He hated it. Fury consumed him. Waff. The deaf dread pilots went mad, their eyes glowing red, the green fog filling them. They hurled themselves into the shadow of order. The warriors of the second chapter reeled from their lord's death and their heavy losses. Yet though their grief burned, they did not break. They held fast to the culture their gene-father had reforged. Still, they faltered. And then, a voice rang out. The bright song of the bard Wilshire reached every ear. At once, the second chapter's warriors regained their focus. Wilshire led the fourth company forward against the orc warlord. Deaf dreads barred their way, engaging them in savage firefights. Soriano no longer pressed forward recklessly. He had already lost wealth worth more than 10,000 teeth this day. Even with the chapter rallying around the bard, they could not break through quickly. As the battle ground into a stalemate, a black lightning bolt flashed across the field. Nareth himself stormed into the deaf dreads, flanked by the Black Wolf Freddy and the monster John the Gyrinx. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 234, Chapter 233, Slaying the Orc Warlord. As Nareth charged into the ranks of the deaf dreads, he sent a psychic pulse to the Black Wolf, tagging the orc's black and yellow flame warplate and the towering boss banner behind it. Drag the orc inside the Gargant into a dream. Freddy immediately unleashed his extraordinary ability. Back when his little brother, John, had helped kill the orc boss on Planet 4, he had played no small role. Now it was his turn. Freddy's eyes grew abyssal, and within a kilometer radius, darkness fell. A haunting chant rose. A song of peace drifts softly. A lullaby to soothe. Lest we crush the slumbering cocoon of a butterfly. Deep within the folds of eternal night. All falls silent. Around them, even the enraged orcs inside the deaf dreads felt their eyelids heavy. The shadow of order, however, were untouched. As a Sequence 4 mythic creature, the Black Wolf could precisely control his hypnosis, deciding who would and would not be affected. Warlord Soriano's head grew dizzy, whispers curling around his ears. Just as his eyelids began to fall, the voices of Gork and Mork roared in his skull. Wag. Green mist surged in his mind, drowning the whispers like annoying flies. His blood-red eyes flew wide, crackling with green lightning, his hair bristling upward as he bellowed in rage. Wag. Dozens of deaf dreads nearby awoke with a start and joined the cry. Waff. More and more orcs shook free of the dream, and the onrushing Goths joined the storm of shouts. Freddy saw a flash of disdain in Brother John's confused eyes. Feeling his dominance challenged, Freddy instantly chose to assume his mythic beast form. Black fog rose as eternal night swallowed the green tide. From his belly sprouted 2 more pairs of legs. The immense force lifted his body, and with 8 limbs, the black wolf strode across the sky, ripples forming beneath every step. Boom. 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 Dozens of orc death dreads and Astartes dreadnoughts collapsed unconscious. Freddy's mythic form was uncontrollable, its leaking power dragged both friend and foe alike into slumber. The bard Wilshire swayed, but instead of falling, he ascended into the first layer of the Thelema mind state, raising his voice in him. He kept awake, but black-armored brothers behind him dropped one after another. With eyes glowing deep, Wilshire activated Warp Insight. His sight pierced the murk, straining to glimpse the 8-legged wolf striding in the void. That's the father's beast. It has grown 4 more legs. Its hypnosis is even more terrifying than the Legion's psychers. His gaze lowered, seeking his gene father. There, Arsena Dunn, the Primarch's aide, stood with staff raised high. Going into the second layer of Thelema mind state, Arsena forked his psychic staff alight, its head etched with 3 runes of flame dragon. As warp energy surged far beyond his norm, he nearly lost control of its tide. Desperate, he unleashed it. The staff's crystal blazed. A dragon of fire, meters wide, swept into the death dreads blocking the flame gargant. Several machines were engulfed, liquefying into molten slag within seconds. Sweat poured from Arsena's brow as he staggered, lowering his staff. Ahead, he caught a glimpse of a black-armored figure darting before the yellow flame gargant. Soriano roared, green mist rising to fight back Freddy's darkness. The flame gargant's claw swung high, crashing down at Nareth. But Nareth was faster. He seized the moment Freddy's mythic power had bought him. The sword of Vol flashed like lightning, thrusting into the gap where a dreadnought fragment and the gargant's steel frame met. The fragile joint shattered. Blue-white energy tore great chunks of armor apart. The blade drove deep into Soriano's abdomen, ripping open the wound that had only just been patched. Nareth's left arm rose, the hand of order blocked the claw, then seized it and yanked hard. The flame gargant lurched forward. Nareth's blade swept again, cutting across Soriano's throat. The Primarch's control was exact, the energy field destroyed only his throat, leaving his jagged teeth and the boss banner intact. Through spirit sight, Nareth saw both gleam with spiritual radiance. Freddy, drained near his limit, released his mythic form, falling back to earth in his 4-legged body. He raised his head, shooting a sidelong glance at John. The shadows of Order of the second chapter, roused from slumber, saw their father slay the warlord and avenge their fallen lord. They erupted in thunderous cheers. Together with the honor guard that had just arrived, they launched a swift offensive against the remnants of the orcs. The morale of the orcs plummeted because of the death of the warlord. They immediately fell into a state of chaos of fighting on their own, and some cunning ones turning around and running away. Nareth sheathed the sword of Vol and picked up the warlord's head. The aide emerged from the mind state, removing a stasis casket from his back. Nareth placed the head inside. The rune lock clicked, freezing it in time. He then took up the boss banner. Through his sight, he saw the 3 skulls lashed to it, his own sons' heads, dim, lifeless. Not part of the banner itself. Grief and fury darkened his eyes. This abominable greenskins had dared use his children's corpses as trophies. Gently, he removed their heads and gave them, with the banner, to an honor guard. Bury them. The banner goes to my trophy vault. Then, donning the war mask, Nareth vented his grief and rage upon the death dreads. One by one, the monstrous walkers were smashed to ruin. After 14 kills, his fury ebbed. The battlefield fell still. Removing the mask, his spirit stirred. He approached a thunderhammer still clutched in a severed arm. Armor fragments and bodies lay scattered. The weapon looked ordinary, save it was entirely black. Wilshire came to his side, voice heavy. That was Lord James's. He nearly killed the warlord himself. Nareth glanced once more at James's broken body, sorrow clouding his eyes. Better a shattered corpse than strung upon a banner in shame. He nodded. Inwardly, he judged. No other Beyonder traits nearby, the lawyer's essence has fused with this hammer. It has become a sealed artifact. Considering its significance to the Second Legion, and Wilshire's Path of the Sun, Nareth said. This hammer is yours. It bears powers beyond the common. If you cannot discern them, ask the Forge Lord. Wilshire received it reverently. I will wield it well, and never shame Lord James's honor. Nareth's voice hardened. You must inherit James's honor. From this day, you are chapter master of the second chapter. He thought of the Sun Pathways' ranks, Sequence 8, Light Suppliant, Sequence 5, Priest of Light, Sequence 2, Light Seeker, and declared. Your title is Light Lord. Wilshire did not decline. With firm conviction, he said. Father, I will not disappoint you. Thus Wilshire became the youngest, and fastest, Shadow of Order raised to chapter master under the normal hierarchy of the 11th Legion. 2 hours later, both Leman Russ and Hannibal learned that the Orc warlord had fallen to Nareth. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 235, Chapter 234, Discovering Ferrus Manus Early. Wheel of Fire Prime, Southern Continent. Hannibal, leading his honor guard, had just captured an orc fortress. The chosen prey was neatly butchered with the hunting bear blade, while the legion's cooks busily prepared the cuts. With an elegant smile on his face, Hannibal listened to Suarez's report, then said with interest. Nareth has once again defeated Leman Russ. Father and Horus had the right judgment, Malcador was the one who miscalculated. He paused in thought, glancing around, his eyes briefly filled with nostalgia. Then Hannibal issued his order. Command the legion to begin stockpiling provisions. Select the best cuts of meat and send them to the legion battle hips for preservation. On the western side of the northern continent, Leman Russ fell silent after hearing Jorin's report. For several seconds, the air felt as frozen as Fenris's icy wastes, and even the wolves around them said nothing. Freki and Jerry sensed the heavy mood, their eyes wide as they looked to their wolfkin. Suddenly, the Wolf King burst into hearty laughter and addressed his pack. Men of Fenris will never be broken by defeat. If we lose, then we'll just win it back next time. The wolves roared with laughter, and the oppressive atmosphere vanished instantly. Jorin gripped the handle of his power axe, Sanchez's loathsome face flashing in his mind. Freki and Jerry blinked their great eyes and buried their heads into their fur. Leman Russ's voice thundered across the entire fortress as he shouted. Move out immediately, we continue the cleansing of the orcs. At the same time, Nareth ordered the battered second chapter to withdraw from battle, while the others continued their purge of the orcs. Back aboard the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty, Nareth first pulled out 11 fangs from the orc warlord and thought to himself. The fangs of an orc warlord make better potion ingredients than those of ordinary Gretchen. The auxiliary materials are complete, now I only need the main ones, an Osirian Cybrids and a Brain Eater. The first Rangdan Xenocide should provide everything I need. Nareth sent the fangs and the warlord's banner back to the Kingdom of Disorder, then summoned his paid, Arsena Dunn. Order the Astropath to send a message to the Emperor, the Sigillite, and Horus, tell them I have slain the orc warlord entrenched on Wheel of Fire. But the aide did not immediately act. He instead spoke up. My lord, there is an urgent astropathic message from the 15th Legion that I believe you should know. Nareth turned to him. What is it? My lord, after the campaign with the Jorgal, the 15th Legion followed your orders, departing from the Persephone system and exploring southwest along the galactic map. They reached a system the ancients of Terra called Sthenelus, and made a major discovery. Sthenelus, one of Perseus and Andromeda's sons in Greek myth. The name struck Nareth with familiarity, his thoughts racing. Yes. Sthenelus would later be more commonly known as the Medusan system. Medusa 4 would become the homeworld of the 10th Legion, the Iron Hands. Ferrus Manus has been found. But in my memory, he wasn't rediscovered until 2 years later, in 824. It's because I sent the Thousand Sons to explore the southwest, they discovered the Medusan system early. As Nareth reflected, the aide continued. When the 15th Legion reached the Sthenelus system, they found it a cold, lifeless tomb. Yet the system was littered with wreckage, derelict ships, silicate dust clouds, and shattered asteroids. The student of ratiocination spoke with speculation, his voice trembling slightly. In such circumstances, the Astartes of the 15th would naturally assume this to be a void battlefield of the old night. Knowing them, curiosity for knowledge would drive them to search for data slates and archives. Nareth nodded slightly. This matched his understanding of the Thousand Sons and Azek Arman. The aide continued. When the fleet approached Sthenelus 4, they discovered an immense orbital construct, built during the dark age of technology after stripping the planet's resources bare. The massive orbital ring was badly damaged, with many fragments falling to the surface. The 15th faced a gauntlet of challenges, sudden ion storms, rogue space mines, and a host of ancient yet still lethal automated defense systems. The student of ratiocination spoke again, completing the report logically. My guess is that, despite losses, the Thousand Sons pressed on, drawn by the lure of hidden knowledge. The aide pulled up data slate excerpts. Upon reaching low orbit, auger arrays pierced the dense atmosphere, filtering away its glare, and revealed a nearly lifeless world racked by quakes and unstable geology. Scans showed deep beneath its ice sheets and tundras, vast abandoned mining shafts reaching the planet's core. Its surface was torn with scars and impact craters. Then the 15th picked up a ghostly transmission, a signal of distorted techno-arcana and Gothic-like speech. Its source was irregular, almost heartbeat-like, emanating from titanic petrified reactors beneath the crust. Again, the student of ratiocination added. Of course, the Astartes would not abandon their search. They dispatched an expeditionary team to the surface. The aide reported further. To their astonishment, they found human survivors on the surface, enduring even after the cataclysm. They had formed into clans. Through psychic communion with tribes like the Aveni, the Astartes learned the locals called their world Medusa. They also learned of a figure in their myths, a demigod who walked among the clans, teaching them knowledge, guiding them to grow stronger. This demigod did not rule them, but maintained their rivalry, while leading them to unearth relics and develop technology. He even slew a silver dragon known as Asimos. At this, Nareth knew beyond doubt, this demigod of Medusa IV was none other than Pharasmanes. The Iron Hand's very name came from the moment Pharas slew the silver Wyrm, its molten metal fusing with his ruined arms to form his indomitable Iron Hands. Originally, Pharasmanes' return ceremony was held alongside Leman Russ's Wheel of Fire triumph. Even with my interference, it will likely still be held together, but with the added presence of Hannibal and myself, victors of Wheel of Fire. The aide pressed on. After Ahriman met the Medusan demigod, he concluded that this giant, Pharasmanes, was indeed another Primarch. They immediately reported this to you. What I've shared is the best reconstruction of their astropathic message. The missing fragments, I supplied through reasoning. Nareth nodded, praising him. An excellent deduction. At the Primarch's commendation, Arsena felt something inside him break. He was that much closer to truly becoming a student of ratiocination. I believe the Emperor will be pleased by this news. Order the astropath to send both reports, the discovery of a new Primarch on Medusa IV, and my slaying of the Orc warlord. The aide bowed. At once, my lord. Meanwhile, the 11th Legion continued purging the remaining greenskins on Wheel of Fire Prime. 10 star days later, Nareth received word from his aide. My lord, the Emperor is pleased with your accomplishments. He summons you to the Sthenelus system, to accompany him in reclaiming the Primarch. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. P at Trian.com/DawasJinsu. Chapter 236, Chapter 235, The Emperor is getting addicted to free wins. When Nareth thought of the many relics of the dark age of technology upon Medusa, he immediately resolved to answer the Emperor's summons. After some consideration, he chose his retinue. The 4th chapter will accompany me to Medusa. Order the Death Lord to withdraw from the surface at once and prepare to depart. He remembered the Karashi, the ice pinnacle, where Pharasmanes had fallen. The locals considered the place cursed, haunted by the restless dead of the long night and monsters clad in iron hides. Pharasmanes had once delved deep into the frozen ruins of Medusa. Within ancient sealed bunkers, he uncovered mutants, the walking dead, and abominable cyborgs of flesh fused with steel. Death Pathway Beyonder could be put to good use on Medusa, alongside the Savant Beyonder and Tech Marines as well. Summon Gabriel to me. Forge Lord Rozicki was still overseeing the placement of portals and fortress-grade energy shields across 7-star systems. Wojciech Bielek remained occupied with developing Cypher Mundi. 2 stellar hours later, Nareth met with the Tech Sergeant Gabriel. The nightly war machines of House Vextrix, what is their current status? Gabriel reported. My lord, in accordance with your orders, ever since House Vextrix swore loyalty to you, I have assisted them in restoring their knight armor. Before I left the Daxos twin system, 83 of their 95 engines had been repaired. 12 remained too heavily damaged for me to restore. After arriving in the Wheel of Fire system, I fought alongside the Knights of Vextrix. 40 of their machines sustained varying degrees of damage. 14 could not be repaired, including 10 destroyed by Def Dreads and heavy artillery during the assault on the Orc warlord's fortress. After hearing the report, Nareth replied. You will accompany me to the Sthenelus system. Through questioning and reading Gabriel's aura, he confirmed that the men had already digested the Savant potion. He then ordered Arsena to brief Gabriel on Medusa, before returning to the Kingdom of Disorder to have the Jokero brew a dose of the Archaeologist potion. When he returned to reality, Gabriel drank the golden draft and advanced to a Sequence 8 Beyonder. 5 stellar days later, the Throne Shadow's Sovereignty and the fleet of the 4th chapter set off for the Sthenelus system. Except for the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 7th chapter, the other 8 committed various forces to join the 2nd and 6th legions in continuing the purge of greenskins from the Wheel of Fire system. 3 weeks of void sailing later, the fleet entered the Sthenelus system. Nareth alone boarded a shuttle for the Emperor's flagship, the Bucephalus. Through the viewports, he gazed upon the system. Its sun was unique, a colossal blue supergiant. 4 planets circled this blue Sunday. By any measure, this was not a habitable system. Like Katakan or Fenris, its worlds should have been classified as death worlds. The shuttle soon touched down upon the Bucephalus's hangar deck. As he disembarked, Nareth immediately saw the Emperor, and figure behind him, Alpharius. Nareth, the Emperor said, once your brother is reclaimed, I shall speak with you at length about your achievements in the Wheel of Fire. For now, we depart. Nareth inclined his head. By you will. The 3 boarded the Emperor's Stormbird, which swiftly launched into the void. Nareth peered out the viewport, through silicate dust clouds, asteroid belts, and wrecked hulks, toward the colossal planet many times Terra's size, Medusa IV. The Primarch's eyes narrowed. His senses caught the surge of psychic power radiating from the Emperor, wrapping the Stormbird like a shield. Ion storms, drifting mines, and ancient but deadly automated defense systems, all rendered blind and harmless as the craft passed. On Medusa's surface sat a throne wrought of iron, black as shale in winter, austere as stone in a land of shadow. Like all creations of Pharismanis's hands, it was beautiful. The throne rose high, forged with chains of worked metal, its armrests worn, its iron struts coiling like serpents, etched with silver scales. Upon that throne sat Pharismanus himself, conversing with his followers. His liquid silver eyes glimmered with blinding brilliance as he gazed skyward. The Medusans followed their Gorgon, their demigod, looking up. They saw the thick heavens split apart as if by lightning. In their memory, such a sight had occurred only twice. The first was when the Gorgon descended. Now was the second. Pharismanus rose abruptly. His voice boomed through the hall, heavy as lead. Make ready. Without explanation, the Gorgons strode out. The Iron Fathers scrambled into their colossal engines, vehicles over 100 meters long. Engines roared. Santo and the Iron Fathers floored the throttles, sending their steel leviathans racing forward. But the Gorgons swiftly outpaced them. The war engines, for all their bulk, jolted like toys across Medusa's scarred terrain, sometimes hurled skyward, sometimes swallowed by craters. One unlucky war machine crashed sideways into an abandoned mining shaft, plunging to the core, vanishing in an instant with only a resounding crash and terrified screams left behind. Stop, shouted Santo of Clan Avini. Trust the Gorgon, he is a demigod. None can threaten him. An hour later, the Stormbird descended. Nareth stepped off 1 pace behind the Emperor. Alpharius, as before, was 1 pace behind him. His eyes fell upon Pharismanus. His shale-colored hair was cropped short, his silver coin eyes gave back no light, cold and measuring. He wore chain-mail bound with jagged Medusan iron links, his exposed muscles pale, corded, and scarred. Unlike the savage Wolf King, Pharismanus was like a boning knife, or hand-forged armor, precise, unyielding. Nareth's gaze finally settled upon his hands, clad in liquid silver, gleaming like molten gauntlets. His thoughts stirred darkly. A Cernith must truly have been a Tan shard, or a Necron construct. The Emperor spoke. Pharismanus, my son. I am master of mankind. The time has come to return to my side. Pharis answered, his leaden voice ringing out. You must prove you have the strength to match me. He clenched his silver fists. Though the star's light was veiled by thick clouds, his iron hand still gleamed with brilliance. The Emperor's eyes flashed. He declared. Your brother Nareth shall fight in my stead. Nareth's brows twitched. He shot the Emperor a glance and thought grimly. Is the Emperor getting addicted to free wins? First, he set me against Leman Russ, now Pharismanus. But unlike the Wolf King, bound to clash with me over psychic power, I have no quarrel with the Gorgon of Medusa. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 237, Chapter 236, Nareth's proposed contest. Pharismanus turned his silver eyes upon the warrior called Nareth, who stood slightly taller than himself. His black hair flowed in the wind, his face chiseled like marble, and his dark eyes held fathomless depth. Pharis's gaze, by habit, shifted to the armor. The armor was jet black, every surface hand-forged, every contour wrought with care. The one who had forged Nareth's armor was tech priest Malevolus, the same master craftsman of the Mechanicum who had forged Horus's armor, counted among the very finest of his order. Yet, to Pharismanus, gifted by birth with unmatched talent in metallurgy, the armor's fittings and curves had not reached perfection. He glanced next at Nareth's left hand, where a silver power gauntlet gleamed. Your gauntlet, the polished steel shines with a flawless arc. As he spoke, he lifted his own silver hand, which caught the light in brilliance. My hand too is silver. I wish to know which hand is stronger. Nareth's dark eyes glimmered. The Hand of Order, sequence 1 of the Justiciar pathway, against the iron hand suspected of bearing a shard of a Tan. Interesting, but he saw something even more valuable. Curiosity aside, the ancient relics of Medusa drew him far more. He cast his gaze to the mountains, to the frozen layers beneath. From Azek Ahriman's report, I've learned Medusa is littered with relics of the dark age of technology. You, Gorgon, often lead expeditions into these underground ruins. Let us test ourselves with an exploration. Each of us will lead a team to uncover an ancient ruin. Whichever of us recovers the greatest sum of relics by value shall be the victor. The winner will claim all spoils of the loser. At this, the Emperor's brows knit slightly. In countless strands of possible futures, he had foreseen Nareth defeating one or more of his gene sons. But always, Nareth's victories came against Primarchs who betrayed the Imperium. He had seen Leman Russ in similar roles, but not with such frequency as Nareth. The Emperor had already resolved, at the Terra celebration, he would bestow the Dionysian spear, personally forged, as the prize of the Wheel of Fire campaign, granting it to either Nareth or Russ. And Ferrus Manus, with his immense strength, was the ideal test subject. If Nareth could defeat Manus, the spear would be his. But Nareth had disrupted the plan, rejecting trial by combat and proposing a contest of relic hunting. The Emperor stood in silence a few moments, then spoke before Manus could reply. Nareth, this is not a fair contest. Manus knows Medusa far better, and I have given him gifts in forging and technology that grant him a clear advantage. Ferrus's mind raced, weighing his knowledge of ruins, his training of the Iron Fathers, all against the Emperor's words. From every angle, he was certain of victory. He is right, you cannot defeat me in the exploration of ruins. Nareth's eyes flickered. His sharp senses caught a fleeting change in the Emperor's emotion. Not fear that I will lose and Manus will not return to the Imperium, but a startled dismay, as though I have disrupted some hidden design of his. The Emperor is no idler. If he sent me here, it was with purpose beyond mere victory. That can only mean, to measure my strength. Nareth's gaze deepened. Whatever the Emperor's reason, he would not reveal the full scope of his beyonder abilities before him. This only steeled his resolve to contest Manus in the exploration of ruins. Even in defeat, I lose nothing that was mine. Yet in victory, I gain 2 hordes of relics. Besides, I may not lose at all. I have my mystery prior and archaeologist. With that thought, he allowed confidence to overflow in his voice. I was raised on Vostroya, I am not ignorant of technology. To preserve relics during an excavation requires a team. Among my sons are those well versed in such arts. I will make full use of their strength. Ferrus Manus's silver eyes bored into him, measuring the confidence radiating from Nareth. In that case, so be it. We shall each lead a team into the ruins. The Emperor sighed inwardly. Events had already slipped beyond his design. Nareth and Manus were in agreement, and to intervene now would seem suspicious. As Manus summoned the Iron Fathers, Nareth's consciousness extended outward. The ion storms and wreckage surrounding the planet disrupted communication, forcing him to reach Arsina through telepathy. But as his mind pushed through the thick clouds, he felt greater resistance than usual. At once he ascended into the 3rd layer of the Thelema mind state, overlaying psychic strength upon thought. His awareness pierced the clouds, crossed the ion storms, drifted through wreckage, and reached the black warship in orbit. Inside, Arsina sat at his console, reviewing data slates of reports from the chapters. A sudden presence made him look up. The silver-haired psyker recognized the consciousness at once. He did not resist, letting the thought pulse resound in his mind. You, Adams, and Gabriel, come to the surface immediately. Bring the exploration squads. Nareth had already made preparations, selecting from his honored guard, the 4th Legion, and Tech Marines, those shadows of order with aptitude in exploration and technology. Arsina swiftly relayed the command to the Death Lord and the Tech Marines. 1 stellar hour later, Arsina and 54 shadows boarded a heavy transport and descended toward Medusa 4. As they neared wreckage, the captain reported. My lord, we are about to enter Medusa IV's ring. Prepare for collision. The psyker's blue eyes shone. He pressed his hand to the bulkhead, his telekinesis wrapping the ship. Encased in his psychic grip, the transport glided through debris. 15 minutes into the flight, Arsina spotted the first automated defense turret. He reached with his telekinesis to shut it down, only to find it already deactivated. One after another, he discovered every weapon platform dead. And in them, he sensed familiar traces of telekinetic power. Armin's report said nothing of disabling weapons. Was it the Emperor? To permanently silence so many weapon platforms, astonishing. I could never wield such force. Only a Primarch could. With the guns and mines neutralized, the only danger left to face was the ion storms. After 5 hours, the transport descended at last. The Arsena, Adams, and Gabriel among them, wiped sweat from their brows as they stepped onto the deck. Then came the roar, black exhaust, engines thundering. From the distance, an iron leviathan approached. The steel landcrawler stretched nearly 300 meters, its body black as night, its prow etched with the emblem of a great silver hand. Brakes screeched a kilometer away, slowing the massive vehicle with ear-splitting noise, until it halted exactly 10 meters before Nareth. With a hiss of hydraulics, its side hatches rose. Men of Medusa emerged, many bearing augmetics. Some had silver eyes, others silver arms, flesh replaced by steel. Nareth's gaze swept them. Iron Fathers. He knew Ferrus Manus had established and trained the Iron Fathers long before returning to the Imperium. They were part tech priest, part shaman, responsible for the spiritual and technical needs of each clan, and for exchanging ancient secrets preserved across generations. Through this system, Manus ensured every clan forged better weapons and stronger machines, even without direct rule. And the Iron Fathers, following his will, kept the clans in disciplined conflict, preventing decadence despite growing prosperity. They are Manus's pride as much as his confidence. Masters of the machine, and veterans of countless ruin excavations beside him. Ferrus Manus himself descended from the crawler, striding straight toward Nareth. Gabriel Santor and the Medusans looked on, seeing their Gorgon approach the black-armored giant. The stranger's form was no less titanic than Manus's, like a demigod striding among mortals. Manus's eyes swept Nareth's black-armored retinue. The cold gleam of his silver gaze bore down on each court scholar in turn, forcing them to steel their wills. They rose into the first layer of thelema, resisting the urge to look away. At last, Manus's eyes lingered on the 11 warriors whose mechanical arms extended from behind, before settling on Gabriel. Gabriel felt as if a mountain pressed upon him. Sweat streamed down his brow, his temples throbbed. Only by rising into the second layer of thelema, newly mastered, did the weight ease. A flicker of surprise crossed Manus's eyes. He withdrew his gaze and spoke to Nareth. "Your sons are impressive." Nareth smiled. "Of course. I have confidence in them." Azek Ahriman, after invoking the astropathic relay, had already transcribed the Medusan tongue and knowledge gathered by the 15th Legion into a data slate, which was placed in Nareth's hands. During the voyage, Nareth's chosen sons had all learned basic Medusan speech. They understood the two Primarchs' words, and their spirits blazed with pride. "You are ready. Then we begin." Nareth answered Manus simply. "Good." The Emperor, watching the two Primarchs depart with their forces, turned to Alfarius and asked, "Who do you think will win this contest?" If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daosjinzu. Chapter 238, Chapter 237, The Spirit Medium. Alfarius pondered for a few seconds before speaking. Ferrus Manus will win this contest. This isn't the same as the hunting trial on Fenris. In that trial, they hunted krakens. Nareth and Leman Russ were both Primarchs, they could each hunt down any kraken. What decided the outcome was simply who found the larger one. Alfarius paused for a moment, recalling the scene on Fenris. Perhaps Nareth was favored by luck, or perhaps his senses were keener, allowing him to find the bigger kraken. Nareth could have won that time. But this time is different. Excavating ruins tests skill. Manus and his men hold the advantage here, this isn't something luck can compensate for. The Emperor's eyes flickered. His tone was deep. Perhaps Nareth will still win. The ships of the 11th Legion launched, flying toward the toxic cloud-covered region. The landing craft slowly descended. Through the viewing ports, the shadows of order saw below them ruins filled with ancient metallic devices and stone structures of unimaginable size. Their sharp senses picked up faint, hazy shadows drifting among the ruins. Nareth knew the Medusans called this region the Land of Shadows, a cluster of ancient ruins. According to the Medusan legend, this was the gathering place of spirits and tribal ghosts. The landing craft touched down, and Nareth led his men off the deck. He ordered, "Tech Marines, study the devices. The rest, keep watch and familiarize yourselves with the terrain." Then Nareth turned to Adams. "Spirit Medium, it's your task now. Go question the spirits, find the greatest, oldest, and most valuable ruins." Nareth understood that the ghosts Adams sought might not know all of Medusa's secrets. But they could serve as intermediaries, as ritual materials, to locate the most valuable ruins. So he sent Adams a psychic pulse. "Bring back the spirits you encounter." "Yes, Father." The spirit medium inspected the spirit crystals he had crafted. These crystals had been made in the catacombs of the 4th Company. The catacombs had been built aboard their chapter's flagship, the Sepulchre, a relic warship granted by the Gene Father himself. At that time, Adams was still Sequence 8, the Gravedigger. In his pursuit to master the power gifted by the Gene Father, he studied the funerary customs of many races. During that process, an idea struck him. The brothers who had died fighting for the Gene Father deserved burial within the Sepulchre. The Death Lord finally decreed that, imitating the rogue traitors militant, the entire lowest deck of the Sepulchre would be turned into catacombs, to bury the fallen who could not be interred in dreadnought sarcophagi. Later, as the spirit medium, when he fashioned vessels for spirits out of psychic crystal, he came alone to those catacombs to complete his work. He named his creations spirit crystals. The one in his hand glowed with a dim green light. Some bore scales clinging to them, others feathers, each inscribed with strange blood-red sigils. Adams separated from the group. Guided by his heightened intuition, the spirit medium walked south. In his ears came faint, overlapping whispers ahead, like countless unseen beings muttering. After 2 kilometers, he halted. From within the machines, the shadows of ruined stone, the dim corners all around, he felt countless eyes fixed upon him. A rare smile crept across the icy mask of his face, like frost beginning to thaw. "Spirits lingering here, come forth." His voice was low and ethereal, drifting like mist, blending with the wind and shadows around him. It seemed to come from another realm, echoing faintly. A blurred figure was first to emerge from a machine husk, beyond its own control. To Medusan eyes, it was a translucent wraith. But in the spirit medium's sight, it was crystal clear, a man in a red worker's garb, carrying an iron spade. More and more figures emerged, from machines, from ruins. Some were charred black, some held severed bloody limbs. Beneath Medusa's eternally dark sky, the dead walked out. Yet the spirit medium's face was not as cold as usual. He smiled slightly and asked, "Among you, who was the first immigrant?" "Step forward." No ghost moved. At last, a scorched spirit murmured in confusion. "Am I an outsider, or was I born here?" 4 minutes later, a robed wraith suddenly declared, "I remember now, I was among ones of the first to arrive. When we found this world, we named it according to ancient Terran tongues, Stelinus." Following the spirit medium's command, he stepped forward. As if memory switches had been flipped, several more spirits emerged. After him, who came next? The spirit medium patiently questioned, piecing together a rough chronology of the ghosts. Medusans had no Terran calendar, no record-keeping, their harsh volcanic world had allowed no such traditions. Then the spirit medium asked, "Where is the oldest building nearby?" The older the ruins, the greater the chance of lost ancient technology and greater value. He did not ask for ruins, for what was a ruin now might have been a functioning factory in their time. "Show me." Hundreds of ghosts pointed in many directions, but 25 indicated the same one. Among them was the robed noble spirit. The spirit medium approached him. "How far is that building from here?" The noble ghost thought a moment. 59 kilometers. One by one, the spirit medium recorded their knowledge of the oldest, largest, and most valuable structures onto his data slate. Carefully, he asked, "And the oldest ruin you know of?" The ghosts again pointed in various directions. To his surprise, the noble looked elsewhere entirely. If his memory was true, then the site he indicated predated humanity's arrival on Medusa itself. By cross-examining, Adams gathered 6 categories: the oldest, the largest, and the most valuable ruins, each type marked in a different color on his data slate. When his notes were complete, he selected 16 ghosts from the crowd. These matched the 16 spirit crystals he carried. He did not reserve any, for in the transport's crates lay another 104 crystals of his making. "You. Come here." He pointed at the noble spirit. Without hesitation, the ghost shuffled forward. The spirit medium raised his hand, psychic force spreading toward the ghost as he chanted in Dunnick. "In my name, I summon you. By my command, spirit lingering here, be bound to my will, take residence in this crystal of mine." Gray-green light engulfed the noble. Before he could speak, an irresistible force pulled him into the scale-marked green crystal in the spirit medium's palm. With a shriek, a gray face appeared within the crystal, his own likeness, frozen. The spirit medium bound each chosen ghost into spirit crystals. None fled. None resisted. Looking at the others, he said calmly, "Thank you for your cooperation. Return now." The spirits turned and drifted back into the ruins. The spirit medium retraced his steps. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 239, Chapter 238, Punisher Class Reactor. In the frozen wastes of Medusa, Ferrus Manus led Santor and the Iron Fathers deep underground. With massive excavators, they had broken through a subterranean bunker, breaching into the remains of a colossal manufactorum buried beneath the ice. Manus stood before a wall, his silver hand knocking against a surface as wide as a void ship's transit deck. The wall was made up of data machinery, within it a seat wrapped in cables, embedded into a shattered niche. Manus turned his head toward Santor, his most trusted son of Medusa. Santor met the Gorgon's silver eyes, dazed for several seconds before regaining himself. "Gorgon, the Iron Father's initial analysis confirms this wreckage fell from orbit. They are searching for anything useful within." "Not enough," Manus said in a voice like molten lead, echoing heavily as his silver hand struck the wall. "This allows a man, through a spinal nerve interface, to connect directly to the database. In this virtual thought space, data transfer can occur at super high speed, with combat simulations possible as well." Santor looked at the Gorgon with reverence. Only he could, without restoration, divine the function of a machine spirit's work through observation and touch alone. Gazing at the cables and cogitator banks making up the wall, Santor asked in confusion, "This is a monumental find. Not only can it process the massive data of war, but it can also simulate battle scenarios. With this, can we not ensure victory?" The Gorgon's silver eyes were fathomless. "There is no absolute certainty. If Nareth is like me, and he very well may be, then to secure victory, one must uncover the true origin of the Garuda. His coin-like eyes turned to the distance, where a mechanical eagle approached. The automaton was forged from grey steel and brass. The Medusans, after their own myths, had named them Garuda. 10 of the Garuda circled down to Manus, beating their wings with shrill cries. The silver of Manus' eyes rippled like liquid. They will not find it. Santor, long at his Primarch's side, heard in his tone the faint trace of loss. Gorgon, I believe this wall alone may be enough to win us the contest. At the same time, Nareth had finished hearing Spirit Medium, Adam's report and turned to Student of Ratiocination, Arsena Dunn. Arsena, which location do you judge most valuable? The acolyte did not answer immediately. Instead, he said, My lord, to ensure the accuracy of my reasoning, I must review the records first. Adams produced a data slate, transmitting his findings to the Primarch, his aide, and Tech Marine Gabriel. After reviewing, the Student of Ratiocination spoke. My lord, I believe the site pointed out by the noble ghost and others is the most valuable relic. Furthermore, the structure he described was likely built by Xenos before humanity ever came to Medusa. Based on current evidence, we cannot determine its full worth. Nareth inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the acolyte's logic. Then we go to the human-built ruin. He turned to the Spirit Medium. Summon the ghost to guide us. Adams drew forth a spirit crystal and uttered a Dunnic invocation. In my name I summon thee, spirit bound within crystal, manifest and obey my command. A cold spectral wind arose, and the noble ghost appeared before them. The shade looked with dread upon the towering black giant. Even as a ghost, he could feel the crushing pressure. The Spirit Medium's voice was airy, ethereal. Lead the way to the oldest structure your people built. The noble ghost circled uncertainly before finding his bearings and walking ahead. Following the shade for over 40 kilometers, the party's sight fell upon a massive iceberg. From afar, its silhouette was visible. Unlike most world's glaciers, or even those of Fenris, this one was strangely irregular. The mountain of ice rose and fell chaotically, as if shaped by the careless hands of a child molding a toy. The noble ghost halted abruptly, muttering. It is called Mount McKenna of the Black Snow. It was born from the wars fought by the first colonists for control of Stellinus. The archaeologist, Gabriel, asked curiously. Black Snow. The noble ghost sank into ancient memory, speaking after several long seconds. After nuclear fire, vast amounts of carbonized or sulfurized particulates were hurled into the atmosphere. When cooled, they fell as what we called black snow. The archaeologist exchanged a look with the Student of Ratiocination, then stared at the iceberg in shock. If that is true, it was a dreadful war indeed. My bound spirits do not speak falsehood, the Spirit Medium said calmly. Nareth knew the ghosts were real, yet he was troubled. By any measure, the Medusan system was unfit for human life. To shed blood for such a system, was it worth it? Why would you fight Southwest fiercely for this place, paying such a heavy price? The noble ghost glanced up fearfully and replied. Because here we discovered Xenos' ruins. It was for them we waged war. Nareth's eyes grew deep. He thought of Medusa's hostile environment, of the debris adrift in void, and of its alien relics. And he remembered Acernath, the silver wyvern suspected to be a shard of a void dragon, freed when Ferris Manus' incubation pod crashed into Karish's black snow mountain. If Acernath truly is a shard of a Tan, then perhaps Medusa was one of the Necron's prison worlds sealing it away. As he pondered, the noble ghost continued. The war dragged on and on for possession of the relics. Thus was McKenna born. After I discovered alien ruins in the far north of Stellinus, I landed here, building a subterranean base within the mountain to excavate them. The company soon reached the foot of McKenna. The Tech Marines found the chill extreme, forcing them to keep their servo arms in constant motion lest the joints freeze. The savants, however, endured without trouble. Following the noble ghost along winding paths, they came before a vast metal gate. The Spirit Medium asked, How is the gate opened? The noble ghost studied it, speaking only after long thought. With a key. Where is the key? I do not know. It was once borne by my attendants. I do not know where their bodies lie, nor whether the key yet endures. Gabriel stepped to the gate, his mechadendrites whirring as drills scraped away centuries of ice from its surface. Then he stopped. His probes tapped carefully against the terminal before he turned to the Primarch. My lord, no force must be used. This door is no less than 5 meters thick. Breaching it may trigger its defenses. In fact, it is 10 meters, the ghost said with pride. Even orbital bombardment from a void ship could not destroy it. It was once the hull of a void ship. My artificers reforged its void shields to protect the entire base. If you fail to crack it properly, the defense protocols will detonate the whole installation. The Tech Marine frowned. What powers these defenses? After millennia, the energy arrays of the Dark Age should have long gone cold. A Punisher-class reactor, the ghost answered. The term was alien to the tech marine but familiar to Nareth. He recalled after a moment. Punisher-class reactors were unique to the Iron Hands ships. Compared to the standard plasma drives of Imperial Voidcraft, Punisher-class reactors yielded far greater output, powering more devastating weapons and auto-recharging void shields. Perhaps this technology came from these very ruins. If so, the relic's value is immense. But Nareth also thought of what would happen if a Punisher reactor detonated. Even if he survived, his sons would be slaughtered. He asked, so it cannot be forced. Gabriel, can you open it? Father, I need more time to probe it. The archaeologist's mechadendrite skittered across the terminal. After 10 minutes, he said. Father, I can. But I cannot say how long. I have never seen such intricate and impossible systems. The codes within the gate spawn subciphers, and each requires separate decoding. They multiply like an ecosystem, ever evolving in response to my intrusion, growing into more complex systems. Nareth considered. He and Ferrus Manus had no fixed deadline. Neither would stoop to endlessly excavating ruins without limit, nor would the Emperor allow it. But he trusted the archaeologist's skill. And if the Punisher-class reactor's secrets lay here, they might secure him victory. Begin. Break through the defenses as swiftly as you can. As you wish, Father. The archaeologist was thrilled, such living code fascinated him. As he and his cognitors set to work, Nareth ordered the 4th chapter Shadows of Order to keep watch, then said to the spirit medium. Bring your spirit. I have more to ask of him about the Xeno relic. With his aide and the spirit medium, Nareth left the gate, walking a kilometer away before halting. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinzu. Chapter 240, Chapter 239, Auto-Recharging Void Shield. Nareth looked at the noble ghost and asked. What lies within that Xeno's ruin? The noble ghost recalled for a moment before replying. Mechanical eagles, golden mechanical eagles. Golden. Nareth frowned slightly. He knew the Iron Hands had a kind of mechanical eagle called the Garuda, but those were forged of grey steel and brass. A spark of insight flickered in his mind, giving rise to a guess. You attempted to imitate the mechanical eagles. The noble ghost glanced at the black-armored giant in shock. Yes, we tried to imitate them. My artificers studied the mechanical eagles for more than 10 years, yet they still could not uncover their principles of manufacture or their functions, not even the materials they were made of. Later, I ordered them to dismantle their bodies and attempt crude imitation. My artificers, using grey steel and brass, forged mechanical birds. Since they resembled the Garuda of myth, we gave them that name. Nareth gave a slight nod. His guess had been correct, Garuda did indeed originate there. What else was there? The noble ghost thought hard, then said. I recall nothing else of particular note. Nareth turned to the spirit median, conduct spirit communion with him. A human's conscious mind is only a small fragment, many secrets lie buried deep in the psyche. That was the domain of psychic disciplines and the visionary pathway, but the spirit medium's powers extended into it as well. With humans, the spirit medium required hypnosis and gentle means to probe hidden memories without harm. With ghosts, it was simpler, more direct, their very state was spirit. The spirit medium's eyes grew deep, his black pupils shining with a grey-green glow. His spirituality enfolded the ghost as he whispered with an ethereal tone. Tell me, what lies within that ruin? Tell me. Over and over the spirit medium murmured. The noble ghost looked around in confusion as everything blurred and swayed, as if wrapped in layers of fog. Even his body seemed to waver and dissolve. In an instant, the mist shifted. He seemed transported back inside the alien ruin, and he spoke in a drifting tone. I see golden mechanical eagles. The ruin was strange, no lumen globes, no power sources, yet the whole place was brilliantly lit. The moment I stepped inside, I felt heat all over me, sweat dripping down. The noble ghost recounted a dozen more memories his spirit retained, though his mind had forgotten. Light. Heat. Nareth's thoughts raced, then a flash of realization struck him. All of these are tied to flame. Yes, and related to this, Medusa's land of shadows, magma lakes are far too abnormal. If a Cernith was indeed a shard of a Tan, even Ferrus Manus could not slay him after battling for days. Why then was he destroyed the moment he fell into the magma lake? What kind of magma could kill a fragment of a Tan, and even carbonize a Primarch's hand, leaving permanent scars? Nareth felt a strong intuition that ruin was somehow linked to Medusa's annihilating magma. Perhaps the greatest secret hidden on Medusa lies within that Xeno ruin. It could be the most valuable of them all. His eyes gleamed. But beyond its value, he also perceived its peril. Such destructive power. He looked down at his right hand, then at two artifacts in his possession, a blood-red necklace from the moon pathway that greatly enhanced his regeneration, and a ring of the red priest path that allowed him to incarnate as fire, lessening flame's harm. Both are sequence 4 items, one strengthens my recovery, the other lets me become fire itself. Even if danger awaits, I should be able to escape. With that resolve, Nareth decided to explore that Xeno ruin, after they breached the newly found one. He returned with his honor guard and the Death Lord to the Great Gate. The archaeologist and the savants were furiously working on the codes. The code evolved, one savant exclaimed in awe. Every code detected by his probe he had memorized, yet just now the entire sequence shifted in an instant. It reacts like a living thing to our intrusion, its ancient soul battling us. The archaeologist halted his probe and spoke. Our effort wasn't wasted. Though the code has changed, I've discerned a pattern. Yes, it evolves, but I've found the logic beneath it. The seal's structure is founded on a billion individual codes. By extrapolating from these, as long as my calculation speed exceeds its rate of evolution, I can break through. Having found a method, Gabriel turned to the Primarch. Estimated time to breach, 30 stellar days. Nareth frowned. That was too long. The Emperor might not that be patient. After a moment's thought, he said. I will assist, and Arsena as well. The Primarch gave assignments. You and the tech adepts, run diagnostics. You give me the formulas, I will do the calculations. Arsena will handle extrapolation. Then Nareth extended his will, linking their minds. The tech adepts were awash in warmth at the fleeting brush of their father's psyche. Moments later, they stood at the terminal, probes whirring. From Gabriel's mind, Nareth drew the cracking formulas, then flooded them with code and calculated at superhuman speed. Streams of data roared through his brain, his speed outpacing all his sons combined. He sent the results to the reasoner, who extrapolated further. Through the link, Nareth monitored both extrapolations and diagnostics in real time. Their simulations outstripped the defense system's evolutions. With every cycle the gap widened. An hour later, Gabriel's hands flew across the terminal. In the span of a breath, he entered 16 sequences, the last pressing upon the high Gothic letter O. With a boom, hinges and pistons hissed. The first gate, a meter thick, slowly opened. The second was tougher, taking 1 1/5 stellar hours to crack. The third, 1 1/4. After 10 gates, they stepped into the ancient ruin. At once, Nareth smelled ozone in the air. Through a translucent bubble-like energy field, he saw a facility the size of a cruiser. Cables tangled like webs, linking great machines. At its heart was a silver control dais, beside which flared a blinding reactor. Gabriel led the team, lowering the void shield and studying the logs and devices. Excited, he hurried to Nareth. Father, preliminary checks reveal a Punisher-class reactor and an auto-recharging void shield. Nareth gave a satisfied nod, thinking. So, both technologies on the Iron Hands void ships may have come from this ruin. Even among Medusa's secrets, this is a monumental discovery. Well done. The archaeologist basked in the Primarch's praise, his spirit and body feeling light, as if melting. Just then, the Death Lord spoke. Father, something is approaching. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinzu. Chapter 241, Chapter 240, Tan Fragment. The warriors of the 4th chapter stationed at the entrance saw countless humanoid creatures crawling on the ground. In the icy snow, they wore no clothing, only thick hair covering their bodies. They no longer bore any human traits, some had claws extending several tens of centimeters, others had protruding fangs like vicious beasts. The commander guarding the entrance, a gravedigger, shouted loudly. Degenerate mutant scum, open fire. The shadows of order raised their bolters, unleashing a storm of rounds at the mutants. With thunderous blasts, the mutants were blown apart into pieces. Inside the ruins, the spirit medium reported to the Primarch. Father, the foolish mutants have been repelled. But deeper within this ruin, there are undead creatures. With the void shield disabled, they forced their way in. Nareth immediately recalled what these were. When Ferrus Manus excavated underground ruins, he encountered such corpse-like beings. They were half-flesh, half-machine monstrosities that plundered machinery from within the ruins. Together with Adams and Arsena, he rushed deeper inside, leaving behind machine constructs as they pressed forward. The Primarch would not allow his spoils to be stolen. Sprinting at full speed, he quickly left the two behind and reached the depths within moments. There, dozens of strange creatures were lumbering toward him. Some had bare upper bodies but spider-like lower halves. Some had drill or chainsaw arms, with stiff, rotting heads that exhaled cold air. The shambling half-flesh, half-metal corpses staggered forward, charging Nareth. The Primarch drew the sword of Vol and plunged into their midst, slashing with blue-white light that cut down monster after monster. He pushed deeper into the mountain and saw waves of half-mechanical corpses surging toward him. Adams was the second to arrive. He activated the Eye of Death, peering at the undead from a higher perception. He dashed into the horde, swinging his energy blade into their hearts, their power cores. The disintegration field shredded their cores. The spirit medium then struck down another, decapitating its frozen, rotten head with his blade. Arsena arrived last. He raised his staff with his right hand, runes of a fire dragon glowing. A blazing fire dragon engulfed more than a dozen undead. The silver-haired psyker lifted his left hand, releasing a destructive vortex that dragged a towering knight-like undead mech into a rift. After Nareth and his allies purged the half-machine undead, he ordered the archaeologist to lead tech marines in excavating and dismantling the relic machinery. The Death Lord oversaw defense. Nareth instructed Arsena and Gyrinx John to stay behind, taking only Black Wolf Freddy toward the Xeno ruins. Soon, the mountain holding the Xeno ruins came into Nareth's view. He slowed his pace, eyes deep as he gazed at the peak, activating warp insight. Moments later, his eyes returned to normal. The power inside has nothing to do with the warp. Yet his psychic vision could not reach 5 kilometers ahead to the mountain. Extending his consciousness might trigger unforeseen changes. He looked around, no magma lakes, no landmarks named after Medusa. Indeed, if it were obvious, Ferrus Manus would have found it already. Seeing nothing unusual, Nareth pressed onward. Climbing the mountain, he noticed nothing strange from the outside, not even black snow. But he sensed something off. The mountain was a few degrees warmer than the others, even the bare ones without snow. And the deeper he went, the warmer it became. Sweat dripped occasionally from Freddy. Nareth reached the heart of the mountain. A great bronze gate stood open, black marble corridors scattered with golden fragments, sharp claws, broken talons, all once part of golden mechanical eagles. He stopped at the gate, sweat dripping, and thought. The black marble holds no special energy, not black stone. But no mutant traces are here. If they had been, madness would have left marks. So, did the heat alone keep them away? Stepping inside, he saw rock walls shining with metallic luster, like giant mirrors. After about a kilometer, the passage widened into a circular platform. Stone pedestals stood there, most once holding golden mechanical eagles, but only one remained at the center. So hot. Freddy muttered, sweat pooling beneath him after standing only moments. Nareth judged the temperature to be near 40 degrees. He scanned the surroundings. Metallic rock walls circled the platform, as if the entire ruin existed only to store the golden eagles. Then he studied the platform beneath his feet, and his pupils contracted. Runes were carved into the surface. All had a common trait, drawn with red, thread-like material, and all flame-related. Torch shapes, flame sprays like from a flamer. Nareth's mind raced, dismantling and memorizing them all. He approached the central eagle, nearly 10 meters tall, wings outstretched as if ready to take flight. Touching it, he felt its surface nearly 100 degrees hot. Black eyes gleamed. On the eagle, the same red runes were etched, matching those on the ground. The ground runes formed the shape of a spread-winged eagle. He realized, scaled down, they aligned perfectly with those on the eagle. Bending his knees, he leapt, tapping runes one by one across the eagle's body. Moments later, all runes lit up. The golden eagle burst into radiant gold and fiery red light. The platform shook. Slowly, the eagle rose, revealing a spiral passage downward. Nareth thought. So, the tech priests must have discovered this link between eagle and runes, which is why they didn't take it away. But something forced their research to stop, perhaps an enemy attack. The parts they replicated were taken by foes and spread to Medusan clans. He turned his gaze downward. Heat surged from below, as if the passage led to the planet's core. Even with warp sight and psychic vision, he found nothing. So he descended. The spiral widened as he went. Platforms appeared with golden eagles, growing in size with each level. By the 10th layer, he felt tremors below. Something powerful was struggling. Sweat dripped down his brow as he gripped the sword of Vol and pressed on. The world shifted with a step, the walls cracked like webs, fiery magma streams flowing within. Even he felt threatened. Without his artifacts, his body would carbonize in such heat. Carbonize. He recalled Ferrus Manus's arm, carbonized after slaying a Cerneth, the C10 fragment, in magma. The tremors intensified. He moved forward and saw it. A golden eagle kilometers tall, wings spanning more than 10 kilometers. Cables pierced its body, surrounded by alien machinery. Its eyes glowed fiery red, staring directly at him. From them, he felt pure annihilation. On its body burned dazzling spiritual light. The Tan fragment. Realization struck. The Necrons built pyramids not as tombs, but to bind 10 fragments. The runes drew energy from the fragments, layer by layer upward. Then another thought froze him. With the eagles removed, the seal weakened, leaking the fragment's power, stirring magma lakes. The lesser fragment, a Cernith trapped by Ferrus Manus, could not escape. Now, by unlocking this eagle's runes, I've set the tan fragment free. The ground shook violently. Magma surged as the underground space convulsed. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 242, Chapter 241, The Burning One. Nareth leapt toward the golden mechanical eagle, determined to strike before the tan shard could fully break free and kill it. The Primarch donned the mask of war, landing on the golden eagle's back. The sword of Vol blazed with blue-white light as it hacked into the root of the right wing. His power fist glowed gold, slamming down on the eagle's back. Insect. Wretch. The golden eagle had not yet broken free of its restraints, but by bending physical laws, it made an explosive voice resound directly in the Primarch's mind. The echoes pounded through his spirit, searing into his psyche. Mind and spirit are bound to flesh. When Nareth's body was struck by this manipulation of physical law, his spirit inevitably reeled. The hurricane-like sound waves carried world-burning force. The Primarch felt his body engulfed in flames. Instantly, he ascended into the second layer of the Thelema mind state, his physical energy transmuted into mental force. Flames erupted along his spine as he stepped into Kundalini, his spiritual ocean quaking violently. The tan shard's influence was banished from the non-physical plane, but its resonance still echoed inside Nareth's skull. His head crackled as if firecrackers were exploding inside it. But pain did not slow his strikes. His power fist hammered down like a storm of rain, and the sword of Vol cut in a whirlwind arc. A thunderous blast ripped open the living metal, golden dissolution fields tore a great rent across the eagle's back. The sword carved another crack, its screech like tearing glass. Nareth was just about to press the attack when a piercing screech rang out. The golden eagle stirred. Its wings flapped violently, conjuring a tidal wave of scorching heat. Its talons crushed the rock below as it kicked off. With snapping cables and sparking Necron devices, the golden eagle lifted into the air. At its throat, molten fire bulged, and then spewed out in a torrent. All nearby machines were incinerated in an instant. The eagle had broken its bonds. With a triumphant cry, it rose higher. Pull him into a dream. Nareth shouted to Freddy. The black wolf gazed up at the eagle, feeling annihilation radiating from its fire. He knew, even with a body surpassing the Fenrisian wolves, if that flame engulfed him, he would be reduced to ash. To fight such a foe, he had to take on his mythic beast form. From Freddy's abdomen sprouted 2 extra pairs of legs. Power surged, lifting his body, 8 limbs tore through the sky, rippling the air itself. Black mist rolled upward, eternal night swallowing the golden eagle. A song of peace drifts softly. A lullaby to soothe. Lest we crush the slumbering cocoon of a butterfly. Deep within the folds of eternal night. All falls silent. The tan shard faltered. Its fiery red eyes dimmed. The golden wings slowed, as if dragged down by unseen chains. Nareth, fully anchored in the second layer of the Thelema state and already prepared, did not let up. His blows fell with unerring precision, each strike widening the wounds he had carved before. The crack on its back grew, from fist-sized, to head-sized, to half a body's width. The rent at the root of its right wing split wider, from palm width, to forearm, to the breadth of a thigh. But then, suddenly, a surge of golden and crimson flame erupted. The black mist was vaporized instantly. Freddy's 8-legged form was charred black. The wolf gave a mournful cry, collapsing, unable to maintain his mythic transformation. Nareth's vision was filled with gold and flame. His body was engulfed. The runes on his black armor shrieked, yet the Primarch did not slow his assault. From the blood-red chain coiled around his right hand's little finger seeped power that cooled his burning flesh. Wearing the war mask, he unleashed a storm of precise, brutal attacks, his mind cold and calculating. Now he was sure, this golden eagle was a fragment of Neadrasatha, the Burning One. The fire that wreathed it was hotter than a star's core, the ultimate embodiment of flame in the physical universe. The mountain peak exploded, stone reduced to ash. The golden eagle soared higher. Nareth, wrapped in fire, never ceased his assault. On Medusa, the people watched in awe as the sunless skies, shrouded in ash for millennia, flashed bright for a third time. This time, unlike the 2 before, a sun burned openly in the heavens. At the planet's surface, Ferrus Manus had just emerged from the ruins. He looked up with silver eyes. He felt something within that blazing sphere. His eyes quivered and ran like liquid. The golden eagle. Manus's voice was heavy as lead. In an instant, he thought of the Garuda. The eagle's proportions were the same, only magnified. Its color was different. But most of all, the inferno engulfing it. Nareth could sense it too. The flames were akin to the magma lakes, but far more violent. What? Santor gasped. He found the Garuda's relic. He did, Manus answered in a voice like metal dragging stone. But in doing so, he has thrown himself into peril. That fire is more dangerous than the magma lake that slew Aserneth. Even I may not have survived it. Escaping would leave me broken. Manus recalled how he had once lured a 10-meter ancient machine beast into the magma lake. The creature had vanished in an instant, erased from existence. His armor will melt under that flame, no matter how finely crafted. At the Black Mountain's peak, Alfarius spoke in shock. Nareth is in there. Father, only you can save him. The Emperor's golden eyes gleamed. Nareth has not yet fallen. I want to see how far he can go. The eagle has not regained its full power, and it is gravely wounded. If Nareth can slay it, he will gain immense strength. Perhaps greater even than Manus's iron hands. The Emperor thought. The Void Dragon's shards number only 100, and each is stronger than most Tans. Manus received but a fragment of that power. This shard, it's vast. Only slightly weaker than the Void Dragon fragment I subdued in my youth. If it recovers fully, Nareth will stand no chance. But wounded as it is, if he claims its might, I will give him the Dionysian spear. The Emperor's golden gaze stayed fixed on the blazing sphere above. His eyes narrowed. Nareth was hurt. Half his hair was burned away. Flames clung to his flesh, scorching him to the bone. Nareth knew he was close to his limits, dragged higher into the sky by the golden eagle. To conceal his greatest secrets, he could not use his rings or other relics, only the blood-red chain's healing sustained him. But with his armor already burned away by the fire, his strength waned even faster. I cannot retreat into the kingdom of disorder, that would expose my last and greatest trump card. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daoisjinsu. Chapter 243, Chapter 242, Golden Wings Unfurled. As Nareth unleashed his frenzied attacks, his mind raced at full speed, searching for a way to fight the Buning One, Neadrasatha, without resorting to extraordinary powers or divine artifacts. To end this quickly, I must strike at his weakness. My warp insight is useless against a Tan. I can't rely on that gift to find his flaw. A weakness. The war in heaven, the old ones, the Eldari. A spark of realization flashed in his mind. Psychic energy wasn't a strict weakness of the Tan, but for incarnations of physical law, it carried a distinct countering effect. During the war in heaven, the Tans had suffered at the hands of the old ones. Even the Emperor had suppressed a void dragon fragment with psionics. But the psychic arts I command aren't strong enough to topple a Tan. From Slough Dha of the Eldari, I gained two complete paths of the mind. The path of the fire dragon would only strengthen the burning one, but the path of the howling banshee, that's different. Nareth removed the war mask and donned the banshee mask. This mask was his personal adaptation of the banshee's path, reshaped to suit his condition. Currently, the banshee mask could only function when fueled by psychic energy, not yet something that could be spread across all shadows of order, but against a Tan fragment, it was perfect. Light shimmered in the Primarch's eyes as vast warp energy surged toward him. He opened his mouth wide, facing the rift torn open in the burning one's back, and unleashed a piercing scream. Though he lacked the true banshee's helm that amplified psychic sonic waves, his cry still eclipsed any banshees. His immense psychic power made his wail surpass even Slough Dha's, outstripping the bishops of the shrine sects, approaching the shrieks of Jane Czar, the Phoenix Lord herself. The psychic scream spiraled into the wound, reverberating within the golden mechanical eagle's body. The shriek rang in the burning one's ears, drowning him in torment. Fear dragged forth memories of agony, of being shattered into fragments by the Silent King's spear. Already grievously wounded, the burning one fell into confusion beneath the unending psychic wail. His flame slipped from his control, raging wildly. With the banshee mask on, Nareth's assault grew even more violent. The Vol sword spun like a cyclone, cleaving through the golden right wing. The golden mechanical eagle lost balance, spiraling earthward like a kite with its string cut. Nareth seized the moment, swinging his left arm hard, smashing the eagle's back, and vaulting upward toward its left wing. But just as he leapt, a blazing fireball slammed down. With a crash, Nareth was engulfed and hurled into the eagle's body. It was as though he had fallen into a world of flame, his entire form enveloped in raw, stellar fire. Hotter than the heart of any sun. The energy of a Tan. Some Necron cryptex called it Tan essence. Nareth did not panic. He steadied himself as he landed on the golden living metal, minimizing the flames clinging to his form. He oriented himself, realizing he was far from the rent in the back. He sprinted along the living metal, striking ceaselessly as he went. Liquid metal tore apart under his blows, flinging droplets of molten gold and crimson essence onto his body. Golden specks began appearing across his flesh. Suddenly, he stopped. He felt it clearly, the fragment 10 fragment has dispersed. Before he could escape through the wound, the blazing fireball plummeted straight down. The Medusans watched in awe as the newly risen sun fell. Tens of thousands dropped to their knees in terror, chanting that the end had come, begging for Gorgon's protection. The flaming sphere struck the magma lake, sending waves of molten fire kilometers high. Nareth's body was wrapped in golden liquid metal and fire-red essence. He struggled to break free of this prison, but the essence and living metal bound him tight. From different directions, the Emperor, Alfarius, and Ferrus Manus arrived at the lake. Golden light flared in the Emperor's eyes as his gaze pierced the magma. Moments later, the light faded. Smiling, he turned to Manus. Nareth, your brother, will gain a power equal to your iron hands. Ferrus Manus amazement in his silver eyes. I've lost. The golden mechanical eagle Nareth slew held power equal to the silver Wyrm Aserneth. This gene brother of his now stood as his equal in strength. Alfarius, unable to pierce the magma with his sight, stared curiously at the lake. Within, Nareth felt his flesh burn beneath golden liquid, flames, and molten agony. His muscles, bones, and blood were ripped apart, his back especially. The burning one's essence scorched his body, incinerating his back, melting ribs and scapula alike. The blood-red chain glowed dim in his psychic sight, it had reached its limit, unable to restore him. He sighed inwardly. Survival mattered more than secrecy. Even if the Emperor saw, forcing him to expose the kingdom of disorder, he had no other choice. But just as he prepared to flee there, something stirred in his chest and back. Opening his warp insight, he looked down at himself from a higher vantage. He saw it, the burning one's essence fused with golden living metal, forming a new and strange substance. It was reconstructing his body. He recalled Ferrus Manus, whose carbonized arm had been reforged by silver liquid after slaying the void dragon fragment. Now he was certain the silver Wyrm Aserneth had indeed been a void dragon shard. Abandoning his plan to retreat, he observed his transformation. In seconds, his ribs and scapula were reformed, flesh and sinew regrowing rapidly. Within moments, his body was cocooned in golden liquid. When it hardened, it became a skin-tight golden armor, as though forged upon his flesh. At last, the metamorphosis was completed. Nareth whispered in disbelief. I've grown wings, golden wings upon my back. He thought of Sanguinius and mused. Wings are a boon in battle. Manus can concentrate silver metal into his hands, or spread it across his arms. I should be able to do the same. With a thought, the golden metal flowed from his waist to his wings. Though magma seared his exposed skin, he felt nothing. Manus gained a fragment of the void dragon's essence. On the physical plane, his might is one of the strongest among the Primarchs, his hands proof of that. But I have inherited even more essence, and of a greater kind. The burning one's flames burn hotter than any star's core. For me, bathing in magma is no different than soaking in a hot spring. He tried to shift the wings elsewhere, but they remained fixed. He couldn't help but silently complain to himself, Manus's hands are always shrouded in silver metal, and I'm the one with golden wings on my back, so I'm stuck with the obsession of a golden mechanical eagle. Nareth recalled how Manus' iron hands had heightened his forging and invention ability. I've acquired a fragment of the burning one, and I saw a glow of spirituality on it. It must be a key material for a high sequence in the Red Priest pathway. I'm bound to gain flame-related powers, but now isn't the right time for research. With a thought, the metal flowed back over his waist. His black armor, forged by Malovelus, had been destroyed by fire. Not wishing to be bare, he embraced his new golden armor. The golden wings beat once, propelling him skyward with staggering speed, even he was startled. This wings formed from a tan essence is truly remarkable. As he mused, he shot from the magma lake. Molten fire cascaded down as the Emperor and others beheld the golden angel ascend and hover in the sky. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 244, Chapter 243, Cooperation with Ferrus Manus. Driving a massive iron vehicle, Gabriel Santa rushed over, only to be stunned by the golden angel hovering in the sky. In his daze, his foot remained pressed on the accelerator. The iron vehicle roared toward the lava lake. At that moment, Gorgon's thunderous voice rang in his ears. Brake! Santa snapped back to his senses and slammed the brakes. The vehicle screeched to a halt, kicking up clouds of dust. When it finally stopped, it was only a few meters away from the molten lake. Opening the door, Santa stepped out, staring blankly at the golden angel in the sky. An angel. He forced himself to stay composed, steeled himself in his heart. Other than Gorgon, I will kneel to no one. Never. Alfarius, however, could clearly tell that the golden figure in the sky was Nareth. Unlike Santa, he was not deceived. His father had told him Nareth would change, and countless images had flashed through his mind. But he never imagined Nareth would take on the form of a golden angel. Ferrus Manus, with his silver eyes piercing through the magma, saw Nareth's transformation. He wasn't particularly shocked. As always, he observed from a craftsman's perspective, studying the golden armor and wings. Those silver eyes gleamed as he silently assessed. Its defense is weaker than my iron hands, but it has unique traits. The wings grant him speed beyond imagination. The Emperor's golden eyes shone with delight as he gazed at Nareth, smiling. It's better than I had anticipated. Nareth spread his wings and descended slowly. The golden liquid flowing over his face receded, revealing his true visage. My pet, Freddy, fell into the volcano. I'll find him first, he said calmly. After that, I'll assess the value of the ruins I've uncovered. At the Emperor's nod, Nareth flapped his wings again and soared toward the ruins where the shard of the Burning One had once been imprisoned. The air rushed past him as he arrived in an instant at the collapsed Necron ruins. Activating Warp Insight, he immediately spotted black ripples glowing faintly within the Sea of Souls, Freddy's presence. Good. Freddy is weak, but still alive. Thankfully, he survived. Otherwise, gaining these golden wings while losing a mythic creature capable of pulling enemies into dreams would hardly count as an upgrade. If I can find a dead Beyonder trait, once one of my subordinates reaches Sequence 4 and can craft miraculous items, I'll be able to regain that dream-pulling ability. That dream drawing was a crucial support ability. Without Freddy dragging the Burning One briefly into a dream, Nareth would never have had the chance to harm the shard with his Bahi mask alone. Aside from temporarily losing that support, Freddy is still pleasing to the eye, a satisfactory pet. With that thought, Nareth beat his wings and smashed into the ruins. After some effort, he had gained basic control over the wings. Golden feathers shattered rocks as he forced his way underground, where he found Freddy, for scorched black, body frail, and stumbling. Seeing Nareth's angelic form, Freddy's eyes went wide in disbelief. But their deep bond let him know this was still his master. Master, why have you changed into this? The transformation was even more drastic than when Freddy himself had awakened his mythic form, sprouting 2 extra pairs of legs from his belly. You'll know soon enough, Nareth replied, scooping the black wolf into his hand. Too weak to care about the mechanical eagles or Nareth's transformation, Freddy simply nestled into the familiar, protective hand and drifted into sleep. Nareth lingered, clearing debris with his gauntlet left hand. He noted that most of the golden mechanical eagles were barely damaged, and the Necron materials were remarkably durable. He recalled the Cyber Eagle Iron Hands Garuda from the future Shattered Legions. It was like the crew of the Sisypheum. Tormented, yet unyielding. Even after enduring a barrage of explosive rounds from Lucius on Idris, it wasn't completely destroyed. The Iron Fathers, Samatica, and Sabik Wayland, managed to repair it. A Garuda could fly, scout, and operate without psychic support, unlike the Spyflies. Its tech abilities rivaled those of an initiate tech adept, able to perform remote operations, an incredibly useful mechanical familiar. As the original model, these Necron Eagles may hold even greater functions. Nobles and ghosts couldn't decipher them, but my tech marines might. And those Beyonder with enhanced ability, even more so. He almost reached for his comm bead, only to remember it had been reduced to ash by the Burning One's flames. Spreading his wings again, he thought to himself. Risky as it was, nearly exposing the Kingdom of Disorder, the results were worthwhile. I lost armor, but gained wings infused with much of the Burning One's essence. A small lesson: before coming to Medusa, I only suspected a Cernith was a Void Dragon shard. I never guessed there was also a shard of the Burning One here. As he reflected, he realized. The key failure was being drawn into the air, unable to use my Beyonder abilities or mystical items. Monster John has only just touched Fate's domain, he gave me no warning. Soon, he hovered above the ruins, looking down at heavy landing craft docked 2 kilometers away. Servitors and thralls, under Tech Marine command, hauled relics out from the ruins. The shadows of order tightened their grip on weapons when they saw the golden angel overhead, until they recognized their Primarch's face within that radiant form. Shock turned to awe as Nareth descended. Many thought back to the fireball they had seen earlier. Nareth gave Adams and Arsena a brief account, then ordered Tech Marines to take a squad to excavate. 2 stellar hours later, Nareth flew to Manus's excavation site. Peering down, he saw the Medusan vehicles bore no mounted machines. Landing, he joined the Emperor and Alfarius in following Manus into the ruins of a colossal manufactorum. The Medusans had braced themselves at Santer's warning, yet seeing the golden angel descend still left them awestruck. Their work halted until Gorgon's leaden voice barked. Continue working. Nareth observed the Iron Fathers and thought. Ferris has trained his Iron Fathers well. My Tech Marines, until they advance to higher sequences, can't yet match the Iron Hands, though they have their unique strengths. Then his gaze fell on a wall of data machinery. Within it, a throne wrapped in cables sat embedded in a broken alcove. It reminded him of the Simulus chambers. The Iron Hands must have developed their Simulus chambers from this damaged machine. Seated and linked directly through spinal nerve ports, they connect to the data ocean, uploading and downloading vast amounts at will. In this virtual thought space, warriors simulate combat, brief missions with extreme efficiency, and transfer intelligence seamlessly. His mind filled in the missing image, a fully intact chamber. They even implant subconscious tactical protocols, uploaded into every Iron Hand warrior's mind, providing contingency plans for any scenario. With their immense computing power, they can simulate nearly every battle outcome. The clan company of Rauken uses these systems the most. All their briefings, messages, and even war councils happen purely through Simulus. While he pondered, Manus's voice rumbled like molten lead. I've lost. Your golden armor and wings prove you've found the Garuda's source. Together, they outweigh what I uncovered. You have won this contest. His voice was as cold and firm as ever, though the Medusans felt bitterness and frustration. Still, they accepted that losing to another demigod was not shameful. No, Nareth's denial stunned them all. Flapping his wings lightly, he declared, parts of my body don't count as discoveries. What I found in the ruins was a Punisher-class reactor and an auto-charging void shield. Their value equals the simulation device you uncovered. Manus stared in surprise. Nareth hadn't examined the relic, yet already knew its function. He continued, this contest is a draw. We will share both sites and study them together. To Nareth, his tech marines could learn much from cooperation with the Iron Fathers, the future Iron Hands. The Emperor's face lit with joy. Nareth and Manus had a far smoother bond than he and Russ ever did. Laughing heartily, he said, I am glad to see such brotherly cooperation. Ferris's silver coin eyes softened slightly. Then I, too, am willing. Let us study both relics together. Your children will be welcome to work alongside the Medusans. His gaze lingered on Nareth's golden armor. Though you wear that gilded suit, I believe you still need one worthy of you. I will forge it myself. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 245, Chapter 244, the first under the Primarchs in the early Great Crusade. After reaching an agreement with Ferris Manus to jointly develop the relic sites, Nareth returned to the ancient ruins and found Gabriel. I've decided to assign you to lead part of the Tech Marines, remain here on Medusa, and afterward follow the 10th Legion in their campaigns. They have much that is worth learning. At your command, Father, Gabriel replied. 3 hours later, a transport ship from the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty delivered Nareth's old armor, the one he once wore but had preserved as a keepsake in his private armory. Though the suit forged by Wojciech Bielek could not compare to the craftsmanship of a master like Malevolus, it was still serviceable for temporary use. Nareth then drew the golden living metal of his armor, infused with the essence of a tan, back into his wings, letting them remain free. Gabriel, using his servo-arms, carefully adjusted the old armor to allow the wings full movement. Nareth next headed to the site where Manus was holding his clan convocation, a celebration announcing to the Medusans their return to the Imperium and their oath of fealty to the Emperor. He did not fly at full speed, instead, folding his wings, he boarded a Stormbird with Gabriel and Arsena. As the gunship approached the site, Gabriel gazed down at the endless caravans of massive steel crawlers. The smallest of Medusa's crawlers are over 100 meters long. Families, machines, and daily necessities are all carried within them. They are a nomadic people, riding their steel beasts. The savant gazed down with his deep blue eyes. Medusa's skies are locked in perpetual darkness due to pollution. The planet's geology is violently unstable, earthquakes and volcanic eruptions constantly reshaping mountains and seas. This world reminds me of Fenris. Without doubt, under the Imperial Administration's classifications, Medusa 4 qualifies as a death world. The Nareth's silver-haired aide frowned with curiosity. What I don't understand is this, Lord Manus is revered as the Gorgon, a demigod among the clans. He could easily end their wars and unify this world under a single rule, yet he chooses not to. That is unlike any of the other Primarchs. Nareth explained. This is Manus's philosophy. He believes limited competition benefits the whole. It is a calculated outcome, and those who die in the process are sacrifices he deems acceptable. Most of the time, his decisions, cold as they seem, are the best for the greater good. It was Manus who reforged the Stormwalkers into the Iron Hands. Under his iron grip, the usual Terraborn versus native-born strife that plagued other legions was burned away. This was not unlike Nareth's own reforms on Luna, where advocates and arbiters shaped recruits from the very start of training. Different methods, but the same goal, molding Terranborn into the culture of the Legion's homeworld. The result was the same, only a rare few clung to their past, yet even they were loyal to their Legion and Primarch. Beneath Manus's cold exterior burns a hidden fire. Gabriel, in the 10th Legion you'll see how he treats his sons with stern harshness, yet always protects them without hesitation. So when you work among them, remember, show respect, and learn their secrets of machine and calculation. Yes, Father, Gabriel answered, committing the words to memory. The Stormbird descended, and Nareth approached Manus's colossal crawler. Welcome, Lord Nareth, greeted Santa respectfully, speaking in newly learned High Gothic. Nareth returned the smile, then entered. Steam hissed, and a wave of dry heat swept over him as the gates of the iron forge opened. Inside, a great relief stretched across the wall, a smith's hammer striking an anvil, cracks spreading into veins of silver. To one side stood depictions of Medusa's myth beasts, the golden Garuda among them. Santa guided him onward to a grand door of diorite, marble, and steel. Guards saluted and opened it. Within the vast steel hall, Manus stood before his personal banner, a velvet and silver tapestry depicting him striking down the great silver Wyrm Cerneth. The imperial Aquila hung at the center, with Alpharius standing beside it, and the emperor enthroned before it. To the left, Nareth saw another banner, velvet and gold depicting his own slaying of the golden Garuda. The work was lifelike, unmistakably crafted by Manus himself, the only one whose silver eyes could pierce the burning one's flames. Manus turned his coin-bright gaze upon Nareth. In a single instant, those silver eyes liquefied, scanning and recording Nareth's body to memory, for the forging of new armor. Nareth ascended the dais and stood by his banner. There too were Azek Ahriman, his brother Ormuzd Ahriman, and their companion Apophis, representing the 15th Legion. Looking down on the clan chiefs, Manus's voice rolled like lead. Warriors of Medusa's clans, today we gather to mark a new age. My father, master of mankind, has descended from the long night. I, Ferrus Manus, in the name of the Iron Hand, swear before forge and flame, eternal service to the emperor. The clans, led by Santer, fell to their knees. We follow the Gorgon. Eternal service to the emperor. Forge and flame witness our oath. The emperor, smiling, answered. I accept your fealty. Rise. At the feast that followed, Manus turned to Nareth. The banner I made for you, to record your slaying of the golden Garuda. Nareth was unsurprised. Cold though Manus seemed, his heart burned hot. He had gifted many weapons and works to his brothers, not only to his favored Fulgrim. Manus, it is a masterpiece. I'll hang it in the highest place of my palace. He signaled Gabriel forward. My son, Gabriel. Only my forge lord, Rozicki, surpasses him in craft. Gabriel stepped forth and bowed deeply. Gorgon of Medusa, Gabriel greets you. Manus studied the youth, noting the servo-arms, the chain blades, the artisan's tools, all finely wrought, no less skillful than his own iron fathers. Gabriel, you are a masterful craftsman. You will be welcome in my legion. 10 days after the celebration, the 10th Legion fleet arrived at Medusa. Nareth returned with the emperor aboard the Bucephalus. The emperor's flagship held a grand ceremony to welcome yet another Primarch. Scribes, lacking permission to ride through Medusa's deadly rings, now stood among the crowd, recording every moment. 822.m30. The emperor, accompanied by Primarch Nareth, has found the 10th Primarch. On Medusa 4, the monarch of Vostroia and his sons on behalf of the emperor contested in the excavation of relics with the Gorgon and his brother. Both unearthed treasures of equal worth, and by the emperor's word, they join hands in cooperation. Together, Nareth and the emperor stood on the upper gallery overlooking the banquet hall. Below, the Medusans sat in precise order, so unlike the raucous, laughing wolves of Fenris. The emperor's eyes gleamed. Amadeus Duquesne has come. He forged the Storm and Hammer doctrine. I believe it will become a cornerstone of imperial warcraft. Nareth looked down, seeing Duquesne for the first time, the man remembered as the first beneath the Primarchs in the early Great Crusade. He wore thick Markai thunder armor, inscribed with canticles of war. Platinum etchings adorned his tall helm, including the Eye of Horus, a mark of pride. Nareth knew Duquesne, born of Terran Arabia, veteran of 1,000 battles. At the Rust World campaign he had devised the famous Storm and Hammer tactic. He held his Stormwalkers back, personally leading Auxilia to draw the orcs into a tide against an unyielding anvil. Only when the greenskin horde poured from their fortress, fully spread and scattered, did he unleash his legion as the Hammer. With minimal losses, the 10th shattered the orcs and then swept on to aid other fronts, earning the respect of many legions. The 4th and 13th even adopted his methods. Afterward, the emperor himself led the 10th, Horus in particular admired Duquesne, gifting him the Eye of Horus, and even assigning Ezekiel Abaddon as his temporary aide to learn from him. Nareth reflected. Storm and Hammer seem simple, yet it is an intricate, precise system. It became the foundation of the Iron Hand's future doctrine, further refined by Manus himself. Duquesne was made praetor, equal in rank to Clan Commander Santer, the highest officers beneath Manus. The Reapers once scorned such tactics, but perhaps now I can propose joint operations with the 10th. As he pondered, Duquesne and Manus locked eyes for 10 seconds, then both knelt before the emperor. The emperor nodded in satisfaction. Come with me. It is time I learn of the string of triumphs you achieved upon the Wheel of Fire. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu Chapter 246, Chapter 245, The Briber Potion is digested. Nareth took the box containing the orc warlord's head from his aide and followed the emperor away. They arrived at a splendid golden palace. Once seated, the emperor smiled and asked, "My son, in the Battle of the Wheel of Fire, you cleansed the Xenos' nest for the Imperium. The war brief cannot capture the full extent of your deeds. Now, it is time to tell me what has not been written." Nareth placed the box on the marble table and said, "As you wish." The war at the Wheel of Fire began in the void. Russ and I arrived together. Hannibal and his legion entered the campaign in 821, quickly adapting to the role of legion commander. Nareth concealed anything related to his Beyonder or mystical items, reporting only the objective achievements of the 2nd and 6th legions. And in the end, I severed the head of the orc warlord Soriano. "It is my gift to you." As he spoke, Nareth lifted the box, pressed the rune sigil, and revealed the grotesque green-skinned head, presenting it to the emperor. The emperor accepted it, glanced once, then pressed the rune again to close the box. Looking back at Nareth, he said approvingly, "The Wheel of Fire was the largest campaign since the Imperium's founding. You commanded wisely and personally struck down the orc warlord. It is a victory worthy of admiration." After his praise, he continued, "I shall hold a triumph for you on Terra, which will also serve as a celebration of your brother Ferris's return. Your sons sacrificed greatly. The Imperium shall not forget them. They will be honored accordingly. You shall choose those most worthy, and I will grant them iron halos. I will also gift the 11th Legion 6 relic-class warships to carry the shadows of order across the stars." Hearing this, Nareth thought to himself, "Good. With the original 6, each chapter will have one of its own." The Emperor's solemn tone softened into a smile. "Before the Wheel of Fire campaign, I spoke with Malcador and Horus about who would claim the warlord's head. Malcador believed Russ would win the hunt. Horus and I both believed it would be you, and you have not proven me wrong. You took his head. I am pleased with your gift." Knowing Nareth's tastes, he added, "My private vault shall once again be open to you. You may choose a treasure within." At that moment, the briber felt his body tremble, like stars exploding inside him. His spirit grew livelier, his mind purer. Nareth knew, he had fully absorbed the potion's power. He was now truly the briber. His thoughts wandered. As expected, by the laws of the Kingdom of Disorder, my authority has risen again. A 4th layer of space must now be open. What characteristics, what function, will this 4th layer hold? Reigning in his mind, he said to the Emperor, "My lord, I thank you for your gift." The Emperor rose. "Come with me." For the 3rd time, Nareth followed him to the golden vault doors. Runes glowed, and the gates of the treasure vault opened slowly. Nareth entered, as always ignoring the Dionysian spear placed at the entrance, and walked further inside. The Emperor's smile did not fade. He glanced at the spear, then at Nareth's back, his eyes glimmering. Nareth opened his spirit vision, scanning the vault and focusing on the new additions, occasionally asking questions. When he came to the 13th item, his pupils narrowed. Before him lay a crystalline eyeball the size of a fist. Black iris within a white scara, its depth bottomless. The spiritual light it radiated was even denser than that of the crimson chain. Judging by its aura, Nareth made his assessment. A sequence 3 mystical item. Seeing him pause, the Emperor explained. This crystalline eye is a war trophy from the world of Eberiki, infested by Xenos. The species, the Ser, resembled Medusa, a being of ancient Terra's myth. From their serpentine heads grew crystalline eyes. This one was taken from their queen, slain by my hand. Nareth gave a slight nod and moved on, examining the 12 other new relics before reflecting. That crystal eye must belong to the Demonis pathway, sequence 3, the unaging dot. The Emperor smiled. "Have you decided what you want?" "I have," Nareth said, stepping back to the crystalline eye. "I want this." The Emperor had expected as much. He unlocked the runes, removed the eye, and placed it in Nareth's hand. Leaving the vault, the Emperor spoke again. "My son, I see your rapport with Ferris Manus. You shall be the one to guide him as he adapts to the Imperium." Nareth had already been considering joint operations with the 10th Legion to study the storm and hammer tactic. He answered at once. "By you command." Soon after, Manus and Nareth boarded a gunship bound for the Shadow of Sovereignty. On the way, Manus raised his left arm and said, "I have renamed the 10th Legion from the Stormwalkers to the Iron Hands. All Stormwalkers must return to Medusa, find their clan, and by their own skill displace the leaders of that tribe. Through this, in spirit and in flesh, they will become true Medusans. Gabriel and the others will accompany Amadeus Duquesne. If they would walk with the Iron Hands, they must first understand Medusa. A part of them must become Medusan." Nareth nodded slightly. "Thank you for your arrangement." He was not surprised. He knew how deeply Manus valued Medusa. Because its native population was small and lacked war potential, Manus planned to recruit suitable people from the fiercest human worlds he conquered. He entrusted them to the ascetic priests of the Mechanicum, gifts from the Gorgon, who brought them to Medusa for trials. This was unlike other legions, which raised recruits from conquered worlds within the legion's own ranks. Every iron hand had to be reforged in Medusa's cruel furnace. After the triumph on Terra, our legions shall fight side by side. Manus's silver eyes gleamed, his voice like lead. The iron hands will be ready. Upon returning to the throne of Shadow's sovereignty, Nareth spoke with Manus, introducing him to the Imperium. He discovered that, unlike Hannibal's instinct-driven understanding of war, Manus saw everything through the lens of logic and numbers. Manus was always calculating. When their discussion ended, Nareth had Arsena lead him to the palace chamber prepared for him. Nareth then entered the Kingdom of Disorder. He placed the crystalline eye into the third layer of space. Then his eyes narrowed. As expected. With the Briber potion digested, my authority has risen. The fourth layer has opened. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinzu. Chapter 247, Chapter 246, Briefing in the Kingdom of Disorder. The Kingdom of Disorder, fourth layer space. When Nareth stepped in, all he saw was endless black mist filling the entire layer of space. Other than that, there was nothing. His gaze deepened as he opened his warp insight and spirit vision to observe everything around him. After more than 10 seconds, nothing had changed. Nareth was in no hurry. He spread his consciousness throughout the fourth layer, carefully discerning. His mind merged with the boundless fog, and immediately, he sensed something different. There were faint, intangible threads, somewhat similar to those of the third layer of space, yet different. The third layer's space was a single one-way thread, connected only to him. The fourth layer, however, was a two-way thread. One end tied to himself, the other drifting without an anchor. Nareth's heart stirred, and he thought. The third layer represents the Briber in terms of connection. If the fourth layer is also a reflection of connection, then its role must also be to establish links. But this time, it's two-way. A sudden realization flashed in his mind. When Sanchez prayed to me before, the signal was weak across the galaxy, and I only heard a blurred plea. That was because my authority wasn't strong enough. I couldn't fix it in the short term. But, if I, the Black Emperor, had a close enough bond with him, perhaps I could hear his prayers clearly. Looking again into the grey fog before him, the phantom sanctum of the iron hands he had seen earlier flashed in his mind. A bold thought came to him. Maybe, not just cross-galaxy communication, but even cross-galaxy conferences, the Black Duke's court meetings, could be possible. Once the idea formed, Nareth decided to test it at once. With a thought, his spirituality burned rapidly, and from the mist emerged a black throne. In a single stride, he appeared before it, sitting upon the massive, ancient, pitch-black seat. The blood-red chain on his right little finger shimmered, restoring his drained spirit. Looking down from the throne, Nareth murmured. Let's try this first. In a blink, he shifted from the throne to stand below it. Using Arsena's body as the standard, he gathered the invisible threads of the area. Under his will, the threads condensed into a thick black cable. The cable extended outward with him, reaching into the shadow side of the Kingdom of Disorder. There, it tied itself around a pure white glowing orb, the spiritual core of Arsena done. In another flicker, Nareth returned to the fourth layer. Now, before him floated an extra orb of pure white, flickering with invisible radiance. Nareth couldn't let his Primarch attendant vanish from reality, so he extended his spiritual essence to touch the orb. At once, he saw Arsena in his palace office, with 5 readers at his side, each holding data slates and reporting to him. Only the Primarch's aide had a permanent office in the palace. The 5 readers, selected beyonder individuals who had passed Nareth's tests, were responsible for organizing Legion reports into 5 categories: military, economic, technological, logistical, and diplomatic. With their help, Arsena managed the Legion's increasingly heavy burdens. Still, Nareth hesitated. If he failed, it would lower his dignity as the Black Emperor. So instead of directly speaking through the orb, he returned to reality. Pressing his communication bead, he sent Arsena a simple order. 10 minutes later, meeting. At that moment, Arsena had just escorted Ferrus Manus to his guest palace and was working through accumulated matters with his aides. When his communicator chimed, Arsena listened to his Primarch's message, then turned to the readers. That's enough for today. You may leave. As the silver-haired aide tidied his reports, a sudden mist rose before his eyes. It felt like when he prayed to the Black Emperor. He saw the towering figure seated high on a throne, then in the next instant, the fog swallowed him, and he vanished from his office. When Arsena regained his senses, he found himself in the thick black mist, standing upon a stone seat. His long blue eyes scanned his surroundings. And there, above, he saw the colossal figure upon the throne. Lord Nareth, Arsena breathed, both shocked and secretly vindicated. You are the Black Emperor. Looking down, Nareth answered calmly. That's right, but that title is restricted to this place alone. He wasn't yet strong enough, he still needed the Empire as his platform. My lord, your will be obeyed. Arsena's eyes roamed curiously. This place, what is it? This, Nareth replied evenly, is an independent realm under my control. Only I, and those I permit, may set foot here. Arsena shuddered. Only a god could possess such a secret domain. After 11 seconds of awe, he steadied himself, remembering his duty. My lord, the reports from the Wheel of Fire campaign have been compiled. In total, the Legion lost 7,013 warriors, of whom 524 were interred into dreadnoughts. Thanks to Trichon's growth and their pact with the Forge world of Graia, the 11th Legion's supply capacity had risen greatly, enough to field dreadnoughts on such a scale. Nareth's eyes dimmed with sorrow, though he had expected losses. After all, his legion had borne the brunt of the campaign. They captured the Orc attack moons and cleansed 4 planets. Only the 2nd Legion joined them on one planet to seize certain strongholds. On the primary world of the Wheel of Fire, the 11th Legion's achievements even exceeded those of the 2nd and 6th Legions combined. While he mourned, Arsena continued. The 2nd Legion lost about 1,500 men. The 6th Legion's numbers are uncertain, but estimates put their losses well above 10,000. Because Nareth was mentoring Hannibal, the 2nd Legion's reports also passed to Arsena, keeping him informed. But the Space Wolves had strained ties with the Shadows of Order, and Leman Russ had no duty to report to Nareth, so his knowledge of the 6th Legion remained vague. Recovering from grief, Nareth thought. So overall, about 20,000 Astartes died in the Wheel of Flame. My legion, though leading the assault, lost fewer than the wolves, that's acceptable. Arsena pressed on. The heaviest hit chapter was the 2nd chapter of our 11th Legion, with 2,014 Shadows of Order fallen. Most died on the primary world, in battles against the Orc warlords' armies. Graia's Legio Astraman also lost 5 Warlord class, 2 Reaver class, and 1 Scout Titan in battle. After reporting losses, he moved on. Over the past 4 Terran years, all chapters have received varying numbers of new recruits. The 3rd chapter, 2 months ago, received the first batch of recruits from Mordian, numbering 3,582. They now count 6,305 Shadows of Order, 5 full companies and 2 understrength. The 1st and 11th chapter's 2nd batches of recruits are expected in 2 months. The 7th chapter's 1st batch is still undergoing transformation surgeries, expected to finish in 2 years. The other 8 chapters have received 5,941 recruits. Apart from the 2nd, all chapters have fully replenished their Wheel of Fire losses. Before the campaign, the 11th Legion had numbered about 85,000. In an instant, Nareth did the math. Their current strength stood at around 85,510. Yes. After such a great war, our numbers have not shrunk, but even risen slightly. Compared to the Space Wolves, who suffered over 10,000 losses, my legion stands in far better condition. The Space Wolves did cut their casualties by at least 10,000 thanks to my intervention, and the war ended 2 years earlier, with far less cost. Satisfied, Nareth severed his link with Arsena's orb. Arsena watched as the fog swallowed him, and when it cleared, he was back in his office. The silver-haired psyker scanned the room. No trace of warp energy remained. Shock filled his blue eyes as he thought silently. Such a thing. I have never experienced this before. I was pulled into that realm without even a chance to resist. Only a god could wield such power. Lord Nareth truly is the Black Emperor. He gazed reverently toward the Primarch's palace. Back in the real world, Nareth sent a summons to Adams and Gabriel on Medusa, ordering them to temporarily return. For Adams, Medusa was a treasure. The warp was the ultimate resting place of most souls across the galaxy. They twisted endlessly within its currents, many devoured by demons. Ghosts were born of obsession and special conditions. But Medusa, so close to the Eye of Terror, was unique. Its surface held far more ghosts than most worlds. Adams, not yet capable of creating spirits, stayed on Medusa to commune with them and master the gifts of the Gene Father. Nareth decided they would remain on Medusa 4. Adams would extract relic locations from the ghosts, then explore them alongside Gabriel and the Iron Hands. To maintain contact, they would naturally need to perform rituals, after which he could bind them into the 4th layer. As Adams and Gabriel began constructing an altar, Nareth was already preparing to push the experiment further. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 248, Chapter 247, Interstellar Communication and Private Audience. In the 4th layer of the Kingdom of Disorder, Nareth once again condensed a black cable, linking it to the crimson sphere of light belonging to the Shadow of Order, the pyromaniac Sanchez. Upon returning to the fourth layer of space, Nareth's spirituality spread toward the crimson sphere. The briber immediately felt his spirituality draining rapidly, at a rate twice as fast as when touching Arsena Dunn's sphere. After some thought, he understood why. Arsena and I are on the same ship, southwest the distance is close. Just as prayers lose parts of their meaning when transmitted, the Kingdom of Disorder uses my position as the anchor point of reality. I'm in the southwest of the segmentum tempestus, while Sanchez is on the far west of the ultima segmentum. The distance is enormous, so reaching him consumes far more energy, that is, spirituality. Nareth saw Sanchez clad in jungle camouflage, leading a squad through dense forest. With a single thought, the message Nareth wished to deliver formed in his mind and was transmitted through subtle links into the sphere of light. On Katakan, light years away, black mist suddenly surged into Sanchez's mind. A dark figure sat enthroned. A terse yet commanding voice resounded directly in his mind. Leave the other's sight. The black mist faded, and Sanchez's eyes flickered. The Black Emperor. Hold position. After giving the order, the Reaper Lord strode away. The shadows of order fanned out warily, seasoned by Katakan's constant trials to stay ever alert. Sanchez moved ahead, covering over 100 meters, when suddenly dozens of huge leaves lashed toward him. The pyromaniac raised his hand, 7 ravens appeared at his side. The incoming leaves were incinerated to ash, and Sanchez leapt upon a Venus flytrap, cleaving its stalk with his chain's word. After countless expeditions, the pyromaniac had learned to control dozens of ravens at once through the spirituality infused within them. He also knew to sever such plants swiftly, to prevent wildfires. Moving quickly, the pyromaniac soon distanced himself several kilometers from the squad. The moment he stopped, boundless grey mist swallowed him whole. Sanchez couldn't resist at all. Gripping his chain's word tightly, he looked around warily. Then he saw his Gene Father. His eyes lit up and he sheathed his weapon. Father, you are the Black Emperor? Sanchez asked in shock. That's right, Nareth nodded slightly, while gauging the drain of spirituality against the recovery rate of the Crimson Chain. The rate of spiritual drain is about 3 times faster than the recovery of the Crimson Chain. My spirituality continues to fall. Given my current condition, if I remotely pull someone into the 4th layer of the Kingdom of Disorder, I can sustain at most 2 at once, and no longer than 20 standard Terran minutes. Caution is needed, it's best to summon one at a time, and end early, to ensure safety. Nareth thought it through and understood. In other words, the galaxy-spanning council I had envisioned is not yet possible. But interstellar communication and private audiences are feasible. After summarizing what the 4th layer could achieve, Nareth heard Sanchez ask curiously. What is this place? The perceptive shadow of order looked around, astonished to find nothing but black mist. Aside from the Gene Father and the throne, there was nothing else. As Sanchez gaped, Nareth spoke. This is an independent space under my control. Only I, and those I permit, may enter here. From now on, I will summon you in this way. When you sense my call, ensure you are alone. If you have important matters, you may pray to report to me. The Reaper Lord's eyes gleamed. For them, this was of immense importance. My bond with Father becomes closer. Reports are more efficient, messages more complete, and I can behold Father more often and receive his teachings. As Sanchez rejoiced inwardly, Nareth added. The Black Emperor cannot be known to all, not even to the court's members. Pass the ritual method only to Michael and Marlena. Yes, Father, Sanchez replied. Nareth then asked. What is the current status of the 7th chapter? Calming his excitement, the Reaper Lord reported. Father, the 7th chapter has recruited 1,500 new soldiers from the Katakans, who are now undergoing modification surgery. The Katakans are fierce warriors, but I did not conscript all of them, they number only about 5 million. I adjusted your Vostoyan birth decree to Katakan's situation. Although their living conditions have improved somewhat, survival here is still like hell compared to Vostoya's paradise. Every adult of age must have at least 1 child to receive antitoxin supplies. Those with 5 children receive food aid from Triken and unlimited medicine supplies. The Legion covers the children's medicines. Although the decree has only recently been implemented, results are already evident. Birth rates have risen sharply. On average, each Katakan family now has 3 children. Infant mortality has dropped by 20%. Sanchez sincerely praised the chief apothecary's contributions. This is thanks to Michael and his apothecaries, who developed antidotes and other medicines for the Katakans as a reward for their loyalty. In gratitude, the Katakans gifted us the forging method for their unique steel alloy combat knives, the Katakan Fong. Sanchez drew a short blade from his side. They call it the Demon's Claw, meaning it is as terrifying as a Katakan Devil's Claws. The largest ones are about 1.2 meters long, wielded like swords. Compared with other Katakan blades, the Demon's Claw is hollow with mercury inside, improving swing strength and flexibility. Our tech marines modified it for the Shadows of Order's physique, making it usable as a power sword. He then revealed an even shorter black dagger. This is the Night Reaper, suited for infiltration and assassination, coated with deadly catachan venom. The venom on our Night Reapers can even kill an Astartes. As these blades entered the Legion, the 7th chapter itself became catachanized. The hunters excel at setting traps, infiltrating, and launching deadly strikes. After reporting on the Legion's changes, Sanchez continued. Marlena Scala's arrival has also greatly aided catachan's development. Whenever catachan settlements face large-scale assaults, Marlena appears in time. Plants that my fire and the Order's bolters could barely handle become tame pets before her. Compared to me, I sometimes think catachan suits the Harvest Priestess better. On catachan, even in sleep, one must stay vigilant. But when exploring with the Harvest Priestess, they didn't even need guards. Her catalyzed mutant plants were the most loyal sentinels. If catachan hones hunters, then the Harvest Priestess is its master. Marlena's experimental farmland reforms are also working. There's now 1 square kilometer of arable land. For the first time in thousands of years, catachan has farmland. Nareth nodded in satisfaction and praised. Good. Keep it up. He then severed the connection with Sanchez. Sanchez, back in catachan's humid jungles, burned down a spitting cactus with his fire ravens before realizing he had returned to its perilous wilds. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 249, Chapter 248, The Golden Garuda. Unlike some legions Terran-born who only symbolically merged with their legion's homeworld, Ferrus Manus demanded his sons fully integrate with Medusa. Storm General Amadeus Duquesne, though nostalgic for the Stormwalkers, eventually came to terms with this. Yet some Terran-born still resisted the sweeping changes. When forced into Medusan clans, ideological clashes erupted. Manus crushed the rebels with thunderous severity. Though he did not directly rule the clans, any tribe that defied his laws was struck down with overwhelming force. On the 11th stellar day after Manus returned to Medusa 4 to deal with the last stubborn Terrans, both Adam's and Gabriel's altars were completed. To store relics excavated from Medusa, Nareth gave Gabriel the first battleship built in the Triken system. Gabriel named it Sorgel, a gesture of friendship with the Iron Hands. He and Duquesne traveled to Clan Sorgel to study the Medusans. At the same time, Adams aboard the tomb ship and Gabriel aboard the Sorg began their ritual. Black Emperor of the Shadows of Order. Mysterious Sovereign of the Kingdom of Disorder. Monarch of Light and Shadow, who governs the holds the rules. I beseech thy gaze. I beseech thy favor. O Balance, foundation of the Kingdom of Disorder, grant strength to my invocation. O Iron Laws of Monarchs, basis of the Kingdom of Disorder, grant strength to my invocation. By the third recitation, black mist surged and engulfed their bodies. When they regained awareness, they saw their Gene Father seated on the throne. Adams looked around curiously, waiting for him to speak. The Black Emperor is simply another name for father, just as on Vostroya, he was monarch. Whatever name he bears, he is always my Gene Father. Gabriel, chosen as a child, had been educated in the imperial truth. Later, his mechanical talents earned him selection as a tech marine, trained on Mars, where he encountered the cult Mechanicum and its faith in the Omnisia. That faith clashed with the imperial truth. From what I had seen, the Magi and tech priests did not truly receive knowledge from a god. None of their abilities came as a divine gift. This convinced me for a time of the Emperor's imperial truth. But after Father granted me beyond our abilities, my certainty wavered. Drinking a potion and gaining powers defies all scientific explanation. He looked around the mysterious realm cloaked in black mist. This mystical space too cannot be explained by science. Other legions, even those of Horus and other returned Primarchs, never received such varied powers, only the Shadows of Order did. If Father wields the power of a god, then all is clear. While Gabriel pondered, Nareth gauged the spiritual drain, comparing it with when he drew in Arsena Dun. Drawing multiple people from the same star system into the fourth layer consumes spirituality proportionally with the number, no exponential increase. I could sustain about 33 people for over an hour. Thus, intrasystem high command meetings are possible. Interstellar gatherings will require further growth. Having concluded this, Nareth said, remain on Medusa. Only in emergencies or secrecy shall you use the ritual to report to me. This shall be the first time. Begin your reports. The Death Lord was prepared and spoke first. Father, the 4th chapter, during the Wheel of Fire campaign, received 2 waves of reinforcements. We now number 5,416. 1,084 came from Necromunda, raised amid a culture steeped in death, they adapted swiftly. 2,347 from other worlds adapt more slowly. I've assigned court members to aid them. Nareth nodded slightly. He understood Adam's meaning. The Death Lord wished Necromunda to become the 4th chapter's recruitment world, as Vostroya was for the 3rd and Katakan for the 7th. But Nareth had other plans. Posel, in the Segmentum Tempestus, was ideal for the path of their chapter. Posel, a world of endless night, fostered tribes steeped in death culture. It birthed the Mortifactors chapter in the 2nd founding, whose warriors meditated before battle, entering death-like trances to commune with their Primarch ancestors. No rush. Posel won't be discovered until after the Horus Heresy by Sasebo Tezuka, who will found the Mortifactors. Necromunda's vast population can sustain the 4th's recruitment for now. I should instead divine the location of unknown forge worlds, or intercept STCs before the Mechanicum claims them, to bargain for influence. Thus Nareth said, I will find the most fitting recruitment world for your chapter. For now, recruit freely from Necromunda. I'll tell Arsena to cease conscriptions, and begin elsewhere on your behalf. Father, the Death Lord replied, by your will. Once Adam's finished, Gabriel began his report. My lord, the Iron Father of Medusa is undergoing augmentation. Joint development is on hold. Aside from studying Medusan culture among the Sorgal clan, my main subject is the Golden Garuda. I tried many methods, electric charging, standard activation rites, yet the golden mechanical bird remained inert. Nareth nodded faintly, recalling the Burning One, Neadrasatha, a star god of living flame. The Burning One had once taught the Necrons to use the Dolmen Gates to enter the webway, so he might spread his fire there. He was known as the cruelest Tan, delighting as fire consumed all. Nareth mused. He was made of flame, satisfied only by burning. The Tan fragment I possess also manifests fire. The golden Garudas resemble fragments in form. To awaken them, fire must be the key. So he spoke, drench the golden Garuda in promethium and set it aflame. Then test its runes. Gabriel frowned. This contradicted all Mechanicum doctrine. Not an invocation of the machine spirit. Not mechanical logic. Fire melts metal, how could it be the key? But Father is divine. He cannot be wrong. So Gabriel said, Father, I understand. After the council ended, Gabriel watched the black mist fade. With lingering doubts, he ordered the Golden Garuda moved to Deck H-106 of the Sorgal, sealed for experiments on unknown machines. His tech marines prepared extensive safety measures, including fire suppression. A drum of promethium was poured over the golden body. Gabriel then used a flamer, engulfing it in fire. To his shock, the flames vanished in an instant, absorbed. A rune upon the Garuda glowed faintly. The fire, it truly is the key. No wonder the Medusans never discovered this. Without Father's teaching, I never would have. Praise the Black Emperor. Bring 10 more drums of promethium, he ordered his attendants. As Gabriel's research advanced, Manus purged the last stubborn Terran among the Stormwalkers. Meanwhile, 6 relic-class battleships gifted by the Emperor were ordered by Nareth to Vostroya. After being fitted with ether cannons, they would be transferred to the 11th and 5 other chapters lacking such ships. The Imperial fleet then set course for Terra. On Terra, the swindler Tierney learned that Lord Nareth would soon arrive to attend the triumph celebrations. It is time to draw in the net. The greediest nobles of Terra have all taken the bait. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 250, Chapter 249, The Swindler. Terra, Europay, House Comic Castle. Unlike most nobles in other regions, who live in hive spires, the House Comic's vast estate is a direct display of their power and wealth. Patriarchs of Europe's noble houses arrived by shuttle, landing on the castle's pads. After adjusting their robes, they entered Comic Castle. The nobles gathered around the Comic Patriarch, each eager to speak with the powerful men. From the imperial court, Marchioness Delacroix arrived in an ivory gown with a rose-gold net necklace. She approached the Comic Patriarch. Comic, when will the guest of honor at our banquet, esteemed Graham von Erich, make his appearance? The surrounding nobles pricked their ears. The Patriarch smiled. To show his intimacy with Erich, he referred to him directly by name. Graham will appear shortly. Be patient, my friends. Tell me, have you all considered carefully, will you join us on this great venture? A blue-haired noble in burgundy red was first to reply, of course. A paradise world just 69 light-years from Terra. Once complete, it will surely draw the admiration of every Terran noble. If Erich did not insist on acquiring only antiquities to fill his museum for visitors, I would gladly invest 20% of my solar month liquid capital in such a golden opportunity. Other nobles chimed in. Yes, no one would miss such a chance. I have been to Saulos, that grand construct between Io's boiling magma and Europa's artificial ocean. It's merely a vast entertainment complex where Jupiter's elite indulge in opera, but compared with Erich's project, it is dull. Indeed, even Venus's orbital resorts pale beside Erich's grand design. Outside the banquet, the swindler paused, listening to their chatter with a smile. He entered as the herald proclaimed in a loud, reverent voice, "Esteemed Lord Eric has arrived." Every noble turned their gaze toward Eric. His towering hairstyle followed the latest Terran court fashion. Nobles saw it as elegant and refined. His slightly altered features exuded noble dignity and unique charm. His carefully styled jawline projected aloofness and authority, setting the trend that even Marchioness Delacroix had paid dearly to copy, making it fashionable among noble women. Their eyes then moved to the master-crafted powered armor he wore. The Baroque-styled relic from the dark age of technology was nearly impossible to find on Terra. The armor bore ornaments, topaz ears of wheat, silver chains, each an exquisite piece of art, enhancing his aura of grandeur. The velvet cloak hung from his shoulders like fresh, flawless snow. All thought the same, only a true lord could afford both the upkeep and the tech priests needed to maintain such a relic. Opening his spirit vision, the swindler read their auras: envy, jealousy, no suspicion. Yes. To convince these nobles I am a foreign aristocrat, I had to flaunt lavishly decorated battleships, splendid airships, and reckless displays of wealth. All essential. This Grand Khan had cost him dearly. The Vostroyan artificer and his crew had forged the armor using a sacred template stolen by Howard Fender. Its adornments were spoils gathered by his marauders across Terra. The swindler smiled. His beyonder ability of charm even made the worldly Marchioness's eyes glimmer. Ladies and gentlemen. Tierney, the swindler, had even implanted a device in his throat to enhance his voice, stolen long ago from a surrendered Arrhenius technonobility. His deep, magnetic tone rolled like music. I have forged Babylon, the true paradise world. Imagine countless coral isles scattered across warm turquoise seas, a balm for Terra's burdens, washing away fatigue, freeing you from worldly concerns. A climate ever warm, with brilliant sunlight. Each reef, home to billions of nautiluses. His silver tongue and psychic gift pulled the nobles into his vision. On every isle, palaces of marble, vast gardens, mighty amphitheaters. Colonnades framing vistas so divine they soothe the soul. Stroll once around, and paradise itself seeps into your heart. The nobles, under his subtle psychic intrusion, wore expressions of joy and peace. Sensing his reserves depleting, he ended with a powerful flourish. Ladies and gentlemen, Babylon is the garden of your dreams. The nobles snapped out of the illusion created by the mental interference, and each of them realized the immense value hidden within it. Jupiter's opera house and Venus's orbital resort had been earning vast wealth from the nobles of Terra, including themselves. Now, here was a new chance. A new paradise world, Babylon. Too good to miss. Every noble wanted a share. The Burgundy noble again spoke first. Eric, your Babylon inspires awe. But the cost must be immense, allow me to support you. Others quickly followed, each offering support, hoping to secure profit. Though Eric had refused countless times, perhaps now he would accept their sincere generosity. The swindler shook his head. The treasures glittering on his armor made them falter. Each noble could offer one or two adornments, Comic and Delacroix might give several. But none could match the dozens already glittering upon Eric's armor. They even wondered, if not for limited space, would his entire armor be covered in jewels? I do not need your money, the swindler said with confidence. He used his beyonder ability, thought misdirection. My masterpiece requires no gold. What I need is pearls to adorn it. But the pearls I seek are the halls of art. Comic was the first to grasp it. Smiling confidently, he declared, yes, art. Babylon must have art halls, filled with treasures from every age, showcasing mankind's heritage for noble guests. As the Sigillite once said, the essence of human art provides a spiritual enjoyment beyond natural scenery. Art will be the perfect complement to nature's beauty. Art shall be Babylon's perfect complement. The swindler gave him a grateful nod. Exactly. I require your ancient treasures. Those who generously contribute will share in Babylon's profits. The nobles froze. Comic, still smiling, pointed to the clock above his head. Eric, this chronometer was crafted in the 18th millennium, commemorating the invention of the warp engine. Made by the master craftsman Rahim. Only 15 exist in the Imperium. 10 returned from the earliest warp-driven voyages. They are a symbol of an age. The swindler felt his psychic power surge, warmth dissolving into his veins. He bowed slightly. This is the very treasure I dreamed of. Comic smirked inwardly. This is only the beginning. Once Babylon is built, it will be mine, just as I bought Rahim's clock from a rogue trader. The other nobles thought the same. Though Eric seemed wealthy beyond measure, they all believed their power and intrigue could one day win Babylon for themselves. 2 days later, the swindler had promised 90% of Babylon's profits in exchange for 250 relics from the noble houses. Aboard his lavish airship, he thought to himself. Years of selecting my targets, carefully building the image of a foreign noble richer than kings, none of it was wasted. Through this con, I feel I have mastered the power Lord Nareth granted me. At last, I am the true swindler. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 251, Chapter 250, The Katakan Wolf. Void Hunter. Chief Apothecary Michael, after bathing to cleanse the sticky sweat from long treks through Katakan's sweltering jungles, descended to deck M108. With a ritual knife, he sealed the chamber and prepared a sanctified environment, then knelt before the altar. Beside the beast tamer lay a wolf. Unlike the gray or brown-furred thunderwolves, this one's coat gleamed emerald green. Black Emperor of the Shadows of Order. Mysterious Sovereign of the Kingdom of Disorder. Monarch of Light and Shadow, who governs the holds the rules. I beseech thy gaze. I beseech thy favor. O balance, foundation of the kingdom of disorder, grant strength to my invocation. O iron laws of monarchs, basis of the kingdom of disorder, grant strength to my invocation. The emerald-furred wolf sensed an invisible force surging. Its hackles rose, eyes darting in fear. The beast tamer steadied the wolf, left hand holding the offering aloft, right hand gently patting its back. By the third recitation, black mist surged upward, engulfing both him and the wolf. Michael had heard descriptions from Sanchez of this mysterious space, so after surveying his surroundings, he calmed himself. The Katakan wolf snarled in panic, as if caught in a nightmare. The beast tamer stroked it again, soothing its fear. My lord. Nareth gave a slight nod, fixing his gaze on the wolf with emerald fur. Its size was close to a Fenrisian wolf, yet its eyes, too, were green rather than yellow. He noticed armored plating on its vital points, protection in addition to its altered coat. Michael, it seems you have successfully bred and tamed a new wolf species adapted to Katakan. As you see, Michael replied, our apothecaries crafted special elixirs, and the beast tamer accelerated the domestication of thunder wolves. They quickly adapted to Katakan's environment and evolved. Their bodies changed to suit jungle life. Most visible are the green fur and eyes. Their coats grew thinner to prevent clumping in high humidity, while heat dissipation improved. During their evolution we guided their traits. Currently, we're narrowing their toe spacing, making forelimb joints more flexible for moving across soft, loamy ground. They're no longer thunderwolves but an entirely new species, we call them Katakan wolves. The mechanical fittings on them are improved designs from combat data. Back in the Thunderwolf stage, the 7th chapter's Shadows of Order complained, though swift, the Thunderwolves suffered unacceptable casualties under Orc firepower. After consulting with the Tech Marines, we developed armor. But heavy armor clashed with Katakan culture and slowed them in the jungle, so for now we only reinforce vital points. Nareth remembered the Space Wolves' Thunderwolf cavalry, mounts clad in armor, even augmented with weapons, so their riders could strike from their backs. He spoke. Do not limit research to armor. Develop heavy weapons for our Shadows of Order to wield from their mounts. The chief apothecary, having reported on the wolves, opened a box to reveal a carnivorous plant. My lord, the Katakan brainleaf requested. A fleet of 3 transports and 5 escorts has already set out. Soon, you shall see Katakan's flora and fauna. Excellent, Nareth said with approval. Michael closed the box with a rune press. My lord, the augmentation surgeries for the Katakans progress well. Their physiques are superb, highly adaptive, and show no rejection after taking our apothecary's concoctions. Of 1,500 candidates so far, not a single failure. The report finished, Michael and the wolf were returned to the Void Hunter. The beast tamer calmed the Katakan wolf, clasped his hands in praise to the Black Emperor, then rose. Meanwhile, on Katakan's surface, Harvest Priestess Marlena resided beside experimental farmlands. She walked the perimeter, checking the defensive ring of mutant plants she had raised. A tawny-furred gyrinx padded at her side. Katakan flora bore a strange awareness. The priestess had to inspect daily, ensuring her plant-woven walls stood ready. Mutant flora often attacked, but would obey her will to retaliate, an endless cycle. She spotted a beast tamer leading a train-long Katakan devil nearby. Its presence kept most wildlife at bay. Turning her eyes back to the vines, she examined the 5-meter-high wall, grown over a stellar month of labor. The vines outpaced anything she had seen on Triken. Her days were consumed driving them to form defenses. Higher than yesterday by almost a meter. If not for constant attacks, these vines would reach unimaginable heights. At a corner of the wall, she found a crack a meter wide, its 3-meter thickness reduced by 2. That must be from yesterday's assault by the vines and Katakan catchers. She raised her pale right hand toward the vines. Spiritual energy flowed. They responded, growing under her command. Katakan plants had awareness but no true intellect. Within 30 meters, her beyonder ability let her bend them, and the insects, to her will. Soon the breach was sealed. Walking further, she approached another vine wall. As she neared, the growth parted to reveal a passage. She entered, stepping into farmland. Unlike the wild jungles, here ordinary crops thrived, not ravenous mutant flora. It had taken her a year of psycraft, modeled after Eldar terraforming techniques, to achieve this. After testing hundreds of crops, she settled on raspberries and pomelo trees as most viable. Passing through the orchard, she returned home. 52 Katakan women watched her in awe. Muscular as auxiliaries, they had survived the same lethal jungles as the men. Even untrained, they fought as well as common soldiers. They bowed reverently. None had seen anyone command plants as Marlena did. To them, she was more powerful and mysterious than the black-armored Astartes. Serving her was glory itself. Each attendant had triumphed over tens of thousands for the honor. Stepping into this orchard shocked them further. Trees, fruit trees, on Katakan. They devoted themselves wholly to the priestess, believing it destiny's blessing. Marlena inclined her head, walking inside. Descending underground, she found 14 Katakan women and legion servitors laboring on an altar. Despite their efforts, progress was slower than aboard the Void Hunter. After 38 stellar days, the altar stood complete. Dismissing all attendants, Marlena began her rites of consecration. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 252, Chapter 251, The Vision of the Katakan Banshees. After arranging the ritual, Marlena went to her bath. She dropped a few extracts of plant-based oils into the water, then slipped into the tub. Her long golden hair spread over the vines, and she sank into thought. After questioning Sanchez and Michael, I've confirmed that none of the other Primarchs can grant such abilities to others. Only Lord Nareth can. He is unique. If he is a god incarnate, then everything makes sense. In her brown eyes appeared the memory of the black-armored giant descending from the sky, when the Thrall nearly broke the Turani tribe. At that time, the Black Emperor had not yet reunited with his sons in the identity of a Primarch. He had driven away the Xenos and given hope to the despairing Sicilians. Marlena's eyes gleamed. She rose, dried herself, donned a black robe, and walked to the altar. Lighting the candles with her psychic spark and sealing the ritual space with a ceremonial knife, she knelt upon a slab of black onyx, hands clasped. Her red lips softly recited in Dunnick. Black Emperor of the Shadows of Order. Mysterious Sovereign of the Kingdom of Disorder. Monarch of Light and Shadow, who governs the holds the rules. I beseech thy gaze. I beseech thy favor. O Balance, foundation of the Kingdom of Disorder, grant strength to my invocation. O iron laws of monarchs, basis of the Kingdom of Disorder, grant strength to my invocation. On the third repetition, the black mist finally engulfed her. The golden-haired psyker curiously scanned the mysterious space, her gaze deep. But soon she gave up her search, the fog hid all. She could only confirm this place was unlike the Sea of Souls. At last, she raised her eyes to Nareth on his throne. My lord. Nareth looked at the vines coiled around her pale arms. You have gained much from Katakan. As you see, she replied, Katakan breeds countless mutant plants. I have selected 100 species, cultivated them, and obtained their seeds. As a harvest priestess, she could germinate seeds with her psychic gift. Seeds were lighter than hauling whole plants, allowing her to carry many more types. More types meant greater power in battle. She continued. I have also used terraforming techniques extracted from the Eldar Exarch during the Arbiter Lord's interrogation. I reshaped Katakan soil. The first test farmland is now stable. 3 days ago, I began the second. Nareth nodded. But the reshaping of Katakan must be limited. Preserve its nature. He had no use for another agri-world. He wanted a recruitment world, forged by a jungle of death, turning anything it touched into hardened warriors. His gifts of medicines and crops were meant to reduce mortality just enough for balance, not to soften the world entirely. Marlena bowed her head. By your will. She hesitated, lips parting soundlessly, then closed. Nareth noticed and said. Speak. She gathered courage. My lord, you are the Black Emperor, a god walking the mortal world. This stands in irreconcilable contradiction with the creed of the Imperium. What is your plan? I do not seek to pry into your design, only to prepare, to serve you better. To her, Nareth was the incarnation of the Black Emperor. She had always been loyal to him, not the Emperor, not the Imperium. Her devotion was purer than the Terran-born shadows of order who swore to both Primarch and Imperium. Nareth tapped the chair arm. The Emperor entrusted the Wheel of Fire to the 11th Legion. He still sees the shadows of order as a weapon, a blade. They will surely be sent into the brutal wars of Rangdan, Drun, and others, against powerful Xenos. Sacrifices will come, but overall, my legion and loyalists grow. Without the Imperium, progress would be slower. These wars also grant me resources for potion creation. He looked down at Marlena. Her attitude is useful. She's already considering the future. Perhaps she is the one to entrust with my new design. He responded. In the coming millennia, Nareth will remain a Primarch of the Imperium. Tell me, what of Katakan women as soldiers? Of course he knew that Katakan women would prove as deadly as their men in the guard. He wanted her perspective. They are fine warriors, Marlena answered seriously. Their raw qualities are no less than the soldiers of Vostroya or Symphony of the Sea, before augmentation, that is. Of course, I mean ordinary soldiers, not those you have blessed. Nareth nodded slightly. He had made his decision. Before the Wheel of Fire campaign, I captured an Eldar autarch. From him I learned the secrets of their shrines, including the path of the Howling Banshee. The mask of the whale he had developed was not like the general war masks that all shadows could use. It was rooted in psyker aptitude. Most psykers could master the psychic scream techniques, but he believed the Banshee path might extend beyond. Its origin lay in Morai Heg, the crone goddess, and Kaylee's Varalanthian, who birthed 2 daughters. Jane Zar, the female Phoenix Lord, founded the shrine, which excluded most males. From this, Nareth reasoned that non-psyker expansion might favor women. Even if humans were different from Eldar, there were shared psychological aspects in birth and womanhood. And Marlena, as both psyker and the finest woman under him, was the perfect candidate. At the very least, she can master the mask. And she can explore it without wasting my time. His current focus was elsewhere, extracting secrets from Slough Dha's mind, and combining the power of the Burning One with the Eldar's path of the Fire Dragons. His grasp of flame deepened, enough to wield the fire of the material world. He had not yet passed it to his sons, Arsena, or the Pyromaniac. While he thought, Marlena understood his intent. My lord, I will obey. I will explore the secrets of the Banshees and train Katakan Banshees. Good. Open your mind. He sent her, through Mind Link, the Eldar paths of the warrior and war mask, the Banshee runes and mask, the secrets of the Howling Banshee, his own mask of the whale, and the first Thelema meditative discipline. Such a flood of knowledge would have destroyed a normal brain. But Marlena's will was strong. Now, as a sequence 7 beyonder, she endured. The tide of data thundered in her mind. Her temples throbbed. 33 seconds later, it was done. The black mist faded, and she stood once more in her underground altar on Katakan. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she pierced the sanctified barrier with her ritual knife. Her brown eyes glimmered as she began to unravel the secrets of the knowledge now etched into her mind. At that same moment, the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty and the Imperial fleet emerged from the Mandeville Point into the Sol system. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 253, Chapter 252, The Gift Macador gave the victor of the Wheel of Fire. After the campaign of the Wheel of Fire ended, the Primarchs Leman Russ and Hannibal returned to Terra ahead of Nareth. While preparations for the celebration were underway, the Sigillite also unleashed the propaganda machine, flooding the Imperium with news. All of Terra's citizens awaited the great event, the Emperor returning from the Great Crusade's front lines, the return of one Primarch, and the triumph of 3 others, a moment they had long anticipated. In the 10th solar month of 822.M30, the celebrations finally began. The Emperor, along with Primarchs Nareth and Ferrus Manus, arrived on Terra. Massive crowds gathered around the Lionsgate spaceport, looking skyward as 2 Stormbird gunships slowly descended. Nareth and Manus stepped out to thunderous cheers. Countless servo skulls, rigged with vox amplifiers and silken banners, hovered around them, loudly intoning praises. Praise the Emperor, Master of Mankind, Lord upon the throne of Terra. Hail Lord Nareth, son of the Emperor, Primarch of the 11th Legion, Monarch of Vostoya, Slayer of Xenos, Purifier of Orcs. Welcome, Lord Ferrus Manus, Primarch of the 10th Legion, the Gorgon of Medusa. The Imperial Orchestra played sweeping melodies, blending with the hymns from the servo skulls and the roaring cheers of the people. Malcador stood flanked by Russ and Hannibal, awaiting the 3 arrivals. For the first time, Manus saw such a sea of humanity, the crowd's voices rising like crashing waves, chanting his name. The sheer fervor pierced his cold, logical heart, though his face remained stern, his soul trembled. Across from him, Russ noticed the brief flicker in Manus's silver eyes. Nareth sensed Manus's emotions instinctively, then turned toward Malcador as he stepped forward. My lord, welcome home. The Emperor looked at his old friend. Compared to their last meeting, another crease had deepened upon his face, but now, it softened with a genuine smile. My Sigillite, you have borne much. From those few words, Nareth caught the depth of emotion, not only recognition of Malcador's burdens but also empathy and gratitude. Malcador's weary features lit up with a faint smile. It is my duty, and my honor. Then he turned to Nareth, his tone low but heavy. Nareth, your deeds are worthy of song. The slaying of the Orc warlord is a victory to be remembered. Nareth inclined his head. Glory belongs to the Shadows of Order. Their valor gave me the chance to face the warlord and strike down the enemy of the Imperium. He noticed the Wolf King's gaze, both filled with honest admiration and sharpened with a challenging edge. Finally, Malcador looked to Manus. "Welcome home, fairest Manus, the Gorgon of Medusa." Manus's reply, in harsh High Gothic, was like lead being poured. "Sigillite, I am pleased to meet you. Nareth has told me of how you orchestrated the Imperium's logistics. It is astonishing." They boarded open-topped vehicles prepared for them, rolling slowly through the jubilant crowds. At journey's end, they entered the golden banquet hall. For the feast, Malcador had arranged a grand circular marble table. The Emperor sat at its head, with Malcador at his right. Nareth, as the second Primarch to return and the greatest victor of the Wheel of Fire, was seated opposite the Emperor. Manus, newly returned, was placed opposite Malcador, closer to the Emperor. Russ sat beside Malcador, with Hannibal across from him. The bounty of countless agri-worlds, prepared by Terra's finest chefs, was laid upon the table. The Emperor first lifted a golden fork, drawing from a crystal goblet stacked with 500 tongues of red herons, arranged like coral reefs. He tasted one, its flesh steeped in the sour tang of Macera wine, savoring the delicate blend. After swallowing, he turned his gaze to Manus. "Fairest, Medusa is barren in its yield. Tonight, enjoy the finest flavors of the stars." "Yes, father." Manus forked another heron's tongue and scooped a salt-baked snail with a silver spoon. During his time aboard the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty, he had eaten mostly seafood, fruit, and kraken steaks from the Symphony of the Sea. Now, he found himself fascinated by these unusual delicacies. But just as he was savoring them, two voices rang out at once. The chef, mid-slice with a crescent silver blade over the lamb, froze. Russ's shout was like a wolf's roar, Hannibal's like the rebuke of a refined noble. Russ shoved the chef aside with a massive hand. "No need to carve it, such meat is best eaten whole." He reached out, but Hannibal's motion was swifter. "Your cut was poor. Here, this is the proper angle." With a flick of his silver knife, Hannibal exposed pine nuts and figs within the lamb, swift yet elegant. In an instant, he devoured the entire carcass. Russ's eyes narrowed. For the first time, he felt his title of greatest eater threatened. He immediately tore into the roast ribs, downing whole racks at once, clearing his platter quickly. He glanced at Hannibal, who still ate with elegance, though 2 dishes remained. Russ smirked victoriously, downing a drinking horn of mead in one gulp. Fenrisian mead, the drink of true warriors. Malcador, setting down his utensils, smiled at Ferris. "You should try it." Hannibal dabbed his lips with a handkerchief, his brow faintly furrowed. "You'll regret it." Ferris eyed the bronze horn Russ slid over. After a pause, he nodded. "I'll try." Russ scoffed, instructing, "Not drink, draw it in, like a warrior." Manus downed it all. Fire burned his throat and belly, but he also caught a familiar undertone, the taste of machine oil. The Fenrisians are strange indeed. Their finest drink tastes of engine grease. He muttered, "I prefer Vastoyan Vosvith." Russ scowled but said no more. Ferris, outside the spotlight, returned to quiet observation. He catalogued their expressions, tones, and gestures, feeding them into his logical analysis. Hannibal is close to Nareth, their bond strong. Russ is reckless, combative, and harbors rivalry with Nareth, seeking to prove himself father's worthiest son. Nareth ignores Russ's provocation, calm and unmoved. Hannibal, refined and food-obsessed, clearly despises Russ's crude gluttony. When Ferris finished his assessment, Malcador rose first, setting aside his goblet. He drank once more, then motioned to his attendants. 2 servants followed as he approached Nareth. From a small box, he revealed a puppet, the size of a human fist. White lines radiated outward from the crown of its head. Through his psychic sight, Nareth saw it glowing faintly with spiritual light. A relic, its aura is weaker than the ring, likely a beyonder item of Sequence 5. Malcador spoke, "This puppet is among my collection of art. When my thoughts are troubled, I take it up, and chaos in my mind fades." Nareth's eyes narrowed. Puppet, stagnated thought. Connected to the fool's path. Sequence 5, marionettist. Malcador continued, "It is the gift I prepared for the victor who slew the orc warlord of the Wheel of Fire." Nareth rose to the first layer of Thelema mind state, taking the puppet. His thoughts stalled briefly, then cleared. Malcador's eyes widened, the lapse lasted only 2 seconds. "Your willpower is remarkable." Feeling the stares of others, Nareth replied calmly, "My sons and I sense far more keenly than other Astartes. To keep from being crushed by such burdens, I studied will forging from the Book of Thelema." "A fine technique," Malcador nodded, then smiled. "I also have a more personal gift. Vastoya gave much to aid me, supplying the crusade. Today, 5 Forge worlds sustain nearby armies, but I still owe them gratitude." He signaled for another, larger chest to be opened. Inside lay a radiant suit of armor. This came from the vaults of false King Arkad, spoils of the Unification Wars. Looking at Nareth's towering form, he said, "Your sons can rework it into a half-plate underarmor." Nareth noted its glow. Weaker than the puppet, perhaps sequence 6. Another unexpected gain. He inclined his head. "Thank you, Malkador." The Emperor's warm voice followed, "Nareth, your deeds have greatly served the Imperium. Tomorrow, before the people, you, Russ, and Hannibal shall be honored. As for you, Ferris, the people will rejoice at your return. I await your future victories, and when they come, I will hold a celebration just as grand. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 254, Chapter 253, The Celebration. The triumphal ceremony overlapped with the welcome celebration for the returning Primarch, bringing Terra a grand parade. 5 hours before the festivities began, colorful ribbons streaked across the skies of Terra, sweeping swiftly over every region. At the center flew the Stormbirds, flanked by wings of fighters and bombers. With special fuel prepared by Malkador for the sake of majesty, their afterburners sprayed radiant colors, piercing the gloomy cloud cover. As the aircraft roared overhead, every Terran citizen could feel the might of the Imperium. Countless citizens gathered beneath the massive hollow screens erected in every hive, gazing upward. As the runes of transmission flared, the giant projections came alive. The Emperor of Mankind, clad in golden armor, filled every screen. The people craned their necks, eyes wide, looking upon their lord. In the hive of Iphigenians, golden light shone in their eyes. One man crossed his arms over his chest in the Aquila salute. Inspired, those around him followed one by one. Emperor. Master of Mankind. The cheers of Terra rose across every hive. The same scene played out on the steel-built reviewing platforms, where nobles, imperial officials, and merchant representatives all praised the Emperor in unison. Raising his arm amid the cheers, the Emperor pressed downward with one hand. The shouts fell silent. He spoke. "Today, I will introduce you to one of my sons. He is the 5th Primarch to return to the Imperium, the Lord of the 10th Legion, the Master of the Iron Hands, Ferris Manus." Manus stepped to the Emperor's side, his black armor and silver hands displayed across every towering screen. Ferris Manus. The crowd erupted, roaring, "Son of the Emperor. Lord Ferris Manus." Smiling, the Emperor addressed him, "My son, I expect you to lead the 10th Legion to war across the galaxy, purging Xenos, reclaiming lost human colonies." Feeling the passion of the people, Manus' stern features could not hide his emotion. Crossing his arms, he saluted the Aquila. His voice, heavy as lead, thundered louder than the crowd. "Father, by these hands I swear, I shall carry out your will, lead the Iron Hands, and crush all who threaten mankind." With confident steps, Manus walked toward his personal banner and throne. Commence the parade. The Shadows of Order was the first to march upon the 500-meter-long, 5-kilometer-wide parade avenue, greeted by the crowd's cheers. No other companies of their legion had come to the Sol system. Southwest, the parade consisted of 3,010 honor guard. Each was among the finest from the Wheel of Fire campaign, even the least had slain over 100 greenskins. Everyone bore at least 2 medals, and 130 of them wore iron halos awarded personally by their Primarch. These honors marked extraordinary initiative and battlefield impact. Cameras captured their stride, transmitting runes and signals to the great Vox arrays. Tech Priest Magi oversaw the systems, distributing the images across every hive. Next came the Space Wolves, led by Jurin the Wolf Lord and Enoch in dark gray armor. From his platform above, Nareth saw the fire of resentment in their eyes, their hunger to be the first to claim the hunt. The third to march were the Faceless, in amber armor, led by Suarez, Erlang, and Maids. They had joined late in the Wheel of Fire campaign and held no bitterness for being ranked last in parade order. 3 legions stood arrayed beneath the platform. The people roared, the Astartes were the Emperor's sword in the Great Crusade, reclaiming countless colonies. Malkador's propaganda had made them well aware, the 11th, 6th, and 2nd legions had fought to the death in the Wheel of Fire system, purging vile Xenos. They saw the Shadow of Order in black armor at the center, not because they were fewest, but because they had won the greatest glory. Their Primarch, Nareth, had personally slain a mighty rock warlord. To the right stood the Wolves in gray, who bore the heaviest losses but still ranked second in victory. To the left, the Faceless in amber, the newest to rejoin, their Lord Hannibal. Shadows of Order. Space Wolves. Faceless. In the hive of Iphigenians, a calloused factory worker turned to his sons. "The next recruitment is near. You must strive to join the Shadows of Order and fight for the Emperor." "Or the Luna Wolves," he added. His sharp, quick-witted younger son asked, "Why not the Space Wolves or the Faceless?" "Because Lord Horus and Lord Nareth were the first to return. More than that, their legions, the Luna Wolves and Shadows of Order, have the greatest battle honors." Nearby, a female factory worker cried out proudly. "My son is among the new candidates." Before he left for Luna, he came home to say farewell. He told me, the top 20 recruits go only to the Luna Wolves and Shadow of Order. In the past, the top 15 went to the Luna Wolves. Only after Lord Nareth returned did places 16 through 30 go to the Shadow of Order. Now, the very top is split between them. First is a Luna Wolves candidate, second a Shadows of Order, third another Shadows of Order. With pride she declared, the best of all recruits are divided between those two legions. My son Ethan ranked second. He will join the Shadow of Order, to serve the Emperor and follow Lord Nareth. The worker father marveled, that is truly remarkable. His eyes went wide with envy as he looked at her. As they spoke, the ground trembled, the titans of the Mechanicum advanced. From above, Nareth saw they were not painted in the Legio Astraman's green, but in Mars red. He understood they were ceremonial here, part of Malcador's plan to display imperial might, uplifting morale and driving Terrans to serve with greater zeal. The custodian marched beneath their massive forms like ants beneath giants' feet. Once the titans stood still, the Emperor's voice thundered again. The pick capturers were fixed upon the platform. To conclude this celebration, I shall honor the 3 Primarchs who earned the greatest glory in the Wheel of Fire campaign. My sons, step forward. Nareth, Russ, and Hannibal left their banners. Under the envious gaze of Manus, they took their place behind the Emperor. Nareth stood in the center, Russ on the right, Hannibal on the left. The Emperor turned, catching the gleam in Manus' eyes, ambition, the fire of yearning for glory. Satisfied, he returned his gaze to the 3 before him. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 255, Chapter 254, The Emperor rewards the Primarchs of the Wheel of Fire campaign. 3 custodians in golden armor, each carrying a tray, strode up the platform. On each tray rested 2 items. The smaller was a golden Aquila medal, inlaid with fiery red patterns, each with a different central design. The Emperor first picked up the one in the middle. Its emblem was a black sword thrust into an orc's head. He pinned it onto Nareth's black armor and spoke. Nareth, this medal symbolizes your beheading of the orc warlord, a judgment upon the Xeno. He then walked to Leman Russ, taking the medal showing a wolf pouncing upon an orc, and fixed it to his grey armor. Russ, this symbolizes your wolves, striking down the greenskins with ferocity, swiftly ending their filthy lives. At last, the Emperor moved to Hannibal and set upon his amber armor the medal bearing the design of a bear hunter's blade cleaving an orc. Hannibal, this marks your hunter's blade cutting apart the orcs' vile bodies. Nareth's black eyes glinted, more like a dinner knife slicing meat. As he thought, the Emperor lifted another item from the tray. It resembled the iron halos Nareth had once bestowed upon the best warriors of the Wheel of Fire campaign. This was a golden ring attached to a vertical rod, made to hang from power armor. But at its crown was a ruby, and golden laurels decorated its circumference in deliberate patterns. Nareth quickly sensed the ruby's immense power. The Emperor held it high. These are a higher form than the iron halo. I name them golden halos. Like the iron halos, they contain built-in conversion field generators. When struck, a deflection field activates, producing an energy shield capable of turning aside lost cannons and missiles. But these rubies hold even greater power. They can even withstand a blast of the Sinistramenis Tenebrae. Nareth knew Sinistramenis Tenebrae were the terrible weapons mounted on Psi Titans, powered by alpha-grade psychers. Such Titans, belonging to the Ordo Sinister, were one of the Emperor's greatest weapons, machines whose designs came from his own hand. A single Psi Titan could outmatch even the Eldar's god machines, far surpassing the Titans parading here today. He silently judged, its defense is formidable. Nareth bent slightly, letting the Emperor place the golden halo behind his armor. For now, it was only ceremonial. Tech Marines would later bind it properly. His case was special. He still awaited armor forged by Ferrus Manus himself. The Emperor gave golden halos also to Russ and Hannibal. The custodians bowed and withdrew. At the platform center lay 2 items. One was a grey thunderhammer, blackened in hue, etched with runes of lightning. The Emperor took it, walking to Hannibal. This thunderhammer was made by my personal artificers. It differs from the common hammer. It does not release its force in one instant to strike down a foe. Instead, it projects a field that stuns with a peal of thunder. Thus, I name it Thunderclap. Hannibal's eyes shone. He accepted it in both hands. Father, thank you. The thunderhammer suits me well. The Emperor turned to Russ. In the Wheel of Fire campaign, your wolves made great sacrifices. You move swiftly, never halting. But your homeworld, Fenris, may be left exposed. Thus, I grant you a fortress, the greatest of all beyond the Imperial Palace itself. At this, Nareth's heart sank. He already guessed the Emperor was granting Russ the Fong. So, by the Wheel of Fire's rewards, he will give me the Dionysian spear. Nareth understood the Emperor's words were not untrue. In the future, the 1,000 suns would strike at the Fong, drawing the wolves from their lairs. The fortress would let them resist and ultimately repel the sorcerers, its strategic value decisive. Russ bowed low. All-Father, the wolves will honor your will and purge all enemies of the Imperium. Nareth watched as the Emperor moved to the platform's core, pressing a control rod. With the grinding of gears, a platform rose bearing a long spear. It was beautifully wrought, sized for a Primarch. But at once, Russ, Manus, and Hannibal frowned. Their bloodline senses recoiled, they felt the curse bound within it. Even at a glance, the spear inspired unease. Nareth narrowed his eyes. The Emperor was about to bestow upon him the Dionysian spear. So in the end, it comes to me, and without any choice. He must have used his abilities to peer into the futures. In those futures, I play some vital role. That is why he entrusts me with the spear. His gaze flickered. He knew he could not refuse. But neither would he let himself be a pawn. The spear cannot dictate my will. My choices are my own. If his designs do not align with my ideals or interests, I will not follow them. If he forces my hand, it only means his cunning is unmatched, his plans flawless. Nareth knew the spear was not like the warp-tainted relics of chaos. It did not corrode the mind. Russ himself had only ever carried it before the Emperor, never embracing it. It did not command him, his actions remained his own. If the 2nd and 11th Legions were purged in 945, and it was Russ and the wolves who did so, that only means Russ obeyed the Emperor. He chose to be the executioner, it was not the spear's influence. Even at Prospero's burning, he did not wield it. Yet he still made his choice, to strike, and to break Magnus' spine. Russ had loathed the spear, resisting it for long. Only at the end did he accept its curse, not as servitude, but as a weapon, to gain strength enough to kill Horus. The spear never bent his will. His every decision was his own. As Nareth pondered, the Emperor spoke. Nareth, this spear I forged in the age of strife, within the first fortress I built underground. Nareth approached, thinking. And I know you poured part of your essence into it. That makes the spear a true artifact, but also a cursed weapon. Most so-called relics, like the claw of Horus, were mighty, but not true artifacts. This spear was different. The Emperor continued. I named it the Dionysian spear. Now I give it to you. May you wield it to forge great deeds. Nareth came before the spear, his thoughts racing. Perhaps it is fated only for Russ, and it will not react to me. I remember when Russ first grasped it, its curse string cut through his soul. He laughed then, though it was uglier than weeping. The Emperor saw his dread and resistance, but said nothing. That silence pained Russ more than the curse itself. The Fenrisians call those strings the threads of fate. Russ knew then, his destiny would be grim. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 256, Chapter 255, The Dionysian Spear. Nareth's hand closed around the Dionysian spear, and golden light erupted in a dazzling surge. The people of Terra saw the light piercing the sky and let out thunderous cheers. But Nareth showed no joy. His brows were tightly furrowed, and the spear in his hand filled him with loathing. It felt worse than grasping the slick body of a venomous serpent, worse than touching some vile, poisonous insect. The discomfort made him want to fling it away, as far as possible. He knew this was the manifestation of the Emperor's aspect of sight. The Cursed One. Ferrus Manus, Leman Russ, and Hannibal had their eyes fixed on Nareth the entire time. The moment his hand grasped the spear, they immediately sensed something strange. Within the dazzling golden light it emitted lurked a power that was unsettling and repulsive. Russ's eyes locked onto Nareth. Sorcerous corruption swirled around him, hateful and vile beyond any moment before. Nareth's gaze flickered coldly toward Russ, their eyes clashing for an instant, before another figure appeared to stand between them. Nareth withdrew his gaze, turning back to the spear. When Russ received the Dionysian spear, did it shine like this? He pondered but found no memory of such. What he did recall was that when Russ dreamed of Fenris of two wolves meeting, a dream foretelling his fated strike against Horus, the spear had flared with golden light. As Nareth's thoughts flowed, the spear's golden glow slowly dimmed. He could sense that the nauseating aura had lessened slightly, and thought to himself. The curse of the spear cannot affect me, not while I wield the kingdom of disorder. The Emperor infused part of his power into it. Could he, as in the future burning of Nurgle's realm, channel himself through the Emperor's sword into Guilliman, also use the spear to possess me? Unlikely. He probably lacks that power for now. And given that I possess a Sefirot, it is nearly impossible for him to take me over. But perhaps, through his link to the spear, he could still spy upon me. From now on, whenever I enter the kingdom of disorder, or undertake anything that must remain secret, I'll discard the spear first. Nareth knew, however, that the spear could never truly be discarded. The Wolf King had tried countless times to lose or forget it. No matter the method, the relic, also called Gungnir, would always return to its master. At least it takes time for the spear to find its way back. Enough time for me to do what I must. This thought eased his revulsion somewhat. He turned to the Emperor. But the Emperor acted as if he had not noticed Nareth's disgust. Without waiting for a word, he simply turned away. Nareth frowned inwardly. He didn't wait for my response. Of course. He knows full well that anyone who receives the Dionysian spear will reject it. So he never waits for a reply. Staring at the Emperor's back, Nareth listened as he declared to the audience. The celebration is concluded. He turned and left immediately. Nareth watched Malcador follow close behind, his eyes narrowing. As expected. That's the kind of man the Emperor is. If he decides something must be done, he will do it. Even knowing the recipient of the spear would feel dread, he still handed it over, waiting for its utility to manifest. Once given to the chosen one, he considered the matter finished. Whether with Russ or now with me, he never even offered an explanation. Nareth's mind drifted to earlier times, moments when his dealings with the Emperor had been more agreeable, when he had been given valuable gifts. He only believed those things were most suitable for me. When I lacked ships, he gave me relic-grade warships. Later vessels were granted because he recognized my victories, believing my legion deserved them. I had painted myself as someone who cherished peculiar things. To keep me motivated, he supplied them. His gaze cooled, his expression smoothing to calm neutrality. Though I foresaw this, though I expected nothing else, this so-called reward, given with no thought to my feelings, still chills the heart. And yet, I lack the power to resist him. For now, I must accept it. If I were free of such compulsion, I must rise higher, grow stronger. When I have the strength, I will remake the Dionysian spear myself. Nareth steadied his thoughts and walked over to Manus, raising the spear. Manus, as you can see, my armor needs a proper mount for this weapon. Unlike Russ, who had hidden the spear away, Nareth had no intention of wasting it. Since he now bore it, he would make full use of it. His beyond ability made the spear perfect for him. If he hurled it, he wouldn't even need to retrieve it, it would always return. And if it didn't, he wouldn't mourn it. Though that was impossible. Nareth sensed a mysterious bond tying him to the spear. It resembled his ability to forge links, but was far less defined. Manus frowned at the weapon, uneasy. He wanted to caution Nareth against using something so tainted, but this was a gift from their father. At last, he only said, I understand. The four Primarchs then descended the dais and walked toward their villas. As they passed through the Plaza of Heroes, Nareth saw four statues standing tall. Curious, he studied his own. It stood upon a marble base, the figure carved from obsidian, its black sheen under lamplight radiating mystery and cold majesty. The statue's lifelike features faithfully reflected his own face. Its eyes were made of crystal, gleaming with light. The high, smooth nose was fashioned of black onyx. He turned his gaze to the other statues. Horus's was pearl white, exuding grandeur. Russ stood upon a base where he and his companions, Frecky and Jerry, were captured mid-roar. Hannibal's was crafted from amber, elegant like the man himself. Manus, meanwhile, examined the statues mathematically, evaluating each line, each angle. Russ noted, Nareth has changed much, he now bears golden wings at his back. He calculated Nareth's power increase with the wings and spear. As distasteful as the spear was, its strength was undeniable. Nareth noticed Russ's stare and thought. I recall that aside from the shard that powers the Silent King's throne, there is another fragment of the Burning One within the Fenris system, on Midgardia. Then Trajan discovered it, struck, and seized the shard. When the time is right, I'll claim it myself. At that moment, Hannibal, who had long lacked an opening, asked curiously. Nareth, why do you now have golden mechanical wings upon your back? Nareth's gaze slid to Manus's silver hands as he replied. I accompanied the Emperor to Medusa. There, I encountered a golden mechanical eagle. When I defeated it, I claimed its wings. Hannibal, following his gaze, asked the silver-handed Primarch. Manus, is that how you gained your hands? Indeed, Manus's heavy voice rumbled. I slew a silver, Wyrn. They were beings of immense power, difficult even for a Primarch to kill. Recalling the battle, he added, the golden Garuda Nareth slew was stronger still. The four Primarchs spoke further as they walked on, until they came to a radiant circular plaza by the cold lake. From their extended 20 residences, prepared by the Emperor for his sons. Never since their construction had so many of them been occupied at once. The Primarchs parted ways. Nareth followed the lakeside path into a courtyard of pale stone. The next day, he attended a string of events arranged by Malcador for propaganda. At the final event, Malcador approached him. Tonight at 11, your father will await you in the Grand Observatory. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu Chapter 257, Chapter 256, The Constellation Defined by the Emperor. Nareth walked along the underground passage of the palace, all the way to the entrance of the Great Observatory. At the entrance stood 3 golden-armored custodes. In the middle, the Captain General of the Custodes, Constantine Valder, spoke to Nareth. Lord Nareth, the Emperor, your father is waiting for you in the Hall of Constellations. Nareth gave a slight nod. Without Valder's guidance, even without opening the warp insight, he could already see the dazzling light radiating from the Emperor. He stepped forward and entered the Hall of Constellations. The entire palace lived up to its name. Walking inside felt like stepping into a sea of stars. Covering the walls around the hall was a vast star chart. The Emperor stood with his back to Nareth, gazing at the starry mural. Without turning, the Emperor said, "Constellations are ancient and unreliable concepts of astronomy. The Great Crusade fleets have already begun mapping a far more detailed cosmos." His tone sank into memory. But in the distant past, men believed there were 20 constellations. One day, all 20 of you will return to my side. Each child will embody the character and philosophy of one constellation. Tell me, which one do you favor most? Nareth looked across the murals. Besides the zodiac, there were 8 other renowned constellations. Corvus clearly corresponded to Corvus Corax. Orion, with its belt and sword, in the Emperor's mind should belong to Leman Russ. Hydra, from the myth of the many-headed monster, fit Alpharius and Omegon best. After a moment's thought, Nareth replied. It's hard to say which I favor most. Sextans, named by Hevelius in honor of the instrument he used to measure celestial heights, represent science, culture, and philosophy. I was born among his race's creation, Vostroya. Scutum, also named by Hevelius, symbolizes protection and duty. That is what I pursue, sheltering Vostroya and the worlds under my rule, guiding them to prosper. That is my responsibility. Crater, formed by 4 fourth-magnitude stars, symbolizes strength and victory, power and restraint. That is why I maintain Vostroya's arbitration system. As he spoke, memory stirred. After the victory at Ulanar, the Emperor had a similar conversation with Horus. Let me think, how did Horus answer? If I say it now ahead of time, when the Emperor later hears Horus repeat it, his reaction will be priceless. With that thought, Nareth quickly added. I like Leo, with its kingly majesty, Scorpio, clad in armor, sharp and deadly. As for Taurus, though stubborn, I admire its perseverance. Libra suits my pursuit of balance. Nareth then recalled how the Emperor had once assigned Horus his constellation and given him a ring. He already guessed why he had been summoned today. The Emperor is about to assign me to one of the 20 constellations and hand me my ring. Yes. I recall Horus was defined as Sagittarius. Nareth's eyes glimmered. He pointed at the bow-wielding centaur, a charging warrior. If I say what the Emperor will later tell Horus, it'll be amusing indeed. I favor Sagittarius, the unbeatable warrior. It is the most warlike of constellations, fierce, merciless, flamboyant, swift, never retreating until its aim is achieved. In antiquity, it was the greatest of constellations, the sign of centaurs and cavalry, the hunter of the battlefield. The Emperor suddenly turned, eyes flashing, locking on Nareth. Unfazed, Nareth continued, the crimson bow of Sagittarius was once the mightiest weapon of its age, unstoppable in battle. As time passed, myth fused knight and steed into one, creating the centaur. It is the perfect union of man and war machine. When I command my legions, it is as if I myself am a centaur charging across the battlefield. When he finished, he looked at the Emperor. The Emperor was silent for a long while before finally speaking. I appreciate your choice, but I am surprised you did not mention another constellation. The one I believe suits you best. His golden eyes fixed on the radiant wings behind Nareth. Pegasus. That is the constellation that best represents you. In Greek myth, when Perseus slew Medusa, the winged horse Pegasus sprang forth. You, at Medusa, slew the golden mechanical eagle and gained golden wings, just like the legend. The Emperor turned back to the mural, raising his hand toward the stars. Do you see this painting? To rule the galaxy is humanity's birthright. One day, all those shining lights will belong to us. He lifted his gaze, piercing through the dome and the choking smog of industry, his voice fervent. Imagine it, Nareth. Every planet, with its own unique culture, and on each one, we will build a magnificent realm. No blood sacrifice, no xeno-oppression, so long as no great mistakes are made, this dream is within reach. Lowering his gaze, his golden eyes locked onto Nareth. Pegasus has both the courage to overcome every obstacle and the wisdom to master its extraordinary power. You are Pegasus. You will bring ruin to all of mankind's enemies and deliver me victory on every battlefield. The Emperor extended his left hand, palm open, revealing a golden ring. Nareth looked at it. Weathered by time, its design was nearly worn away. Still, he could just make out a hoof and wings. Yet despite the faded pattern, its spiritual brilliance shone dazzlingly. This ring corresponds to a high-order relic. There are 20 such rings. I cannot be certain if the Emperor gave one to every Primarch. The only one I know for sure is the Sagittarius ring, given to Horus at Ullanr. Perhaps some rings never reached their intended Primarchs. When the grand ceremony begins, I'll have to see if I can acquire them all. As Nareth thought this, the Emperor continued. It was forged in Persia, the year before I was born. Pegasus invincible, this is you. My Pegasus, strike down the foes of the stars and bring me endless triumphs. Nareth accepted the Pegasus ring and said, My lord, as you wish. On the 5th day after arriving on Terra, Nareth returned to the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty to meet with the swindler Tierney. Private office of the Primarch aboard the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty. My lord, while acting as the swindler, I obtained 250 rare items from various noble houses, chiefly the aristocracy of Europe. They are the great powers of Terra, and I could not maintain my deception for long. To ensure these treasures could be offered to you, I abandoned my false identity as Eric. A solar month ago, when the families failed to reach me, they realized they had been deceived and began searching for me. Tierney frowned deeply. He had underestimated the power of Terra's noble houses. Once they united, he was forced to flee Terra to avoid capture. To prevent exposure, and more importantly, to avoid causing you trouble, I only brought these 5 portable items with me this time, in secret. Please, my lord, send a ship to collect them. Nareth shook his head slightly. No need for such trouble. He transmitted the rites of the offering ritual directly into Tierney's mind, then said, Perform them accordingly. Shock filled Tierney's eyes. In his heart, he thought, the Black Emperor descended upon Vostroya to unify the people. It took him several seconds to calm his emotions before he spoke. My lord, I understand. My lord, there is one matter I believe should concern you. About a year ago, rumors began spreading across Terra, rumors unfavorable to you and to the Shadows of Order. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 258, Chapter 257, The Fallen Horus Conspiracy. Nareth tapped his finger lightly on the back of his chair and asked, What kind of rumors? My lord, please forgive my indolence. After apologizing, Tierney continued. The rumors first arose in a library, one of the Terran libraries. A book titled Revelations was discovered. It described the horrors of the Age of Strife. The prologue claimed that the misuse of occult arts was the spark. The chapters that followed depicted a civilization that recklessly wielded great sorcery, leading humanity into the long night. At this point, confusion appeared on Tierney's face. At first, this was treated merely as a warning from the Age of Strife. It had nothing to do with you or the 11th Legion. But then, suddenly, things changed. It was as if someone was manipulating events from the shadows. Tierney forced himself to continue factually, not wanting his confusion to cloud the Black Emperor's judgment. In cafes in the spires, in bars of the Underhive, scholars, imperial officials, and workers alike began whispering that the Shadows of Order possessed evil sorcery that would one day bring ruin to the Imperium. The imperial judiciary struck ruthlessly at anyone spreading the rumors. Now no one dares speak of it openly, but in the shadows, in dark corners, it is still spoken of. Tierney produced a data slate and handed it to the Primarch's aide. The treasure hunting squad moves in those shadows. From time to time, they encounter those spreading the rumors. They captured 5 and interrogated them. All 5 swore that it was a hooded figure in a library dustrobe, like a monk, who had revealed these truths to them. My men used their testimony to construct a likeness of the figure. The aide connected the data slate to the holoprojector. A simulated image appeared. Nareth studied it. The figure's face was round and soft, with no hard lines. Beneath the milky white robe, it looked like the body of a man who had lost weight suddenly, once obese, now sagging and loose. A figure like a ghost. Nareth gazed at the image, deep in thought. Library. Revelation. Occult sorcery. Accusations of witchcraft against the Shadows of Order. Round face, sudden weight loss, ghostly frame. A spark of realization struck him. He asked. Besides the Shadows of Order, have there also been rumors about the 15th Legion? My lord, your insight is divine. Tierney looked at him in awe. He had led armies across the Wheel of Fire and gone to Medusa, thousands of light years from Terra, yet he knew exactly what was happening here. From 9 months ago, the rumors spread to the 15th Legion as well, accusing both legions of being sorcerous fiends. Hearing this, Nareth had already identified the mastermind, Fallen Horus. He remembered, after Horus' fall, he sought to eliminate his greatest perceived threat, the Thousand Sons, masters of psychic power. For psychic power was the bane of chaos demons. Guilliman and the loyalist Primarchs, upon realizing this, had unanimously revoked the Emperor's Edict of Nicaea. The Thousand Sons, being the most numerous psychers, were humanity's strongest weapon against chaos. To Horus, they were the greatest threat. Nareth recalled, fallen Horus, exploiting the warp's instability in time and space, went back centuries to weave his plots. He spread throughout the Imperium the image of the Thousand Sons as monstrous sorcerers, while also reinforcing the wolves' role as executioners. He even possessed Caspar Ansbachhauser, traveling to Fenris to mislead Leman Russ and the wolves, making them believe it was Magnus Attendant Amon behind everything, further deepening the rift between the two legions. In the end, the final warning Russ sent to Amon never reached Magnus at all. Nareth thought, casting aside loyalties, it was a masterstroke of strategy, centuries in the making. Fallen Horus achieved his goal, he destroyed the Thousand Sons, his greatest threat, while also bleeding the wolves heavily in battle. Though Magnus' destruction of the webway and Sench's manipulations played a role, Horus' plotting was indispensable. What Nareth had not expected was that now, the conspiracy was turning toward him. Horus seemed to see Nareth and his legion as the greater threat. Because my legion has so many beyonders. Because the Sun pathway can deal devastating damage to demons. In Horus' eyes, the 11th Legion's beyonders were all psychers. The shadows of order outnumbered even the Thousand Sons. Counting all beyonders and psychers together, we may surpass them. No wonder he sees us as the ultimate threat. Nareth turned his gaze on the swindler and said, I understand. Leave this to me, you need not pursue it further. The treasure-hunting squad was ill-suited for such matters. Nareth decided the assassins, led by Maria Kornikova, would take over. Fallen Horus was only beginning his schemes. He dared not yet act openly. Good. I've completed the formula for the instigator potion. I hadn't yet decided where Maria and her agents should apply their new strength. Now I know, they'll purge the networks Horus is planting. As you command, my lord. Tierney bowed and departed the throne of Shadow's sovereignty in secret. He ordered his men to begin constructing an altar, while Nareth returned to Terra's surface to continue participating in Malkador's propaganda campaign. On the 6th day after Nareth's arrival on Terra, his aide received a meeting request from Violet, the matriarch of the Navigator House Vischer. That evening, Nareth met her at a villa. The Vischer colors were blue and crimson. Violet wore a flowing blue silk gown, its collar and sleeves embroidered with crimson thread. Upon her brow was an ornate jewel that concealed her third, gifted eye. Seated opposite, Nareth observed her. She was young, with no visible signs of mutation. Her flame-red hair, her tall, slender figure, and her swan-like neck gave her a refined elegance. Nareth knew, navigators, due to unstable genes and generations of inbreeding, were mutants. The rate and order of mutations differed by family and individual, but inevitably they accumulated, transforming navigators into grotesque, toad-like beings known as elders. These elders, unsuited for public view, instead appointed grand patriarchs or matriarchs as their representatives. From the embryo stage, these heirs were carefully screened for mutations, ensuring none, unless they were favorable, such as extreme beauty or grace. Grand matriarch, what urgent matter brings you to me? Violet smiled elegantly, her red lips parting slightly. Lord Nareth, House Vischer wishes to ally with the 11th Legion and place our service under your command. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 259, Chapter 258, Imitating the Wolf King, Establishing the Shadow Guard. Nareth did not reply immediately. He looked at Grand Matriarch Violet and recalled the details about the Vischer family. Though the Vischer were ancient and wealthy beyond measure, their palaces on Terra counted among the greatest works of architecture ever built. They never wasted themselves on Terra's political squabbles. They devoted themselves to collecting knowledge, especially the most up-to-date astronomical data. Placing their navigators on ships far from the borders of the Imperium, the Vischer served rogue traitor dynasties and distant exploratory fleets. With that thought, Nareth could already guess Violet's intent. What does Vischer want? The star maps of the 11th Legion. Violet's eyes shone as she spoke the request of her elders. The Legion's rapid expansion had caught Vischer's attention. They wanted access to these priceless charts. But since navigators already bound to fleets could not simply be reassigned to the 11th Legion's vessels, the Vischer normally relied on infiltration, sending agents into Imperial fleets, rogue traitor armadas, navy battle groups, and explorer ships. Yet no matter how many times they tried, they could not bypass the keen senses of the Shadows of Order. Instead, they lost more than a dozen of their elite operatives. Realizing it was impossible to steal what they wanted, the elders of Vischer chose another path: send the matriarch herself to negotiate an alliance. Vischer's foundation lies in using star maps to determine which regions are profitable, then funding rogue traders and expeditions. Nareth asked. My lord sees clearly, it is exactly so. Violet looked at him in surprise. Their ways were hidden from nearly all but other navigator houses. Yet Nareth knew them thoroughly. I can share star maps with Vischer, Nareth said. And I can order rogue traders who hold my trade warrants to prioritize your investments. Bringing in Vischer navigators and resources could only accelerate the development of his rogue traders. So long as they obeyed the Legion's administration, Nareth had no objection to them profiting, nor to Vischer taking their share. I suppose you must want something of Vischer in return? Violet asked thoughtfully. Nareth nodded slightly. My demands are simple. First, Vischer will permanently provide navigators for the Shadows of Order. Second, your family must share all star maps with the 11th Legion. In return, each navigator will be protected by one of my shadows. Horus's plotting and the Vischer's sudden appearance had given Nareth a new idea. He would take a page from Lehman Russ's future pact with the navigator House Belisarius. Navigator Alexander Belisarius had aided Russ in many campaigns, and on the day of the Great Company's founding, the Space Wolves sealed an eternal accord with the Belisarius, permanent navigators for permanent protection. The Wolves stationed a company, called the Wolfblades, as House Belisarius's eternal guards. Thus, the Space Wolves became the only Astartes to permanently garrison Terra itself. Though the Imperial Fists bore the duty of Terra's defense, they did not dwell on the surface, but aboard the Phalanx. Navigator houses often clashed violently over commerce, but the Wolves' involvement gave House Belisarius an unmatched advantage. The Wolfblades served many roles: bodyguards, trainers of household troops, and agents in secret tasks. Though called exiles, Russ often assigned wolves with strong leadership potential, knowing their time at the Imperium's heart would teach them politics and the ways of power. As guards, they inevitably mingled with nobles, officials, and imperial dignitaries, building networks of influence that in turn strengthened the wolves. Nareth considered this Russ's greatest political act. Even if Russ himself had not foreseen its impact, it benefited his legion for millennia, producing leaders like Ragnar Blackmane. Ragnar, once a Wolfblade, had gained wisdom, learned diplomacy, and became the youngest Wolf Lord in their history. Now Nareth resolved to imitate this example, earlier, broader, and deeper. He would bind his legion to chosen noble families across the Imperium. Though he and Russ clashed irreconcilably on psychic arts, Nareth did not hesitate to learn from the wolves where wisdom lay. Compared to House Belisarius, Vischer cared less for Terra's power struggles. They had fewer members on Terra, but they excelled in commerce and intrigue. For politics, Nareth would choose another house. Expanding political influence on Terra will help counter Horus in the short term, and in the long run, train leaders of the Shadows to understand the Empire's inner powers. You ask nothing else? Violet frowned slightly. As a skilled diplomat and merchant, she found it puzzling. A Primarch demanded less than expected, yet offered more. Nothing more. Nareth's reply was firm. Praise your generosity, Violet said with a graceful smile. Give me time, and I will bring you our answer soon. Nareth nodded. He knew she must consult the elders. Arsena Dunn will represent me in discussing the details. After she left, Nareth explained his plan to his attendant. The reasoning acolyte thought briefly, then said, My lord, this will benefit the Legion for ages. Contact Barton Drake, Nareth ordered. I will send a unit of shadows to his house as well. The shadows assigned to Vischer and to Drake shall be known as the Shadow Guard. In his memory, House Drake's power grew greater still in the future, lasting even into the age of the Great Rift. Generation after generation, the Drakes held high commands in the Imperial Navy, often rising to Lord High Admiral itself. Their grasp on power owed not only to education and martial training, but also to their mastery of politics and diplomacy. By placing shadows within House Drake, Nareth would both learn the Navy's inner workings and give his legion crucial experience at the Imperium's political heart. The next day, Barton Drake, having just returned to Terra, received the message and hurried to Nareth's villa to express his gratitude. My lord, your Vostroyan warriors once saved my life in the Battle of Magana. And now you send your shadows to guard my family. I am honored beyond words. He knelt on one knee, hand to chest, in the Vostroyan way. House Drake shall forever serve you, and you alone. Then I accept your oath, Nareth said, lifting the grateful veteran to his feet. 3 hours later, Barton returned home and declared. From this day forth, House Drake shall honor Primarch Nareth as our lord. Our sigil shall bear the emblem of the Shadows of Order alongside our own. The elders of Vischer, upon hearing Violet's report, eagerly accepted Nareth's generous terms. 3 days later, Arsena Dunn, representing Nareth, sealed the pact with the Vischer. From his honor guard, Nareth selected 54 shadows who had shown strong leadership potential. They became the first Shadow Guard, divided between House Vischer and House Drake. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinzu. Chapter 260, Chapter 259, A Casual Throw of the Dionysian Spear. On the 23rd day after Nareth's arrival on Terra, he received a message from Ferrus Manus. The armor he had been forging for him was complete. Nareth went to Manus' residence to receive it. Upon entering the courtyard, he found the entire space had been converted into a small forge. Manus stood before a massive furnace, several attendants by his side, one of whom was a tech priest in rust-red robes. The moment Nareth stepped in, Manus turned his head. The tech priest also turned, and after identifying the genetic signature of a Primarch, his voximeter released a mechanical, synthesized greeting. This unit // tech priest / Malevolus / greets the Primarch / monarch of Votroya / Lord Nareth. Nareth gave a nod in return. Malevolus, your forging craft is admirable. To forge armor for you / is this unit's honor. Before the words had faded, Manus' heavy, leaden voice sounded. Malevolus is the finest craftsman of the Imperium. He took part in the making of both your armor and mine. His silver coin eyes deepened. Even the first returned son, Horus, had his armor forged by Malevolus. Nareth noticed Manus now wore a new suit of armor, already showing the early shadow of what would later become the armor of the Gorgon. A towering gorget rose high behind his head, its silver rim lined with rivets. One pauldron bore the sigil of the Iron Hands, hammered from a single block of alloy, the other was draped with a heavy iron-shrouded cloak. The back of the armor bristled with tools, though no experimental weapons were mounted yet. The tech priest's vox crackled again. Lord Manus' mastery is admirable // this unit has gained much / this unit has received the Omnisia's inspiration / this unit will carry these techniques back to Mars / soon new suits of armor will be born. Nareth knew the Imperium's Cataphractii pattern Terminator armor had its prototype in Manus' own suit. Malevolus had carried its schematics back to Mars for development. With the tech priest's help, Nareth donned his own armor. It was entirely black, but unlike Manus' suit, its surface was set with scales from the iron-scaled kraken, and on the chest faintly lingered a shadow-like emblem. Every surface was hand-forged, exquisitely wrought. Though Malevolus had worked on it, Ferrus Manus' innate metallurgical genius shone in every fitting and curve. A key difference, space was left on the back for Nareth's golden wings. He tested them, and they folded and spread smoothly. As requested, Manus had also left a mount for the Dionysian spear. Since the wings took up much of the back, Nareth could not carry the same mass of tools as Manus. Instead, the spear rested near his right wing, its shaft jutting over his shoulder. The moment he slotted it in place, the unsettling pressure that had haunted him eased, his body relaxing. Then, just as he entered the courtyard, a chorus of phantom voices stirred at his ear. It must be Tierney performing a ritual, presenting offerings to me. Nareth reached back and gripped the spear, his eyes fixing far away, over 10 kilometers distant. There lay a tract of empty ground, marked out but not yet built upon. With a casual motion, he hurled the spear. The Dionysian spear whistled through the sky in a shining arc before plunging into the earth. With a thunderous crack, a fissure several meters wide ripped open as the weapon buried itself underground. Perfectly weighted, Nareth murmured, unconcerned, for the spear would return on its own. Leaving it behind, he entered his villa and went to his chamber. In a flash, he stepped into the shadow side of the Kingdom of Disorder. There he saw a phantom gray orb, swelling and shrinking. Unfurling his spirituality, he reached toward it. At once, blurred and twisted visions filled his mind, overlain with spectral voices. Black Emperor of Shadowed Order. I beseech thy gaze. Please accept my offering. O iron laws of monarchs, basis of the Kingdom of Disorder, grant strength to my invocation. On the altar before him lay offerings, though hazy and insubstantial. Nareth knew his spirit alone could not carry so many items into the Kingdom of Disorder. He shifted into the fourth layer, condensed a black phantom, and returned to the shadow side to establish contact with the orb. From there, his spirituality extended toward Tierney's location, condensing into a black gate. Kneeling at his altar, Tierney suddenly saw the gate manifest before him. Boom. With a half-real, half-illusory creak, the gate slowly opened. From within the dark, high above the black mists, the Black Emperor gazed down upon him. Tierney's body trembled uncontrollably, reverence before overwhelming majesty. Before he could react, a mighty suction burst forth. Objects upon the altar were seized by invisible force and drawn into the gate. He dared not raise his head until a commanding voice resounded. Well done. Moments later, items came flying back out, falling onto the altar. Make good use of them. Praise my lord, gratitude for thy gifts. Tierney cried in devotion, watching the black gate vanish and the spiritual storm subside. Nareth inspected the offerings. Among them, besides the altar's goods, was a data slate. Opening it, he found records of the items. Tierney has been thoughtful. One note stood out, House Comic's chronometer shone with the brightest spiritual light. Likely a sequence 5 potion material of the error path, yes, Dream Stealer. The most numerous materials, however, were the crimson prosthetic eyes of Crimson Striders, the main ingredient for advancing from sequence 9, Mystery Prior, to sequence 8, Melee Scholar. Nareth knew the Crimson Striders were a cabal of psions, gene scientists, and warlords who had once served the last tyrant of the Age of Strife, creating war machines and biogenetic monstrosities. There were 109 such eyes, all from a single family. They thought quantity would make up for lack of rare quality. But they didn't expect Tierney to be a swindler. The next day, Nareth awoke to find the Dionysian spear lying on his chamber's marble floor, as expected. The Emperor's craftsmanship is remarkable. This spear is stranger than the Eldar singing spears used by their farcers and warlocks. A singing spear returns to its wielder through psychic resonance. But the Dionysian spear, what power brings it back, when even I cannot sense it? Truly wondrous. Descending to the villa's hall, he received his aide's report. My lord, Louis von Valentius reports, while traveling southward on the galactic map from Vostroya, he encountered a Xenos fleet in a nearby system. Their warships bore cannons mounted beneath their flanks. By his judgment, they are of the Frail Xeno. The Xenos have seized 2 planets in the system. He requests your fleet's aid. Nareth inclined his head. Reply that I shall personally lead a fleet, together with the 10th Legion's ships, to render aid. Issue orders, dispatch the 11th chapter to the system held by the Frail. Send word to Manus, have the 10th Legion join us there. 5 days later, with affairs settled, Nareth and Manus boarded the Throne Shadow's Sovereignty. The fleet set sail. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 261, Chapter 260, Medusa's Cruel but Limited Competition. Medusa System, Medusa 4, the Uranus Rocks. Storm General Amadeus Duquesne, former commander of the 10th Legion, stood upon the mountainside. His Mark-I Thunder pattern armor was repainted in the black of the Iron Hands, its pauldrons draped with chains of alternating black iron and white iron links. A row of iron spikes jutted from the back of his gorget up over his skull, symbols that he had survived countless trials to be accepted into the clan Sorgal. Duquesne had embraced Medusa's culture of competition. Stripped of his armor, he fought in brutal contests, emerging victorious and becoming chieftain of Sorgal. As clan chief, he now wore new armor. His cloak was the clan's banner itself, woven of metallic threads and heavy silk, inlaid with slabs of onyx, obsidian, and sapphire as weight and ornament, its center emblazoned with the silver sigil of Sorgal. The Uranus Rocks stretched hundreds of kilometers north to south, formed of ultra-hard diorite. Duquesne stood on a slope, instructing his warriors. Boys, our doctrine is a balance of concentrated strikes and all-round assault, war fought at extreme speed. Gabriel, now acknowledged as one of the Sorgal, stood only 10 meters away. He had grown used to Duquesne addressing young warriors as boys, even girls. What might be insult elsewhere was here taken as camaraderie. Unlike other Iron Hands or the 10 warrior clans of Medusa, Duquesne treated neophyte as children to be cared for, trained, and raised. He alone did this among them. Our duty on Medusa is to guard this sector, every system, every outpost, every mineral site. Like this diorite beneath my feet, unique to Medusa, a precious resource. Gabriel's golden Garuda had helped locate a rich vein of diorite, earning him 5 tons of it. He had analyzed it, a prime representative of crystalline intrusive rock, a major component of granite, which when specially treated formed iron crystal, a material the Iron Hands used in place of stone. When the day's lesson ended, Duquesne laughed. Boys, dismissed, go eat. Then he approached Gabriel. Has Adams found a new site? Adams had previously uncovered 2 ancient ruins, developed jointly by Clan Sorgal and Gabriel. His finds brought relics of lost technologies, and in driving off rival clans' warriors, he proved his might and command, securing his swift rise as clan lord. Now Duquesne trusted none could surpass the grim Death Lord in unearthing ancient ruins. Adams has pinpointed the location. Word will come soon. Duquesne laughed aloud. Excellent news. He took a platter from a servant and handed it to Gabriel. Eat your fill, we'll march, and claim what's ours. The plate held black worms, a local delicacy. Though called worms, they were actually algae that, once fried, resembled insects. Gabriel remarked, before Medusa, I'd never seen algae that could draw energy from atmospheric friction. That's Medusa, Duquesne said proudly. Unique in all the galaxy. After their meal of meat and black worms, Duquesne looked to the sky. The lads tell me the Iron Moon is near. For Medusa, today is a day of terror. Gabriel's calm bead chimed. He listened, then said. We must move now, strike down the beasts at the ruins. You wouldn't want to be caught in battle once the Iron Moon arrives. Of course, Duquesne bellowed to his clansmen, boys, move out. Colossal steel land crawlers, each over 100 meters long, rumbled forward, drawn by teams of Yuluk beasts. Yuluk resembled a blend of great cats and primates, towering several meters tall, broad-shouldered, long-armed, their bodies thick with black fur and manes. Sorgal warriors pressed the ignition runes inside their crawlers. Arcs of electricity lashed out, striking the beasts. With a roar of pain and fury, the Yuluk surged into a frenzied run, hauling the steel leviathans forward. 10 kilometers on, alarms shrilled red across Duquesne's console. Gabriel read the sigil, a cogwheel rimmed with teeth, a skull set at its core. Avini. Santer's Avini, Duquesne muttered, recalling Gabriel Santer. Unlike others, Ferrus Manus had favored him, his first Medusan to undergo gene forging. Storm and hammer. Duquesne was used to Medusan ways. When clans met, their first greeting was artillery fire. Manus himself encouraged this rivalry, believing competition forged strength. The Avini opened fire first, their land crawlers unleashing dense bombardments. One shell smashed into a Yaluk, bursting it into bloody mist. Others hammered Sorgal crawlers, tearing rents in armor. When the barrage ceased, Duquesne gave his order. Raise the storm. Sorgal guns thundered in reply. Shells converged on a single Avini crawler, flipping the 100-meter giant into the air. Flames blossomed inside, and a massive armored figure forced the hatch, and Astartes of the 10th Legion, staggering from the blaze. Gabriel frowned, silent. Though I strive to understand Medusan culture at my lord's command, this brutality is hard to get used to. Lord Manus and my lord differ utterly. It is unthinkable that my lord would sanction such savage contests among his people. He forced his attention back to Duquesne's tactics. Under his command, crawlers advanced in turn, one drawing fire while others struck, then pulling back before destruction. Not storm and hammer, but akin in spirit. Gabriel noted the method on his data slate. For 10 volleys the duel raged, Sorgal gaining the upper hand. Avini were first to break, withdrawing in disciplined fire. One unlucky legionary perished in the flames, along with 10 Avini clansmen, eliminated by Medusa's harsh law of competition. Duquesne did not pursue. Rivalry had limits, bound by restraint. Another 30 kilometers, and they reached the target mountains. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 262, Chapter 261, How is his killing efficiency higher than Abaddon's? Medusa Mountains. The convoy of Clan Sorgal had halted. Though they held the advantage in their brief, fierce firefight with the Clan Avini, losing only 5 warriors, they had lost the majority of their Yart beasts. The warriors of the Clan Sorgal lined up in formation, advancing into the mountains under the command of Amadeus Duquesne. Duquesne asked the black-armored Gabriel at his side, distance to the coordinates Adams marked. Gabriel checked the runic indicators on his helm display and replied. 5.1 kilometers. With Gabriel leading, the Sorgal warriors marched forward. At 1.4 kilometers from the marked site, 2 squads of black-armored shadows of order appeared ahead. They bore the green skull insignia of the 4th chapters upon their right pauldrons. The shadow warriors saluted Gabriel and Duquesne. A court member stepped forward, Lord Gabriel, Lord Duquesne. I was ordered to guard the ruins entrance and secure the retreat path. Duquesne looked at the cold-faced squad leader and grinned, relax, there are no ghosts here. The corpse collector froze for a moment. My lord, forgive me, but this mine does have wraiths. The scar-covered face of Duquesne grew uncharacteristically stern. I don't see any. The corpse collector, cold face flickered with unease. The name of the storm general was thunder across the Imperium. Gabriel interjected, ease yourself, Duquesne is just teasing you. He strode into the tunnel first. Duquesne, time runs short. The Iron Moon is about to begin. Indeed. Duquesne barked to his warriors. Boys, move. Form exploration lines. The mineshaft was too narrow for his famed storm and hammer tactics. The formation shifted quickly. The 10th Legion warriors without the Sorgal mark formed the center, serving as the line's core, drawing fire and striking back. The Sorgal warriors flanked them, shielding the Astartes sides. Duquesne, as always, held a power axe in his left hand and a bolter in his right, leading from the front. He strode deep into the mine, soon spotting severed limbs, broken tools, and blood-smeared picks scattered across the ground. Descending 2 sloping shafts, the passage opened into a vast subterranean refinery, where black-armored warriors battled shambling flesh beasts. The abominations staggered, colliding with furnaces several meters tall and toppling them with brute force. Their bloated forms hid terrifying strength. Attack! Duquesne raised his bolter and fired. Diamantine shells burst through rotting flesh, splattering gore, but the creatures did not fall. Each monster was stitched together from dozens, perhaps hundreds, of corpses, grotesquely fused. One loomed with 24 arms, brandishing picks, spades, and broken autoguns. Duquesne emptied a magazine, finally shattering the beast. He quickly discerned their weakness, shouting to his warriors. Their corpse grafts. Bloated and sluggish. Target the joints, the seams where the bodies join. The 10th Legionnaires heeded him, striking precisely at the seams. Sorgal warriors darted in and out, baiting the monsters, exploiting their speed. Duquesne pressed a rune and plunged into the horde. His axe's charged edge carved deep, a dozen brutal hacks tearing apart a beast. Blue disruption fields crackled like lightning, dissolving its mass into putrid slurry. He cut through one after another, killing more than a dozen. Then his eyes narrowed. He saw Adams swing once, just once, and a towering flesh beast collapsed. Duquesne tracked him, astonished. Every strike of the Death Lord felled a monster outright. Impossible. I have fought beside countless legionnaires. In raw martial prowess, my former comrade, now captain of the Luna Wolves' first company, Ezekiel Abaddon, is the mightiest I've ever known. Even he could not slay such beasts in a single blow. How is Adams doing this? Then Duquesne noticed more. Over a dozen shadows of order fought with equal lethality, 3 to 5 precise strikes, and each beast fell. Their kill efficiency even surpassed his own. His gaze sharpened, not angry, but coldly observant. Each attack struck the weakest joints, where the flesh grafts were most fragile. So, their perception is sharper than most. But Adams, his awareness surpasses all others. The gravediggers fought almost effortlessly. Their eyes of death perceived weaknesses beyond mortal senses. When the battle ended, Duquesne approached Adams. Adams, my first time fighting alongside you and your warriors have left me deeply impressed. I am simply skilled at fighting the undead, Adams replied, face like stone. Before more could be said, the ground trembled violently. Duquesne's expression darkened. The Iron Moon. He roared into his vox. Convoy. Seek shelter. Once each year, during the lunar eclipse, Medusa's moon resonated with the pull of its star Stelinus, unleashing gravitational disasters beyond imagining. A greedy Mechanicum vessel descended toward a ruin. At barely a kilometer above the ground, lightning engulfed it, shattering it into fragments that rained fire upon the land. Elsewhere, mountains rose thousands of meters in moments, while others sank into the earth. Another transport, ordered to deliver resources to carve statues of the clan chiefs, ignored warnings. Superstorms ripped it apart in midair, scattering wreckage like leaves in a gale. Only the Felgarthi range stood untouched, protected by colossal stasis field generators from the dark age of technology. Tech Marines of the Iron Hands continued their work in cold indifference, ignoring the brutal duels of Medusan youths fighting for the honor of being noticed and chosen. The Iron Moon remade Medusa's surface, hundreds of mountains born, hundreds erased. The ruin Adams had discovered shook for hours, then stilled. The next day, Gabriel looked out from its mouth. A mountain they had passed on arrival was gone. Such terrifying natural power. Compared to this, Medusa's competitions are nothing. The Iron Hands are raising monasteries for every clan. The next generation will fight harder than ever, for the chance to be chosen and sheltered. As he pondered, his vox crackled with broken static. Signal unclear, repeat. He called to the master of vox, when Duquesne strode over. A command from the Gorgon. You and I are ordered to head to a neighboring system of Vostroya, to strike the Xenofrail together. He added, our fleet is prepared for these disturbances, it is, after all, a design of Lord Ferrus Manus himself. You're welcome aboard my ship. Then Duquesne glanced at Adams. A pity, Lord Nareth has not summoned his fourth. I had hoped to fight beside you longer. The Death Lord's face was calm, though a flicker of regret passed through his eyes. There will be another chance. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 263, Chapter 262, The Simulus Chambers. The 33rd Expeditionary Fleet and the 52nd Expeditionary Fleet gathered in the Sidai system, near Vostonia. Gabriel and Amadeus Duquesne boarded a Stormbird together, bound for the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty. The War Council began at once. Arsena Dunn held a data slate and gave a report to the two Primarchs. According to intelligence provided by the rogue traitor Louis von Valancius and the results of the Augur Matrix scan, the Frail fleet fields 8 battlecruisers. Given that Frail raiding fleets usually appear in pairs of battlecruisers, and that before my lords returned to the Imperium they had been repelled from raiding the Vostroyan system, I infer that they have once again gathered strength, waiting for the chance to strike. Nareth nodded slightly, approving the student of ratiocinations deduction. He turned toward Ferrus Manus, his finger tapping the eastern and western edges of the Sidai system's hololithic projection. Manus, in the Sidai system, the Frail hold 2 strongholds, one to the north, one to the south. Our fleets will strike from both flanks. The fleets were stronger than the Frail. The battle's outcome was not in doubt, the only question was the scale of losses. What concerned Nareth more was what he might learn from the Iron Hands during this operation. Manus's silver eyes glimmered, and his voice, heavy as lead, resounded. 2 daggers, thrust into the Sidai system. Let us purge these foolish Xenos. After the council ended, Manus and Duquesne returned first to the flagship of the 52nd Expeditionary Fleet. Gabriel remained behind to brief Nareth. My lord, the Iron Hands and I have jointly developed the Simulus Chamber. It is expected to be used in the war against the Frail. Nareth inclined his head, record the operational data as reference, and study a version suited for the shadows of order. He knew the Shadows of Order were unlike the Iron Hands. The latter, with their widespread cybernetic augmetics, could process torrents of information. Among the Shadows of Order, only savants could barely cope with such volumes of data. And Nareth would not make his legion into another Iron Hands, for that would strip them of their own unique strengths. Whether in equipment or tactics, what he sought was to borrow their advantages, then integrate them into his own legion. By your will, Gabriel answered. I will develop our legion's own simulus chambers. He continued, by your inspiration, our study of the Golden Garuda has made initial progress. 31 tech marines under my command are already equipped. The Golden Garuda perched upon Gabriel's left shoulder turned its head toward Nareth. When its golden wings came into sight, its neck stiffened. Its proud head immediately lowered, twisting backward. In the coming battle, the Golden Garuda will undergo live field testing, Nareth ordered. As you command, Gabriel bowed, then drew from behind his back a wrought iron staff. Following your command, Adams uncovered an ancient ruin on Medusa. In the second site that Duquesne and I explored together, we discovered 10 of these staves. Our study revealed it to be named the Hardforced Staff. I, the Medusans, the Iron Hands, and the librarians of the 4th chapter all examined it, but none of us could activate it. At that moment, Nareth recalled his knowledge of the Hardforced Staff. Such a relic was fit only for those born with both psychic talent and augmetic strength. The Iron Hands had long treated the staff as a relic weapon until, in the 41st millennium, the chief librarian, Lendrick, became its first wielder. As Nareth pondered, Gabriel went on. Our only result thus far is discovering that within are etched not only psychic circuitry but also a rudimentary machine spirit, semi-sentient. The science of coexistence with it has been lost. Nareth nodded faintly. Send them to the Legion's armory. Let every librarian attempt it. Whoever can awaken a Hardforced staff shall claim it. He added, I have chosen 30 members from the Honor Guard. They will accompany you, serving as adjutants to the Iron Hands commanders in this joint operation. I have already spoken about this with Manus. You will take them with you. Gabriel accepted at once, first ordering 7 of the staves delivered to the armory. Because it was Mystery Prior who first discovered the ruin and later co-led the excavation, his claim to a greater share of the spoils was acknowledged. Then Gabriel, with the Honor Guard, returned to the flagship of the 10th Legion. When he arrived in the Strategium, Manus had just finished Duquesne's briefing. Manus turned to Gabriel. You aided in the development of the Simulus Chambers, showcasing data processing power equal to my sons, the Iron Hands. But you have not undergone the augmetic transformations, you cannot wholly match their capacity. Yet I have already, in agreement with Duquesne, chosen commanders for your Honor Guard. My thanks, Lord Manus, Gabriel answered. Led by Iron Hands, the Honor Guard were assigned across companies and squads. Gabriel accompanied Manus and Duquesne to the Simulus Chambers. They shed their power armor for comfortable robes, entering a chamber where massive banks of cogitator machines formed walls like a secondary deck. Amid the hum, Gabriel seated himself in a chair encircled with cables like a drop pod. Runes in the alcoves lit, electronics flaring with blue light. The instant Gabriel linked his spine into the neural interface, he was engulfed, swallowed by a sea of data. Every warship of the 10th Legion, its position, velocity, billions upon billions of telemetry streams, surged through his mind. It was unlike reading figures from a view screen. There was no process of interpretation. In an instant, everything was present in his brain. Before, he only ever received key data filtered through sector commanders. So was it across most of the Imperium's fleets. But not so with the Iron Hands, nor with the Mechanicum. Manus demanded that his sons bring all data into calculation. Augmetics gave them the capacity. The Simulus Chambers gave them the means. The Iron Hands sat immersed in the data sea. Though bound to their chairs, their thoughts spanned the fleet entire. Gabriel lacked augmetic implants to aid him. But he was an archaeologist, twice strengthened in the mental body, his mind surpassing most Astartes in data processing might. His gyrinx crouched at his feet, further amplifying his computations. Within heartbeats, the archaeologist adapted, keeping pace with the Iron Hands. Elsewhere, the Shadows of Order savants struggled far harder, having only one mental body enhancement. Luckily, the Iron Hands adhered to the basic laws of war, different ranks had different levels of data access. Non-flagships held only their relevant segment of the sea, their torrents of data far less than the flagships. The 52nd Expeditionary Fleet turned like precise gears, slotting into the Sedai system's northern and southern planets. Data from augury instruments surged into the chamber, into the Iron Hands' minds. Every participant knew the positions of friend, foe, and ally. Enemy ship A.J., range 507,429 kilometers, phase 805, inclination 2. Within 10 breaths, they adjusted the battle plan to the live situation. In the Strategium, 100 minds raced within a shared virtual cognition space. Each drafted plans, passing them between one another, each tested and evaluated. Ultimately, Lord Manus's scheme was judged optimal in nearly every analysis. Gabriel realized, this was not primarchal authority, it was cold, absolute calculation. And every member of the chamber comprehended Manus's plan in full detail. Within 20 breaths, the orders spread to other chambers. Within 10 more, every iron hand had grasped them. The 52nd Expeditionary Fleet spun like meshed gears. Decoy ships drew Frail ether cannons. The main force struck with precision. Gabriel saw that Manus and the Iron Hand's plans accounted for every Frail reaction. The Frail fleet, like puppets on strings, was destroyed by the flawless coordination of the 52nd. Even when a warship strayed from prediction, within breaths, new plans were computed. Every battlefield uncertainty is strangled by the Iron Hand's cold logic. Gabriel noted, except for the destroyers and escorts drawing Frail battlecruiser fire, unavoidable losses, no capital ship was struck by ether fire. With the first Frail battlecruiser's destruction, the archaeologist felt a whole section of the Data Sea vanish. And while observing and recording, he had enough focus left to turn his attention at last to the 33rd Expeditionary Fleet's front, which until then he had overlooked. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 264, Chapter 263, The Dionysian Spear Pierces 100. Within the Simulus chamber, Gabriel moved his thoughts, and in an instant, he grasped the entire battle of the 33rd Expeditionary Fleet. His brows furrowed. Not only had one of their capital ships been struck by the Frail battleships, its void shields shattered and its hull raked with fire, but even the Crown of Shadows itself had lost one of its portside void shields to an ether cannon blast. Captain Diana Pauline is in command. She's an excellent officer, but against the Frail fleet, it's too much for her. Just as Gabriel suspected, Diana had been authorized by their Primarch to direct the Void War. Yet the 4 Frail battleships, each armed with devastating ether cannons, were a peril beyond her strength. Her abilities had been granted limited enhancement by the Spectator potion. With the aid of her enchantment, her calculation ability rivaled a common Astartes, but it still fell far short of the Iron Hand's vast Simulus. The collapse of the port void shield of the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty only added to the crushing weight upon her shoulders. For the first time, the flagship's hull was struck by the cannons of an enemy frigate. Lord Nareth should be about to seize command himself. A single second stretched into an eternity for Diana, like an endless night. Her blue-green eyes flickered with astonishment. There had been time enough for the Primarch to respond, to issue orders. If he does not act, it means he trusts me. Forcing herself to be calm, she gave her command. Port 3 degrees, kill it. Her gaze tracked the shells streaking across the screen. When she saw the enemy frigate ripped apart, she finally exhaled a breath she hadn't known she was holding. But she recognized the truth, she could not control the entire battlefield herself. She had to delegate sectors to other commanders while she focused on finding a decisive break. Morrison, A1 and A2 are yours. 11th chapter to engage. Thomas, I need the librarian's aid. My orders must be carried instantly to every ship. Arsena, assist me with analysis, refine the battle plan. The chief librarian and the Primarch's aide both answered as one. As you command. Thomas extended his psychic link, binding Diana, Arsena, and the other ship librarians into one mind chain. She delegated data on enemy ships A3 and A4 to the student of ratiocination. His mental body had been enhanced twice, and his computations nearly equaled a standard Iron Hand. 5 breaths later, his conclusion rippled across the mind link. A4 is the optimal target. It grew careless after breaching the port shield, drifting apart from its escorts. You confirm what I already thought. Diana's eyes shone. She chose the bold move, the Crown of Shadows would become bait, luring the greedy A4 into range. Port heading 398, pitch 2, advance. The sector commander hesitated at the confirmation. This course would turn the flagship's flank directly to the Frail bows, where their guns were strongest. Frail warships carried all their firepower in their forward arcs, the flanks were barren. To expose her own flank was suicidal folly. Execute the order. The blonde captain's voice cut like steel. She turned her gaze instead upon A3. I will deal with A3, came the sudden voice of their Primarch. Nareth had not seized command at the first setback. Seeing Diana act decisively, delegating to the 12th chapter, luring A4, he approved. And to ease her burden, and for the sake of seizing Frail Shard of Night, he resolved to lead the honor guard in a boarding strike. Prepare for boarding. He rose, striding toward the torpedo decks. Simultaneously, Morrison gave his own command. Pell, A2 is yours. At once, my lord. Pell, newly raised 5th Company captain after the Wheel of Fire campaign, commanded a squadron. From the Sword of Vostroya, Pell's black eyes scanned the hololith. They caught the rune of dust cloud H15, a nebula of interstellar grains, gases, and metal fragments near the Sedai star. He traced 5 swift trajectories with his hand. Orders pulsed to 2 frigates and 3 destroyers. At once, a destroyer surged forth, zigzagging through the void, evading fire by speed alone. It skimmed the nebula's edge, drawing the enemy's fury. As the Frail guns fixed on the decoy, Pel's flagship and the other ships slipped behind the cloud, striking from the flank. The Sword of Vastonia loosed both its ether cannons at once, 2 beams of prismatic death tore into enemy hulls. Storms of lancefire followed. The Frail wheeled in pursuit, but Pel's flotilla scattered like startled prey. Predictably, the enemy battleship fixed on the Sword of Vastonia, the largest and slowest target. Blinding ether light seared against its shields. Starboard turn 156, pitch 4, advance. Unruffled, Pel directed evasive maneuvers. His 5 ships swept back from every angle, striking as one. The Frail commander, slow to react, suddenly realized he had lost every escort. He tried to withdraw, but the only path lay through the dust cloud. When he entered, his speed faltered, sensors drowned in interference. Prepare for boarding, Pel ordered. He meant to seize the battleship intact. Meanwhile, aboard the Vostroya's Judgment, a relic-class ship newly armed with ether cannons, Morson's guns exchanged beams with a Frail battleship, then hammered it with long-ranged fire. Diana's baiting maneuver also bore fruit. The reckless Frail cruiser was shredded by the Gloriana-class guns. And now, in the flagship of A3, Nareth himself led the honor guard. The Frail governor stood with 1,000 ether masters in robes of violet and gold, barring the deck. He raised his staff. Nareth cast his will into the spear of Dionysus, awakening its latent god-weapon might. The spear hurled forth, an incandescent blur that shattered into the enemy's midst. The governor's shield flared with a tidal wave of ether, freezing the air, clutching souls with spectral cold. 1,000 masters poured their power into the barrier. The spear struck, detonating like thunder. Frail soldiers fell bleeding from eyes and noses, corpses collapsing. For a moment, the governor thought he had held. Then came the sound of glass breaking. The supreme ether barrier, woven of 1,000 wills, fractured. The spear ripped through the governor, then drove on, skewering dozens more. 100 Frail fell in one stroke before it lodged in the deck. The survivors stared in horror at the weapon, a mythic doom made manifest. Golden wings flared. Nareth charged. He did not unleash the Tannis fire, for he meant to preserve the ship as a prize. But his living metal pinion sliced through barriers and flesh alike. Golden light and afterimages filled the air. Frail fell in heaps. When the shadows of order stormed the bridge, no foe remained standing. Leave it, Nareth said, gesturing at the spear. Drawing the sword of Vol, he pursued the broken survivors, then carried away Shard of Night and other spoils to the Kingdom of Disorder. Back in the 52nd Expedition Simulus, Gabriel finally let out his breath, his worry subsiding as he saw the 33rd win complete victory. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 265, Chapter 264, The Anvil. Through the Simulus chamber, Gabriel grasped the full situation of the Sidai system. The 33rd Fleet had secured victory in the Shadows of Order campaign, with casualties no greater than those of the Iron Hands. Smiling faintly, Gabriel disconnected the interface and rose from his seat. Not far away, upon his own throne, Manus stood. His eyes, like molten silver coins, liquefied as they fixed on Gabriel, and his voice, heavy as lead, rolled across the chamber. I did not expect that, without enhancements for auxiliary computation, you could actually keep pace with the Iron Hands rhythm. Your data processing ability is at least equal to their average. Remarkable. Gabriel knew Manus had taken an interest in his ability. He had to dispel any further suspicion, lest the secret gifts of the Gene Father be exposed. Bending, he picked up the gyrinx at his feet and spoke. It's thanks to this creature. It's a gyrinx, able to boost my cognition and amplify my calculations. Manus's gaze hardened back into cold silver. Relying on external aids is fleeting. The Mechanicum's creed, that flesh is weak, is truth. You should undergo augmetics. With your potential, I believe you could accept extensive modification and attain computation equal to the Iron Hands. At that, another voice cut in, calm, bold. Father, I believe Gabriel does not need augmentation to rival our cognitive strength. Only one aboard the flagship dared speak thus to a Primarch, Storm General Amadeus Duquesne. Though he embraced Medusan culture as Manus preached, Duquesne deemed his Gene Father's vision too radical. Manus cast him a brief look. You will understand in time. With the Void War concluded, the 11th chapter of the Shadows of Order struck the northern planets of the system, while Iron Hands clan companies under Clan Sorgal pushed southward. On the flagship of the 52nd Expeditionary Fleet, Manus addressed Duquesne. You are famed across the Imperium for your storm and hammer. Now is the time to prove that my appointment of you as praetor was not in error. Manus chose to observe storm and hammer firsthand, to study the tactic in full and improve upon it. As you command, Father. Duquesne bowed and set to work. The fleet's ships began orbital bombardment upon the planet below. But this time was different from the raids on Vostroya. Now, the Frail had turned the Sedai system into a bastion. Both fortress worlds had been fortified with plunder from countless worlds of the sector. The Frail defense grid roared to life, etheric shields flaring under bombardment, anti-air vomiting fire into the skies. To counter the fire, Duquesne used the same ruthless tactic he had employed on Rustworld. He ordered several void ships to force landings, their massive hulls absorbing the storm of shells as they plunged through the atmosphere. They crashed down upon 5 designated zones, right in full view of the Frail. Immediately, Duquesne ordered the Auxilia to entrench, preparing defenses. He would not waste lives in brutal street fights. Instead, he would employ storm and hammer. But this time, with a twist. From Nareth's intelligence, Duquesne knew the Frail were raiders, nomadic, greedy by nature. Bait them, and they would bite. They were not like orcs, who charged headlong at the sight of battle. The Frail were cunning. So Duquesne gave the order, load every vault of treasure from the 5 warships into transports. Then he selected 100,000 Auxilia, the weakest, the most wounded, and addressed them. Auxilia girls, I am Duquesne. He always called the former Stormwalkers by boys or girls depending on the setting. The Auxilia, however, he always called girls. I need you for a task of great importance. Today, you shall, as ever, become the anvil. You will assault the Frail fortresses. Some Auxilia officers understood instantly, this was a death march. They did not know the strategic calculus. But they trusted the Storm General. He had already proven, on the Battle of Rust, that his methods won the greatest victories for the smallest cost. By the Emperor's name, for the Gorgon of Medusa, for me, for the honor we seized on Rustworld, you must hold their attack for 2 hours. For the Emperor, for the Gorgon, for the Storm. 20,000 Auxilia roared in unison, echoed moments later by the other 4 landing zones. From his vantage, Manus inclined his head. Duquesne's prestige among the Auxilia is immense. Even in death missions, they see honor. This tactic is sound. Casualties will fall by at least 40%. The 100,000 Auxilia advanced under cover of armored transports, charging the Frail fortresses. At Fortress 1, the Frail commander sneered at the audacity of the weak humans. Artillery. Saturation fire. Guns thundered. A Malkador heavy tank was obliterated, its hold spilling not shells but treasure, gold coins glittering, gemstones tumbling across the battlefield. The Frail commander's eyes narrowed. He slammed the wall, cursing. Fools. Such disgraceful waste. The Auxilia pressed on, crying for the storm, as they took what cover they could and surged at the fortress. Every moment, more fell. None retreated. After an hour, some even reached the walls. Ethermancers raised their arms, firestorms cascaded down, immolating the screaming soldiers. Still, they pressed on until the 2-hour mark, when commanders' chronometers chimed. Orders were given to withdraw. On the walls, the Frail commander scoffed. Pathetic. No threat at all. Yet his gaze lingered on the trampled treasure. His eyelid twitched. Such shameful waste. The humans' fleet is strong, but their soldiers are nothing. The fortresses need not hold. Their transports carried treasure in an absurd quantity. If they looted such riches, their warships must carry more. If we want to regain void superiority, we must seize those ships. Thus, he gave the command to sally. And no Frail raider would miss a chance at plunder. Only a few remained behind, the rest stormed forth toward the weak, human ships. At the other 4 fortresses, the Frail commanders, hearing the news, shouted in turn. Attack! I will not allow Ferreira to hoard the spoils alone. Duquesne's anvil had struck true. The Frail abandoned their walls. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 266, Chapter 265, The Golden Garuda aids in stirring the storm. Ferreira led the Frail forces toward the battleships. After advancing 2 kilometers, Ferreira suddenly signaled the driver to halt. The open-topped Frail command vehicle stopped. Ferreira narrowed his eyes and looked to the sky. In his etheric vision, the thing carried no trace of life. Not a creature, some kind of machine. Ferreira barked through the communicator. Biomancers, etheric lightning, strike down whatever spies on us from above. To unleash the full power of etheric spells, Frail Ethermancers rode in open vehicles. A dozen Biomancer Ethermancers raised their staves. Psychic lightning gathered in the air. The bolts, first finger-thin, thickened until they became a massive dragon of lightning, as wide as the Frail themselves. The lightning dragon split the skies, striking the gray and yellow construct above. The mechanical eagle belched smoke and plummeted like a cut kite. Ferreira waved, and the driver restarted the vehicle to continue forward. The Iron Hands battle line. Beside Duquesne, the tech marine bearing the title Holy Father of Steel reported. I've lost my Garuda. The Frail lightning was faster than its reaction time. It had no chance to evade. The Garuda's power core was melted in overload. It won't be repaired after battle. Duquesne nodded, then turned to Gabriel. Your golden Garuda, can it bring me intelligence the fallen one could not? I will try my best, Gabriel answered carefully, watching and recording at Duquesne's side. By now, he understood that the Storm and Hammer was a system deceptively simple on the surface but intricately complex beneath, woven from countless tactical considerations. How long the auxiliaries could hold while drawing the enemy. When to reinforce them with iron hands. The exact timing of deploying Astartes the Hammer. Command of highly mechanized assault troops. Logistics, resupply during high-speed strikes, and positioning fire support. Coordination of aerial gunships for air interdiction, down to Astartes and armored vehicle sweeps. It required long training, evaluation, and the commander's willpower and precision. Duquesne said this doctrine evolved from the war clans of Terra's Arabia. He refined it in battle, and after Ferrus Manus returned, the standard rose higher still. Manus demanded perfect calculation, not only friendly parameters but every detail of the enemy, their troop types, numbers, weapons, and logistics. He emphasized augur devices and scouting units like the Garuda. This first battle since renaming the doctrine Iron Hands would test those expectations. Yet Frail etheric sorcery had already sabotaged the Garuda's reconnaissance. Gabriel switched his helmet display to golden panels, linking to his Garuda. Unlike Iron Hand's direct implants, his system used a broader, less immediate interface, adaptable for mass deployment. He envisioned legionnaires, even squads, across the shadow of order fielding golden Garudas. From 10 kilometers above, the golden construct gazed down. Its vision fed Gabriel a detailed hologram. Second vehicle, 8 Frail Ethermancers. Robes bear lightning and flame sigils, 4 Biomancers, 4 Pyromancers. Without autoclassification optics, this must be improved. As Gabriel relayed intelligence, Ferreira below felt unease. Though the sky showed nothing, he sensed unseen eyes. Telekinetics, scan the skies, he shouted. Dozens of Ethermancers spread their power skyward. After seconds, one called out. Lord Ferreira, a mechanical eagle above, golden. Drag it down. We cannot. It is too high, 10,000 meters. Biomancers. No, Lord, it's beyond our range as well. Ferreira, frustrated, ordered full speed ahead. The drivers, feeling his fiery aura, floored the throttle. Meanwhile, Duquesne received Gabriel's thorough reports, more detailed than augur matrices or reconnaissance craft. Storm General, do you require anything more? Gabriel asked. No. I have all I need. As the Frail advanced, Ferreira spotted a golden glint in the sky, the spy revealed itself at last. Provocation. Fire flared in his eyes. Can we strike it now? Not yet, came the answer. The golden eagle descended, finally within range. Attack. Bring it down. Ferreira roared, casting a fireball upward. Telekinetics wove a psychic net toward the Garuda. But its golden wings beat, darting aside. Gabriel, seeing through its eyes, confirmed the Frail unleashing spell after spell. His interface flashed red as etheric lightning struck. He logged the damage and dove the Garuda lower, testing limits, draining enemy reserves. The Frail pressed harder, psychic nets, fireballs, lightning. The eagle blackened under their fury. Ferreira readied the killing blow. But before he struck, the blackened construct opened its beak. A torrent of molten flame poured down, incinerating an entire vehicle and its ethermasters. Cursed thing. Ferreira bellowed, furious at losing 8 of his battlefield coordinators before the real fight began. He hurled more flames skyward. But suddenly Gabriel's link cut out, the Garuda destroyed. I overestimated its metal's defenses. Underestimated the Frail's ether mastery. He noted the failures, already envisioning a new model built entirely within the shadow of order. It would lack the Xenos, living metal, weaker but still superior to Iron Hand's craft. An hour later, Ferreira hurled his forces at the auxiliary battle line. To rally them, Storm General Amadeus Duquesne himself took command, clad in thick Mark I thunder armor. Before contact, he roared across the line, raise the storm. His aim, provoke the enemy to strike first, seizing the initiative. Ferreira brandished his staff and glass blade, shouting, Ether. The Frail unleashed torrents of flame, consuming dozens of auxiliaries. Ether, Duquesne muttered. He leveled his bolter, firing. The first shot rippled against a psychic shield. The second tore through, exploding a master's head. Storm. The auxiliaries cheered, charging the Xenos. The Frail retaliated with lightning, burning soldiers black, blood spilling from mouths and noses. Duquesne's body shuddered under the surge, his armor scorched, but his superhuman resilience kept him standing. Calmly, he raised his weapon again and felled another ether mage. The Storm General was unshaken. The auxiliaries followed his lead, surging forward into the Frail ranks. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 267, Chapter 266, Storm and Hammer. Ferreira was stunned to discover that the human defenders actually withstood the etheric spell assault without collapsing. At once, he realized the truth. Not only did the auxiliaries before him fight with greater resolve and coordination than the human troops he had previously encountered, but there was another crucial factor: his ethermancers had already spent much of their strength destroying the golden mechanical Garuda. Ferreira thought of the other Frail generals leading their hosts against different warships. I must crush these humans quickly and seize the spoils. If the others arrive before I finish, I'll lose my chance at the greatest share. We've already lost contact with the governor. How much respect will they show me, the planetary commander, if I come away empty-handed? His mind made up, he barked the order. Attack. Frail warriors poured into the trenches, glass knives in hand. One slashed at an auxiliary commander, his blade sliced through heavy carapace armor as though it were paper, biting into the man's shoulder. The glass fractured into countless shards, each driving deeper into the wound. The commander screamed, feeling as if 100 knives tore at him from within. With his last strength, he raised his pistol and blew the Xeno's head apart, but he too fell, torn and bleeding. Watching, Duquesne realized no auxiliary soldier could match the Frail in close combat. Lord Nareth was right. Their glass blades can cut even power armor. But he did not yet call on the clan Sorgal reserves. The time wasn't ripe. Instead, he activated the runes on his power axe and charged straight into the thickest battlefield. Gabriel and the Iron Fathers advanced with him. Gabriel's Gyrinx bounded ahead, its claws slamming into a knot of Frail warriors, hurling them aside, crushing chests and snapping limbs. Unlike others of its kind, this beast excelled in telekinetic, heavy strikes. Duquesne crashed headlong into a company of Frail raiders, his axe's disruption field carving through them with merciless blows. Gabriel and the Iron Father's bolters thundered, each round blasting apart another alien. Blue disintegration fields flared around Duquesne as his scarred face was lit by their glow, slaughtering the Xeno raiders. Then a bolt of etheric lightning smashed into him. His body locked for a moment. Two Frail warriors closed in, but with a brutal sweep, he cleaved them both in half, even as pain lanced through his gut. Their glass blade had split his power armor and torn his transhuman flesh. Snarling, Duquesne ripped the weapon free and hurled it back at the alien Xeno that struck him. His Laraman cells struggled against the glass shards within his wound, healing came slower than usual. Still, he would not yield. He was the storm. He had raised it, and so he must endure it. Through pain, he held the line. At 4 o'clock, he saw the defenses faltering. The auxiliaries would not hold. First Squad, Sector A-X, he commanded, dispatching Iron Hand's reserves. Squad after squad entered the fray. 2 members of the Shadows of Order's honor guard followed, recording and observing even as they fought. Soon, Iron Hands began to fall. The Shadows of Order struggled to understand, though they had studied Stormwalker battle records, especially the Rust World campaign, they could not yet grasp Duquesne's design. Why did the clan Sorgal's full strength remain in reserve? Duquesne's wounds knitted slowly, cracks marring his ancient Mark I thunder armor. He waited. At the 10th hour, the time had come. Every Frail was committed to the battle. Now the hammer would fall. Hammer, he roared across the command net. Clan Sorgal unleashed its might. Gunships, bombers, and artillery blanketed the Frail in devastating bombardment. To the Shadows of Order aboard the crafts, it was like watching a spiked hammer drive into the densest knot of the enemy, ripping it apart. As the bombardment peaked, the second strike of the hammer fell. From the breach surged the spearhead, armored columns, and Iron Hand squads. The Shadows of Order followed at their sides, witnessing the armored tide scything through Frail's ranks. The auxiliaries held just long enough for the reinforcements to arrive. The spear thrust deep, splitting the alien mass, overwhelming everything in its path. Ferreira watched in horror as the battlefield turned against him. His line shattered. Terror seized him, and he fled, only to find a black-armored figure blocking his path. Xeno, die. The ancient armor of Duquesne shook with fury as he charged. Ferreira hurled flames from his staff and swung his glass blade, but Duquesne strode through fire itself, chasing him down. In moments, the Storm General was upon him. The power axe cleaved through flame and shield alike, biting deep into the alien commander. Ferreira fell, slain. Duquesne staggered, looking at the empty stump where his arm had been severed. For an instant, a wry smile crossed his face. I will need a bionic limb. That will bring me closer to the Gorgon. The Gene Father will be pleased. All around, the frail host broke apart, splintered into scattered, leaderless packs under the relentless Iron's assault. Duquesne, treated quickly by his apothecaries, reorganized with ruthless efficiency. Again and again, he launched mechanized thrusts, smashing the fragmented enemy. Thus, with storm and hammer, the Storm General tore the frail apart and cleansed the field, while, elsewhere in the Sedai system, Nareth himself led forces into the aliens' greatest fortress. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinzu. Chapter 268, Chapter 267, The Whisperlance of the Neculi. Stepping into the fortress, the attackers they faced were not frail, but a new xeno species. These were lanky humanoids, with scale-like spines rising from their scalps. Their eyes were pale white slits, almost without a nose, and their jaws jutted forward, two thin tusks hooking upward over their upper lips. All of them were hunched, shambling as they raised their weapons and opened fire on the shadows of order. At the sight of them, Nareth immediately recognized their race, the Neculi. Neculi. Whisperlances. His eyes narrowed, for among the ones holding automatic rifles, a few elites carried strange weapons. The front half resembled two chains words fused together, lined with serrated teeth. The rear half was a grooved barrel, its valves, reeds, and resonance chambers forming a system reminiscent of musical instruments. So it truly is the Whisperlance. The Whisperlance served as a primary material for the Sequence 7 Weapon Master path, following after Sequence 9 Warrior and Sequence 8 Pugilist. The other key material was the arm of a Viscians. Nareth knew that both the Viscians and the Neculi were among the finest bounty hunter and mercenary races in the galaxy. The auxiliary materials for the Weapon Master also related to the Viscians, their blades. He shouted to the honor guard, "It's the Neculi. Beware their strange weapons. Use your liman's ear to filter out the abnormal sounds." The moment his words fell, the Neculi turned their whisperlances toward his position. With a roar, the weapons activated, releasing a piercing hum. At its touch, the Neculi themselves began to tremble, their bodies resonating in perfect harmony with the spears. The mercenaries aimed at the honor guard, bullets carried within a sheath of sound waves. The sound wasn't shrill or harsh, it was a low, murmuring whisper, like voices at the edge of one's ear. One honor guard was a heartbeat too slow, failing to filter the anomalous sound through his liman's ear as the Gene Father had commanded. The whispers slid into his ears, dizzying him, leaving him swaying on his feet. A bullet struck his power armor, leaving a dent. The others reacted in time, filtering the whispers, and returned fire with their bolters. The thunder of explosive rounds clashed strangely with the low murmuring of the whisperlances, creating an uncanny soundscape across the battlefield. The dazed guards stood stupefied, as though hypnotized. The Neculi were startled that their weapons could not pierce the black-armored giants, and so they focused their fire on the dazed target. Nareth's ears twitched, he shut the whispers out entirely. His golden wings flared, lifting him into the air, and he swooped down to shield his stricken son beneath them. Bullets spattered harmlessly against the radiant wings, ricocheting away. Nareth's left hand reached down, seizing his son by the shoulder and hurling him backward to safety. The Neculi mercenaries charged the honor guard. One elite, bearing a whisperlance, thrust at the black-armored warrior before him. The strike was impossibly fast, too swift even for the shadow of order to evade. The serrated blade shrieked as it pierced the armor, and the whispers burrowed into the Astartes' mind. The warrior froze, eyes glazing, falling into a trance. The spinning teeth tore through him, sawing his body in half without resistance. Nareth's wings beat once, hurling him above the killer's head. He plummeted down, crushing the Neculi into pulp beneath his heel, though he deliberately spared the arm and whisperlance. He rose again, diving and striking, his sword of Vol cleaving down Neculi elite after elite. At the fortress heart, a palace stood. From its high dais, the frail commander watched in horror as the Neculi mercenary lines he had paid dearly for collapsed entirely. He turned to another mercenary leader at his side. "Milosh, the Neculi are worthless. Now it is time for the Viscians to prove they are the galaxy's finest mercenaries." Milosh grinned viciously, full of confidence. "The Viscians are already the top mercenaries in the galaxy. We'll kill every black-armored warrior who breached these walls. Night has fallen. This is the Viscians' hour." With that, he strode to the gate. Before leaving, he glanced back at the frail commander and warned, "When the battle is over, I expect my payment. Be ready." He twirled his strange blade. "Frail glass blades, crystals, and the rest of my promised reward." "Of course, I keep my word," the commander replied, but once Milosh was gone, his eyes grew cold. "Arrogant mercenaries, to dare threaten me. If not for my lack of soldiers, you cold-blooded beasts wouldn't even be worthy to beg for the chance to serve me." At that very moment, on another front, Pell of the 11th Legion led his 5th company against the Xeno in the planet's second-largest fortress. The Xenos they faced resembled orcs in that their bodies were green, but they were far slimmer, though their mouths were still filled with tusks. They carried no ranged weapons, only strange blades, wooden shafts tipped with 4 spearhead-like fangs, the base of the weapon sprouting additional jagged teeth. At first sight, Pell judged from their weapons that they must be capable melee fighters. But when battle began, he realized they were far weaker than expected, sluggish, lazy, posing little threat to the shadows of order. The only dangers were their unnatural regeneration and the acid they spat from their mouths. Yet as dusk deepened, the Xenos transformed. Their sluggish movements sharpened into lightning speed. Pell used the 7th form of the Otsburgvia, his sword cleaving toward an enemy. The Xenos' bleary eyes snapped wide, and he raised his weapon, 2 fangs locking against Pell's power blade, then spat a jet of acid. Startled, Pell leapt back, narrowly avoiding being dissolved. The Viskians drew upon the energy they had stored from daylight. With nightfall, their metabolism shifted, making them monstrously fast and strong. 2 Viskians mercenaries lunged at the order. The one on the left parried a power sword with his own weapon, then spat acid that hissed and bubbled on the Marine's armor, dissolving it before the eye. The one on the right deliberately hung back a step, then struck forward, his 3 spear fangs stabbing into exposed flesh. He grinned savagely as he ripped his weapon free. The Viskians' sudden surge in strength brought instant carnage, several dead, more than a dozen wounded in moments. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 269, Chapter 268, Viskian Special Metabolic System. They've changed, stay alert. Pell barked loudly into the Joint Command channel. The shadows of order from the 5th Company, hearing their captain's orders, turned their eyes warily toward the Xenos, regarding them as highly dangerous. Even as Pell warned his troops, a Viskian's mercenary lunged at him with incredible speed. It was several times faster than during the day. The power blade clashed against the strange curved weapon, and Pell's arm immediately went numb. The alien's previously weak strike suddenly surged with power. How can their combat strength suddenly spike like this? Pell wondered in confusion. Donning his war mask, Pell transformed his rage at his fallen warriors, his hatred toward the Xenos, into strength. His power sword lashed out, cleaving into the Viskian's mercenary's head. The disintegration field shredded the Xenos' skull. Pell pressed forward, eyes dark and focused, activating his warp insight. Using Form 23 of the Otsburgvia, he caught a flaw in the Xenos' strike and severed its arm with a single blow. A second slash from his power sword ended the creature. Even as he struck, Pell observed the battlefield. The entire fortress had fallen into darkness, save for a faint glow in its distant center. A thought struck him: these Xenos only gained their sudden strength when the lights dimmed. And when light vanished completely, their power multiplied several times over. Realizing this, Pell immediately issued an order. Tactical Support Squad, mark the target, ignite with incendiary carbines. The runes on the Tactical Support Squad's visors lit up. They raised their incendiary carbines and fired at the marked structure. Beams of thermal energy struck, igniting subsonic combustion through thermodynamics. Flames spread swiftly, engulfing the building in blinding light. Pell followed up with another command: draw them to the burning structures, make them fight in the light. The Shadow of Order warriors executed without hesitation. After a charge to provoke the Xenos, they lured them toward the blazing buildings. The Viskians did not shy from the light. On the contrary, light was vital to their survival. They absorbed it as energy, healing wounds and regenerating lost limbs. Thus, they pressed forward, blades raised. But once within the radiance, their metabolism changed, speed rapidly dropped. The Shadows of Order struck with ease, cutting them down. Seeing the tactic work, Pell commanded more structures to be set ablaze, continually luring and weakening the enemy until they could be slaughtered at will. Meanwhile, Lawyer felt trickles of power dissolve within him. On the 11th cycle of repetition, it felt as though a star had exploded within his body. He realized he had finally become a true lawyer. At Fortress 1, Nareth himself encountered the Xenos and instantly recognized them as Viskians' mercenaries. He knew the Viskians were a proud, warlike race whose warrior codes forbade ranged weapons. They favored face-to-face combat, blade to blade, believing it the highest honor one warrior could grant another. Anything less was unthinkable. Thus, young Viskians often left their homes to fight abroad, proving their courage before returning. They served as mercenaries and bounty hunters, professions that gave their martial skills value. Nareth knew that Viskians' close combat techniques rivaled even the Astartes. But only at night. For Viskians were ectothermic, they absorbed heat and energy from their environment. Their homeworld was scorching and dry, blanketed with endless deserts, dense jungles, and vast plains, perfect for cold-blooded creatures. Through evolution, they had developed a unique metabolism. Under the glow of light, they grew weak. Nareth issued orders to his aide, Arsena: create fireballs in the air. The silver-haired psyker raised his staff, igniting runes of flame. Blazing fireballs rose, illuminating the fortress. The charging Viskians slowed. Their eyelids drooped as they sank into lethargy. Nareth drew the Dionysian spear and hurled it at the enemy leader. Milosh, running under the radiance, sighed lazily with relief. He only felt the threat when the spear was within arm's length. His sluggish body tried to dodge, but too late. The spear pierced his skull. Nareth quickly briefed his honor guard on the nature of the Viskians and the Nekili before commanding. In the light, Viskians' mercenaries are no threat. I want their blades. I've told you, they possess extraordinary regenerative powers. Place their arms in darkness. Everything else must be utterly destroyed. Any limb left intact will, under sunlight, give birth to a new child. He then addressed Arsena Dun, the Nekili's whispering spears are also valuable trophies. Relay my demand to the 11th Legion. The honor guard obeyed, slaying Viskians and severing their arms with combat blades. Attendants transmitted the intelligence on both Viskians and Nekili to the 10 companies of the 11th Legion, along with Nareth's demand for Viskians' arms, blades, and Nekili spears. With this knowledge, the other companies swiftly shifted from hard-fought battles to easy victories by flooding the field with light. Nareth returned to where the Nekili had fallen, gathering their whispering spears and transporting them to the Kingdom of Disorder. Next, he rejoined the honor guard at the collection site of Viskians' arms. Search for survivors, he commanded. As the shadows of order swept the ruins, Nareth raised his power gauntlet, thrust forward, and in Dunnik uttered, "Imprison." Silent, invisible walls formed, viscous liquid flowing within them, sealing away the severed arms. Nareth transported them into the Kingdom of Disorder, placing them in the 3rd layer of space. Then, he did the same with the gathered Viskians' blades. During the process of storing alchemical materials, a thought crossed his mind. This unexpected harvest of Weapon Master ingredients will allow fighters like Thierry Vieri of the 8th Legion to ascend. Yes, both Viskians and Nekili are mercenaries adept with weapons. They align well with the path of the Weapon Master. Now, which world shall serve as the next recruitment ground for warriors? If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 270, Chapter 269, Marshal of Ordnance. As Nareth transported alchemical materials, his mind spun rapidly. Khazars is a good fit. Their swordsmanship is no less refined than the Otsburgvaya. In fact, in pure technique, Elvira might even surpass it, though Otsburgvaya is better suited for the shadows of order. The legendary future Inquisitor Gregor Eisenhorn relied on Elvira swordsmanship to defeat enemy after enemy of the Imperium. His thoughts drifted further. Mercenaries. Warriors. The Vesser. Yes. The Krut, the Viskians, and the Nekili are all mercenary races of the galaxy. Among humans, the finest mercenaries must undoubtedly include the Vesser. Eisenhorn once said of them, "Compared to them, I would rather face an enraged Cadian Khazarkan." Nareth knew that in the Imperium to come, the fortress world of Cadia would stand at the very gate of chaos. Its soldiers would prove the most formidable among the Astra Militarum, their only rivals being the Catacans. Time and again, Cadians would hold back the Black Crusades, their record unmatched. The Khazarkan were Cadia's elite. Eisenhorn, in his storied life, fought beside them and also against the Vesser. His assessment was telling. Eisenhorn slew Chaos Marines thousands of years old, bound demons, and was counted among the strongest of Inquisitors. Yet when faced with 3 Vesserine Janissaries, he had to flee. Against their chieftain, Atric, even in a duel of blades, he could not prevail. Only by a dishonorable pistol shot did he manage to bring him down. The Vesser are terrifying warriors, with an unusually high proportion of untouchables among them. Truly, they are better suited than any to stand watch over Cadia and resist chaos. Yet Nareth frowned. The Vesser are mercenaries through and through. They recognize only coins. Their high untouchable ratio makes them impervious to Khorne's corruption, immune to Slaaneish's temptations. At least, I know of no Vesser ever to fall to chaos. But they have no loyalty to the Imperium, nor to the Emperor save for the coin that bears his face. They serve only their employer. The Departamento Munitorum had tried countless times to conscript them, to forge Astra Militarum regiments from their kind. Commissars had preached, Ministorum priests had exhorted, threats and executions had been employed, but none of it worked. Eventually, the Imperium gave up. Nareth knew that as a Primarch, he could not win them over by reputation or honor alone. Yet he also knew he had means beyond the Imperium's reach. The Khazarkan will serve the Imperium, let them be the recruitment base of the 8th Legion. As for the Vesser, I will find another way. Where the Imperium failed, I still have extraordinary tools. As he pondered how to win the Vesser, he continued to shuttle between fortresses, transporting the gathered materials into the Kingdom of Disorder. With the Sedai system campaign largely concluded, and the 2 legions scouring the last frail remnants, Nareth summoned Gabriel and the other observers sent to the Iron Hands to hear their reports. When the reports ended, Nareth turned to Gabriel. From what you have seen, Amadeus Duquesne's Storm and Hammer doctrine, does it have flaws? Gabriel paused and thought for several seconds before answering. My lord, Storm and Hammer excels on large-scale, wide, open battlefields. Being outnumbered does not hinder its use, indeed, it is a reason to employ it, but it requires absolute superiority in armored firepower. This fits the Iron Hands perfectly, with their vast numbers of Iron Fathers and strong ties to the Mechanicum. But the smaller the battle, the more complex the terrain, the less effective this doctrine becomes. Only enemies of Astartes level might could exploit its weakness. Nareth nodded in approval. He remembered that in the mid-Great Crusade, during joint exercises with the Emperor's children, Duquesne had suffered his first defeat, his armored hammer units ambushed at their landing zone in a small-scale engagement. By the later Crusade, as Imperial technology advanced and other legions adapted, the brilliance of Storm and Hammer faded. Ferrus Manus' newer, more flexible and mobile iron tactics would define the Iron Hands of the future. Satisfied with Gabriel's judgment, Nareth deemed him worthy of promotion. Gabriel, from this day forward, you are the Legion's Marshal of Ordnance. You will oversee the Legion's siege weapons and heavy firepower. Rosicki, the most skilled tech adept among the Shadows of Order, was well suited for his position of Forge Lord. Gabriel, second only to him, would now hold this new post. The position itself was inspired by Mortarian's approach. Duroc Rask, the first Marshal of Ordnance, had been a death guard of Barbarus. A child who had once worshipped Mortarion as savior, Rask's innate tactical genius and talent for siegecraft had made him rise swiftly. After decades of campaigns, he perfected his art until he became the Death Guard's Marshal of Ordnance. Your duty now, Nareth continued, is to construct the Garuda and the Simulus chambers. Adapt, Storm and Hammer, to reform the Shadows of Order. Each company must field a formation that can serve as a hammer. Afterward, Nareth met with Ferrus Manus to review the Sedai campaign and proposed sending more Shadows of Order to continue fighting alongside the Iron Hands. Manus agreed. Nareth assigned 2 savants, tech marines skilled across disciplines, and 10 honor guard to the Iron Hands. Finally, Nareth said, Manus, I believe you are ready. You can now lead the Iron Hands independently. I will inform the Emperor. Ferrus Manus' stern features softened with a rare smile. In his heavy, leaden voice, he replied. Nareth, I have heard Vostroia is an advanced industrial world. You have built an efficient, self-sustaining system across an entire star system. I would like to visit Vostroia to learn from you. You are welcome as my guest, Nareth answered. And so, the fleets of the Shadows of Order and the Iron Hand set course for the Vostroian system. En route, Nareth ordered the 8th chapter to muster there as well. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 271, Chapter 270, Refusing Manus' Proposal. After returning to Vostroia, Nareth had Gabriel accompany Ferrus Manus on a tour of the factories, representing him. Normally, his Primarch attendant, Arsena Dunn, would have filled this role, but since the guest was Manus, the Marshal of Ordnance, Gabriel was more appropriate. Nareth then returned to the palace and summoned assassin Maria Kornikova. My lord, Maria said with a bitter smile, even if I apply the strictest standards in Vostroia, this world has no one worthy of being called your enemy. The last target we assassinated was 11 months ago. Maria felt that before long, her assassin organization might lose all purpose under Nareth. Do not worry, Nareth said, gazing down at her. I have many enemies. I still require assassins to deal with them. Maria's face lit up. Just as she was about to ask further, a flood of information poured into her mind. A ritual. Black Emperor. As she was trying to comprehend, a voice spoke directly into her mind. Perform the ritual, and you shall receive revelation. As you command. Maria whispered, her long blonde braid falling over her shoulder, my lord. She then returned to Tiska Hive City. Though Yelena had moved the Kornikova family's main base to Paradigm City, the political center of Vostroia, Maria still kept her headquarters in Tiska. This was the birthplace of Nareth's rise. The hive itself had changed drastically compared to the past. For one, aside from the citizens who had always lived in the upper hive, many from the lower hive now resided there as well. For another, barriers between factories and even between hives had been broken. Maglev trains physically connected the industries, while Yelena, with the monarch's backing, tore down ideological barriers so industries could integrate organically. The assassin slipped into the shadows, avoiding the gaze of the hive citizens, and returned to the assassin's sanctum. This sanctum lay 350 meters underground, built from marble. On the surface, the House Kornikova's warehouse concealed it. Supplies such as food were stored there to cover the sanctum's existence. When Maria returned, Svetlana and Dementieva eagerly approached her. Glancing at the training assassins nearby, who had yet to receive the Black Emperor's blessings, Maria noted that only the 3 of them had been granted such gifts. Later, she said curtly. The 3 entered a sealed chamber. After shutting the door, Svetlana activated a shielding field. Dementieva immediately asked. What are Lord Nareth's orders? Svetlana also looked anxiously at Maria. Since Nareth's return to the Imperium and his assumption of command over the Astartes Legion, he had not given them any missions. Their days had been filled with nothing but rigorous training of apprentices, tracking remnants of hive kings and dispossessed noble families for targets, and launching preemptive strikes. But for the past 3 years, such targets had been rare. Svetlana worried that, without purpose, the assassin's sanctum might soon dissolve. My lord. Svetlana frowned slightly. She sensed something different in Maria's tone. He commands us to perform a ritual. A ritual? What kind of ritual? Dementieva asked, confused. My lord. Maria's voice grew deep. It is the Black Emperor. We must pray devoutly to receive his revelation. After explaining, Maria's words filled the other two with excitement. At last, there was hope, the chance to continue serving Nareth, no, the Black Emperor. They immediately mobilized the apprentices to build an altar. 15 work cycles later, the altar was complete. Maria performed a sealing of spiritual currents with a ritual dagger, then knelt at its center. Svetlana and Dementieva knelt at her sides. Together, they began chanting in fragments of Dunnik language they had just learned. Black Emperor of the Shadows of Order. Mysterious Sovereign of the Kingdom of Disorder. Monarch of Light and Shadow, who governs and holds the rules. I beseech thy gaze. I beseech thy favor. I beseech thee, grant me the mystery of flame, that I may wield greater power. O balance, foundation of the kingdom of disorder, grant strength to my invocation. O iron laws of monarchs, basis of the kingdom of disorder, grant strength to my invocation. An unseen force stirred within the altar, making the candle flames flicker violently. By their 5th repetition, black mist rose and enveloped their bodies. When their minds cleared, they found themselves in a mysterious space. Before they could comprehend it, Nareth's towering figure spoke. Drink this potion. It is the next stage of power I grant you. He had not drawn them into the kingdom of disorder. Instead, this was the potion he had ordered the Jokero to prepare for assassins of Sequence 8, the instigator. The 3 women bowed excitedly. Thank you, my lord. They had long since become true assassins, but for years had received no new tasks, no new gifts. At last, the long wait was over. Without hesitation, they each took the purple draft floating upon the black mist before them and drank deeply. Moments later, they stabilized their newfound power and whispered, Instigator. Nareth nodded solemnly. On Terra, there is a faction that slanders and defames the Shadow of Order. Your task is to assassinate them, and with your new gifts, subvert them. Yes, my lord, Maria answered, elated. I will punish those wicked ones, Dementieva vowed, her eyes burning with killing intent, eager to strike with her blades. In addition to punishment, Nareth continued, you must also recruit talents into my fold. The follow-up to the instigator, Sequence 7, the witch, would wield black flames, frost, and invisibility. Nareth planned to have them accompany the Legion in time. Yes, my lord, Maria said firmly. 3 days hence, the glory of Vostroya will depart for Terra. You will board it covertly. With that, Nareth severed their link, and the women vanished into the black mist. He ascended into the 3rd spatial layer and found the prophecy dice fully charged for another divination. Yet, instead of casting them immediately, he returned to the palace and summoned Arsena Dunn. Choose a squad of Shadows of Order with leadership potential and send them to Terra. They will protect the Victor family. The Primarch's aide was momentarily stunned. This command was not part of the agreement with the Navigator houses. But since the Black Emperor offered no explanation, he did not ask further. As you command. He then added, Lord Manus has completed his tour of Vostroya and is returning. He will arrive in 1 standard hour. Prepare to receive him, Nareth ordered. Dunn complied. An hour later, Gabriel escorted Ferrus Manus into the palace. Nareth rose to greet him, and they sat together in the reception hall. Manus sipped his tea and remarked, excellent tea. At first sip, lightly salty and fresh, with depth, rich and mellow, layered yet harmonious. Grosseto is the island of the Symphony of the Sea with the widest temperature swings between day and night. It produces the finest black tea. Arsena, prepare 10 pounds for Lord Manus. The attendant left to fetch it. Manus looked at Nareth, his voice like molten lead. Thank you for the gift. His coin-silver eyes gleamed. But what amazes me more than the tea is Vostroya's efficiency. My father told me your factories bring the people happiness and hope, yet match the efficiency of Mechanicum forges. That made me curious. Did you find your answer? Nareth asked. Your laws are the institutional backbone. The Shadows of Order and mortal politicians enforce them. The Symphony of the Sea provides the material foundation. The Mechanicum refuses to implement such systems on their forge worlds. Supplying resources is a waste in their eyes. Manus did not mention the broader Imperium. To him, such supply strategies were also a waste, while Malcador already strained to maintain the Great Crusade's logistics. What shocked me most, Manus continued, was that when I compared your factories to Terra's in quantitative terms, the final results showed resource consumption was balanced by compensations. In other words, the system you imposed motivated the workers. Their improved efficiency balanced the costs. His silver eyes shone brightly. Besides those 3 factors, 2 others are essential. Your Arbiter Lords draft the detailed statutes and piloted them first in Handman Dome. And your 1st and 11th chapters of the Shadows of Order embody qualities ensuring every system's enforcement. After his praise, Manus proposed his idea. Though Vostroya's efficiency is admirable, I believe it could be raised further. If you allow full competition, granting welfare to only a select few rather than all, efficiency will climb even higher. In Medusa, I use such a strategy, only a few enjoy the right to comfortable lives. No. Nareth rejected it outright. He would not sacrifice the majority's welfare for efficiency. Moreover, such a strategy would dampen the Vostroyan desire for family and growth. Manus' practice of near-enslaving populations from other worlds was even less acceptable. That is not the Vostroya I seek. Black eyes locked with silver ones. After a moment, Manus rose. Your world, your choice. I will return to Medusa now. After Manus departed with Arsina and the Gabriel in attendance, Nareth turned his thoughts back to what the prophecy dice should next reveal. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 272, Chapter 271, Nova Beryllia. Nareth used the dice of prophecy. This time, he had three possible directions for divination. First, just like the earlier divinations for Mordian and Katakan, he could seek out special worlds that the Imperium had not yet discovered. Occupying these strategically valuable planets would give him an edge. Among them, it can be divided into 2 subcategories. Recruitment worlds, most suitable for the various chapters which still needed to be brought into compliance. Forge worlds and night worlds. Discovering these before the Imperium did would allow Nareth to stand as the Imperium's representative when signing treaties and contracts. Second, the worlds that held STCs. Nareth knew of some locations where STCs lay hidden, but he did not possess the star charts to reach them. He would need to divine those charts. Securing these STCs would both advance his Legion's technology and give him bargaining chips, much like how Attack Moon had been traded with Mechanicum Forge Wollard Greya. The Mechanicum core mission was the pursuit of knowledge, and its ultimate task was to uncover or restore usable standard template constructs. Horus Lupercal had secured the loyalty of some Mechanicum factions not only because of their resentment toward the Emperor's restrictions, but also because the Oriton technocracy had provided him with 2 STCs, vital bargaining tools. These first 2 directions shared one common point: anything discovered during the Great Crusade could be taken, but only by acting first. The third direction was more unusual: places like the Black Library and worlds that produced rare potion ingredients. Nareth weighed all these factors, his mind racing. Posel and the Steelblade STC, which were not discovered until after the Great Crusade, were eliminated. For those discovered during the Crusade, he ranked them by value and timing. In the end, one name remained in his thoughts: Nova Beryllia. Here, the Xenos Nomans had enslaved humanity since the Age of Strife. The eyes of the Nomans were a main ingredient for the potion of the Sequence 8 Telephantist, part of the visionary pathway. During the Great Crusade, the Space Wolves purged the Nomans, later uncovering an STC for a battle tank in the ruins. That tank was named after the Wolves' Primarch, becoming the Leman Russ battle tank, the future mainstay of the Astra Militarum. Though not widely adopted by the Astartes, apart from the Wolves, who retained a variant called the Leman Russ Exterminator, the tank was of immense value, both as a trade item with the Mechanicum and as reliable, easily produced firepower for auxiliary troops. The Crusade had once equipped Imperial Army auxiliaries with these tanks, even if not at the same scale as in the later Astra Militarum. Nareth tapped the table, frowning. He did not know when exactly the Wolves would arrive to cleanse the Nomans, or if any existed outside Nova Beryllia. He decided, I must strike before the Wolves, claim the Nomans' eyes, and secure the Telephantist ingredient. Leaving the Dionysian spear in the armory, he entered the Kingdom of Disorder and retrieved the dice of prophecy. He recalled everything he knew. Xeno raced the Nomans. Enslaved humans. An STC for battle tanks. Then he focused his will, the star chart from Vostroya to Nova Beryllia. He repeated the thought 11 times, then cast the die. The prism tumbled in the air, landing in his palm. A holographic star chart bloomed before his eyes. He memorized the map and recorded it onto a data crystal. Just then, Arsina and Gabriel returned to the palace. Turning to the master of the arsenal, Nareth ordered, Gabriel, begin formation for the Legion's mechanized company, modeled after the Iron Hands, starting with the 11th chapter. He asked his Primarch's attendant, when will the 8th chapter arrive in Vostroya? My lord, in about 2 weeks. Nareth nodded. And Wojciech progress on Sepra Mundi? Arsena answered instantly, his flawless memory as a reader serving him well. My lord, Tech Priest Wojciech has followed your command, rapidly developing shipyards on Sepra Mundi. The planet is rich in minerals, has billions of skilled workers, and a strong industrial base, perfect for shipbuilding. In 10 years, Sepra Mundi will become one of the largest shipyards in the segmentum obscurus, rivaling Mars itself. And the starports? Nareth pressed. 3 major ports completed, 5 more under construction. Satisfied, Nareth gave a new order: summon Wojciech to Vostroya. He intended to raise the Tech Priest's prestige within the Mechanicum. Rosicki and Gabriel were powerful, but not priests of the machine god. There was always a wall between them and true adepts. Wojciech, though once obscure, would be exalted if he followed Nareth in recovering an STC. Even if not the central figure, he would be seen as favored by the Omnicia. 2 weeks later, the fleet of the 8th chapter arrived. After confirming that Thierry Vieira had digested his potion, Nareth used the Necules Whisper Lance and Viscian's Arm and Blade to brew the Weapon Master potion, raising Thierry to sequence 7. Your chapter will accompany me to Nova Barilia, Nareth declared. The Gnomen's eyes hinted at psychic abilities. Thus, warriors of the Red Priest pathway, able to blunt supernatural effects with their sheer bodies, were the right weapon against them. He shared the ritual process directly into Thierry's mind. Thierry, understanding, quietly thought, Father, the monarch is the Black Emperor. But he quickly calmed himself. From the day he had pledged loyalty, he had offered all his faith. To him, monarch and Black Emperor were only different names for the same truth. As Thierry began constructing an altar, Nareth raised Buka and others from warrior to pugilist. A week later, Wojciech arrived. After confirming his digestion of the Savant potion, Nareth advanced him to archaeologist. Yet, he held back the truth of the Black Emperor, knowing Wojciech's faith to the Omnicia. It was not yet time. Finally, Nareth ordered the fleet to depart. During the 5-week voyage, Thierry and Buka, who had succeeded Robin as first company captain, performed the ritual together. When they emerged from warp and reached Nova Barilia, Arsena reported the Auspex results. My lord, there is only one habitable planet in this system. Life signs are dense, at least several 100 million living beings populate the world. He highlighted the planet with his control staff. Nareth used the dice of prophecy. This time, he had three possible directions for divination. First, just like the earlier divinations for Mordian and Katakan, he could seek out special worlds that the Imperium had not yet discovered. Occupying these strategically valuable planets would give him an edge. Among them, it can be divided into 2 subcategories. Recruitment worlds, most suitable for the various chapters which still needed to be brought into compliance. Forge worlds and night worlds. Discovering these before the Imperium did would allow Nareth to stand as the Imperium's representative when signing treaties and contracts. Second, the worlds that held STCs. Nareth knew of some locations where STCs lay hidden, but he did not possess the star charts to reach them. He would need to divine those charts. Securing these STCs would both advance his legion's technology and give him bargaining chips, much like how Attack Moon had been traded with Mechanicum Forge World Greya. The Mechanicum's core mission was the pursuit of knowledge, and its ultimate task was to uncover or restore usable standard template constructs. Horus Lupercal had secured the loyalty of some Mechanicum factions not only because of their resentment toward the Emperor's restrictions, but also because the Oriton technocracy had provided him with 2 STCs, vital bargaining tools. These first 2 directions shared one common point: anything discovered during the Great Crusade could be taken, but only by acting first. The third direction was more unusual: places like the Black Library and worlds that produced rare potion ingredients. Nareth weighed all these factors, his mind racing. Posel and the Steelblade STC, which were not discovered until after the Great Crusade, were eliminated. For those discovered during the Crusade, he ranked them by value and timing. In the end, one name remained in his thoughts: Nova Barilia. Here, the Xenos Gnomons had enslaved humanity since the Age of Strife. The eyes of the Gnomons were a main ingredient for the potion of the Sequence 8 Telephotist, part of the visionary pathway. During the Great Crusade, the Space Wolves purged the Gnomons, later uncovering an STC for a battle tank in the ruins. That tank was named after the Wolves' Primarch, becoming the Leman Russ battle tank, the future mainstay of the Astra Militarum. Though not widely adopted by the Astartes, apart from the Wolves, who retained a variant called the Leman Russ Exterminator, the tank was of immense value, both as a trade item with the Mechanicum and as reliable, easily produced firepower for auxiliary troops. The Crusade had once equipped Imperial Army auxiliaries with these tanks, even if not at the same scale as in the later Astra Militarum. Nareth tapped the table, frowning. He did not know when exactly the Wolves would arrive to cleanse the Gnomons, or if any existed outside Nova Barilia. He decided, I must strike before the Wolves, claim the Gnomons' eyes, and secure the Telephotist ingredient. Leaving the Dionysian spear in the armory, he entered the Kingdom of Disorder and retrieved the dice of prophecy. He recalled everything he knew. Xeno raced the Gnomons. Enslaved humans. An STC for battle tanks. Then he focused his will, the star chart from Vostroya to Nova Barillia. He repeated the thought 11 times, then cast the die. The prism tumbled in the air, landing in his palm. A holographic star chart bloomed before his eyes. He memorized the map and recorded it onto a data crystal. Just then, Arsena and Gabriel returned to the palace. Turning to the master of the arsenal, Nareth ordered, "Gabriel, begin formation for the Legion's mechanized company, modeled after the Iron Hands, starting with the 11th chapter." He asked his Primarch's attendant, "When will the 8th chapter arrive in Vostroya?" "My lord, in about 2 weeks." Nareth nodded. "And Wojciech progress on Sepra Mundi?" Arsena answered instantly, his flawless memory as a reader serving him well, "My lord, Tech Priest Wojciech has followed your command, rapidly developing shipyards on Sepra Mundi. The planet is rich in minerals, has billions of skilled workers, and a strong industrial base, perfect for shipbuilding. In 10 years, Sepra Mundi will become one of the largest shipyards in the Segmentum Obscurus, rivaling Mars itself." "And the starports?" Nareth pressed. 3 major ports completed, 5 more under construction. Satisfied, Nareth gave a new order, "Summon Wojciech to Vostroya." He intended to raise the Tech Priest's prestige within the Mechanicum. Rosicky and Gabriel were powerful, but not priests of the machine god. There was always a wall between them and true adepts. Wojciech, though once obscure, would be exalted if he followed Nareth in recovering an STC. Even if not the central figure, he would be seen as favored by the Omnicia. 2 weeks later, the fleet of the 8th chapter arrived. After confirming that Thierry Vieira had digested his potion, Nareth used the Necules Whisper Lance and Viscian's Arm and Blade to brew the Weapon Master potion, raising Thierry to sequence 7. "Your chapter will accompany me to Nova Barillia," Nareth declared. The Gnomen's eyes hinted at psychic abilities. Thus, warriors of the Red Priest pathway, able to blunt supernatural effects with their sheer bodies, were the right weapon against them. He shared the ritual process directly into Thierry's mind. Thierry, understanding, quietly thought, "Father, the monarch is the Black Emperor." But he quickly calmed himself. From the day he had pledged loyalty, he had offered all his faith. To him, monarch and Black Emperor were only different names for the same truth. As Thierry began constructing an altar, Nareth raised Buka and others from warrior to pugilist. A week later, Wojciech arrived. After confirming his digestion of the Savant potion, Nareth advanced him to archaeologist. Yet, he held back the truth of the Black Emperor, knowing Wojciech's faith in the Omnicia, it was not yet time. Finally, Nareth ordered the fleet to depart. During the 5-week voyage, Thierry and Buka, who had succeeded Robin as first company captain, performed the ritual together. When they emerged from warp and reached Nova Barillia, Arsena reported the Auspex results. "My lord, there is only one habitable planet in this system. Life signs are dense, at least several 100 million living beings populate the world." He highlighted the planet with his control staff. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 273, Chapter 272, The Gnomons Who Enslaved Humanity. After Arsena highlighted the planet, he continued. According to augur scans, Nova Barillia has no starports, nor are there any spacecraft in the system. They may lack the capability for spaceflight. Nareth nodded slightly. The Gnomons might be a Xenos species native to Nova Barillia. If so, then his choice of target for the Dice of Prophecy this time had been exactly right. Based on scans, Nova Barillia does have orbital defense facilities. The rune identification feedback shows that the defenses are small in scale and low in power. They pose little threat. Arsena pressed a rune on the control staff, and the planet's surface lit up with irregular red zones of varying sizes. He explained, there are a total of 134 population centers on the planet's surface, marked according to the frequency of life signals, from highest to lowest, as I, 3, 4, and so on. The data is being transmitted to the Honored Guard, Legion Librarium, the 8th Legion, and the 1st, 4th, 8th, and 9th Vostroyan Auxilia regiments through the tactical network. At this, Nareth thought inwardly. Once Gabriel develops the Simulus chambers, data sharing like uploading to the tactical network could be instantaneous. We could even conduct war briefings with the efficiency of the Iron Hands. But efficiency isn't everything, most still prefer traditional face-to-face exchanges over sitting in cold seats. That way, one gains information beyond the data layer and maintains bonds of sentiment. Drawing back his scattered thoughts, Nareth gave his order. Commence bombardment of Nova Barillia. Destroy their orbital defenses. He rose, walked to the hollow image, extended his right hand, and tapped to select the zone marked I, prepare for airdrop. On Nova Barillia, city of Tur. Human slaves stared in shock at the blinding beams descending from the sky. What are you staring at, you human filth? Get back to work, barked a Gnomon overseer coldly. Each of his eyes was composed of 12 rhomboid crystal facets arranged in a honeycomb pattern. Swirling lines ran within the crystals, and when his pupils contracted, they refracted rainbow light. The human slaves, numb and weary, resumed their toil. In their left hands they held dazzling golden stones, in their right, basalt whetstones, with which they carefully polished. A skeletal man, too weak to control his hand, slipped, the golden stone cracked under his touch. "Damn you, fool!" The overseer roared and lashed him with his whip. That was decoration for Lord Breton's palace. Even if you died 100 times, you could never repay the loss. The slave collapsed, blood dripping from his brow as he glared at the overseer in fury. The overseer, face twisted, showed no mercy for his fellow humans. His heart belonged only to his gnomon masters. The slave did not beg. He knew well that these overseer clans had long abandoned their human identity, serving the gnomons across millennia. They called themselves the Trois. The wealthiest among them replaced their eyes with rhomboid crystal structures to resemble their masters. Lesser overseers, like this one, set glass and other trinkets around their eyes to mark themselves apart from mankind. Begging was long proven useless. The Trois seized every chance to prove their loyalty to the gnomons. The slave gripped the shining golden stone helplessly. Its glare filled his eyes but gave him no hope. When will the light ever shine upon us? Grandfather said that thousands of years ago, mankind did not bow like this to aliens, did not let them enslave and trample us. As his thoughts drifted, a thunderous boom shook him to his core. Instinctively, the slave scattered in panic. Overseers, startled, shouted furiously even as they ducked for cover. "Back to work, you wretches!" The Trois sneered, whips crackling with sparks as they struck at the fleeing humans. But then, an explosion. The overseer was reduced to a mist of blood. The honor guard had landed. Exiting their drop pods, they quickly took in the scene. Seeing that the overseers had sworn themselves to the Xenos oppressors, they purified them with bolter fire. A gnomon, stunned at the sight of the black-armored giants, unleashed his will. "Kneel." His psychic command lashed out, attempting to enslave as before. These newly initiated honor guard, though yet untrained in the first level of Thelema discipline, had already begun to temper their will. The gnomon's command struck a wall of iron resolve. Agony racked the gnomon's mind. His face turned pale, his body swayed. An honor guard, the first to recover, raised his bolter and blew a gaping hole through the Xeno's chest. Nearby Trois guards gasped. The gnomon master, once thought invincible, lay dead in the dirt. At the same time, Nareth confronted another gnomon. He instantly matched the Xeno's strange eyes to those described in the blasphemy slate, the one of the main ingredient for the telepathist potion. "I want their heads." Eyes were fragile and easily damaged, safer to harvest the entire head. With that command, Nareth spread his wings and soared. 500 meters away, another gnomon came into view. Nareth struck with his mind. His psychic might shattered the Xeno defenses in an instant. The gnomon shrieked, eyes bulging in terror as though he had glimpsed some horror. He collapsed dead, literally frightened to death. Nareth pressed onward, heading for the dome structure at the city center, cutting down gnomons with psychic attacks as he went. To the oppressed humans, the golden-winged black-armored figure was a living miracle. With no gesture, he slew their Xeno overlords. They cried out, "Angel! Liberator! Xeno's purifier!" The Trois, furious and fearful, cursed them. Damnable slaves! They swung their weapons at the humans. But hope had awoken. The slaves surged forward, striking the traitors with fists and teeth. The Trois struck back savagely, and though the humans outnumbered them, they were weak and untrained. Many fell in the bloody suppression. Then the honor guard advanced, cutting down the treacherous Trois with combat blades and severing the gnomons' heads. Nareth reached the city's heart. There, a gathering of gnomons in golden robes surrounded a gleaming pyramid device atop the dome. 1,000 of them pressed their hands to the pyramid's surface, channeling power. Through the warp sight, Nareth saw dazzling radiance within the device, psychic energy so immense it startled even him. That device gathers their psychic strength to unleash a psychic shockwave. Nareth judged instantly. He would not pit himself against it head-on. He had a relic for this. Pouring his power into the Dionysian spear, he hurled it with all his might. The gnomons sensed the terror racing toward them. They turned, just in time to glimpse a blazing point of light. Boom. A thunderous detonation. The psychic shockwave rebounded upon its makers, crushing their minds like a tidal wave. Screams tore the air. Bodies fell like rain. The Dionysian spear had shattered the psychic device, and the backlash annihilated the gnomon elite in an instant. Gathering their eyes, Nareth stowed them in the kingdom of disorder. He also discovered that golden sunstones, the gnomons used for decoration, was an ingredient for the Sequence 8 light supplement potion. Arsena relayed the intelligence through the tactical network. Following Nareth's command, the Librarium embedded itself with the 8th Legion to coordinate attacks on Gnomon cities. Captain Gerger of the 3rd Company led his warriors, orange swords painted on their pauldrons, into 4th City. The Gnomons had already rallied, seeking to resist the invasion. Attack! Gerger ordered. Raising his bolt pistol, he fired round after round into the Xenos' ranks. Then came their leader, wielding a rune-engraved staff. The Gnomon roared, staff glowing, and Gerger felt a presence claw into his mind, commanding him to kneel. The pugilist bellowed in defiance. Apart from his gene father, he would kneel to no one. A surge of power rose within him, scattering the psychic compulsion. Charging forward, Gerger drove his charged sword into the Gnomon's gut. The blue disruption field shredded the Xenos from within. When the battle was done, Gerger ordered the Shadows of Order to collect the Gnomons' heads and sunstones for their lord. Meanwhile, Chief Librarian Thomas and his apprentice Nicholas stormed the 3rd City. Nicholas, sturdier than most Shadows of Order, was Fenris-born and the most gifted of his generation. Though still undergoing his implants, and not yet a Shadow of Order, he had trained under Thomas as the most promising psychic student. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 274, Chapter 273, The Byzant Incident. Nicholas followed his mentor, Chief Librarian Thomas, into the Gnomon City Mark III. His augmentation surgeries were not yet 2/3 complete, and he wore a Vostoyan pattern power armor, a design based on an STC gifted by the Arbiter Lord Howard before they returned to the Greater Imperium. This Vostroyan pattern had become standard equipment for Legion recruits without full power armor, as well as some auxiliary officers. After they advanced a kilometer, his mentor's voice rang in his ear. Iceblade Storm. As you command, mentor, Nicholas replied loudly, raising his Psyker's staff. The runes of wind and ice blade flared to life, runes once unearthed from the tomb of the first king of Fenris and recorded by Arsena Dunn. After Thomas became chief librarian, he had exchanged knowledge with Arsena, acquired these secrets, and archived them in the librarium. Nicholas and other Fenrisians bore unusual psychic talents. They could wield the powers of wind and frost, abilities unclassifiable within the 5 major human and Phral psychic disciplines. Thomas, teaching to his apprentices strengths, passed to him the runes of the Fenris royal tomb. Nicholas had mastered the mysteries of 3 runes, wind, ice blade, and the combination rune. He carved all 3 into his Psi staff. Above his head, whirling winds and jagged ice blades materialized. The combination rune lit up. Wind and ice fused into a storm. Nicholas swung his staff down. An ice blade storm tore into the Gnomons. They had no time to react, shards sliced through their bodies and their attendants, rending them into bloody segments. Thomas gave him a glance of approval. Not bad. You've begun to grasp the power of storms. It is thanks to your teaching, mentor. Nicholas humbly bowed his head, though confidence shone in his grip on the staff. I will become a worthy librarian. To be a worthy librarian, psychic power alone isn't enough. You must hone every skill. Thomas instructed, then commanded, now, shoot. Nicholas slung his staff at his side and drew from his back a psionic ranger pattern loss gun. Unlike standard ranger loss guns, this variant used a special psi crystal. While ordinary psi crystals generated beams passively, this model required the wielder to actively channel psychic energy. Only a psyker could wield it. Cold glacial peaks flickered in Nicholas' eyes. Under Thomas's teaching, he had found his warp image, a personal anchor in the form of Fenris itself. Warp power surged. Behind him, recruits of the 8th Legion's 9th Company shivered as a phantom blizzard swept over them. The Lasgun's rune shimmered as Nicholas branded the ice blade rune upon it, redrawing its psychic circuits. Each beam of lost fire transformed into icy blades, ripping through the heads and necks of the Truvar. Thomas nodded in satisfaction and led his apprentice further. The freed humans rushed to the chief librarian, crying out in strange Gothic dialects. Are you here to save us? Please, save us. Thomas read their minds, understanding their plea. He turned to the commander of the 1st Vostoyan Regiment, send men to calm them. Then, he pressed forward with Nicholas. 2 kilometers on, they encountered a Gnomon centuria. The Gnomons rode golden war chariots, inscribed with countless runes. Their hive-like eyes glowed as they pointed their staffs at the inscriptions. Psychic power surged, converging at the chariot's front-mounted cannon, unleashing a blast at Thomas. Thomas's expression hardened. Rising into the 3rd layer of Thelema, he summoned psychic force into an invisible high wall. Nicholas' warp sight revealed the Gnomon psychic storm crashing into Thomas's barrier. The psychic clash roared. Shockwaves howled. A piercing shriek rang in Nicholas' ears. His face went pale, his body trembled. At that moment, his mentor's voice echoed in his mind. Steady. Now is the time to prove you have the potential to be a librarian. Ascend to the 1st layer of Thelema. Nicholas was the only apprentice who had mastered the Thelema mind state, many full adepts had not. With his mentor's reminder, Nicholas calmed his heart. Steady, Nicholas. Only in the hardest battles are you truly tested. Icy mountains rose in his mind. The shrieking impact ground against the glaciers, scraping loudly but holding firm. Entering the Thelema mind state, the shrieks dulled. Rising further into the first layer, he cut off the psychic shockwave entirely. Sensing his apprentice had stabilized, Thomas sent another thought pulse. I cannot spare more strength defending. With the shadow of order, strike them down. By your command. Nicholas drew his power sword, runes gleaming. Staff in his left, sword in his right, he charged forward with the order shadows. The shadows leveled their bolters, firing volleys. The gnomons' golden chariot flared an invisible shield. Bolter rounds sparked against it in crackling bursts. Through his warp sight, Nicholas spotted the weakest point of the shield. The 3 runes on his staff blazed, he conjured dozens of ice blades and hurled them into the weak spot. The shield split with a shattering crack. Nicholas vaulted onto the golden chariot, power blade cleaving down. With each gnomon slain, Thomas's burden lightened. Watching Nicholas cut through foes with blade and frost, he nodded in pride. The cities of Nova Barillia fell one by one. Gnomons were purged. Humanity, enslaved for millennia, was freed. By the end of 823.m30, all of Nova Barillia was liberated. The remaining gnomons and Trois skulked in sewers like rats. Nareth summoned tech priest Wojciech, ordering. Nova Barillia has standard construction templates. Lead your acolytes to search. Wojciech bore fewer cybernetics than most of his peers. Having been gifted the abilities of a savant by Nareth, he had never needed cerebral augmentations. The sacred template. Wojciech gasped. To him, Nareth was already the Omnisia incarnate. Lord, I will find the sacred template, he vowed, seeing such a discovery as the greatest honor. Nareth returned to the throne of Shadow's sovereignty, hearing his aides report. My lord, the 15th Legion suffered grave losses at Byzant after departing Medusa this year. They have reported to you and the Emperor that they are unfit to continue the crusade for now. Nimrod's eyes narrowed. 823.m30, Byzant. Losses are an excuse. Flesh-warping mutations are the truth. The first great crisis of the Thousand Suns, no doubt the handiwork of Tsench, the changer of ways. He frowned, recalling Psykers and his legion's flaw of irritability. If chaos corruption spreads, mere willpower and the Thelema mind state may not suffice. I'll need to bring them into the kingdom of realm, shielded against the warp. I and my sons may not be prime targets, but they must be warned. As he considered, his aide continued. The Emperor has therefore ordered the 14th and 18th Legions under your command. Legion Master Cassian Vaughn of the 18th has sent an astropathic message, requesting your orders. Send both legions to Cypermundi. I will meet them there. Nareth gave the command. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 275, Chapter 274, The Instigator. Terra, Trian Hive, Lower Hive, Monteregione. The instigator Maria Kernikova, cloaked in black, stood in the shadows as she whispered persuasion to the burly men before her. Desiree, you were once a worker in the mid-hive. Though the labor was harsh, you still had a family of your own. Now, your family is gone. You fled to the lower hive. Who do you think caused all of this? Though the tall woman's Gothic was clumsy, Desiree felt an uncanny warmth in her words, every sentence sounded as if she cared for him alone. In her presence, he even sensed something strangely familiar, reminding him of his late wife. It was Lewis. I trusted his words. Wanting to seem well-informed, I bragged after drinking, saying to the other drunks, the shadows of order are witches, they're dangerous. When I said it, I didn't even know what the shadows of order were, nor why I said it. Maybe it was just the way Lewis spoke, it made you believe him without thinking. Desiree's expression turned lost as he sank into memory. Later, before the enforcers came for me, Lewis found me first and led me down into the lower hive. I survived, but I lost everything. Desiree clenched his fists, shouting, Lewis, it's all your fault. The instigator pressed on, if you had a weapon, would you avenge yourself against the one who made you lose everything? Yes. Desiree's eyes burned with rage, his fists trembling with bulging veins. I will help you take your revenge. Maria drew out a pistol and a knife. Neither weapon was Vostroyan made, anything traceable would lead the conspiracy back to them. These were procured from Terra's gangs, untraceable to their true masters. Take them. Use my weapons, and avenge yourself. She watched Desiree accept the arms, her voice final. Desiree pocketed the gun, seething with hatred as he left the dome and stepped into the damp, shadowed pipes. There he found a dozen others, all men who owed their survival to Lewis and had long since become his followers. He restrained his fury, knowing he'd only have one chance. Hand tightening around the hidden pistol, he approached Lewis. You know why you've all been driven down into this filthy hive? Lewis's deep, magnetic voice carried through the tunnels. Why? Asked one man in greasy blue worker's clothes. Because you spoke the truth. And some do not want that truth spoken. The shadows of order and the thousand suns, they are witches. They bring nothing but ruin. A frail worker slammed his fist against the pipes. Lewis is right. We only told the truth. Lewis's words carried a strange compulsion, seeping into each of them. They wanted to believe him, believing spared them the regret of what they'd lost. Desiree shouted along, but in his heart, the hatred was all for Lewis. He stepped closer, drew the pistol, and fired. Bang. 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 At such close range, even with his poor aim, Desiree could not miss. Desiree, what are you doing? Desiree, are you mad? The others reeled back in shock. Desiree ignored them. Only Maria's word, avenge, rang in his ears. All the grief of his dead family and his fall into the hive poured out with every pull of the trigger. Bullets tore into Lewis's body, spraying blood, yet he did not fall. Instead, an inhuman roar burst from within him. Workers froze in fear as the sound reverberated through the pipes, bestial and terrifying. The monstrous cry echoed outward, so far that rats a kilometer away scattered in panic. A massive, muscled arm burst from Lewis's torso, seizing Desiree in one hand. Speak. Who did you meet? Who set you to this? Desiree and the workers gaped in horror. How could such a limb emerge from a man's body? Monster. They screamed and fled in terror. Lewis himself stared in shock, as if waking from a dream. What's happening to me? Another giant arm ripped free from his chest, tearing flesh into pulp. It grasped his ribs and hurled them like spears. Each bone whistled through the air, impaling the skulls of fleeing workers. Get out of my body! Lewis screamed in agony. Silence, the monstrous arm roared, throttling Lewis's throat. His body fell apart like a broken doll, limbs dropping piece by piece. Speak. Desiree had never seen such horror. His legs were wet with terror. The cold, merciless voice was like a wind from the underworld. He stammered, trembling, a woman. It was a woman. Spare me. What kind of woman? The inhuman voice demanded. A tall woman, in a black hooded robe. I couldn't see her face. Useless, the monster bellowed. Desiree's final thought was the snap of his neck breaking. A woman. Clever. Nareth. Magnus, which one of you? Lewis's ruined body shattered, collapsing to the ground in bloody chunks. I will find out who it was. At the same time, Maria returned to her temporary base, an abandoned factory. Dementieva quickly asked, well? It should be dealt with, Maria replied calmly. We just have to wait, if they appear, we'll know. Svetlana added, those workers, they don't have the courage or the brains for something like this. There must be someone behind it. Exactly, Maria agreed. The struggle with them will be long. Softly, she vowed, we must purge our master's enemies. The three instigators spoke in the darkness, while aboard the throne of Shadow's sovereignty, in the Primarch's chamber. Tech Priest Wojciech excitedly exclaimed to Nareth. My lord, I've found it. I've recovered a sacred standard template. Excellent, Nareth inclined his head, knowingly asking, what is it? Wojciech's mechadendrites clattered across his chest. A square chip popped free, glowing red and green. He caught it and cried with excitement, my lord, I extracted ancient data from the machines and stored it here. After studying, it proved to be a combat tank STC. It is simple to manufacture, easy to maintain. Nareth nodded. Since you discovered it, it shall bear your name. Call it the Blyek battle tank. Overcome, Wojciech bowed deeply. Thank you, my lord. The thought of his name forever tied to a sacred STC filled him with boundless pride. Soon, Forge worlds across the Imperium would honor the name Blyek as the men who reclaimed the Omnisia's relic. I will grant production rights to Forge worlds. You will oversee their selection. Unlike the Orcs' attack moons, which only some Forges dared study and required Roziki's networks to peddle, every Forge world would clamor for the Blyek tank. Thus, Wojciech, himself a Mechanicum insider, was far more suitable than Roziki, the outsider. His prestige would soar, exactly as Nareth intended. Thank you for your trust, my lord. I will not fail you, Wojciech vowed. Then Nareth turned to Arsena and asked. What value lies in Nova Beryllia? My lord, its resources are mediocre. Only the decorative golden sunstone is unique. As you commanded, all future harvests will be sent to the throne of Shadow's sovereignty. The populace was enslaved by the Nomans for millennia. Their technology and culture regressed. Their bodies are weak, their quality is poor. The Primarch's aide gave his report on Nareth's prior command. As ordered, 1/3 of the Noman's food supply has been distributed to the locals. For the first time in thousands of years, they are full. Notably, they now call you Liberator, their loyalty surpassing that of any other world. Nareth nodded. Select a squad from the 8th Legion. Leave them to restore order in Nova Barillia. Have the fleet set course for Cypher Mundi. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daoisjinzu. Chapter 276, Chapter 275, Visit to Cypher Mundi. As soon as the fleet reached Cypher Mundi, Nareth looked out the viewport at the massive gate. The portal was built in the shape of a great ring, continuing the basic structural design once used by the Arrhenius continuity. But unlike theirs, it lacked the 8-jointed mechanical arms that extended outward, instead adorned with black-etched patterns as decoration. The portal required vast amounts of energy to achieve interstellar transmission. Here, it had been anchored around the star itself, using specialized devices to gather energy and power the gateway. Standing behind him, Arsena decided it was time to report progress. My lord, the Forge Lord has carried out your orders. At Vostroia, Cypher Mundi, and the Vigilus system, the portals and fortress-class energy shields are complete. He is currently installing the same systems in the Triken star. Nareth nodded slightly. What of the Legion's campaigns? Any fronts worth my attention? Since the Emperor had entrusted him with command of the 14th and 18th Legions, it was Nareth's responsibility to lead them in war. It was also his chance to truly learn their strengths. The student of ratiocinations, mind spun rapidly, sifting through a dozen campaigns, and after a pause of several seconds he spoke. My lord, the second chapter is fighting in the Stivnich system, against the Xenos pirates known as the Andres. The Andres are a starfaring civilization. They've established bases on 3 planets and are resisting the Second Legion's assault. Hearing this, Nareth thought. Wilshire's talent is exceptional, he must have already digested the Bard potion. This is the perfect chance to elevate him to Sequence 8, the Light Suppliant. His decision made, Nareth turned his eyes back to Cypher Mundi growing ever larger in the viewport. Then he shifted his gaze to Diana Pauline, who stood nearby. You are captain of the fleet. With your judgment, how do you assess Cypher Mundi as a base for the Shadow of Order? Recently advanced to Sequence 8, Telepathist, Diana first glanced at the Primarch. His expression revealed nothing, she could read no thoughts there. Only then did she answer. My lord, Cypher Mundi lies at the intersection of many warp routes. It is an ideal location for a Legion fleet base. Under Wojciech's supervision, the shipyards and starports have been built around Cypher Mundi itself, using the system's moons and asteroid belts to construct a layered, 3-dimensional starport network. This maximizes depth, with clear separation between civilian and military docks, repair yards, and construction facilities, so all function without interference. But then she shifted tone, pointing out what she saw as weakness. My lord, I believe Cypher Mundi's orbital defense grid still has vulnerabilities. If attacked by a large force, even if we ultimately repelled them, the losses would be severe. And should the portal itself be damaged, it could trigger a catastrophic chain reaction, devastating the entire system. The same problem exists at Vostroia. If the Legion's fleets are in a campaign, enemies could strike the homeworld and inflict grievous harm. She recalled a recent example to strengthen her case. If not for the rogue traitor Louis von Valancius discovering the Frail mustering in the Sedai system in time, Vostroia itself might already have suffered. Nareth's memory stirred. Originally, Cypher Mundi had become both a forge world and the Imperium's primary military and naval hub in the Segmentum Obscurus. That made it a prime target for any foe. To guarantee no weakness, 6 to 8 Ramles-class star fortresses were stationed there at all times, forming the heart of its orbital defenses. Even the Space Wolves Fenris system had only 2 such fortresses. Of course, the Fong was unique, a fortress monastery whose defenses surpassed any star fort. After the Wheel of Fire, I had hoped to gain the Fong to protect Vostroia. Instead, the Emperor gave me the Dionysian Spear. Without the Fong, then numbers must make up for quality. Mugos Lien Ramlais has yet to uncover the STC for his fortress. Next, I will use the Dice of Prophecy to divine the location of the Ramles-class starfort STC and seize its construction secrets. He silently compared the Fong with Ramles-class starfort. The Fong is bound to the planet's surface. In terms of orbital defense, it cannot match the reach of a Ramles-class starfort. A Ramles-class starfort, deployed in space, bars the enemy from planetary orbit entirely, keeping the fight outside the system itself. It holds the enemy at the gates. And though their construction takes time, more can always be built. Deploy them across every vital system, and a true defensive network can be made. Diana, ever observant, caught the faint smile that tugged at the Primarch's lips. Something seems to have pleased him, she thought. Nareth's mind at that moment was clear, the Lehman Russ battle tank has been renamed the Blyek. The Ramirez-class starfort shall also be renamed. This is the change I bring. By uncovering these two major STCs early, the Legion will gain unmatched strength across every front. Cypher Mundi, the board camp estate. Patriarch Schlumberger, Vostroya's foremost jeweler, had recognized opportunity as soon as Cypher Mundi was discovered. The system's position at the junction of many warp routes promised immense commercial potential. Without hesitation, he shifted House Boardcamp's business focus there, leaving only their existing operations behind in Vostroya. Now, stroking the crimson gem atop his finely wrought psychic crystal staff, a piece of his own craft, Schlumberger looked at his 12-year-old grandson, Santiago. Since you have chosen to serve our Lord the Monarch, and passed the first trials as a candidate for the 5th Company, then you must endure every test and become a true shadow of order, bringing honor to the Boardcamp name. Santiago was the most gifted psyker among his descendants, destined to become a master psi artificer. He had awakened his powers at 5, and at 9 had already crafted his first psychic item, a divination crystal orb. Schlumberger had once placed all hopes of expanding the house's fortune in the psyker trade upon him. But 2 years ago, Santiago had declared his intent to join the Shadows of Order instead. A month ago, he had passed the preliminary trials and become a candidate. Tomorrow he would leave home for the final training. Later, we will go together to the starport to greet the monarch upon his arrival, his grandfather said. The House Boardcamp, as new nobility of Cypher Mundi, had been granted 5 places of honor. 2 were even added as reward when the planetary governor learned Santiago had passed the first trials, placing them on equal footing with the great houses. Grandfather, I swear I will bring glory to our House Boardcamp, Santiago said, eyes shining. He never imagined that before even becoming a true shadow, he would see the Primarch himself, Lord Nareth. Like countless other house, the Boardcamps arrived 2 hours early at the reception plaza outside the hangar. When Nareth finally stepped from the hangar, his towering figure clad in black armor, golden wings spread wide, the air filled with the chants of servo skulls. Lord Nareth, Primarch of the 11th Legion, Monarch of Vostroya, Purifier of Orcs. Lord Nareth, Supreme Sovereign and Protector of Cypher Mundi. Rejoice, for Lord Nareth walks among you. The crowd erupted in cheers. Santiago, shouting himself hoarse, gazed up at the giant. He whispered in his heart. So this is Lord Nareth, I will become a shadow of order, and serve him forever. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 277, Chapter 276, Cashin Vaughn. Nareth sat upon the throne, his gaze fixed on the green-armored warrior entering the Grand Hall. On the warrior's right pauldron was painted a yellow marking, the numeral 18. On his left pauldron was the Legion insignia, a pair of black, downward-curving metal horns. It was Cashin Vaughn, commander of the 18 Legion. He removed his helmet and carried it under his left arm. Nareth studied Vaughn. He remembered that the warrior before him was not only now the 18 Legion's commander, but in the future he would survive the brutal Istvan massacre and go on to become the founder and spiritual leader of the Promethean cult. How fares the 18 Legion? Nareth asked. Before Vulcan's reunion with them, the 18 Legion had once been called the Dragon Warriors, a name that was no longer mentioned. Along with the 6 and XX Legions, they were part of the so-called Clover, whose origins the Emperor had carefully concealed. My lord, during the Unification Wars, the 18 Legion suffered grievous losses in the Storm Corridor campaign. Our numbers fell from 26,000 down to just 1,000. Since then, we have recovered. At present, the Legion has 15,000 warriors. Nareth nodded slightly. He recalled that when Vulcan was reunited with his sons, the 18 Legion numbered 19,000. When Vulcan returned in 832, he did not immediately take command. He studied under the Emperor for several years before assuming leadership. Vaughn's number was not far off from what Nareth expected. The Emperor's children, the 1,000 Sons, and the Salamanders were always competing for the title of the smallest legion at various stages of the Great Crusade. Interesting, I've commanded 2 of them myself. I will dispatch a detachment to the 18 Legion so that both our legions may learn from each other. This will prepare you for future cooperation. Because of their small size, the 18 Legion had never been entrusted with leading major campaigns since the Crusade began. They were usually deployed in scattered formations, handling rear-line threats such as derelict space hulks or Eldar corsairs. Yet because of this, the 18 had developed considerable expertise in counterinsurgency and void salvage operations, skills worth studying. As you command. Vaughn departed with a squad of Shadows of Order. As they left the palace, he looked up at the dazzling shield that shrouded the city in radiant light, and asked curiously. What is that? This is a fortress-class void shield. It can protect an entire city. Lucas, a proud member of the Shadows of Order's 11th Legion Honor Guard, explained. It was a technology discovered by the Arbiter Lord on a certain world. Vaughn's eyes gleamed as he stared at the shield. A wondrous technology indeed. 2 days later, the fleet of the 14 Legion arrived at Cypher Mundi. Nareth received Captain Balison of the 1st Company and Captain Tessus of the 7th, both of the Dusk Raiders. They wore plain grey power armor, unadorned, save for their right arms and pauldrons painted deep crimson, symbols of their role as the Emperor's merciless right hand. On their right shoulder was the Legion badge, half a skull, half a spiked crescent, and a hemisphere. After saluting, Balison, as senior captain, spoke first. "My lord, by the Emperor's command, the Unbroken Ones report for duty." Nareth knew well, though the Emperor had named them the Dusk Raiders, the warriors of the 14 had always called themselves the Unbroken, a tradition that endured even after Mortarian's return. It was a reflection of their origins, in the warlike and stubborn tribes of Albia. "How many Unbroken does the 14 Legion number now?" Nareth asked. "My lord, the Legion presently counts 37,000 Unbroken." Balison's reply matched Nareth's knowledge. Before the Great Betrayal, the Death Guard would eventually reach around 95,000 warriors, making them one of the smaller legions. After discussing the state of the Legion, Nareth issued his orders. 5 days from now, 3 legions will depart for the Stivnich system. "My lord, the Unbroken shall be ready," Balison affirmed. "I will dispatch 2 squads of the Shadows of Order to accompany you, so that mutual understanding may deepen through battle." The Dusk Raiders' mastery of heavy infantry warfare and their precise timing of twilight assaults were also lessons worth observing. In 824, with the fleet of the Shadows of Order 8th chapter, the 14, and the 18 arrived at the Stivnich system. At once, they joined the Void War. On the bridge of the 18 Legion's flagship, Cassian Vaughn gazed into the void. After the arrival of the Shadows of Order fleet, they immediately coordinated with the 2nd Legion to strike the Xenos Armada. He recalled the Unification Wars, when he had first witnessed the terrifying Reapers. With a sigh, he muttered, "You are not the same as before." "Our Gene Father has returned and remade us," said Captain Lucas, leader of the detachment sent to the 18. Vaughn's eyes flickered. He had always done his utmost, but the 18 had never regained their former glory. Even when combined with the 14, their total barely reached half the strength of the 11th Legion, and that was despite the 11th having exhausted itself in the battles of the Wheel of Fire. The 11th controls more than 70 star systems now. Under the governance of the Shadows of Order, they grow steadily. No one would have imagined that the Reapers, once known only for slaughter, could transform into skilled administrators under Lord Nareth's guidance. With a sigh, Vaughn ordered his ships into battle. Lucas fixed his gaze on the viewing screen. He saw the 2nd and 8th chapters, using relic-class warships at their core, unleashing their superior range against the Xeno vessels. Streams of light hammered the enemy ships, whose hulls glowed with crimson runes. And yet, when the Xenos fired back their scarlet beams, not a single one touched the green-lit Imperial vessels. Each crimson flare burst, then vanished in an instant. After repeated exchanges, the enemy ships scattered like startled fish. Lucas checked the rune feedback displays, then reported to Vaughn. "Their ships are smaller, more agile." "Then what course will the 18 take?" Vaughn traced a route in the hololith with his armored gauntlet. Lucas realized it was a direct charge into the heart of the enemy's retreat path. "As you say," Vaughn explained, "they are more nimble. We cannot win by dancing around them. But if we pierce their center, we bring the prow and broadside firepower of our ships fully to bear." Lucas said nothing. The 14 and 18 lacked relic-class warships, so exploiting their armor and broadside guns was the soundest tactic. The 18 formed an arrowhead formation, their flagship at the tip, and drove into the alien fleet. The screens were filled with red and green light. Lucas braced his stance as violent shudders shook the bridge. In the opening clash, the void shields took countless hits, their runes flashing with warnings. Soon, the runes for the B-2 starboard shield turned fully red, shattered. The next barrage rocked the ship, sparks flying as servitors fell silent at their ruined consoles. Lucas, prepared for the impact, swayed only slightly before regaining his balance. The void shield takes too long to reboot. If only it could recharge automatically. Ah, the Legion found such technology on Medusa. In time, it will spread across our ships. Refocusing on the battle, he saw the 18 tearing into the enemy. Lances at the prow ripped through fragile Xenos' hulls. The broadsides hammered unshielded ships with merciless accuracy. Vaughn's harsh voice cut through the VPX, "These Xeno pirates have no honor, no courage. They are breaking." After the enemy was routed, the Imperial fleet, following Nareth's command, began the planetary assault. The 18 bombarded Planet 3 from orbit, then launched their ground offensive. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 278, Chapter 277, the 18 Legion that inherited Vulcan's kindness. Lord Commander Cassian Vaughn of the 18th Legion set foot on the surface of Stivnich 3. He looked around and found a world cloaked in endless green, vast forests stretching beyond sight. The recognition runes inside his helm flickered unsteadily. Turning to his companion, Lucas of the Shadow of Order, Vaughn said. The reports from the Auspex operators show this world has no major population centers. But, it is full of anomalous signal zones. The strongest anomaly lies just ahead. The interference disrupts our augurs and blinds our auto-sensors, he added. I imagine your order can perceive the enemy more keenly in such conditions. The warriors of the Shadow of Order were indeed sharper in their senses than most. Lord Vaughn, Lucas scanned the surroundings and pointed at the tree-line, 3 o'clock direction. Advance, Vaughn commanded. The green-armored Astartes of the 18th Legion surged forward toward the direction Lucas indicated. 10 squads entered the dense forest. With every step, the signal disruption grew stronger. Their vox channels became thick with static. After several kilometers, Lucas suddenly spoke in a low voice. Xenos. Vaughn slowed his pace, leading the warriors onward. Soon, a cluster of alien figures came into view. They had humanoid upper bodies, clutching weapons, but their lower halves resembled scorpions. Their barbed tails arched high, venom tips glinting with cruel light. Vaughn's pupils narrowed. He whispered, Andres. The 2nd Legion had encountered these Xenos in an earlier battle. From their screeches, they had been named Andres, and their physiological details had been passed on to Allied forces. Vaughn recognized them instantly. There are humans too, enslaved, tormented, Lucas growled, anger tightly restrained. Vaughn signaled his warriors to halt and crept forward alongside Lucas. Moments later, they saw them, several humans laboring under Xeno's supervision. One woman was forced to pluck fungi from the trunk of a colossal, multicolored mushroom. The fungi were spiny, fist-sized caps that tore her hands bloody as she picked them. She carefully placed each into a jar, then reached for another, her face pale from blood loss. Drops fell onto the earth-like ripples on still water. Vaughn's eyes burned with anger. He stepped back, intending to return to his men and assign orders. But at that moment, the woman accidentally crushed a mushroom in her grasp. The overseeing Andres shrieked in fury. It seized the jar from her and, with a twitch of its scorpion tail, impaled her body. Vaughn raised his bolt pistol and unleashed a shell of pure wrath. Attack! Lucas donned his war mask, channeling rage into power. His energized blade carved a brilliant arc of blue light, cleaving through alien chitin. The green-armored Astartes opened fire, their bolters roaring. Explosive shells reduced several Andres to bloody mist before they could even react. The survivors retaliated, their strange crab-claw weapons shimmering with energy. One blow struck a suit of power armor, the field crackled, sizzling, and split it open. Lucas smelled scorched ceramite and flesh. Energy weapons. He parried, twisted, and drove his blade through an alien skull. Vaughn roared, his voice shaking the forest. His thunder hammer came down like judgment, the shockwave tearing an Andres to pieces and scattering dust and gore into a drifting cloud. The 18th Legion advanced with implacable fury, smashing, crushing, killing. Dozens of Xenos fell. When no foe remained in sight, Vaughn still burned with fire in his eyes. He turned to the freed humans who cowered in shock. Tell them, he ordered a tech marine, we are warriors of humanity's master. The tech marine's mechadendrites tapped on a Vox skull array, which hovered into the air. Loudspeakers broadcast a series of messages in low Gothic dialects. Fellow humans, we come from the cradle of mankind, Terra. The pre-recorded Mechanicum message repeated again and again. At the 5th iteration, one of the ragged colonists hesitantly called out in broken low Gothic. You are, humans too. The system translated and responded with the standard compliance ritual, Terra, the Emperor, the Great Crusade, and the Astartes as the Emperor's chosen army. Nearly 1,000 colonists of Stivnich stood surrounded by the towering warriors. A pale-faced youth finally stepped forward and whispered. You are Astartes, and human. Translated, Vaughn's reply rumbled deep and certain. Yes. We are the warriors of the Emperor. From now on, you are under our protection. The colonists trembled, but a flicker of hope stirred. One pleaded. Please, save us. Without hesitation, Vaughn promised, we will. You'll be taken to safety. The 18th Legion gathered the survivors and began their withdrawal. As they moved, Lucas bent to pick up one of the jars of strange mushrooms. The Andres forced humans to harvest these. Signal disruption is strongest here. They must be important. He remembered the 12th chapter's campaign on Tanis, when they recovered the peculiar flora and fauna for their Primarch. Perhaps the Gene Father will find these of interest. He secured the jar and led the way. Yet the rescued colonists grew uneasy. The green-armored giants hemmed them in, and they remembered how the Andres had done the same. Are these giants merely taking us to a different slavery? Fear not at them. Then Lucas's voice cut through the air. The Andres are coming. Vaughn thundered, hold the line. The 18th Legion formed a living wall, bolters raised. They fired in disciplined volleys, unyielding. Lucas noted how every warrior obeyed, none breaking formation for maneuvers. They fought as a bulwark, as if they themselves were fortress walls. One green-armored Astartes wielded a thunder hammer at the 8 o'clock flank, crushing Xeno after Xeno. But the swarm was thickest there. A clawed weapon pierced his armor, yet he did not retreat. Even as he fell, his massive body remained a barrier, shielding the ordinary humans behind. His brothers expanded the line, sealing the breach. Vaughn and his legion will sacrifice their lives for mortals in a way most Astartes never would. They value human life more than many legions. Even at Cyper Mundi, Vaughn showed fascination with fortress shields that could protect entire hive cities. Lucas fought beside Vaughn, their blades and hammer tearing through the swarm until at last, the survivors were secured. The 18th Legion paid in blood, 10 warriors fallen, to safeguard the humans' escape. Dropships carried the colonists to safety. Many wept as they realized their salvation was real. Lucas sent a full report to Nareth. Nareth received the transmission, unsurprised. He knew the 18th Legion, even before Vulcan's return, had always shown extraordinary concern for the lives of ordinary men. Cassian Vaughn himself would one day fall, holding back orcs on the Terra's cluster long enough to evacuate 3 worlds' populations. He died there, passing command to Vulcan, who arrived too late to save him. Vaughn's remains were later interred within a dreadnought. Vulcan's kindness, without question, lived on in his sons. Nareth then noticed the hololithic projection of the colorful mushrooms. The main ingredient for the door's sequence 8, Trickmaster, Prismute fungi. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 279, Chapter 278, The Ritual Assault of the Dusk Raiders. The 14th Legion landed on Stivnich II, following Nareth's orders. Upon landing, the Dusk Raiders did not immediately go on the offensive. Instead, they held their ground against the Anderes' attacks, waiting patiently for dusk to arrive. 2 honor guard of the Shadows of Order, Alex of the 8th chapter and Shkodran of the 11th, stood atop a mountain ridge, surveying the battlefield below. They saw the enemy's strange, disc-shaped tanks advancing on the defensive lines at the mountain's base. The tanks rolled forward while spinning, with 4 Andres gunners positioned at right angles, taking turns to fire their cannons in rotation. The Shadows of Order quickly noticed that the design allowed for continuous fire, but the caliber of their shells was barely half that of Imperial tanks. The firepower was significantly weaker. A flashy design. Their tanks are far less dangerous than our own, Shkodran remarked. Beneath them, the grey-armored Dusk Raiders charged under the command of the 2nd Company captain. The warriors of the vanguard carried storm shields, larger, heavier, and more advanced than combat shields. The shields offered vastly improved protection but were too cumbersome to allow dual wielding. Alien shells rained down on the glowing blue energy barriers, sparking like lightning. The storm shields absorbed the impacts of both melee and ranged weapons, even lost cannons and heavy ordnance. The Andres light cannons could do little against them. The Dusk Raiders advanced like human tanks, shields locked, slamming into the Xeno armored lines. Their energy fields tore open the hulls of the disc-shaped tanks. With thunder hammers raised, they smashed the enemy at point-blank range. The Andres tank line crumbled almost instantly under the brutal assault. From the rear, more alien armor opened fire. Again, the Dusk Raiders raised their storm shields, sparks and arcs of power flaring across the battlefield, illuminating the entire ridge. Alex observed quietly, the Dusk Raiders are highly skilled in heavy infantry. The front ranks, shields interlocked, formed an unbreakable wall. No barrage could break them. Behind them, the 2nd rank advanced under this protection, firing and pushing forward. They are masters of survival, Alex concluded. Their defenses are stubborn beyond measure. And their stamina is impressive. From the landing until now, they've endured 15 full enemy assaults without slowing. Shkodran added a note of caution, but their maneuverability is lacking. An intelligent enemy might exploit their exposed flanks. Alex nodded, they're not like the Iron Hands with their armored firepower, but they excel at frontal assaults. The 2 Shadows of Order descended into the makeshift command post. Inside were the Dusk Raiders' company commanders, except for the 2nd, who remained at the front holding the line. Shkodran, mindful of the Legion's tradition of ritual names, addressed them formally. I have heard of the Unbroken and the Stormwalkers. One of the captains corrected him, now they are called the Iron Hands. But yes, we are all of Albia. Even the Emperor's naming of us, the Dusk Raiders, Storm and Hammer, was drawn from the war arts of the Albia tribes. The 1st captain, Balison, clad in grey armor heavy with campaign medals, confirmed. In the Unification Wars, during the Battle of the Ironsides, our proto-doctrine was born. It was only later we realized dusk was the optimal moment to strike. The 7th captain, Tetsis, glanced at the power sword at Alex's waist. As the most formidable of the Raiders' captains, he instantly recognized the black-armored outsider as a warrior of considerable skill. Only through battle can one truly understand the Unbroken, Tetsis declared. You will follow me into combat. He turned to Shkodran. You will accompany Balisan. Alex bowed his head. By your will, Lord Tetsis. Shkodran inclined his head as well. Balisan faced the hololithic map and issued his orders. The augur scans show this world is riddled with hive factories. Tetsis, your company will launch the first counter-assault. Break their lines, then strike this point, Factory A. He ended with the command the Dusk Raiders were known for. As always, we attack at dusk. Later, Shkodran once more stood on the ridge beside Balisan. The battlefield below seethed with Andre's tanks, tens of thousands, surging like a tide. Yet the second company's line held firm. Storm shields interlocked, their formation unbroken. Whenever a warrior fell, another stepped seamlessly into place. Every countercharge they launched destroyed hundreds of tanks. Shkodran's calculations were clinical. Losses under 140. Their defense is exemplary. Only our third chapter could surpass them, and if it were the third, the enemy lines would already be broken. Meanwhile, Alex, embedded with the 7th Company, watched as the grey-armored warriors performed ritual preparations. Each held a bolt gun in one hand and a ritual bell in the other, slowly and methodically passing it over the weapon's frame in solemn reverence. They ignored the raging battle below, as though afraid to anger the machine spirit if the rite were incomplete. Alex, himself a warrior who prided in treating his weapon as an extension of his body, found himself impressed. He cleaned his own bolter and oiled his power sword, mirroring their devotion. Shkodran, observing in his lawyer mindset, reflected deeply. The Dusk Raiders place greater value on ritual than any other legion. Every war they fight, they anchor their assault to dusk. Why such fixation? If they counterattack now, they could break the enemy line already. He considered the possibilities. The ritual exhausts the foe both physically and mentally. Habit itself grants them strength, the ritual empowers belief. And perhaps, they truly exploit the shift of light at dusk. Instruments confirm, dusk will fall in precisely 7 minutes. Shkodran set a countdown in his visor. Set the timers, Balisan ordered. We strike on schedule. Across the tactical network, timers synchronized. At 3 minutes, the companies were already in position. At 1 minute, the second company repelled yet another assault, still unaided by the others. Shkodran frowned, too rigid. Too predictable. If the enemy ever learns this pattern, they could exploit it. Then, the timer hit 0. Darkness fell. At that instant, the Dusk Raiders unleashed hell. Bolters roared in unison, the volleys like a dam bursting, sheets of fire raking the alien lines. Alex charged at the head of the 7th, and in that moment he noticed it. At dusk, the Endera's fire faltered. A physiological hesitation. The raiders struck like thunder. The alien lines collapsed instantly. From above, Shkodran watched the entire battlefield. Exactly as I expected. Their delaying defense drained the enemy. Then, at the instant of light's extinction, they struck with overwhelming fury. Only the Astartes, with their vision and speed, could see such a fleeting moment. And yet, another thought nagged at him. Effective, but it feels less like strategy, more like ritual. A sacred assault at a sacred hour. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 280, Chapter 279, Weapons Made from Enslaved Psychers. On Stivnichai, the shadows of order made planetfall on the Ashen World. This is a world of mountains, said Malric Winterburn, captain of the First Company, as his Stormbird touched down at marked point B2. His voice crackled across the command network. It's rich in ore, obsidian, basalt, and iron. The land is overflowing with minerals, came the reply from Olivier, captain of the Second Company, laughing as he spoke. One can imagine how many noble houses would fight for these mines. Under the Legion's rule, such materials are the finest for both fortifications and civilian use. The Andres have no structures on the surface. Their fortresses and shipyards are all built underground, said Wilshire, the youngest chapter master of the Shadows of Order, his tone fiery with zeal over the Vox. For the Emperor, cleanse the filth of the Xenos beneath the land, came the hymn-like voice of the bard, infectious enough to stir every captain and lieutenant listening. Wilshire, only recently elevated to the sequence, light suppliant, whispered in his heart, for the Black Emperor. Though Terraborn and the youngest Lord Commander in the entire Legion, Nareth had already seen his unwavering faith. When Nareth promoted Wilshire to Sequence 8, he revealed to him the truth of the Black Emperor and the sacred rites. The light suppliant had an object of devotion, and through prayer they could draw forth greater power. By your command, my lord, Winterburn answered solemnly, his voice echoing through the Vox. Clad in his Mark I Thunder pattern power armor, the veteran saluted with respect. Though an old soldier of the Legion, even he admired this young lord. None but the Gene Father himself had ever so effortlessly roused his spirit with simple words. Whenever he beheld Wilshire, he felt the radiance of confidence and light. Winterburn disembarked, rallying his warriors to advance toward the underground fortress at B2. 2 kilometers out, the rune sensors of his new helmet flared crimson. He had acquired the replacement helm after the campaign in the Wheel of Fire, where a stray shot had destroyed his old one. Rather than have it repaired, he opted for a new generation helm, but mounted a fragment of the old one upon his brow as both remembrance and added protection. The new helm integrated advanced tactical sensors and threat analysis modules, allowing him to instantly evaluate the situation. He marked a watchtower as a target and barked an order to the Reaver attack squad, attack. The second chapter boasted more Reaver attack squad than any save the 1st and 7th. Company 2, in turn, held the greatest number of all, 24 in total. Each squad leader had once fought alongside the Luna Wolves and knew well the ways of Reaver warfare. The shadows of order darted through the air, jump packs blazing, weaving through the curtain of fire. Their contrails painted ribbons of light across the sky. They raised their bolt pistols and unleashed a storm. Explosions shook the watchtowers, scattering bodies and scorpion tails alike. The Astartes landed within the towers, chains words roaring as Andres were carved apart. With the defenses broken, Winterburn led his men toward the basalt fortress gates. Reavers, he commanded again. Another wave of attacks followed, while his gaze fell upon the fortress itself. Its black walls were fused seamlessly into the mountain, looming like a natural extension of the earth. Winterburn felt a cold dread seize his core. His eyes narrowed. Warp energy. As he pondered, a volley from the Reaver bolters cleared the walls. 2 of them deployed Televar pattern melta charges, set on a 10-second fuse. Unlike standard melta bombs with preset 1-hour timers that required tech priests to recalibrate, the Televar design, created by the Televar tribe in Trican using Dark Age technology, used simple clockwork and dials. Like the alarm clocks of old Night Terra, a trained shadow of order could set the charge with one hand in a single second. Warning runes flared in their visor displays. The Reaver leapt back. A thunderous blast split the fortress walls open with twin breaches 5 meters wide. The squads poured in, cutting apart the defenders. Winterburn followed, stepping into what felt like another world. At once, a shrill keening assaulted his senses, like cold, slimy tendrils brushing against his flesh. What have the Andres done here? He elevated his mind to the first layer of Thelema, shutting out the psychic noise. Around him, however, his brothers stiffened uneasily. Drawing upon the gift of his new station as bard, Winterburn's voice broke through the dark. Father. Emperor. Grant me strength. Scatter our foes and strengthen your sons. The chant rang with warmth and holiness. At once, the shadow's unease was dispelled. Their courage swelled, their strength sharpened, their speed quickened beneath the hymn. The bard himself felt a radiant energy surge within him, as though touched by sunlight. He led them onward. At the next junction, Winterburn sensed an ambush. He marked the location, 2 Reaver ignited their packs, swept around the corner, and severed 2 Andera's heads with whirring chains words. They pressed down a black basalt causeway toward a vast arched dome. Beneath it loomed an enormous factory. From its gates rumbled dozens of circular vehicles, each driven by a central Andres operator. Upon railings surrounding them were bound 4 humans apiece, facing inward toward a central pillar. Not ordinary humans. Psychers. Winterburn's eyes flashed. He felt a terrible, formless power gathering. At the fore, an Andres raised its tail and struck runes with its stinger. Sparks danced. The chained psychers screamed, their eyes blazing. 4 beams converged into the pillar, then lanced outward as a single fist-thick bolt of psychic energy. Winterburn dodged instinctively. A warrior at his back was not so fortunate, the psychic lightning pierced power armor, reducing the Astartes to smoking ash. Winterburn understood instantly. The Andres had enslaved human psychers and forged them into weapons. Even if the Xenos had mastered this profane art, how could there be so many psychers on a single world? If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 281, Chapter 280, The Relic, Thunderhammer. Winterburn realized that the Xenos were the switch that triggered the enslaved psychers' attacks. He shouted loudly. Attack the Xenos. Raising his hand, he fired a bolt round at the Andres, chanting as he did so. The bard's voice poured strength into the shadows of order, quickening their pace and driving them into a furious charge. Explosive shells roared, tearing the Andres into fragments, and gradually the psi weapons' attacks began to falter. The bard noticed that, with his song, the psychers' rate and strength of attack also weakened. The Andres forced the psychers to strike through pain. My song eases their torment. Realizing this, Winterburn Horse song grew louder and more resolute. When the warriors of the second company killed the Andres crew operating a war chariot, the shadows of order turned cautious eyes to the human-shaped weapons strapped to its hull. Their suffering was etched into their faces, unstable and volatile, they were like living time bombs. The second captain turned to the librarian. These psychers are yours now. The codiceer accepted the grimly. Luckily, he was a telepath. Through direct communion, he could at least calm them for the moment. Winterburn and his men stormed into the structure from which the saucer-like craft had emerged. After smashing its guards, he discovered it was a weapons factory. Here, the Andres used ordinary humans to manufacture psychers. At its center stood a pool nearly 100 meters wide, exuding a strange stench. Within floated colorful fungi and black crystals. Dozens of people were submerged in the pool, most of them common mortals, only one showing the faintest psychic spark. Other parts of the factory produced saucer craft and components, which, combined with these psychers, became engines of war. When Nareth received Winterburn's report, he immediately understood, the Andres were fabricating psychers. Beyond those born naturally, there were many ways to forge psychers artificially. In his memory, rulers like Helmar of Necromunda and other noble houses used phantasmagoric drugs to induce psychic mutations. As Nareth pondered this, his aide spoke up. "My lord, the Light Lord has launched an assault on Marker BI. He has confirmed that sector is filled with palatial structures. By all signs, that region is the noble quarter. The Andres underground palaces seethed with elite guards, holding back the second company's advance." Wilshire observed that the guards' elbows had been severed, replaced with energy weapons, their crab-claw blades moved as though part of their very joints. Compared to ordinary soldiers, their attacks were unnervingly swift. The bard raised his voice again, his resonant song filling the shadows of order with vigor. Forming around him as their center, they charged the Xeno line. On the left flank, a shadow of order swung his power blade, its disruption field tearing open a foe's chest. Another lunged at him, he twisted aside, his sword sweeping along the join between its humanoid torso and scorpion-like lower body, cleaving the creature in half. After cutting down more than a dozen Andres guards, the warrior drew the attention of 3 more. They struck together. Clang. 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 The shadow's power sword turned aside the crab claws of the 2 in front. But the third, hanging back by half a step, struck with a sudden, vicious blow, its scorpion tail lashed out and pierced straight through his chest. Wilshire watched his warrior fall. He donned the war mask. Anger surged into strength. The thunder hammer in his hand exploded with destructive might, blasting 5 Andres guards into a red mist. Wilshire wielded the war mask's power with ease, his mind still cold and sharp. In just 4 minutes of fighting, he had already counted 2 of his men lost to the guards' claws. The bard sang all the louder, amplifying his warrior's strength while watching closely, searching for weaknesses in the foe. And then, in his song, his spirit burned brighter. The thunder hammer in his right hand shivered suddenly. Wilshire's eyes lit. He noticed that the palace district was darker than the other Andres structures. Brilliant lamps were muffled under heavy shades, the light kept deliberately dim. Each time a disruption field flared blue, the eyes of the Andres flickered. They've lived in the depths too long, adapted to twilight. Strong light unsettles them. He tested his theory carefully, watching as the Andres guards consistently formed a triangle formation, 2 in front, 1 behind. The third struck from the rear, both to kill and to avoid the searing brilliance of the power fields, which revealed their weakness. Wilshire did not need to command others to create light, he was the light suppliant. He could make radiance himself. Golden motes swelled in his eyes until they became 2 miniature suns. He took in the battlefield with perfect clarity, sketching routes in his mind. Then he raised his right arm and hurled the thunder hammer. Blue brilliance erupted, over a dozen Andres guards were shredded by the disruption field. Wilshire's pupils contracted. He clasped his hands under his chin as though in prayer. Light flared through the underground gloom, an entire district flooded with radiance. A beam of pure fire-wreathed light descended, striking the 3 guards who had charged in their triangular assault, engulfing them in flames. The cleansing ray illuminated the palace halls. The Andres guards cried out, their eyes stabbed with pain. They could see nothing but the hated brilliance around them. Like vermin dragged from their nests, they stumbled blindly, scattering in panic. Attack! Wilshire seized the thunder hammer once more and roared his command. The shadows of order surged forward. The guards, who moments ago had held them at bay, broke instantly. Blinded and weakened as though fever-stricken, their strength faltered. The shadows cut through them like scythes through grass, their blades carving the foe apart. Wilshire swung the thunder hammer again and again, reducing alien forms to showers of blood mist. And in his heart he knew, if I remember correctly, James' relic grants its bearer the power to discern an enemy's weakness. I recall that when he received Father's gift, he was a lawyer. As the second company broke through the noble quarter, Nareth himself led a fresh assault. The king of the Andres appeared, crowned and wielding a scepter, flanked by 10,000 elite guards and 1,000 war engines driven by enslaved psychers. Together, they descended upon the honor guard. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 282, Chapter 281, The Golden Flames of the Burning One. The Andres swung their tails, striking the runes engraved on their disc-shaped war chariots. The psychers, jolted by electric shocks, unleashed surges of psychic lightning that intertwined and converged into great serpentine dragons of electricity, thundering toward the honor guard. Arsena raised his staff, summoning a telekinetic shield that enveloped the honor guard. Boom. The psychic lightning struck the barrier, shaking the entire underground city with the force of the impact. The rebounding psychic energy crackled violently, striking several unlucky Andres guards. In an instant, the bolts of lightning tore their bodies apart. The Arsena, who had raised the shield, staggered weakly, his face pale. Just as he struggled to maintain the barrier, Nareth spoke. "There's no need to force yourself." Golden wings flared open behind him, bursting into radiant flame as Nareth soared into the air. With a single beat of his wings, a wall of fire rose before the honor guard. The psychic lightning, like a swarm of serpents, slammed into the wall only to be devoured instantly by its golden blaze. Nareth, however, was never one to remain on the defensive. His golden wings might not rival Ferrus Manus's silver hands in raw defense, but the Burning One's true strength lay in flame, the burning fury of the stars itself. He had long mastered the power of the Tan fragment. With another mighty flap, he surged into the enemy's heart. His wings moved 33 times in the blink of an eye, scattering golden fire. The flames rained down from the heavens, engulfing every Andres who stood atop their chariots. A sea of fire consumed their ranks, the last thing they ever saw was the blinding radiance of their immolation. Arsena and the honor guard could only stand frozen. Within a minute, the Andres were gone, reduced to ash. The Andres king watched in horror as a golden-winged figure rose from the enemy lines, unleashing torrents of annihilating flame. His elite army perished in seconds, and before he could even turn to flee, an arrow of fire pierced the back of his skull. Once the battle for Stivnichi was secured, Nareth ordered Thomas to lead the librarians and handle all matters regarding the enslaved psychers of the Andres. Returning aboard the Throne of Shadow's sovereignty, Nareth began receiving reports. The Primarch turned to Lucas and said calmly, "Let's start with your debrief." "Father," Lucas began, "the 18th Legion successfully liberated the humans enslaved by the Andres, approximately 2 million in total. Our tech marines have also completed your request. For the mushrooms of Stivnichi 3, they've developed specialized harvesting gloves. These gloves are made from composite materials that allow safe collection, protecting both the hand and the fungus itself." Nareth nodded. "The 18th Legion is few in number. They'll resume anti-piracy and space wreck recovery operations. Send one company from the 11th Legion to accompany them, let them learn from the 18th's expertise in ship reclamation. Though small by Astartes standards, the 18th Legion's reach extended across multiple sectors, its effective strength equaling nearly 20 standard chapters." Nareth then turned to Alex and Shkodran. "Your turn." "Father," Shkodran said, "the Dusk Raiders are masters of timing, striking precisely when light shifts between day and night. Their use of storm shields and defense tactics is superb." Alex added, "Their heavy infantry is excellent, unyielding in spirit and meticulous in weapon maintenance." Nareth nodded. "Both of your squads will continue to serve alongside the Dusk Raiders." Turning to his aide, he added, "The Dusk Raiders are best suited for frontal warfare." The 11th Legion fleet soon departed, bound for Vostroya. During the return voyage, the chief librarian reported, "My lord, among the liberated psychers, we've identified 529 stable adult psychers. Using the Imperial grading system, 293 of them rank at Lota class or higher. Lota, Theta, and Eta were mid-tier psychic levels, capable of perceiving the warp and manipulating it through willpower and training. We also found 194 adolescent psychers, 92 of whom display Zeta level or higher potential. 2 even rank as Delta level psychers. And 1, an 11-year-old named Ramsey, possesses Alpha level psychic power." Nareth's eyes widened slightly. In Imperial medical theory, Gamma-class psychers were considered the biological limit of human capacity. Delta and Gamma psychers appeared only once per billion births, and most untrained individuals at that level either perished or became possessed. Beta and Alpha level psychers were rarer still, often unstable and nearly mythic. "Ramsey must have an extraordinary will, then?" Nareth asked, tapping his fingers on the table. "Indeed, my lord," Thomas replied. "I've seen into his mind. The Andres used him for experiments, testing his psychic limits. They severed his leg. Yet his biopsychic energy healed him completely. Despite such torment, he never broke. He built barriers within himself to contain his power. He is," the librarian said with a smile, "a born shadow of order. He studied his captors, observed their behavior, and devised strategies beyond even adult reasoning." "Then raise him carefully," Nareth said, noting down the boy's name. "As you command, my lord." Thomas's only apprentice, Nicholas, already displayed beta-level ability. He was eager to see how this alpha-level prodigy would surpass him. What of your research on how the Andres create psychers? Nareth asked. The mystery prior replied, Father, I've analyzed their cultivation fluids, the ingredients and ratios. Most involve the colorful mushrooms found on this world. But psychers created through liquid immersion typically develop biopsychic abilities. Their success rate is less than 1 in 100,000. Thomas added, when they're electrocuted, their first reaction is to discharge lightning, that's why the Andres built those psychic war machines. Nareth pondered, then issued his order. Record the knowledge, but cease all attempts to create psychers. He decided to preserve the Andres methods as reference material for the GeneForge project once he obtained the original primordial genome template. The colorful mushrooms, once used in the potions of the Trickster Master, were far too valuable to waste on unreliable artificial psychers. The cost of making them is too great, the yield too low. Artificial methods are wasteful. But what of those born by heavens will instead of man's hand? He thought of the future when warp storms raged and mutants and psychers appeared across the galaxy in unprecedented numbers. Perhaps, then, we can create a psychic divination system to find those with the highest potential. When the fleet reached Vostonia, Nareth had barely returned to his palace when an attendant reported. My lord, Magos Wojciech Blayek has arrived. He says he has selected a forge world. Magos. Nareth raised an eyebrow, intrigued. After he announced the discovery of the Blayek battle tank on Nova Beryllia, the Mechanicum was thrown into upheaval. The Magi declared it the greatest find since the Great Crusade began, a true blessing of the Omnicia. Wojciech was elevated to the title of Magos. Nareth smiled, as expected. Recovering an STC always brought immense prestige, turning a mere tech priest into a legend. Send him in. Moments later, Wojciech entered the hall, wearing a deep crimson robe trimmed with the black insignia of the Shadows of Order. Wojciech. Nareth smiled. Or should I say, Magos. He emphasized the title, amused. My lord, Wojciech replied humbly, all my achievements stem from your grace. Not only that, my lord, you too are now regarded among the Mechanicum as favored by the Omnicia. In my negotiations with various forge worlds over the Blayek STC, his voice trembled slightly at his own name, the responses were overwhelmingly enthusiastic. Their offers far exceeded expectations. Forge World Griffin 4 requests production rights within the Segmentum Tempestus. In exchange, they propose an alliance, and pledge the Legio Griffonicus to accompany your forces. They also offer to construct a knight suit for House Vextrix. Nareth nodded approvingly. Griffin IV's terms were indeed generous, rivaling even the price once offered for the attack moon. The most generous offer, however, Wojciech continued, comes from Styges 8, a forge world within the Segmentum Pacificus. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 283, Chapter 282, The Foundation Complete, Establishing the Vostroya Subsector. After reviewing the conditions of Styges 8, Wojciech Blayek decided to present his report from the general to the specific. Styges 8, like other forge worlds, has proposed to supply the Legion and will allocate production capacity for the Blayek battle tank according to your command. Styges 8 is located in the Vulcanus binary system and can serve as a supply point for the Legion within the Segmentum Pacificus. At present, Nareth's primary focus was the Segmentum Obscurus, and within the Western Galaxy, he controlled only the Tanith system of the Segmentum Pacificus. But he knew that in time, his Legion's reach would inevitably extend into that region. Wojciech continued. The Fabricator General is willing to have the Dark Fire serve under your command, 100 of them. Due to Mars's concern over the might of the Legio Vulcanum, Lord Horus personally intervened. The Legio Vulcanum was divided into 2 Titan legions, the Lords of Ruin who followed Lord Horus, and the Dark Flame who remained stationed at Styges 8. Nareth knew that this division among the Mechanicum was not truly successful. The Legio Vulcanum had been established during the Age of Strife, and the gene artisans of Styges 8 had performed cloning operations on each princeps. Thus, both Titan legions, born of the same genetic batch, still shared deep fraternal bonds. When the Lords of Ruins later turned traitor, the Dark Flame, bound by that same bloodline, would also fall to Horus. As Nareth pondered this, Wojciech went on. After the split, the Dark Flame still retains 150 Titans, placing them among the foremost legios, rivaled only by the Titan legions of Mars. The Fabricator General recommends holding 50 Titans in reserve as a deterrent against potential threats. Styges 8 also offers knight armors to House Vextrix to enhance their strength. After listing over a dozen standard conditions, Wojciech moved to the special terms offered by Styges 8. In exchange for the authorization and technology to produce the Blayek battle tank, Styges 8 is willing to share their unique techniques in the manufacturing of gun barrels, recoil dampeners, and propulsion systems. He elaborated further. In these 3 fields, Styges 8 holds distinct advantages. Among all forge worlds, their craftsmanship is unmatched. Nareth knew this to be true. Over the next 10,000 years, Styges 8 would remain preeminent in these three areas of production, their expertise unrivaled. Recoil dampeners were critical components in trains, mechanical arms, and various firearms, designed to absorb shock and stabilize vibrations. Propellants were the core energy sources for spacecraft, rockets, and missiles. The higher the quality, the greater their efficiency and thrust. Their overall offer exceeded Nareth's expectations. After all, he was offering only a partial license of a sacred STC pattern. But as the lawyer, Nareth saw opportunity in their eagerness. Perhaps my recovery of an STC made the machine cult believe I was favored by the Omnisia. Or perhaps Styges 8 foresaw the potential of the Blyek battle tank as their flagship production line. With that thought, he proposed a counter-condition. In addition, I want the technologies for the cloaking shroud and the anti-augury system. Nareth knew that in the far future, during the Moire Schism, Styges 8 would begin adopting Xenotech after being aided by the Eldari. Their militant priesthood would then use cloaking fields and augury jammers to conceal their presence and activities. At present, however, those technologies were not yet regarded as crucial. It was the perfect moment to obtain them. Understood, my lord. I will convey your request to the Fabricator General, Wojciech noted. With no large-scale conflicts at the moment, Nareth devoted himself to administrative tasks and began cataloging the alchemical materials gathered through expeditionary trade and tribute. The materials fell into two categories. One from allied fleets as gifts of gratitude for logistical support, and the other acquired through deliberate trade during the legion's stationing on Vostroya. Following his orders, his subordinates had intentionally sought out rare and valuable items. Upon inspection, the most abundant alchemical material was star crystal, the main ingredient for the sequence 9, seer of the full pathway. He held a shard in his hand, webbed with fine, natural lines and glimmering with faint starlight. He had transported exactly 529 star crystals back to the Kingdom of Disorder. Of higher tier were 294 golden, yellow, and red jester masks, the main ingredient for the next sequence, clown. The offerings from Astartes and auxiliary forces, eager to honor their Primarch, were rarer still. Among these, the most common was the Eye of the One-Eyed Night Owl, the main material for the sequence 9, secret supplicant, of the Hangman pathway, totaling 403 pieces. There were also 115 large-eared bats, main materials for the next sequence, listener. After finishing his inventory, Nareth convened with Arsena to discuss administrative divisions centered on Vostroya. My lord, within the Legion's territories, the only system under full control is the Simian system, conquered alongside the Luna Wolves. The Orcs of the Wheel of Flame system had been purged by 3 legions and were now directly managed by the Imperium. Aside from the low-value Nova Beryllia, the 6 systems of the Segmentum Solar, Catachan of the Segmentum Ultima, Tanith of the Segmentum Pacificus, Mordian, Cypra Mundi, Trican, and Vigilus of the Segmentum Obscurus, all will have established warp gates. In total, aside from those 15 systems, all Legion territories form a continuous region centered around Vostroya. Arsena manipulated a control staff, projecting a brilliant star map before Nareth. At the center of a glowing sphere was the Vostroyan system. This entire region spans roughly 61.8 light-years in diameter. According to imperial standards, it qualifies as a subsector. The Vostroyan sector, as ratified by Malkador, spanned 330 light-years, the subsector being its smaller administrative division. On the star map, beyond the central hub, 62 green points shimmered across space, surrounded by dim, unlit gray regions. Some were near, others far. Among the most distant was the Crystal Mirage system, containing only one habitable planet but boasting the largest crystal reserves in the territory, producing blue consumer-grade crystals, psychically resonant crystals for military use, and data crystals for administrative systems. Closer to Vostroya was the Sedai system, newly conquered, with 3 habitable worlds, a mining world, an industrial world, and an agri-world. In total, there are 63 star systems containing habitable planets, and 118 colonized worlds. Nareth studied the glowing stars before him. These 63, along with 12 other strategic systems, formed the foundation of his dominion. At last, my great work has begun. My domain already surpasses the future Medusan defensive ring of the Iron Hands. Moreover, unlike Manus's protectorate model of scattered vassal states, all my worlds are directly administered and developed by my command. He assessed the strength and quality of his domain. The worlds of Cypra Mundi and beyond far outshine the Medusan systems in productivity. Even Necromunda, the most industrialized hive world of the future Imperium, would need several peers combined to rival my forge output. Technologically, Necromunda's potential is on par with Medusa, though it owes much to the STC-rich Van Sar colony ship. He recalled that the Van Sar colony ship from Terra had departed millennia ago but, due to the vagaries of warp travel, would not reach Necromunda until the 35th millennium. Aboard it were countless STC archives, making it as valuable as the ancient ruins of Medusa itself. In terms of manpower, the Catachans surpass even the Fenrisians in combat ability, and the Mordians are not far behind. Satisfied with his analysis, a rare smile crossed Nareth's face. Name this subsector Vostroya, he declared. The region within 11 light-years of Necromunda shall be called the Necromunda subsector. Imperial standards placed a subsector's diameter between 10 and 60 light-years, creating large variations in scope. Vostroya slightly exceeded the upper limit, while Necromunda barely surpassed the minimum, fitting the model of concentrated, direct control. My lord, I will compile data from all 63 systems and forward a backup to Lord Malkador. 2 months later, Nareth received confirmation from Malkador. The establishment of the Vostroya and Necromunda subsectors was formally approved. Nareth immediately ordered the 4th, 6th, and 9th chapters to deploy into the Necromunda subsector for exploration and conquest. A month later, representatives from Styges 8 arrived. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 284, Chapter 283, The Magos Lien Ramles joins. In the reception area of Paradigm, Wojciech Blayek arranged accommodations for the representatives of Stygia 8 before heading toward the Primarch's palace. Moments later, led by Arsena Dunn, he stood before the Primarch himself. My lord, Stygia 8 has agreed, on top of the previous terms, to provide either the cloaking shroud and the anti-augury system, whichever you choose. Nareth, recalling that his tech marines were already researching the Eldar's color-shifting cloaks, replied. I'll take the anti-augury system. Then, turning to his attendant, he said, select a lawyer from the honor guard. They will form a negotiation team with the tech marines and finalize the alliance terms with Stygia 8. During his earlier discussions with the tech priest, Nareth had designated Wojciech as the intermediary. As a Mechanicum Magos rather than a Shadow of Order, Wojciech wasn't suited to represent him directly. After 23 work cycles of negotiation, Nareth reviewed all the clauses, inspecting each with law proficiency. He approved the agreement. 5 cycles later, the signing ceremony between the Shadows of Order and the Forge World Stygia 8 took place in the Primarch's palace. 4 tech priests in black robes lined with red carried the great bell of the Omnisia upon their shoulders. 8 more swinging censers walked alongside them. They chanted binary hymns as they followed behind a Magos clad in dark grey robes, entering the hall. Adorned on their chests was the sigil of Stygia 8, divided into 4 segments from top to bottom, half a sacred cog, a variant of the letter A, a skull, and the numeral 8. The grey-robed sage stopped, and a synthesized voice echoed from within his mask. Unit designation, Magos Sergio, age 25 of Forge World Stygia 8, presenting before the Primarch of Vostroya, Lord of Necromunda, Scourge of the Orcs. The Magos recited 23 titles in perfect mechanical rhythm. Greetings, Lord Nareth. I'm pleased to meet you, Magos Sergio, Nareth replied with a smile. Wojciech Blayek, both a Mechanicum Magos and the Primarch's authorized liaison, stepped between them. By the mutual will of Lord Nareth and Forge World Stygia 8, a pact of friendship has been forged. An attendant unrolled parchment, while a tech priest produced a data slate. After cross-verification, Nareth and the Magos representing the Fabricator General each signed and sealed 4 copies of the Pact of Alliance between Primarch Nareth and Forge World Stygia 8. Incense drifted through the hall as the bell of the Omnisia rang out. Wojciech spoke solemnly, let the machine god bear witness to this covenant, and let the Omnisia bless this pact, eternal and unbroken. After the ceremony, the delegation from Stygia 8 departed, and Wojciech reported back to the Primarch. My lord, I have received a message from Magos Lien Ramles. He requests to visit Vostroya and meet with you. Nareth narrowed his eyes in thought. Ramles. He should be commanding his Arc Mechanicum, exploring the galaxy. What could he want with me? Last time, he offered to trade for the attack moon, but his offer didn't interest me. Now that Forge World Greya has taken the attack moon, what brings him here? After pondering for a while, Nareth found no clear answer. He knew little about Ramles beyond his famed Star Fortress. He smirked inwardly. Surely he's not here because I'm about to divine the location of an STC and get it before anyone else. Impossible. No one knew of my upcoming divination, Ramles couldn't know. Tell Ramles that I welcome his arrival. Though Nareth only knew Ramles had discovered the STC pattern for the Ramles-class Star Fortress, he likely had, or would have, found many others. After all, if a Magos was one recognized by the Mechanicum for mastery in a given field, an artisan Magos like Ramles would be a scholar of high caliber. Moreover, Ramles commanded an entire Arc Mechanicus. In Nareth's memory, during the Great Crusade, there were 3 true luminaries of Mechanicum science, Magos Lien Ramles, Magos Archon Land, who unearthed the STCs for land speeders and land raiders, and tech priest Urtzi Malevolus, who forged armor for several Primarchs. As for Drackle, his rise came later, during the Age of Redemption. Yes, my lord. I will relay your invitation to Magos Ramles, Wojciech said, then added, Forge World Griffin 4 has sent another message. After your previous rejection, they once again request authorization to produce the Blayek battle tank. Nareth didn't mind granting multiple forges licenses, as long as they paid the proper price. Tell Griffin IV's Fabricator General that if they can offer technology equal in value to what Stygia 8 provided, they shall receive authorization. In the 11th month of the year 825, the Arc Mechanicum Explorer arrived in the Vostroyan system. Accompanied by Wojciech, Magos Ramles visited the Primarch's palace. He wore crimson robes, no flesh remained on his frame, yet his mechanical voice carried the same tone as a human's, calm and steady. Lien Ramles greets the Lord of Vostonia. Magos, welcome, Nareth said with a courteous nod. Ramles's augmetic eyes studied the Primarch for 12 seconds, analyzing his form, his expression, his armaments. His gaze lingered 1 second each on the black armor, the sword of Vol, the silver power gauntlet, and the Dionysian spear, then 6 seconds more on the golden mechanical wings. Your achievements in the Wheel of Fire campaign are worthy of awe. Capturing the Orcs' attack moon has given new direction to the machine god's faithful. Your recovery of a holy STC on Nova Beryllia proves you are blessed by the Omnisia. The worlds under your rule, Vostroia and Necromunda, outproduce any others in the Imperium. Cypria Mundi and Trican now rival even the Forge worlds themselves. Nareth accepted the praise with a mild smile, though his mind turned inward. Ramles's list is incomplete. Among my major STCs are the Fortress-class Energy Shield, the Simulus Chambers, the Punisher-class Reactor, and the Auto-Charging Void Shield. Cypria Mundi and Trican were once destined to be Mechanicus Forge worlds, I merely claimed them first. They can't yet rival Mars, Stygia 8, Graea, Lucius, or Triplex Fall, but they do surpass many new or minor Forge worlds. Still, surely Ramles didn't travel all this way just to flatter me. As Nareth mused, Ramles spoke again. You are blessed by the machine god. Allow me to serve by your side and aid in the recovery of the holy templates. My Arc Mechanicum, the Explorer, shall supply your warriors in battle. My Skitarii shall fight for you. Nareth blinked, surprised. The Magos had come to pledge himself to him. He wasted no time, rising with a warm smile. Lien, I welcome you to my cause. I have received news of another standard template construct. You shall accompany me in its recovery. Nareth knew the Magos wasn't yet fully loyal. Ramles likely believed that following Nareth would yield more discoveries. To truly win his devotion, Nareth would need to show him a miracle of the machine god, a grand new STC discovery. The Ramles-class Star Fortress will bear your name after all, he thought. A fair trade. The Magos' augmetic eyes flickered, his logic engines whirring rapidly. The last STC discovery by Nareth was 2 Terran years and 11 months ago. Another one so soon. Impossible. Probability, less than 1 in a billion. After 12 seconds, he concealed his doubts and said calmly. Very well, I await your command. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 285, Chapter 284, All Thanks. After placing the Dionysian spear in the armory, Nareth returned to his palace and re-entered the Kingdom of Disorder. Upon discovering that the Dice of Prophecy had finished charging, he brought it back into the material world. Information about Allthanks quickly flashed through his mind. Stone World Allthanks. A standard template construct for a Star Fortress exists upon it. Nareth knew little about how Lien Ramles had retrieved the Star Fortress STC, even less than he knew about the Lehman Russ, no, the Blyek battle tank. He mentally reviewed everything he knew, then whispered inwardly. The star chart from Vostroia to Allthanks. After silently reciting it 11 times, he tossed the Dice of Prophecy. The die spun several times in the air before landing in his open palm. The moment it touched his hand, a holographic image appeared before his eyes, a detailed projection of the stars. Nareth memorized the chart and stored it in a data crystal, silently thinking. The Dice of Prophecy really is remarkable. Even with limited information, it can still pinpoint and divine a star chart. It may not have combat capability, but its usefulness surpasses any weapon. The Ramles-class Starfort is, without a doubt, the most strategically valuable STC of all. As he pondered, an image flashed through his mind, a broken mechanical figure, as tall as a dreadnought, dragging its heavy steps toward him. He turned toward the Gyrinx, John. The image had come from the creature's mind, a glimpse of the future it had seen, something that happened occasionally over the past few years. You've become a true monster, haven't you? Nareth asked, having sensed an energy within John like the shattering of a star. I. John's Vostroyan speech was now fluent. His tawny fur bristled slightly. I don't know. Nareth opened his psychic sight. John's astral form shimmered pure silver. You are indeed a true monster, Nareth confirmed. The black wolf Freddy curiously circled around John, his own heightened intuition perceiving something new. Yeah, he's different, Freddy said with a grin. Still not as good as me, though. While Freddy observed John, Nareth interpreted the vision from the monster mind. A mechanical construct will confront me. What the monster sees is uncontrolled, more random than any diviner's prophecy. It might not even happen on Allthanks. What I do know is that Lien Ramleys recovered the Ramleys-class Starfort STC during the cleansing of Allthanks. A realization struck him: cleansing. If Ramleys called it a purification, that means he found something heretical there. If he shared the belief that machines capable of thought and will were abominable intelligences, then the target of his purification must have been intelligent machines. His eyes gleamed, his mind aligning the prophetic vision with this new deduction. He then sent the dice of prophecy back to the Kingdom of Disorder and summoned his aide, Arson, giving his order. Deliver this data crystal to Fleet Navigator Chief Aiden Vischer. Tell him to prepare the fleet for departure to Allthanks. After the pact with the Vischer family, their navigators had been fully integrated into the Shadows of Order. The fleet's chief navigator was the young and talented Aiden himself. Order the 11th chapter to be ready for deployment. Also, inform Muggos Lien Ramleys that the location of the standard template construct has been confirmed. The fleet will depart within 10 work cycles. Whatever awaited on Allthanks, if Ramleys' Skitarii had once purged it, then Nareth's Honor Guard, Legion Librarians, and the 11th chapter would be more than sufficient. His silver-haired aide recorded every word and departed to carry out the command. Aboard the Explorer, Muggos Ramleys received the message. His logic engines churned furiously. Truly. I estimated that Nareth's soon would mean within 10 years. By Terra time, I've searched for 24 years, 5 months, and 12 days without finding a single STC trace. And yet he has already found another one. Impossible, statistically absurd, probability lower than 1 in a billion. 5 work cycles later, the Shadows of Order fleet and the Explorer set sail for Allthanks. Allthanks. On the bridge of the Throne of Shadows Sovereignty, Captain Diana Pauline examined the screens at her console. The Punisher-class reactor had replaced the older plasma type, granting the massive battleship immense thrust and a smooth deceleration as it entered planetary orbit, the last 520,000 kilometers executed without structural tremor or instability. Her turquoise eyes glanced at the crystal monitor, reactor load at 15.42%. She couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. No enemy ships. No battle. No way to test the Punisher reactor or the auto-recharging Void shield in real combat, nor to command through the Simulus chambers during a Void engagement. She remembered the sensation during simulations, the exhilarating feeling of controlling every ship as if the entire fleet were her own body. Setting aside her faint disappointment, she refocused on the auger readings and Auspex scans. Her fingers danced swiftly across the data slate, classifying and forwarding the results to the Primarch's aide. In the dark throne room, Arsena reviewed the information and spoke. My lord, the star system you designated as Allthanks contains 4 planets. He manipulated his control staff, projecting the system's holographic image. The Auspex data shows that all 4 worlds are uninhabitable to humans. However, one planet emits an anomalous signal, unlike any Imperial identification code. Further analysis indicates the planet is entirely rock. No atmosphere, no water. Nareth nodded slightly. The STC was likely on that planet. Send a message to Lien, tell him the standard construction template is located there. Black stormbirds launched from the decks, descending toward Allthanks' surface. At 12 kilometers above ground, the pilot reported. Father, the augurs have detected an energy reaction. Runic identification marks it as a high-threat hostile target. Continue descent, Nareth commanded. 15 stormbirds pressed on. At 4 kilometers altitude, blinding beams of light erupted from the surface. The Shadow of Order pilot yanked the control stick, the gunship shot forward as the beam grazed its belly. Then, as if a hidden switch had been flipped, dozens more beams streaked upward in coordinated fire. Nareth peered below. On the rocky ground moved a dozen metal constructs, cables and wires sparking along their exteriors. Their eyes lit up, crimson, not blue. He noted their weapon arms showed no adaptive configuration, confirming they weren't Iron Men. Their polished steel skulls gleamed with a strange psychic luster. His mind raced, linking their appearance to the robot potion's secondary ingredient, the head of an Andrew-class automaton. He turned to a member of his honor guard. Lend me your sword. Father, it is my honor, the warrior said, offering his blade with both hands. Taking the sword, Nareth unlocked the bay door. His golden wings flared, and he leapt into the open sky. Channeling his psychic might into the Dionysian spear, he hurled it downward. The radiant spear impaled one Andrew automaton through the abdomen. The others turned their glowing red optics toward the airborne figure in black armor and golden wings, instantly identifying him as the primary threat. Streams of binary code flickered across their minds, linking into a synchronized network. Within 1 second, a complete fire control pattern was calculated. The automatons raised their right arms in unison, weaving beams of energy into a deadly web aimed at Nareth. He banked sharply left, the automata's fire pattern adjusted perfectly, not a single beam misaligned. The web engulfed him again. Their computational precision was extreme, predicting his every movement from velocity and vector data. Nareth twisted and accelerated again, but the machines held their lock firmly. Then, between his wings, a rune began to glow. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu